Chen deemed that the field of history in this parallel universe held little promise. Thus he switched his major to medicine, only to find himself plunged directly into a pit of fire. Confronting the most immediate of fears, the effluent from a certain island nation had entered the sea, unleashing unfathomable horrors as bizarre symptoms began to manifest. The light of civilization flickered like a candle in the wind, its pillars of support teetering precariously. What could this young fellow possibly do in such a dire situation? If our civilization is akin to a game of cards, then language and writing represent our ultimate trump card. Everything else may be cast aside on the table. Let us ponder how many tokens we still have at our disposal. Sir, why? We have not yet reached the final hour, and oh, we have arrived. We still hold our cards, yet our adversary is far from their limit. Chapter 1. The typhoon approaches. The island authorities have disregarded international condemnation, releasing 340,000 tons of wastewater, with relevant personnel currently estimating the dangers. Some seafood has been detected with trace radiation exceeding safe levels. Outside, the winds howled and the night descended. Chen stared blankly at the small television that his roommate had brought, broadcasting the news, pondering how life seemed like a farce. Even after traversing a parallel universe, the mundane could still intrude. Old Sue, look at this. These trivial matters are hardly human. Just days ago, they reported a surge in cancer cases along the coast, and protests are still ongoing, yet they continue their broadcasts without pause. The speaker, indignant, was none other than his roommate, Song Tian, who had temporarily relocated the television. After switching to the medical field, Chen found himself in a dormitory already fully assigned. Thus he was placed with only one other person, who was not even in the same major. Despite their differing disciplines, they got along well, their camaraderie reaching the point where your belongings are mine, and mine are also mine. Except for wallets and phones, everything else seemed to go missing, with lost items invariably turning up on the other's bed. Little coward, you've misspoken. Their actions are far from human. What more could they accomplish? Chen was not inclined to hold back his derision. However, to be honest, I am somewhat concerned about the impact of this discharge on our coastal and inland regions. Song Tian was momentarily taken aback, then reassured, do not worry. If the nuclear wastewater is of this magnitude, the pollution will be confined to the ocean, affecting only the coastal areas at AS for the tritium that can circulate through the water vapor. I consulted a senior, and the impact is limited. Suddenly, the host on television paused, pressing a finger to his earpiece, his expression turning grave. Little coward, do you see? Something is about to happen, Chen observed intently. Song Tian glanced over, then remained fixated. It seems so, but given the current situation, what could possibly be of significant consequence? Why speculate? Let us continue to listen. His phone vibrated in his pocket, but Chen merely brushed it aside, his eyes glued to the screen. Attention to all citizens. This is an urgent announcement. The national government has decided to initiate a level 1 response to a major public health emergency. Simultaneously, the air raid siren outside the dorm began to wail, and Chen could distinctly feel the dormitory stirring with agitation. Under the night sky, the previously dark building began to illuminate as lights flickered on a few boisterous individuals, easily recognizable by their lung capacity, could be heard jumping up in alarm. What's happening? Is it an air raid? A nuclear bomb is coming. A nuclear bomb. Arg. They all wore expressions of chaotic excitement. Additionally, phones buzzed incessantly, including Song Tian's, which showed no signs of ceasing. Investigations reveal that the island nation has unilaterally concealed facts, discharging over 10,000 tons of untreated water. The Academy of Sciences and Meteorological Departments declare that this poses a significant threat to our public health. The typhoon is making landfall. Damn, I knew it. This is worse than beastly behavior. Song Tian shouted, nearly drowning out the sirens outside, drawing Chen's attention. Song Tian glared at Chen in frustration. Old Sue, I was mistaken earlier. The implications are now far more severe. If it's untreated water, considering the approaching typhoon, the tritium could circulate into the inland areas? Chen had heard of this and was somewhat informed. Not just that, Song Tian pointed to the map of the coast on the television. The ocean will generate radioactive aerosols under strong winds, which could be carried to all populated areas along the coast. Chen understood why a level 1 response had been activated, If not handled appropriately, the coastal regions would struggle to recover, and even the inland areas susceptible to water vapor would be significantly impacted, with cancer risks soaring. Though he had only just begun his studies in medicine and had yet to learn much, he comprehended the immense and lasting pressure this incident could place on the national healthcare system. The IT was no exaggeration to say that if left unaddressed, the medical framework would undoubtedly collapse. Residents are urged to stay indoors. All major covered places and civil defense facilities must comply with orders and evacuation commands. Do not venture out in the rain. Do not come into contact with rainwater. Do not consume food contaminated by rainwater. At this moment, Chen retrieved his phone, inundated with emergency notifications from the nation, province, city, and countryside, with multiple messages flooding in, even phone calls, one of which he answered, also an urgent broadcast. Our nation is taking mandatory measures to halt the island's subsequent wastewater discharge, putting an end to this catastrophe. This is a serious matter, Song Tian murmured at the television. Old Su, you should call home. I feel that it may soon become difficult to communicate or return. Chen considered this and realized the truth in Song Tian's words that in this world, his family, though initially feeling out of place upon his arrival, remained unaware of his status as a traveler. Even as new parents, they had cared for him diligently, and he had long regarded them as his kin, having integrated into their lives. With such a significant incident unfolding, he felt profound concern for his family's safety. Fortunately, as this was a sudden event, many people had not yet thought to contact their families, and the phone signals had not yet been congested, allowing Chen to quickly reach his home. All right, I will listen to Grandpa Yang. Do not worry. Remember to tell my father as well. After hanging up, Chen glanced over at Song Tian. Little coward, why haven't you called? Song Tian looked at his phone and chuckled. There's nothing to say. If anything, they should be the ones calling me. Chen was taken aback, perplexed. My family situation is somewhat complicated. Chen understood. While he did not grasp the specifics, such reticence could lend him an air of wisdom. Before long, the school's broadcast system resumed its announcements, reiterating the same information from the news. As one of the foremost central comprehensive universities in the inland areas of this parallel universe, it boasted a robust array of systems and facilities, including this warning system, which, despite being nearly a decade old, still operated effectively. The university leadership received notifications and convened meetings after work hours, with visionary leaders promptly contacting the campus canteens, shops, and suppliers to ensure a continuous supply of resources. Not only the school, but also the military and government began mobilizing, inspecting food reserves and water sources across regions, rallying militias to prepare for support orders, and reinforcing transport hubs. The entire nation operated in unison, executing numerous commands with precision, and the emergency plan unfolded seamlessly. It seemed that this calamity was but a minor trial. The nation might encounter setbacks, yet it would ultimately prevail. Her journey had been fraught with challenges and adversity, marked by both glory and despair. Yet she had never bowed her head, nor halted her stride. With each trial, she would be reborn, stepping forward with renewed vigor, in a realm unseen by Chen. Peculiar events transpired, their nature shrouded in ambiguity, leaving one to ponder whether they heralded good or ill. Chapter 2. Tai Hao. Tai Hao, Tai Hao, Tai Hao. Within the Coastal Meteorological Bureau's Research Institute, a colossal panel displayed the intricate meteorological chart of a formidable typhoon, its swirling patterns resembling an enormous eye. Below, a dozen individuals gazed fixedly at this tempestuous eye, as if entranced, murmuring the two syllables in a low tone. Tai Hao echoed like a somnolent chant, indistinct yet captivating. What is happening to them? An elderly man inquired anxiously of the medical personnel investigating the situation. After a thorough examination, the emergency physician appeared bewildered, exclaiming, I have never encountered such a scenario. Their physical health seems normal, yet they exhibit signs of delirium. Delirious symptoms? Oh dear, what shall we do? They are all my students. I have placed undue pressure upon them. I owe their parents an apology. Tears welled in the old man's eyes, his heart heavy with remorse. Dr. Wong, this is not your fault. Everyone has been working overtime. You, too, have been on the front lines. No one anticipated this outcome. Indeed, these youngsters, if I may be frank, do not bear the same workload as we do. It may not solely be your responsibility. Dr. Wong shook his head, concern still etched in his features. If it is not my fault, it is still my obligation. I initiated this project. I guided them here. If anything befalls them, I must bear the weight of that responsibility. The doctor surveyed the room of students and concluded, I truly cannot discern the source of their symptoms. Even in the case of neurological disorders, it is improbable for them to manifest simultaneously. Furthermore, as you mentioned, they have been living and dining together, which does not align with food poisoning. What then could this situation be? I suspect a case of mass hysteria, though it is rare, and I cannot be entirely certain. Dr. Wong, despite his worry, was momentarily taken aback by the mention of hysteria. Hysteria? Are you suggesting they are experiencing hysteria? That is my suspicion. However, there is no need for alarm. I shall report this to the higher authorities, and more specialized physicians will investigate further and arrange for transport. Old Wong, fret not. The doctor has indicated it is a psychological issue. Nothing serious, merely stress. Soon, reinforcements will arrive to relieve us, allowing us to assess their condition and grant them ample time for rest. Dr. Wong ignored the reassurances and turned to the physician. If this is the case, why is it only my students who are afflicted with this hysteria? Why not us? The doctor glanced around the research institute, uncertain as he replied, I do not know much about mass hysteria, but in this case, I suspect it may relate to age. Dr. Wong observed the room and noted that indeed, his students were the youngest cohort present, prompting a moment of existential reflection. Have the youth of today become overwhelmed by pressure? The doctor pondered for a moment and nodded affirmatively. Tai Hao. Dr. Wong, upon hearing the name once more, looked over to find his students still murmuring vacantly, escalating his urgency as he began to check on each one. As the doctor reported the situation, he awaited assistance from above, curiosity piqued regarding the trigger for this mass hysteria. He leaned in closer to the murmurers, straining to catch the words. Tai Hao. Furrowing his brow, the doctor echoed, Tai Hao? What does it mean? What should be lifted? Following the gaze of the afflicted, he directed his attention to the typhoon's eye on the chart. Dr. Wong, this typhoon has a name, does it not? Is it called Tai Hao? Dr. Wong shook his head, while an elderly colleague nearby chuckled softly. Typhoons are not named arbitrarily. According to the International Typhoon Naming Convention, this one should be named Sonda. Is it not Tai Hao? The doctor stroked his chin, unable to conjure any term that phonetically matched. The sound of an ambulance echoed in the vicinity, and the doors of the research institute burst open with urgency. Where are the patients? Dr. Wong looked up to see a throng of white coats rushing in, among them many senior physicians. Realizing these were emergency doctors, he felt a surge of relief. Here, doctors. A multitude of doctors hurriedly approached, instruments in hand, conducting a cursory examination of the patients before commencing thorough evaluations. Ultimately, their conclusions mirrored that of the young doctor. A suspicion of mass hysteria, though devoid of life-threatening implications, necessitating treatment. The students will be transported to the Central Hospital for care, with costs covered by public funds. This revelation brought Dr. Wong considerable comfort, for the Central Hospital's medical capabilities ranked among the finest along the coast and even nationwide. If they could not remedy the situation, it was unlikely any other institution would succeed. The hospital had dispatched a sufficient number of ambulances, enough to collectively transport all patients to the hospital in one go. As the final ambulance departed, the remaining physicians tidied up and, after briefing Dr. Wong, prepared to leave. Tai Hao. The voice, reminiscent of a dream, seemed to carry an air of yearning. The expressions of those in the research institute shifted, turning to the source of the utterance. It was the young emergency doctor, equally entranced by the typhoon's chart. At such a critical juncture, this occurrence has captured the attention of higher authorities. Those students are the prized pupils of Professor Wong from the Meteorological Bureau. We must devise an appropriate treatment plan. Director Feng, as the leading expert in psychiatry, you shall preside over the next steps. Very well. To begin, we possess scant information regarding this mass hysteria. The treatment approach will primarily rely on conventional methods. Moreover, the emergency department's physician, who succumbed to mass hysteria in a matter of mere minutes, presents an opportunity to explore the underlying mechanisms of its onset and transmission. This must be meticulously documented. Bang! The hospital's conference room door was forcefully pushed open, a physician gazing in horror at the gathered attendees. This hysteria is contagious. Physician Wang and the psychiatric nurse have both been afflicted. What? A wave of shock rippled through the assembly of doctors. The convener of the meeting, the central hospital's dean, swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation and decisively proclaimed, "Immediately initiate emergency protocols in accordance with infectious disease regulations, and report this matter to IS mass hysteria classified as an infectious disease. If we proceed in this manner, we could face a hospital lockdown." The dean hesitated momentarily before resolutely declaring, "It qualifies. Proceed with the report in my name." Director Feng, the deputy chief, displayed the strongest reaction upon hearing that Physician Wang had been infected, as Wang was one of his subordinates. He hurried to check on Physician Wang, but prudently donned protective gear to prevent microbial infection. However, the contagion was exceedingly peculiar, as no discernible pathogenic microorganisms had been detected in the patients prior to their admission. Physician Wang and the nurse remained in the office while others, adhering to the infectious disease protocol, autonomously commenced cleaning, disinfection, and isolation measures. Director Feng opened the door to find Physician Wang seated in a chair, murmuring alongside the nearby nurse. Gradually, other physicians, including the dean, arrived, all garbed in protective suits, crowding at the office door, straining to hear the murmurs. Taihao. Chapter 3. Medical Support Team. Su Chen gazed out at the torrential rain, which had persisted for 2 days, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Xiaosong, what do you think about purchasing a Geiger counter? Not a good idea. Do you think I haven't considered it? A functional one costs at least 600. The cheaper ones are utterly useless. Song Tian replied while engrossed in a game. Why do you concern yourself with this? Once the typhoon passes, the alert will be lifted. We merely need to endure a few more days. Su Chen shook his head, watching the relentless downpour, which seemed to flood every corner of the earth, as if no place could escape the deluge. The rain is pouring. If another flood comes, we will be doomed, inevitably exposed to radiation. Song Tian also removed his headphones, tilting his head to look at Su Chen. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about the country, but honestly, it's not our place to worry just yet. Suddenly, Su Chen's phone vibrated. Song Tian noticed and put his headphones back on, continuing his game. Su Chen retrieved his phone. It was a call from his grandfather, Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a prominent figure in the medical college and also the vice president of the provincial hospital. The reason he was able to transfer here was thanks to Yang Ye's influence. What could this call be about? Su Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. He promptly answered, "Hello? Little Su, are you keeping busy at the medical college?" "Yang Yi, I'm fine, that's good. I need to leave the college for a while. Your grandfather entrusted you to me, so I cannot neglect my responsibility. Memorize this number. He's my prize student. If anything arises at the school, call him." "Okay, I will remember." Su Chen found a notebook and jotted down a series of numbers, along with a name, Ouyang. The name was familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. Also, if there are any outbreaks of infectious diseases, he will contact you to advise on what to do. Make sure your phone remains on. Understood. After ending the call, Su Chen repeated the name twice, but decided not to dwell on it and instead directly inquired, "Little Song, have you heard of Ouyang?" Song Tian looked at Su Chen with curiosity. "Ouyang? Isn't he the genius from your department?" "Genius? Yes, the one who topped the provincial college entrance examination. I truly had no idea. His family is wealthy, and he is remarkably handsome, exuding the charm of a male protagonist from a romance novel. What's this? Are you thinking of pursuing him? Get lost. If anyone is to pursue, it should be you. It would be double the charm." Song Tian chuckled and resumed playing his game. This playful banter was a common occurrence between the two and did not disrupt their camaraderie. Su Chen, holding the notebook, contemplated that he truly had nothing pressing on his mind. However, he wondered about Yang Yi, who, amidst this torrential rain that had turned human folly into a natural disaster, could possibly be going somewhere. Could it be related to the outbreak of infectious diseases that Yang Yi mentioned? Su Chen casually searched on his phone. Nearly all the news was about the deluge, with no mention of infectious diseases. Was he merely overthinking? Considering another angle, even if he were aware of a certain infectious disease, what could he do? The only thought that came to mind was to do nothing, as he had just transferred and was still a freshman. "Little Song, are you almost done with that match?" "Almost. Why? Once you finish, take me along. I'll log in shortly." Due to the heavy rain, all classes have been suspended for the past few days, leaving the dormitory empty as everyone gathered in class groups to play games, even escalating to class competitions, enjoying themselves immensely. Chen was no exception and joined in wholeheartedly. All right, I've joined the team. Go ahead, little song. Try out your microphone first. The veteran said he couldn't hear clearly. Set it up and start. The game loading screen appeared on the monitor. Everyone just had to wait a moment before diving into battle. Chen glanced outside at the ominous clouds. Even during the day, it felt as dark as night. Meanwhile, far away at the provincial hospital, Director Yang frequently glanced at his phone, finally sighing as he tucked his elderly keypad phone into his pocket. He had conveyed all that needed to be communicated, and the arrangement seemed thorough that he looked at the large screen in the conference room, which displayed images of several individuals in hospital beds. Everyone, I trust you have reviewed the materials provided. I have consulted acquaintances over there and confirmed that this is indeed real. It is a disease we have never encountered before. The mechanisms of its onset are beyond comprehension, and even the conditions for its manifestation require human involvement. Thus, we have formed a comprehensive medical team, encompassing various specialties, to identify any potential issues. This battle is exceedingly perilous. Several of my old friends have already fallen, and it is evident that more will sacrifice themselves, perhaps even without purpose. Our chances of gaining anything from this endeavor are slim. There is an urgent need for personnel to be stationed there. I do not intend to offer any sweet words to motivate you, but I have already submitted an application for myself to go. I will personally assess the situation. In a short while, we will arrange for a private plane. The medical support team application forms are on the table. Those unwilling to go may remain here for remote consultations. I have said all I need to. Director Yang glanced at the clock on the wall, neatly organized the stack of application forms before him, and placed them in the center of the conference table. You have half an hour. Those who wish to board can take the forms. Following his words, the conference room fell silent for a moment before whispers erupted, and the application forms began to be taken one by one. Director Yang gazed at the dwindling stack of forms, his thoughts consumed by the aftermath he had addressed and the safety of these medical professionals, as well as the principles and causes of this bizarre disease. When he first learned of this condition, he had initially dismissed it as a joke, but once the higher-ups endorsed it, and the central hospital provided video documentation, coupled with his relentless phone calls to verify with acquaintances, he realized the gravity of the situation. This affliction, referred to as Taihao, showed no detectable suspicious microorganisms in the infected individuals, and their vital signs appeared normal, yet their behavior was bizarre. Uttering only the syllables Taihao, it possessed a terrifying capacity for contagion, not through efficiency, but rather through unknown transmission routes, even when clad in Class A airtight protective gear. Breathing air from their own supply, theoretically isolating them from all pathogens, they could still be infected. It seemed that the mere act of looking was enough to facilitate infection. Faced with such a terrifying and peculiar infectious disease, Director Yang, while refraining from declaring the collapse of the medical framework, felt as though it was on the verge of crumbling. That he held no confidence regarding this new contagion. His sole purpose in attending was to witness this strange affliction firsthand and gather some information, with saving lives being merely a secondary consideration. To this end, he even left his prized student, Ouyang Xing, behind. This meeting comprised solely of older professors and physicians of similar age to himself. He contemplated a necessary course of action that required resolute execution, even at a considerable cost. As Director Yang observed the table, now devoid of application forms. He turned his gaze back to the crowd. You must think this through. Once on the plane, there is no turning back. Old Yang, don't underestimate us. If you can go, why can't we? No, that is not the point. Director Yang paused, a look on his face that was incomprehensible to the others. To put it plainly, our group is essentially heading to face death. I have submitted a report stating that if our medical support team suffers total casualties, we must halt all subsequent medical personnel from following and abandon all treatment. Plans in favor of isolation and monitoring. Depending on the situation, we cannot expend limitless medical resources on these individuals. If necessary, I will sacrifice my own life to minimize the loss. An immediate rebuttal came from a physician below. Director Yang, are we not saving the living? Your approach is too extreme. We may not necessarily face dire consequences. Extreme? There are even more extreme measures that MY report suggests that if isolation fails and transmission continues, it signifies a breakdown of containment, necessitating the elimination of all patients. Director Yang's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the assembled physicians, each holding significant positions, many being attending physicians and professors of the college. Well-versed in modern medical education, do not consider treatment. Simply eradicate all sources of infection, but a hush fell over the hall, all taken aback by Director Yang's decision. Should this report be executed, it would undoubtedly result in a humanitarian crisis, a disgrace that would be etched in the annals of history. However, Dean Yang treats everyone equally, indicating that he genuinely believes the situation has escalated to a critical level, and this is the only recourse left. Dean Yang softened his tone, saying, "I understand that you're all doctors, committed to the noble cause of saving lives and alleviating suffering. It is against your principles to stand idly by in the face of death. However, the Taihao illness is exceedingly peculiar. You perceive the patients as being in relatively good physical condition, merely exhibiting symptoms of delirium without immediate life-threatening risk. Yet, what I observe is that infected individuals are rendered entirely incapacitated and can inexplicably transmit the illness, which is unequivocally fatal with no preventive measures, isolation protocols, curative cases, or instances of spontaneous recovery. There has never been a more terrifying infectious disease in history. Should containment fail, an outbreak of this nature would represent the gravest public health crisis in human civilization, as if it were a plague specifically targeting humankind, a disease of our civilization. And we find ourselves at the epicenter of this outbreak, with fewer than 100 patients, a cost we can bear, and the least toll our civilization can afford. Please, take a moment to consider." Dean Yang surveyed the assembly of doctors around the conference table, none of whom had uttered a word in surrender. Their eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. No one spoke of capitulation. Chapter 4. Is the typhoon wind field the source of transmission? Having just disembarked from the aircraft, Dean Yang did not take a moment to rest before promptly leading a team of physicians to the central hospital. After donning the merely symbolic protective gear alongside his colleagues, they hastened towards the specialized isolation ward. This isolation unit occupied an entire top floor, specifically designed for quarantine purposes, equipped with protective barriers and temporary disinfection tents within the fire escape. While the elevator had been rendered inoperable, all individuals ascending must pass through the disinfection tent. The entirety of the top floor was devoid of medical staff, save for personnel from the medical support team. After a cursory disinfection in the tent, Professor Yang entered the nearest patient room. The dimly lit ward contained 6 beds, each occupied by a motionless patient, only faint whispers escaping their lips. He first employed a flashlight to examine the pupils of the nearest patient, and then followed the standard procedure to assess their physical condition. The other doctors, having undergone disinfection, gradually joined him to examine the remaining patients. The straightforward checks were conducted with remarkable speed, particularly for Dean Yang, whose extensive experience allowed him to swiftly complete the assessment of this patient. The findings corroborate the reports. Aside from malnutrition and mild subhealth conditions, there are no apparent ailments. Dean Yang retracted his flashlight and turned to the doctors by the other beds. "Dean Yang, my patient shows no signs of illness either. Mine is the same. This one too, though it appears to be slightly lacking in physical activity. Their current symptoms are typical of prolonged bed rest. Even a healthy individual would exhibit such signs after lying idle for 2 days." Dean Yang pondered momentarily before gesturing, "Understood. I recall there are other medical teams here. They arrived earlier. Let us inquire about their findings. They seem to be at the nurses stationed. In light of this bizarre infectious disease, access to this floor had been restricted for regular medical personnel, and members of the medical support team were advised to remain on site as much as possible. Thus, the nurses' station had been repurposed into a command center." Upon pushing the door open, Dean Yang immediately observed the heavily modified nurses' station, where a sizable disinfection tent had been squeezed into the small space. The corridor was completely obstructed. After passing through the disinfection tent and undergoing another round of sanitation, they surveyed the largest office and entered, only to find themselves nearly stumbling. Fortunately, Dean Yang managed to steady himself by grasping the doorframe. Inside, various equipment lay scattered across the floor, while several individuals clad in bright yellow A-class protective suits were intently focused on a computer monitor. Situated against the wall, the screen displayed a swirling graphic, which Dean Yang recognized as the typhoon forecast map featured in weather reports. "Excuse me, is there a person in charge here?" Dean Yang addressed the nearest individual. The person turned, momentarily perplexed by Dean Yang's presence. "This matter is urgent. Who is in charge here?" The individual sighed. "No one is truly in charge here, especially after the morale plummeted due to losses in our team. I'm a microbiology PhD from Beiwan Medical College, part of the Beiwan medical team. You can call me Xiao Wu. Feel free to ask me anything." "Very well. I would like to know what discoveries you have made during your time here. Have you elucidated the etiology or transmission route?" "Unfortunately, we haven't found anything. Our team suspects that the pathogen may not even exist." "How can that be? Surely you must have identified some suspicious pathogens." Xiao Wu appeared helpless. "We truly have not found anything. The higher authorities have granted us extensive permissions, and all renowned laboratories along the coastal Pearl River Delta are fully cooperating with us." Xiao Wu's expression conveyed disbelief. Dean Yang felt a jolt of apprehension. "Your expression. Do you know something?" Xiao Wu, initially inclined to scratch his head, found his movements hindered by the protective suit. He shifted his arm, but ultimately refrained. Indeed, after the cases were reported, there was suspicion of some sabotage targeting the meteorological stations. The police conducted an investigation, and at the time, the stations were operational, with all personnel closely monitoring the typhoon, which could potentially make landfall and bring unprecedented moisture from the Pacific. You know how it is lately. Dean Yang, growing impatient, interjected, "Young man, get to the point. What do you know about the source and transmission route?" "Right, that." Xiao Wu pointed at the monitor where the typhoon wind field map was slowly rotating. "What?" "Yes, this wind field map. At least that's what the Academy of Sciences believes." "Are you jesting? Don't toy with me." "Honestly, the police have reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed that despite being separated by 100 miles, they all fell ill simultaneously. The only thing they had in common was viewing this animated wind field. That's impossible." Dean Yang's dialect slipped out. "This video isn't a virus. It's merely a signal, like transmitting a feather. We're not doubting it. Look, everyone is scrutinizing this material. It was sent by the police, and everyone is verifying its authenticity." The newly arrived physicians, who had been attentively listening to the dialogue, now wore expressions akin to those of elderly commuters on a subway, their worldviews shattered at IS. "It akin to hypnosis. Are there any psychologists involved?" "There are, but they too are utterly perplexed. If this is indeed the case, are you not courting disaster by staring at it so directly?" Xiao Wu gazed at Dean Yang, his tone laden with despair. "In our medical team, several of my junior colleagues have already succumbed, yet we have made no progress whatsoever. We can only watch helplessly as the patients languish, waiting slowly for death. IT may amuse you, but this is the only lead we have encountered in the past 2 days, leaving us no choice but to seize it." Upon hearing this, Dean Yang sighed deeply. "Very well, you continue to observe. I will confer with the doctors on my side." "All right." The video has also been recorded on the computer at the nurse's station. Dean Yang nodded, glancing at the doctors who were entirely fixated on the monitor. He announced, "All right, everyone, do not remain idle. Gather all the instruments. We shall conduct another thorough examination. Regardless of its authenticity, let us convene shortly to discuss the situation at hand." Chapter 5 Meteorological Station. Director Yang sought out the pharmacy responsible for preparing the medication and settled onto a stool, intending to briefly address the assembled group. However, he found himself at a loss for words. The only discernible trigger for the onset of the illness was the stimulating light source, which could induce epilepsy. No other references could be identified. Even the possibility of epilepsy had been debated for an entire hour, only to be ultimately dismissed. This was particularly perplexing, as the recent influx of infected individuals had not been associated with the typhoon's wind field imagery. They finally grasped the sense of helplessness experienced by the physician in the adjacent room. Despite the patients being in close proximity, along with an abundance of medical support and an array of expensive diagnostic instruments, they found themselves at an impasse, unable to discern any clues. They even began to suspect that the malfunction lay not with the patients, but with themselves. Ding! Director Yang instinctively pulled out his mobile phone and discovered a new message, seemingly from the military. Upon opening it, He read that outbreaks of Taihao infectious disease had begun to spread in 3 other locations. The military recognized the severity of the situation and had dispatched all local chemical defense units. Those who had been in contact with the infected were ordered to restrict their movements and prohibited from leaving, or else face legal repercussions. Soon after, the mobile phones of the others began to chime in unison, echoing the same message as Yang's. Director Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. The deployment of chemical defense units implied that higher authorities deemed the situation extremely urgent, willing to risk significant public outcry. Perhaps the military possessed some means to address the crisis. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking resonated from the adjacent room. Who is it? The door is unlocked. Why are you knocking? A voice called out, bewildered. Who are you? Do we not agree that no one else would come up here? The nearest person to the door was not Director Yang, but rather an elderly physician with graying hair, who, after glancing at Director Yang, opened the door. A well-organized team clad in dark green Class A chemical defense suits stood outside, with the leader engaged in conversation with the previous Xiao Wu. Among the doctors, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed that a few members at the back of the team appeared to be holding something. They have guns. Who are you? Exclaimed the elderly physician, standing wide-eyed in alarm. The leader of the chemical defense unit looked at the gray-haired elder in confusion, then turned to the vigilant Xiao Wu, and reluctantly revealed his right arm, pointing to the flag insignia. Military personnel? Director Yang inquired. The leader nodded affirmatively. Yang noted that their dark green suits seemed more substantial and secure, clearly of military design, as chemical defense units needed to deal with not only biological pathogens, but also chemical and nuclear threats, requiring a broader scope of considerations. However, he found the swiftness of their arrival somewhat surprising, given that the message had only just been received. Why are you not speaking? The leader offered a wry smile. Our superiors have instructed us to avoid conversing with you. As this filter is not fully developed and is merely a prototype, we cannot guarantee its efficacy. What filter? The leader pointed to his ear, and Director Yang stepped closer to observe, realizing they were wearing headphones. Headphones? What purpose do they serve? They are for filtration. The Academy of Sciences suspects that a certain virus might be transmissible through sound. These headphones process sound to block the transmission of sound-borne pathogens. Director Yang stared in disbelief. You say you are to avoid communication with us? Indeed, they suspect that you may have also been infected. It is now your turn to cooperate with us, and we hope you will not complicate our efforts. Director Yang nodded. Very well. How do you intend for us to cooperate? Remain here without wandering about and keep quiet. We need to collect the voices of the infected. Director Yang was momentarily speechless, feeling that the situation had devolved into absurdity, yet he could not articulate his thoughts. The notion of illness being induced by imagery was already preposterous, albeit it had some basis in light-sensitive epilepsy. However, the idea of sound causing disease was utterly unfathomable. Nevertheless, this was a military matter, and feeling powerless to contribute, he decided to observe what they could uncover. All right, we will comply. If you discover anything, could you inform us? The leader hesitated, then nodded. I will request your inquiry from my superiors. We appreciate your cooperation. At that moment, Xiao Wu approached, casting a wary glance at the military personnel as they departed, leaving behind a solitary armed soldier. Director Yang, we have scrutinized the wind field imagery extensively and have yet to discern any patterns. You were right. We might have been a bit fanciful in our thinking. Director Yang regarded the soldier, exasperated. Why are you apologizing? If the military believes sound could induce illness, does that not seem even more fanciful? Xiao Wu shook his head. But these are judgments made by prominent figures at the Academy of Sciences. If they assert such, there must be some rationale. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Where does this must-have rationale notion arise from? What if they are indeed correct? Director Yang paused, furrowing his brow and stroking his chin in contemplation. Your conjecture has merit. If that is the case, those individuals are likely at the pinnacle of domestic intellectual prowess. They cannot be dismissed lightly. Xiao Wu remained cautiously silent, not wishing to interrupt Director Yang's train of thought. Assuming, hypothetically, that their assertions are true, it should not be the case that they contracted the illness through typhoon imagery. Considering the multitude of meteorological stations along the coast monitoring the typhoon, why only these 4 stations? Director Yang suddenly turned to Xiao Wu. What is special about these 4 meteorological stations? Why did only these 4 report infections? Xiao Wu pondered. Perhaps these stations are all situated in major cities? Director Yang shook his head. Fengjiang is not a major city. It is not even a first-tier coastal provincial capital. Xiao Wu retrieved his phone. No, I have seen in the news that Fengjiang has a unique geographical landscape, a rich academic atmosphere, and significant government investment in constructing and renovating numerous facilities to promote local scientific development. Director Yang suddenly grasped something and stopped Xiao Wu from continuing. Did you just say renovated facilities? Xiao Wu paused, realizing something, and nodded. Were there local meteorological stations among those renovated facilities? This time, Xiao Wu shook his head. I do not know. Then why are you standing there? Search for it. Oh. Xiao Wu hurriedly deleted his previous messages and began anew. Director Yang also took out his phone, locating a number to call. He had his own reporting channels, which could not only request assistance, but also serve as a source of information. After stating his inquiries, he was met with a brief pause before receiving a document. Director Yang, I have found it. There was indeed a meteorological station that underwent renovation and upgrading. It is a crucial climatic monitoring point along the coast, and it replaced its radar system 2 years ago. Xiao Wu's voice was tinged with both excitement and fear as he recognized the implications. Director Yang nodded, signaling his understanding. Excellent. Now, could you assist me further by logging into this email and printing out the contents? Xiao Wu nodded, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. Chapter 6: The Dilemma of the Electric Car. Indeed, there was a printer at the nurse's station on the top floor, and Xiao Wu had little difficulty printing the documents. After printing, he set the machine to produce additional copies and handed the freshly printed materials to Director Yang. The document is as requested by Director Yang, detailing the meteorological stations that reported infections, as well as the equipment configurations of those that did not. The authorities, fearing that Director Yang might not comprehend the purpose of the equipment, have explicitly outlined the functions and parameters of the devices within the meteorological stations. It appears that the higher-ups were already aware of Director Yang's intentions during his report. Within this document, 2 devices are distinctly emphasized. One is the meteorological radar, and the other is the monitor in the control room. These 2 devices represent the pinnacle of equipment configuration among domestic meteorological stations, particularly the monitor, which boasts an enormous high-resolution display that could occupy an entire wall. If the issue indeed lies in image transmission, could it be that the monitor is at fault? Xiao Wu pondered and nodded, suggesting that it could be concluded that the patients must have viewed high-resolution typhoon images to exhibit their symptoms. What is high-resolution? Oh, it refers to exceptionally clear displays. Xiao Wu paused, gesturing towards the monitor on the adjacent desk, even clearer than this one. However, it is not just these patients who have seen the images. Many others have viewed them as well. Why are they unaffected? Indeed, why? The 2 exchanged silent glances, having seemingly unraveled one mystery only to find themselves ensnared in a greater conundrum. This information was promptly reported, and although the higher-ups had already taken notice, Director Yang still felt compelled to ensure that this news reached them. Following Xiao Wu's suggestion, Director Yang requested a monitor of exceedingly high resolution and a computer equipped with original typhoon wind field data from the authorities. Ding! Su Chan furrowed his brow and glanced at Song Tian. Xiao Song, does it sound like something's ringing? Song Tian paused the video, removed his headphones, and listened for a moment. Are you joking? Isn't that your phone? Startled, Su Chan frantically searched for his phone, finally locating it beneath the pillow on his bed. The vigorous vibrating motor made the phone quiver in sync with the ringing, resembling a dying fish. The phone belonged to Grandpa Yang, and Su Chan reflected that he hadn't seen him in nearly 10 days. After the police incident was resolved, classes resumed, and he hadn't encountered him in the office either. Hello, Grandpa Yang? Su Chan, listen carefully. I have 3 questions for you. For some reason, Director Yang's voice was filled with agitation, almost reprimanding. Su Chan was taken aback, glancing at Song Tian, who was engrossed in his video, and hurried to the balcony, closing the door behind him. Yes, Grandpa, I'm listening. Please go ahead. All right. I assume you've heard of the trolley problem. 5 people are tied to one track, while another track has 1 person tied to it. A runaway trolley is racing towards them, and you're beside the lever controlling the tracks. If you pull the lever, the trolley will divert to the spare track. What would you do? Su Chan was momentarily stunned. He had heard of this famous dilemma, which had sparked intense debate among philosophers and psychologists alike, and the controversy surrounding it remains unresolved. The crux of the matter lies in its profound moral inquiry. questioning the principle that most ethical decisions are made to maximize the benefit for the greatest number. While Chen did not delve deeply into the philosophy, aside from the humorous response typical of internet users, pulling the lever to let the trolley drift and achieve a 6-kill achievement, he did possess his own answer. However, he was puzzled as to why Grandpa Yang would pose such a question. "Grandpa, why are you asking this?" "Enough nonsense, just tell me." The voice on the line remained agitated, yet Chen instinctively sensed something was amiss. He had never seen Grandpa Yang this irritable since he could remember. "I would not pull the lever, allowing the 5 individuals to perish." Silence fell on the line, broken only by the sound of breathing. "What is wrong, Grandpa Yang?" "Excellent. How did you come to that conclusion? Are you afraid of taking responsibility?" His tone finally softened. "No, I simply believe that saving one life should not come at the expense of another." "Very good. Splendid. That's the first question. Now for the second. If you were tied to the tracks with the 5 people on the spare track and you were next to the lever, would you pull it to save yourself?" Chen furrowed his brow. "No, I wouldn't sacrifice myself. I would pull the lever." "Why? Do you also believe that one should not sacrifice oneself to save others?" Chen candidly admitted. "If it's a certain death for me, I wouldn't sacrifice myself to save others. I fear death. What if it were multiplied 20-fold, with 100 people tied to the tracks?" Chen was directly taken aback. What kind of railway dares to tie 100 people? The trolley would get stuck after running over half of them. However, he understood what Director Yang was implying. Merely increasing the numbers and adding weight. He sought a straightforward answer. But would he be willing to sacrifice for 100 people? Chen pondered and found himself at a loss for an answer. "It seems you're stumped. Is it too difficult? What if there were 1,000 people on the tracks? Would you be willing to sacrifice yourself?" Chen fell silent for a moment before replying. "I need to think about it." "Very well. What if it were 10,000 people?" Chen considered and chuckled. "Well, at least give me some time to leave a last message, right? Even if those people were unaware of my existence or would not express gratitude. It has nothing to do with their gratitude. All right, on to the third question. If the individuals tied to the tracks were your family, while on the spare track was a family for whom you did not know, what would you do?" Chen was momentarily taken aback by the question, contemplating before responding. "Grandpa, do you have to be so fixated on the trolley problem? Enough with the chatter. Answer." The tone from the other end grew agitated once more. Chen was rendered speechless, feeling somewhat lost. The trolley problem is deemed a dilemma not only for the sharp moral contradictions it presents, but also due to its various forms, which disperse yet directly confront morality itself, compelling individuals to make choices between 2 moral quandaries. However, despite his confusion, Chen regained his composure. "I would pull the lever." "Oh, what if there were 100 people on the spare track? If you pull the lever, they would all die because of your family member? Even if there were thousands?" "I would pull it, if it meant saving my family at the cost of others' lives." "Didn't you just say that saving others' lives should not come at the expense of another? Are those mere words to you?" "I can accept sacrificing myself, but not my family." Chen gritted his teeth. "Family is my bottom line. I could forsake everything else." "Excellent." Suddenly, the line fell silent. Chen set down his phone, observing that the call had ended. His journey into this world began from infancy. The memories of his previous life, truthfully, would become quite hazy if not deliberately recalled. In this life, his family coincided with those from his past. He would not allow harm to befall his loved ones. Meanwhile, Director Yang was overjoyed, observing the psychological analysis of Chen's voice on the monitor. This call had undergone scrutiny by a vast team of psychologists, yielding detailed data. The analysis was precise to the point that it documented the psychological activities behind each statement and pause. Had Chen been privy to this, he would have been astonished at the depth of understanding it provided. However, Director Yang only focused on the first annotation for each statement, truth. This indicated that the responses were genuine, and although not perfectly accurate, they were likely heartfelt. He speaks truthfully. Thus, it is evident that this is his mindset. His logical reasoning, chaotic nature, and tumultuous persona all surpass the average. If he is indeed an anchor point, he would be more steadfast than the common individual, impervious to the tides of adversity. At this moment, Dr. Yang was met with a look of terror from Dr. Xiao Wu, who implored him to maintain his composure. "Director Yang, please, we are the only support team left. If you were to falter, our fate would be sealed." The office was not merely occupied by the 2 of them. A glance around revealed a multitude of physicians clad in white coats, all slumped in their chairs, seemingly devoid of consciousness, murmuring incessantly. Tai Hao. Dr. Yang glanced nervously at Xiao Wu and nodded pensively. You are correct, my old colleagues, alas, have had their souls ensnared by Tai Hao. Dr. Xiao Wu hastily covered Dr. Yang's mouth. Do not utter those two words. You have said enough today, and I am frightened. Dr. Yang swatted his hand away in annoyance. Fear not. Tai Hao merely serves as our cautionary tale. Our immediate concern lies elsewhere. Observing Dr. Yang's frantic activity, Dr. Xiao Wu murmured, Director Yang, have you not noticed? You too exhibit signs of delusion. He held another printed psychological analysis report, this time an analysis of Dr. Yang's own speech, adorned with large orange highlights, warnings, and suggestions. The conclusion read, mild anxiety symptoms, coupled with signs of paranoid personality disorder, suggestive of impending delusion. Chapter 7. Fungal infection. The next day, Chen received word from his advisor that he had been added to Grandpa Yang's internship medical team. A glance at the list revealed it comprised only the creme de la creme of the institution, either masters or doctoral candidates. They had assembled a group of 10. Ouyang Xing's name prominently occupied the third position, leaving Chen, who had yet to complete his undergraduate studies, feeling as though he had been invited merely to fill a quota. Subsequent notifications indicated that he would soon be traveling to Nanhua Central Hospital to observe a particularly rare case alongside these esteemed seniors, with each expected to submit a report. Poor Chen, engrossed in a game when he received this news, felt his mind momentarily malfunction, overwhelmed by confusion. To make matters worse, before he could even contemplate a refusal, a knock resounded at the dormitory door. Song Tian, closest to the door, called out, Who is it? What do you want? Ouyang Xing, here to see Chen. Damn it, Song Tian blurted, flinging the door wide open to reveal the visitor outside. Old Su, quick, look. The handsome genius has arrived. Chen, momentarily lost in thought, stared blankly at him. Ouyang Xing exhibited no embarrassment at being called handsome. Rather, he nodded in acknowledgement of the compliment before turning his attention to Chen. Chen, a rare infectious disease has emerged along the coast, and patients are being transported to our hospital. The teacher wishes for you to observe. Chen's eyes widened as he regarded the strikingly handsome academic, recalling Grandpa Yang's earlier words. It dawned on him that the phone call was not a summons for escape, but an invitation to join in the spectacle. But I'm still just a child who hasn't even graduated from my undergraduate studies. Do not worry. The teacher stated that you are merely to observe, without any expectation of participation. This is all too sudden. I need time to think. Chen, do you harbor any reservations? Chen, on the verge of tears, replied, It's about the report. How am I supposed to write that? Ouyang Xing smiled in response. Ah, I see. I can assist you with your report. I believe my writing skills are quite satisfactory, and my knowledge should suffice to aid you. Song Tian interjected, scooting closer. Ouyang, he just published a paper in an SCI Zone 1 journal. With a genius like him guiding you, you can simply relax. Why hesitate? You might even earn credits for it, and it would be a bonus. Chen pondered this, nodding in agreement. All right, then, come with me. The special vehicle awaits downstairs. Chen, bewildered, thought that was not the meaning of my nod. Outside, a black special bus awaited, its windows cloaked in dark tint, with only the license plate visible. As Chen boarded, he noticed the door was incredibly thick, the connecting rod as thick as his own arm. He sensed something was amiss and hesitated at the entrance. Chen, get in. We are about to depart. Chen hesitated, feeling that once he boarded, he would be at the mercy of events. Do not be so fearful. The infectious disease is contained within a Level 4 biosafety laboratory. Your visit is merely observational, posing no risk. After much deliberation, Chen could conceive no further doubts and stepped onto the bus. Inside, the passengers were fellow students, appearing to be his seniors, engrossed in their books and notes, or quietly conversing. They greeted him warmly upon noticing his presence. Ouyang Xing returned the greetings, guiding Chen to the last row. Only after the bus began to move did Chen recall the white license plate indicated it was an official vehicle. The realization struck him that this was no ordinary bus, but rather a modified armored vehicle capable of withstanding artillery fire, rendering it impervious to typical accidents. Upon disembarking, unease settled in as they found the bus parked in an underground garage surrounded by dark green tents, where armed soldiers stood guard. Su Chen spotted more than 20 fully armed military personnel. He observed 2 high-ranking officials from different systems conversing about what appeared to be a handover. Initially, he thought he was panicking enough, but upon seeing his seniors, they too seemed flustered, while Ouyang appeared somewhat dazed yet composed. The group was ushered into a large tent, where their phones were confiscated. They were then issued a densely written document. Su Chen glanced at it. Confidentiality agreement. Isn't this getting a bit serious? What exactly are we here for? Su Chen inquired, turning to Ouyang. Ouyang had already signed his name and handed the pen to Su Chen. I do not know. The teacher arranged this. He has always taken good care of you, and I assure you he means you no harm. Just sign. Su Chen, feeling anxious, protested. But I do not even know what I am signing for. Ouyang glanced around and whispered, just sign. We are not engaged in any illegal activities. Following the arrangement is wise, even if there are no rewards. The school will not neglect you. After some thought, Su Chen acquiesced and signed his name. Once the confidentiality agreement was collected, footsteps echoed from outside the tent, growing increasingly closer. An elderly man in a white coat, with thinning hair and a slight hunch, entered, holding a stack of simple documents that he distributed among the attendees. Su Chen noticed Ouyang staring intently at the old man, seemingly lost in thought. Who is he? Do you recognize him? Ouyang shook his head. He seems familiar. I believe he has appeared on television. Is his name Chi something? Ouyang eyes lit up. Yes. How did you know? The documents bore the signature Chi Kongmei. Ouyang studied it for a moment. I recall now, he is a prominent figure in infectious diseases at the military hospital. It appears this is indeed related to infectious diseases. Cough, cough, you are all selected by Dean Yang, a group of ambitious and enterprising youth. I shall refrain from unnecessary verbosity. You are all aware of the calamity that occurred a few days ago, right? The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Alas, the winds were fierce, even causing torrential rains in our area. The typhoon had blown nuclear moisture our way. Our aircraft carrier has already been deployed, and there are rumors suggesting that we may even consider exercising the military presence rights of a victorious nation, though this remains mere hearsay. The crowd gasped, and a senior student inquired, what if the little son does not agree? I believe that this matter is beyond their control, as it has escalated significantly, one scholar remarked. Will the other side of the ocean acquiesce? They will not support these rascals. The other side of the ocean will soon be preoccupied with their own affairs. The currents do not solely flow towards us. But what should we concern ourselves with? The elder pointed to the documents in everyone's hands, indicating they should take a look. Su Chen also turned to see. The first page displayed a large, detailed illustration, serving as a formidable introduction. It depicted a corpse lying on a hospital bed. The left half of its body, including the head, tainted with a yellow, unknown substance, resembling a large, decayed, and rotting peach, with yellow serum subtly oozing from it. Through the yellow substance, one could distinctly observe the underlying bones and organs. The yellow matter covered the face, sprouting patches of fungal mycelium, having corroded a significant portion of the flesh. Some areas bore visible signs of attempted excision, yet to no avail. The entirety of the flesh appeared to have collapsed, contorted grotesquely under the force of gravity, as if it were not flesh at all, but rather an embodiment of death. A female senior, clearly unable to withstand such a distressing sight, covered her mouth in a desperate attempt to suppress her nausea. It was evident that her profession had not exposed her to anything of this nature. Su Chen managed to hold back his own revulsion, noting that everyone else's expressions were equally grim. What on earth is this? Upon further examination, he noticed additional commentary on the subsequent pages. Before flipping the page, he realized he had been fixated on the photograph, which bore an overlooked title, Aspergillus flavus infection. At first glance, Su Chen grasped the implication, yet upon a second look, a sense of disbelief washed over him. Aspergillus flavus infection? This fungus is saprophytic. How could it possibly infect a living person? He had only heard of Aspergillus infections linked to the lungs, never something so exaggeratedly manifesting on the surface of the body. Could it be a fungal mutation? Perhaps akin to the parasitic zombies from The Last of Us? Su Chen turned to the next page and examined the autopsy report, which indicated that the flesh had entirely liquefied. To pose a threat, even Newton would not allow it. The figure on the bed barely maintained a human shape, with skin having separated, ready to disintegrate at the slightest movement. As he continued to read, Su Chen felt increasingly nauseated recalling the earlier conversation in the dormitory. Indeed, this case was remarkably rare, an unprecedented horror that was both unheard of and unseen. Chapter 8. The strange onset of illness. After Chen perused the entire set of documents, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Truth be told, if he had not witnessed the government's heightened state of alert and the military's involvement, he too would have found it hard to believe. It turned out that following the last typhoon, an eerie and terrifying outbreak occurred in Taipingzhen of Yujing province along the coast, characterized by this very Aspergillus flavus infection. Almost all living beings in the village had become infected with this yellow fungus, suffering from fever and weakness. This case was reported by the town's hospital, and within a mere few days, the situation deteriorated drastically, with the majority of patients succumbing to organ failure due to the fungal infection. This matter had escalated beyond the jurisdiction of law enforcement, suspected as a bioweapon attack, prompting the dispatch of a chemical defense unit for emergency response, decontamination, and investigation. It must be said that the investigation was remarkably thorough, likely due to timely communication and reporting. The index patient emerged from a fisherman, devoid of the unimaginable encounter Chen had envisioned at sea. The only unusual occurrence was that he caught a rare, large yellow croaker, which he merely stored in his refrigerator, reluctant to consume. Ultimately, it spoiled, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he decided to wash it and prepare it as soup. The index patient became ill at an alarming rate, collapsing entirely within a day. His wife and children, unaware of the true nature of his ailment, believed him to merely have a cold and cared for him diligently. It was only when the index patient's mucosal tissues began to exhibit pale, yellow secretions that they realized something was amiss. After seeking medical attention, the family members began to manifest similar symptoms a day later, with yellowish discoloration appearing in their mucosal tissues, such as in the mouth, nostrils, and eyes, accompanied by brief episodes of fever and weakness. The index patient himself experienced inflammation and necrosis of mucosal tissues, with serum staining the entire bed a delicate yellow. The medical facilities in the small town were not particularly advanced, yet through simple diagnostics, they were able to ascertain that a fungal infection was the cause. Albeit the site of infection was peculiar, it was not beyond treatment until all 4 family members were brought in for care. Within half a day, the medical personnel involved in their treatment began to feel unwell themselves. The attending physician at that time was a student of a certain professor at the municipal hospital, who promptly contacted his mentor. The professor, taking the matter seriously, convened his colleagues for a remote consultation, discovering that this fungal infection was indeed peculiar and recommended the transfer of patients. However, during the arrangement for ambulance transport, an anxious and terrified physician approached, displaying yellow material on their oral mucosa and claiming that many more patients with similar symptoms had arrived, all of whom had been in contact with the index patient. The attending physician sensed something was amiss. This could be an infectious disease. He promptly communicated this to his mentor, reported the situation, and contacted the town mayor to initiate a lockdown, striving to contain the spread of the illness. He compiled a list of infected individuals and meticulously documented various symptoms, recording a comprehensive chain of transmission for this infectious disease. He even visited the fisherman's home to secure all evidence of the infection source, including the refrigerator, trash bin, and discarded garbage bags, doing everything within his power, even documenting the timeline of the patient's infection to illness on his phone. Much of the data Chen now held came from this physician. He battled valiantly for a week, attempting various methods to eradicate the bizarre Aspergillus flavus infection before the arrival of the chemical defense unit, personally administering medication and performing debridement, only to inevitably become infected himself. Upon the arrival of the chemical defense unit, more aggressive treatments were undertaken, utilizing dosages of antifungal medication that would be deemed excessively dangerous for other patients, as such medications could severely burden the kidneys. He even attempted to perform physical debridement on himself, excising the infected tissue, yet to no avail. Supported by the unit's physicians, he had done all he could, but tragically succumbed 2 days prior, having survived longer than any other infected patient. In summary, I believe this represents a superfungus capable of resisting any broad-spectrum antifungal medications currently available, possessing terrifying transmission and infection capabilities, rendering the human immune system powerless against it. This must not be underestimated. The conclusion of the documents was entirely composed of this physician's summary, seemingly untouched by any edits. Academician Qi, this is rather unbelievable. Far beyond that, the elder, Academician Qi, shook his head. Xiaofeng, bring forth the specimen. Yes. A soldier outside responded with a resonant affirmation and promptly entered, carrying a large alloy case that appeared to be an insulated container. Upon opening the case, it revealed ice and another smaller box, after which the soldier exited. This is the prepared specimen. The slide is specially crafted, sealed with absolute safety. Without specialized tools, it cannot be damaged. That case contains a microscope. You may examine it yourselves. The students exchanged glances, and then one senior moved a box and began distributing the microscopes. Ouyang Xing, closest to the specimen box, opened it to reveal a collection of well-prepared specimens. He glanced at Academician Qi, and upon receiving a nod, picked up a prepared slide containing a pale yellow liquid, the origin of which was not something the others were inclined to inquire about. Su Chen, filled with curiosity, peered at it, but could discern nothing remarkable. Ouyang Xing refrained from unnecessary movements, recognizing the potential dangers involved. After wiping away the condensation, he secured the slide onto the microscope, commencing his observations and adjustments. As he continued to look, his expression grew increasingly grave. The others, noticing his demeanor, understood that the specimen was far from ordinary and began to examine their own specimens. Su Chen was no exception. It must be noted that the quality of these microscopes was exceptional. After calibration, they provided a crystal-clear view of the specimens. With a slight adjustment, a verdant world came into focus. The conidiophore of the Aspergillus flavus was spherical, with conidia radiating outward in a progressively loose formation, exhibiting a slightly yellow hue. Indeed, it appeared quite standard, without any anomalies. A senior, evidently well-versed in the morphology of Aspergillus flavus, began to recite its typical characteristics to the group. Su Chen observed similarly. The suspended spores resembled the eggs of some creature, such as Pomatia canaliculata. No, upon closer inspection, these spores exhibited signs of activity, Ouyang Xing advised. Su Chen scrutinized them again, but found nothing particularly lively, except that condensation had formed on the slide due to its cold temperature, prompting him to wipe it clean before reattaching it. This time, the microscopic view began to animate, the spores appearing almost lifelike as they swam and grew. Temperature. Warm it up before observing, a female senior promptly suggested. The group, puzzled for a moment, complied and soon noted the same unusual activity. What followed was information not mentioned in the documentation. Academician Qi spoke while the doctor was conducting his research. We were also undertaking parallel studies and discovered that this fungus not only exhibits a formidable capacity for contagion, but also displays abnormal activity and an astonishing vitality compared to ordinary fungi. Consequently, we submitted our findings to the National Defense Chemical Institute for further research. The higher authorities have instructed that, due to the terrifying nature of this fungus, all relevant medical and biological institutions must collaborate to explore potential solutions. You are the creme de la creme of your respective colleges. You cannot afford to lag behind. Su Chen's expression shifted. He was merely a bystander, hardly a standout, and had he known the gravity of the situation, he would have firmly declined participation. This infectious disease was absurd. How could one contract such a thing from eating fish? Chapter 9. The Natural Enemy of Life, Ouyang Xing. Furrowing his brow at the documents before him, noticed that his peers shared a similar sense of unease. The page on his desk detailed the measures taken by the Chemical Defense Unit to treat the infected patients, employing the finest broad-spectrum antibiotics, the most skilled surgeons, and meticulous care and monitoring of vital signs, effectively reaching the limits of contemporary medicine. Yet, it remained ineffective. The root of the issue lay in the fact that humanity had never encountered such a severe infection from Aspergillus flavus, or perhaps it was simply an impossibility. Thus, faced with this unknown adversary, humanity found itself powerless. The urgent task ahead was to investigate the pathogenesis of this fungal infection, how it infected individuals, so that targeted pharmacological treatments could be developed. A senior pondered for a moment and was the first to propose this. The others quickly grasped the idea. Indeed, given the small number of them, they should proceed to develop some specific antidotes without concern for costs. Academician Qi cast an approving glance, nodding. Your responses are swift. The Chemical Defense Institute thinks along similar lines. However, the challenge lies here. its pathological mechanisms are perplexing. Academician Qi explained in an accessible manner. Even Chen comprehended that this fungus seemed to bypass the human immune defense mechanisms, including both innate and adaptive immunity. The most baffling aspect was its unique ability to breach the skin's defenses. The skin serves, in many respects, as a physical barrier against pathogenic microbes, only allowing entry when injured. Yet now, the human body appeared as if it had been stripped bare before this fungus. Can you imagine being infected simply by standing in the air? This Aspergillus flavus could do just that, as humanity was entirely unprepared for it. Wait, how could there be microorganisms capable of breaching the skin's defenses? A female senior questioned, her brow furrowed in disbelief. You're perplexed, and so am I. I have brought my patient, who is suffering from severe septicemia due to a fungal infection. He is currently reliant on machines to sustain his life. You may witness the progression of his illness firsthand, Academician Qi stated. Chen gazed at Academician Qi in incredulity. This was akin to bringing in a bomb. No, a biochemical weapon. A bomb detonates once, but if this were a leak like the T virus, this place would likely become a dead zone. Academician Qi sensed Chen's gaze and looked over. Young man, do you have any questions? Chen scrutinized Academician Qi and tentatively inquired, is that patient safe? Academician Qi noticed that everyone seemed interested in this query and understood. Rest assured, you will all operate from outside the isolation chamber, with any commands executed by a specialist controlling the mechanical arm. You will not have the opportunity to come into contact with the patient. Chen finally exhaled in relief, though he was also curious about the nature of the isolation chamber equipped with a mechanical arm. All right, give me the specimens and I will take you to see him. His time is limited and we must act swiftly. Academician Qi collected all the specimens, meticulously checking them several times. These specimens still retain vitality. No matter how secure the packaging, it remained relatively so, and he had to ensure there were no leaks. Subsequently, the group followed Academician Qi into a heavily guarded elevator, ascending to the upper levels. According to the elevator's floor indicator, the entire building housed laboratories. Upon arrival, they discovered a vast laboratory featuring a transparent isolation chamber at its center, bustling with numerous physicians and researchers in white coats. Academician Qi pointed to the central isolation chamber, which had a movable control panel manned by 2 physicians. You may now take a look. Those 2 are from the company that manufactured this isolation chamber and can operate it proficiently. Inform them if you require assistance. The group nodded and hurriedly approached, realizing that although the documentation contained information, witnessing the fungal infection firsthand was essential to grasping its severity. Among the onlookers, one female senior, who had felt nauseous just from viewing the photos, caught sight of the patient lying within the isolation chamber and immediately turned pale, halting in her tracks, unwilling to approach. Chen understood her reaction, for from a distance, the patient's exposed arm appeared as if covered in a yellow membrane, making it easy to imagine that a closer look would reveal grotesque forms. After leaving one senior to offer comfort, the remaining individuals curiously drew near. The patient was a gaunt male, seemingly unconscious, his chest rising and falling slowly, visibly struggling to breathe. He was receiving oxygen, yet appeared to be in considerable distress. Large areas of his skin were covered in a fluffy fungal mat, reminiscent of mold, while smaller patches were necrotic, exuding yellowish tissue fluid. A mechanical arm was using medical cotton swabs to tend to him, but the task seemed endless, with considerable tissue fluid seeping onto the bed. The skin, enveloped in fungus, appeared to have lost vitality. Even gentle contact with the cotton could dislodge patches of skin. Have they tested his skin? Yes, as you noted. The skin is indeed being destroyed by the fungus, but it is not limited to the skin. Other tissues are similarly affected, a nearby physician explained. Chen gazed over, noticing that this physician seemed to have come specifically to address the inquiries of individuals like him. Have there been pathological experiments conducted on other animals? Indeed, not only on other animals, but also on plants. The crowd looked at the physician with puzzled expressions, unsure of what the plants had to do with it. Ouyang Xing's mind raced, and he suddenly realized the implications, exclaiming in shock, could this fungus potentially infect the entirety of the animal kingdom? The animal kingdom, as defined in biology, encompasses the kingdoms of Animalia, Plantae, Fungi, Protista, and Bacteria. The physician gravely nodded in affirmation. This could spell trouble. Ouyang Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully. Initially perplexed, Su Chen soon grasped the conclusion that Ouyang Xing had drawn. If all members of the animal kingdom could be infected by the fungus, it was certain that someone would have attempted to ascertain whether the plant kingdom could be affected as well. It was even possible that the experiments conducted on the animal kingdom included a broader range of species, such as marine life or arthropods, and that all possible classes and orders within the animal kingdom had been thoroughly examined before considering the plant kingdom. Thus, Ouyang Xing's astonishment at the fungus's ability to infect all of the animal kingdom was warranted. According to the experiments, aside from fungi and bacteria, nearly all living organisms were susceptible to this particular fungus, with mammals being the most vulnerable, as relayed by recent communications from headquarters. Moreover, take a look at the inner walls of the isolation chamber. Su Chen glanced over at the chamber's walls. At first, he saw nothing, but then he noticed extremely fine filaments. As the mechanical arm moved again, Su Chen observed that the joints of the arm were also exhibiting yellow infections. It appeared that their fungal mat showed signs of spreading. Were it not for the effective use of acid and high temperatures, one might suspect an extraterrestrial invasion. It seemed to be the nemesis of all life forms, poised to annihilate the Earth. Chapter 10. Discovery in the following 3 days. Su Chen witnessed the might of the nation. The government had essentially united various renowned biological and medical institutions, each forming teams akin to Su Chen's, to attempt a cure. The schools facilitated joint research involving prominent experts in relevant fields, convening daily online meetings to exchange findings. In the span of just 3 days, bolstered by limitless financial support and the expertise of industry leaders, the mechanism behind the mutated Aspergillus flavus was finally elucidated. Spore toxicity? Capable of penetrating the dermal barrier? Surely not. Yet it was more than that. A university in the lower Yunnan region discovered that this fungus could even parasitize within the stratum corneum, with reports of further findings from the Botanical Institute. Surrounding senior students held records and engaged in animated discussions, while Su Chen, clutching a copy of mycology, sat beside the isolation chamber, staring blankly at the patient. The reason was simple. He found the text utterly incomprehensible. Initially, Su Chen had hoped to struggle against the tide, refusing to be a mere bystander, but ultimately recognized that specialized matters were best left to specialists. His limited knowledge rendered him unable to contribute meaningfully to the discussions. Although the patient appeared somewhat terrifying, reading in this laboratory turned out to be less engaging than observing the patient. Regrettably, the patient's condition was far from optimistic. Over the course of 3 days, Su Chen watched helplessly as the fungal mat gradually enveloped the relatively intact areas of the patient's body, which, even after being cleaned, would inevitably begin to rot away. Currently, they resorted to using strong oxidizers and chlorinated compounds for disinfection, as these were non-medical solutions. Fortunately, the patient had fallen into a deep coma and felt no pain. It could be said that the patient was beyond recovery, with all hope extinguished, waiting only for the inevitable end. The patient's bodily tissues had started to liquefy, a phenomenon typically associated with cadavers. Su Chen, are you still watching the patient? Ouyang Xing moved a chair beside Su Chen, his voice laden with fatigue. Wait a moment. We are preparing a new antifungal medication that should soon be ready. In the laboratory, this medication has achieved a sterilization rate of 40% against specimens. Perhaps it will show some effect. Su Chen offered a bitter smile. I've heard about it, but didn't you say the injections on animals had not been approved? There seemed to be serious liver damage. At this point, the liver is failing. The patient relies entirely on machines to survive. It's a miracle he's still alive, so why worry about liver damage? Ouyang Xing replied with resignation. Oh, Su Chen, no it. Many medications indeed impose a significant burden on the liver and kidneys, as these organs are primarily responsible for detoxification, and most drugs possess inherent toxicity. The willingness to administer medication to this patient stemmed from the understanding that he was beyond saving. Any means available would be employed, merely to observe if any effect could be achieved. Their approach resembled that of resuscitating a corpse. By the way, why did Director Yang allow me to join this medical team? It's been 3 days, and I still don't understand my purpose here. Ouyang Xing paused, glancing at Su Chen. Perhaps he wants you to observe? Surely not. Given the enormity of the situation, with even the chemical defense units deployed, is it reasonable to just have me observe? Su Chen zito inserdun. Ouyang Xing furrowed his brow. a hint of renewed vigor flickering in his weary expression as he scrutinized Chen. He intended to say something, but, after a long pause, merely shook his head and said there must be a deeper significance to his arrangement. He then turned his gaze back to the patient inside the chamber, where the medication was being administered via a mechanical arm into the patient's catheter. Chen, feeling resigned, glanced around and decided to take the meeting materials that Ouyang had brought along. Each document was time-stamped, and Ouyang's were the most recent. After flipping through a few pages, he found an array of unfamiliar terms and charts, but fortunately, the final section contained concise conclusions, preventing him from being entirely lost. This meeting document was prepared by a prominent mycologist, concluding that the fungus represented a deviation from the norm, defying biological principles. It exhibited rapid growth as a mode of movement, likely indicating it was artificially cultivated for specific purposes. Chen perused the document, feeling skeptical. The cultivation of such a formidable fungus would undoubtedly require substantial investment, likely demanding national-level resources. Even if such resources were allocated, there would have to be a clear objective. Otherwise, what could justify the annihilation of a small fishing village? Furthermore, the fungus exhibited excessive lethality, indiscriminately infecting all forms of life. If it were a biological weapon, it would be utterly absurd. No nation would engage in the development of an uncontrollable bioweapon. Chen recalled a film in which a terrorist organization developed a biologically engineered weapon, mutated smallpox that could spread through the atmosphere. In the film, the antagonists were aware of the need for an antidote, which they then used to extort the wealthy while spreading the virus. This fungus, however, seemed to fit a different mold. Nevertheless, the notion of artificial intervention did pique Chen's interest, as this fungus appeared to be specifically targeting humanity, or more accurately, the entire biosphere. Had the physician not acted decisively, the consequences could have been dire. It could infect humans as well as other animals and plants. If it were to spread unchecked, even if humans possessed effective remedies to safeguard themselves, the crops cultivated for sustenance or the livestock raised for food would be rendered inedible, ultimately leading to extinction. As Chen contemplated these matters while sifting through the meeting materials, he stumbled upon data compiled by the mycologist regarding the fungus's activity on plants. His hand stilled in astonishment as he read further. This segment indicated that while the toxicity of Aspergillus flavus on living plants was not as pronounced as on animals, its spore dispersal behavior was remarkably active. Supporting data in the form of tables followed to corroborate this conclusion. Chen examined additional data, noting that the scholar had diligently measured the activity across every taxonomic group within the biological kingdom, revealing that the fungus was least prone to spreading in mammals, preferring to parasitize within the host. Mycologists have documented that this phenomenon is related to temperature, which is a consensus. Chen also recalled his previous observations of specimens. When taken out of the cold storage box, they appeared inactive, but upon warming them with his hand, they became active immediately. The same applies to plants. The environmental temperature greatly influences their condition, and it may even be lower. Fungi may seek more suitable temperatures to undergo division, thus tending to disperse their spores on plants rather than leaving them on the host for reproduction. However, Chen sensed something amiss and found himself reviewing the data repeatedly, feeling an elusive discrepancy that he couldn't quite pinpoint. Both triazoles and echinocandins had been tried without success against this fungus. If it weren't for the swift reactions from above, we would truly be at a loss. On a more optimistic note, I heard that fluorouracil might prove effective. Once the results from the senior researchers come in, we shall not be left helpless. Chen overheard the whispers of the seniors beside him awaiting results and suddenly had a realization. Chapter 11. Terrifying speculations. Chen gazed at Ouyang, who was initially focused on observing the patient. Upon sensing Chen's gaze, he turned to find Chen staring intently at him, seemingly lost in thought. The scrutiny made him uneasy. "Senior," Ouyang said, a bit irritated, "if you have something to say, just say it. Have you ever played Plague Incorporated?" "I have." "Why do you ask?" "Plague Incorporated is a game centered on creating viruses with the ultimate goal of evolving a virus to eradicate the world. In this game, the player assumes the role of a quintessential villain, yet Ouyang clearly did not comprehend Chen's intent in bringing it up. "Since you've played it, that simplifies things. Hypothetically, if you were to design a pathogenic microorganism with the same goal as the game, what would it look like?" Ouyang scoffed, Junior, we're here to treat microorganisms, not to design pathogenic ones. I'm speaking hypothetically. Besides, you seem to have some spare time. Xing glanced at the patient on the bed, realizing that even if the medication were administered immediately, results would not manifest right away. His interest peaked. All right, then tell me, what are the constraints? None. Just the fastest fulfillment of the objective. In that case, I would design a microorganism with exceptionally high infectivity, one that can at least spread through the air. Airborne transmission typically involves aerosol spread, and if one were to be less stringent, droplet transmission could also be included. While it may sound unimpressive, it is indeed remarkably effective in modern urban settings, unless in sparsely populated regions, where the transmission distance would not be considerable. Chen nodded, indicating for him to continue. Moreover, it must be lethal, Xing remarked, furrowing his brow as a realization dawned upon him while observing Chen. In Plague Incorporated, a virus can evolve towards either high infectivity or high lethality. Generally, it begins with high infectivity followed by increased lethality. This is because if a virus is lethal from the outset, the initial host will perish, ceasing to participate in further transmission. Ebola serves as a prime example. No treatment was developed, and all patients died. If the virus is not lethal, it allows time for humans to develop effective treatments, leading to failure in the game. And numerous viruses exemplify this principle. Are you suggesting we design this microorganism based on reality? Of course. Then let us set the lethality period to 1 or 2 weeks. Most infectious diseases have a lethality period of 1 to 2 weeks, or even shorter. This time frame is established to ensure both lethality and sufficient time for transmission. This is not the Middle Ages. With modern transportation, it is entirely feasible for it to spread globally within a short span. And what about drug resistance? Oh, it must certainly be drug resistant, with all medications proving ineffective. It should also have strong survivability in the air, ideally capable of dormant states outside the host, allowing for resurgence. It must withstand ultraviolet rays, thrive in both oxygen-rich and oxygen-poor environments, and resist various disinfectants, including alcohol. Simultaneously, it should bypass the human immune system while attacking the brain, respiratory system, circulatory system, and both motor and nervous systems. After listening, Chen gave a thumbs up. Senior, impressive. Even the king of hell would be envious. Xing chuckled ruefully. How could such a microorganism exist? If it were to arise, its DNA or RNA would need to be extraordinarily complex. How would it compete against other advantageous strains to survive? Viruses and bacteria undergo natural selection, often in a brutal manner. Their DNA and RNA are akin to storage ships, with limited capacity, and they are prone to change during replication. The more information they contain, the more likely it is to be lost. Thus, they can only retain the most beneficial information for survival. For instance, if a virus has genetic information for UV resistance, and the host takes numerous medications, that virus may lose its UV resistance while retaining drug-resistant DNA. Consequently, even if it proliferates extensively within the host, it would be ineffective outside. To excel in one aspect, bacteria and viruses must make sacrifices. A super drug-resistant bacterium would have all its DNA focused on resistance, leaving it vulnerable in other areas, such as transmission and competition with other microorganisms. Thus, the emergence of an all-encompassing virus through natural processes is virtually impossible. Upon hearing Xing's remarks, Chen gestured towards the isolation chamber. Isn't that precisely the case? Xing was taken aback, glancing at the patient. The natural emergence of such a microorganism is indeed improbable. However, if it were engineered, it could be feasible. Additionally, let me show you something intriguing. Chen tapped the data in his hands, pointing to the previously observed figures. Although it's stated that reproduction and transmission occur at suitable temperatures, viewing it from a different angle, initially frowning, Xing soon grasped Chen's implication. Are you suggesting that if it spreads, it is more inclined to infect humans and kill them, while in other species it would delay lethality, utilizing their activity for broader transmission? Chen note that human beings are the species most suited for reproduction at body temperature. Then, who developed this virus? What is their objective? Are they not afraid of it spiraling out of control? Who knows? Perhaps it is analogous to the goal of the game. Xing, feeling anxious, stood up and called upon all the seniors who were temporarily without tasks to discuss. If they could arrive at a conclusion, he intended to report it directly, Even if they could not, this speculation needed to be voiced. Chen also fetched a stool to observe the unfolding discussion. Xing began by recounting his conversation with Chen, then shared the data Chen had discovered with the others. The group appeared somewhat skeptical, some wore grim expressions, while others were puzzled. Yet at the very least, they did not dismiss Xing's words. One senior suddenly had a thought, hastily rising to retrieve a record sheet from his desk, placing it on the table while furrowing his brow, silently gazing at Xing. Xing picked up the record sheet, and Chen leaned in to examine it as well. It detailed the patient's physical condition. The life signs recorded were dismal, deteriorating daily, yet one aspect remained stable throughout: body temperature. If the human body experiences an inflammatory response, the affected area becomes inflamed and heated, as per physiological mechanisms influenced by various factors. Despite the extensive necrosis on the patient's skin and blood toxicity, the temperature showed no variation, indicating a clear issue. Initially, it was thought that maintaining normal body temperature was beneficial for the patient, but it now seemed plausible that this was a consequence of the Aspergillus flavus infection. Indeed, an increase in body temperature could lead to a more rapid demise. Xing nodded slightly, taken aback by the unexpected emergence of new insights, and promptly decided to report his findings. Chapter 12. A global outbreak. We have indeed observed evidence that Aspergillus flavus maintains body temperature. The symptoms of cadaveric manifestations in patients arise from this fungus's thermoregulatory effects, particularly the liquefaction of tissues, which serves as the primary source of heat in afflicted individuals. Some pyrimidine-based medications have shown partial efficacy, albeit requiring significantly high doses. Nonetheless, this represents a potential breakthrough. Currently, all patients exhibit grim clinical signs. Their bodies have sustained severe damage, and even if rescued, they would remain bedridden in the ICU for life. Upon hearing the report from the research team, the elder in the center rubbed his forehead, visibly troubled. As the head of the chemical defense unit, he bore the weight of all matters, both great and small, rendering the burden quite unbearable. Have you uploaded that evidence to the Research Institute? What do they say? Yes, we have uploaded it. They indicated that the emergence of this fungus likely has a significant probability of being non-naturally occurring. The leader furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at the reporting researcher. What a significant probability entail? The researcher flipped through his notebook and reported 46. Everyone who could hear nearly halted, turning their attention to the individual who had announced the probability. Although 46 is a low probability, indeed, not even half. Under normal circumstances, if a typical virus were assessed, it would rarely exceed a score of 3. This is already considered exceedingly high. Are you suggesting this could be a biochemical attack? No. Their assessment indicates the probability of a biochemical attack is merely 2, while that of a biochemical leak is even lower at 0. The leader inhaled sharply, his expression one of disbelief. A lethal fungus of non-natural origin, which is neither a biochemical attack nor an inadvertent leak. What else could it be? The Research Institute has collaborated with psychological institutions in Shangjing and Xiaoyun to evaluate the situation using their psychological models, and the results were similarly inconclusive. Could it be that the release of this fungus was merely for amusement? The leader glared at the researcher, unable to suppress his ire. Even knowing that the individual was not responsible for the situation, the researcher glanced at the leader and shook his head. The psychological institution in Xiaoyun proposed a hypothesis. Our psychological models are entirely based on human behavior and thought, which leads to considerable discrepancies in behavioral predictions, often contradicting previous results. This could very well indicate the leader. Intrigue leaned in. Could it suggest the involvement of some other non-human intelligent entity? The leader was momentarily taken aback. Do you realize what you are suggesting? I do. This is the conclusion drawn by the institution in Xiaoyun. They have modified the model to reverse engineer some information. However, they caution that it is for reference only. The terminal beneath the leader emitted a couple of beeps, indicating that a document had been uploaded. He skimmed through it and grasped why it was not classified as a biochemical attack. The rationale was straightforward. The fungus was not deployed in densely populated areas, which would facilitate its spread. Furthermore, it enumerated various other possibilities, each accompanied by corresponding evidence and conclusions. Ultimately, excluding human agency, the only explanation remaining was that it lacked sufficient understanding of humanity, hence the creation of such a fungus, even failing to identify a suitable vector for transmission. Psychologists theorized, based on the characteristics of this fungus, that we might be situated in a time frame reminiscent of 6 years ago. During that period, we could not have possibly established such an efficient regulatory system, which could inflict significant damage upon our nation. The leader nodded. Is there anything else? Indeed, apart from that. The psychologists opined that this unique manifestation of Aspergillus flavus could be termed as catastrophic, potentially serving as a deterrent. The leader had seen the photographs. Indeed, the living dead were far more terrifying than the deceased. Should such patients emerge, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. Suddenly, a fixed telephone rang beside him. The leader glanced at the displayed number, his expression shifting instantly. He promptly picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. After a prolonged silence, he set down the phone, his expression complex as he regarded the researcher. I believe it is not that it fails to understand humanity. Rather, it is unfamiliar with us specifically. The researcher, perplexed, inquired, why do you say that? 2 large-scale, bizarre fungal infections have erupted across the ocean in Yenzhou, which the government has been unable to suppress, and there are undoubtedly many more that remain concealed. We are in grave peril. A tempestuous shift ensued. As the nation gathered its foremost think tanks, each summoned by government mandate, initiating the largest discussion ever conducted online. Countless individuals engaged in evaluations and proposed solutions. At this moment, the brightest minds converged. However, they all shared a singular viewpoint. They concurred with the leader's assessment. Civilization is in peril. As the saying goes, 2 flowers bloom, each displaying its own beauty. Chen, oblivious to the hole he had inadvertently opened for those above, was merely aware that his recent opportunism had finally borne fruit. Gazing at the myriad compensations and rewards detailed in the contract, he felt elated. Unlike the anxious Ouyang who harbored concerns, Chen, after signing the departure contract, continued to lead his seniors in hopes of further involvement in research. Chen was acutely aware of his own limitations and thus departed with the contract in hand. In addition to the scholarship rewards, there were extra credits, and these accomplishments would be duly recorded, greatly enhancing his prospects in future employment endeavors, making it easier to secure a position in a reputable company. There was no alternative. Had he possessed the capability, he would have undoubtedly continued to join Ouyang Xing's team. However, faced with the reality of his limitations, he felt genuinely powerless. Moreover, having witnessed the state's immense concern regarding this matter, he understood that numerous powerful individuals had already taken action, leaving him with no burden to bear. With a smile, he tucked away the contract, intending to boast about it to his dorm mates, for after all, his contributions were not insignificant in securing such an achievement. Realizing it was still early, he decided to go for a meal. Upon checking his phone, he was momentarily stunned. The school had already prepared an elaborate cover story for his recent absence, claiming it was part of an event with confidentiality requirements, and no one had contacted him. However, one news article left him speechless. Our nation has stationed troops along the coast of the island nation to assist in more efficient wastewater treatment. The fewer the words, the greater the matter. Chen flipped through the article, astonished to find it was indeed true. An aircraft carrier had been dispatched. Surprisingly, the other side of the ocean seemed to lack any substantial countermeasures. Subsequent news primarily reported on domestic upgrades in water supply and wastewater treatment plants, striving to eliminate safety concerns regarding water vapor circulation. Less critical news included customs and border lockdowns due to the outbreak of infectious diseases abroad. Furthermore, pharmaceutical companies were publicizing the development of new anti-cancer drugs. Since arriving in this world, Chen had never encountered such a bustling internet atmosphere. These news items seemed to be released at intervals, each likely a hot topic of the time. After a long period of contemplation, Chen sighed. The absurdity of the nascent. Chapter 13. A fragile history he had failed to notice. He had utterly failed to notice. Inside the central hospital, Director Yang bore a face of anguish, nearly curling into his chair, overwhelmed with self-reproach. His intuition, such a stable anchor point, it should have been a source of support. Director Yang, there is no need to be so anxious. Aren't we all seeking solutions? Little Wu, holding a terminal that flickered with warnings, attempted to console Director Yang, albeit with little success. No, Taihao has stated that time is running out. We have no time left. Little Wu hesitated, gazing at Director Yang. Perhaps you should articulate what will transpire next. The nation is our backing. There is no challenge we cannot surmount. Director Yang suddenly lifted his head, glaring at Little Wu. his teeth clenched like a beast. Do you think my awareness is lacking? I have pledged my oath as well. However, Tai Hao, I cannot disclose it. That would invite even greater calamity, and what we lack most is time. Xiao Wu fell silent, slowly shaking his head at the nearby camera. Suddenly, Dean Yang came to his senses and turned to the camera, grabbing a piece of paper and writing 2 characters in a flamboyant style. Tai Hao, I understood your apprehensions about confining us. It stems from the fear of the Tai Hao syndrome spreading. I will not venture out, nor do I wish for anything else. I only hope that you deliver this note to Su Chen, instructing him to seek out these 2 characters. The individuals behind the camera urgently convened a meeting, reviewed the note, discussed it briefly, and decided to pass on a photocopy of it. Su Chen, upon receiving the information, wore a look of self-satisfaction. After boasting to Xiao Song in the dormitory, he hastened to investigate the origins of the disease in a small fishing village, only to find that all related information had been sealed off. Initially, the purpose of forming the University Medical Internship Group was to attempt to rescue patients. However, after a few days, it became evident to everyone that even if the legendary Hua Tuo were alive, he could not save them. The day before yesterday, after the patient's vital signs disappeared, a humanitarian gesture was made, but they were soon pronounced dead. It must be said that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it seemed better to perish than to live in such a state of infection. Only Su Chen thought differently. He believed that the fewer patients there were, the harder it would be for the disease to spread. Once all patients were gone, the disease would cease to exist. Thus, in his view, it was better for patients to die swiftly. Consequently, the death of patients also signified the conclusion of the internship task, although there were still numerous samples available for research. Su Chen felt he could not remain any longer. Therefore, when the contract was issued, he was the first to sign it. The contract bore no sensitive information, allowing him to boast a song without any pressure. Su Chen initially intended to share his recent discovery regarding the 404 error with Song, but reconsidered, realizing it skirted the edges of confidentiality. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to employ some unique computer methods to search for data, only to find an email had arrived. The sender, upon inspection, turned out to be Grandpa Yang. He opened it and was left in silence, his expression contorted. Prior to changing his major, Su Chen had been a history student, as he had initially immersed himself in historical materials upon arriving in this world. When he first came to this realm, he believed he was experiencing time reversal or rebirth until he encountered the name of his provincial capital, which felt distinctly wrong. His province was called Nanyuan, situated in the Central Plains, and its capital was also named Yong'an, which seemed utterly incongruous, as did the names of the cities, counties, towns, and villages therein, none of which were familiar. It is worth noting that many provincial and city names have been preserved through history, with some even becoming proverbial, such as Han Dan learning to walk, Luo Yang's paper being precious, and Beng Bu's residence. Su Chen found none of these. While idioms existed, city names did not. Thus, Su Chen began to trace the reasons, inevitably delving into history. His parents, upon noticing his youthful interest in history, encouraged him to apply to the history department after the college entrance examination. Naturally, Su Chen was eager to comply. He realized that the history of this world was obscured and that relying solely on his limited knowledge would yield little insight. The history books on the streets provided only a rough outline, devoid of any detailed content, as though no historical texts existed at all. However, when Su Chen sought verification at a museum, he discovered the existence of historical texts. This revelation overwhelmed him. When Su Chen received his acceptance letter from the university's history department, he felt a surge of joy, believing he could finally unravel the mysteries. Yet, shortly after attending classes, he encountered a course on artifact restoration that left him dismayed. This course merely distributed a photocopy of a damaged ancient text, tasking students with deciphering the meaning of the words and transcribing them alongside. These ancient texts appeared as though they had been pulled from the mud, with extensive damage and severe ink loss and stains, making accurate guesses nearly impossible. Nevertheless, relying on his previous studies in classical literature, Su Chen managed to complete the text through a combination of context and educated guessing. His reconstruction astonished the history department's faculty. Initially, they intended to critique his work, but after Su Chen provided examples to refute their criticisms, they found themselves relegated, inviting him to take their place. Su Chen at that time thought little of it, perceiving these scholars as self-serving figures who merely occupied positions without contributing meaningfully, as they could not even identify simple errors. Their writings were riddled with flaws, leading to an uncomfortable situation for both parties. Until those scholars introduced Chen to authentic historical texts, he was left in shock. The true historical texts were in a state of disrepair, having deteriorated under the relentless passage of time. Chen longed to touch them, only to be informed that the vacuum-sealed packaging was a last resort, and that merely opening them could lead to further damage. The inscriptions contained numerous omissions and inaccuracies. Doubting the prevailing narrative, Chen reasoned that historical literature encompasses not only official histories, but also alternative and miscellaneous accounts, which could not all be in such disarray. However, upon further examination, he found that indeed, all historical documents were in such a state. Many ancient artifacts had perished during the initial preservation efforts, leaving only fragments encased in inert gas-filled glass displays, which required specialized equipment to replicate the texts. Chen instantly comprehended why the classical literature portion of his entrance examination was so incongruous. Many classical poems and verses contained absurd typos. As the missing segments have been guessed, this was not mere obfuscation. It was a blatant amputation of historical integrity. Everything he learned about classical literature in this world was merely the product of these scholars' imaginations, leading him to mistakenly believe that there existed some unique insights into history. Initially, Chen intended to contribute his insights to the historical narrative of this world, but upon assessing the magnitude of the undertaking, he felt disheartened. The history department was populated by many elderly scholars, and persisting in such an environment would cost him his youth. Thus, he earnestly requested a change of major, paying a price unknown to outsiders to gain admission into the medical department. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the history department at Nanyuan University flourished, becoming a leading institution for historical studies in the country, even gaining authority over the curriculum for classical literature. Thus, when Chen was tasked with investigating these two characters, a pained expression settled upon his face. Given the state of historical materials, searching for them seemed futile. The knowledge he possessed was far more reliable. Chapter 14. The Unreliable Network. Nevertheless, Chen felt that Grandpa Yang had treated him well, especially regarding this internship task, which had paved the way for his university and future career. Merely searching for the two characters Taihao might have been perceived by Grandpa Yang as an opportunity for Chen to apply his historical expertise, perhaps hoping to glean some knowledge without troubling his old colleagues. Of course, it was also possible that his change of major had offended some individuals in the history department. This realization weighed heavily on Chen, compelling him to assist Grandpa Yang, not only to help, but to excel at it. He promptly opened his browser to begin the search. After all, the two characters Taihao had a singular meaning, representing a name, making it unlikely for him to err in the search. Yet, to his astonishment, Chen found absolutely nothing. He was instantly infuriated. Taihao, perhaps an unfamiliar name to the populace, is undoubtedly recognized under the alternate name of Fuxi. For any descendant of Huaxia, Fuxi is the cultural progenitor of the Huaxia nation, one of the three sovereigns and the founder of the 8 trigrams and Taiji. As stated in the Yishi Ci Xia in ancient times, the sovereign of the Baoshi clan ruled the world. He gazed upwards to observe celestial phenomena and bowed down to study terrestrial laws, examining the patterns of birds and beasts, and the suitability of the land. He drew inspiration from his own body and the objects around him, thereby initiating the creation of the 8 trigrams. This refers to the very act of creating the 8 trigrams. He also conceived the totem of the Huaxia people, the dragon, from which the lineage of the dragon descendants originates. Furthermore, he developed written language to replace the practice of knotting ropes for record keeping, established marriage and surname systems, imparted knowledge of fishing, hunting, and domestication, and invented musical instruments such as the qin and esi. It can be said that without Taihao, the Huaxia nation would find it exceedingly difficult to have come into existence. To disregard Taihao would mean to strip the Huaxia people of their identity, and to forget Taihao would render the existence of the Huaxia nation meaningless. Chen, skeptical of the prevailing beliefs, endeavored to search for alternative keywords, such as Fuxi and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, yet he returned empty-handed. After an exhaustive search, he realized that this remains a conundrum of modern history that remains unresolved. Who, indeed, are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chen was truly enlightened. He had previously studied the recent history of this planet and noted that the preservation of artifacts far surpassed that of the previous lifetime, making any oversight improbable. Given the dire state of these artifacts compared to the past, if something were indeed overlooked, it would be utterly lost. Nonetheless, even if the artifacts were unreliable, surely there would be elders who recall the stories of yore? Could it be that not even this has been documented? Chen suddenly felt that perhaps historians had not been unjustly accused. At the very least, their predecessors had not been diligent in their endeavors. Although a direct search yielded no results, Chen identified a promising direction: to investigate historical sacrificial ceremonies and their associated tombs. If his memory served him correctly, Taihao's tomb was located in Huaiyang, Hunan, and he simply needed to find the corresponding location on the map. Upon consulting the map, based on his recollections, he discovered that not only was there no Taihao tomb, but the area was devoid of any urban planning, consisting entirely of desolate mountains. Investigating historical documents revealed severe discrepancies. With hardly any credible information to be found, Chen was utterly flabbergasted. He searched online for the identity of the founder of the 8 trigrams and Taiji, only to encounter a plethora of absurd answers, some even claiming it originated from Korea, which left him incensed. The more he searched, the more infuriated he became, and his agitation caused him to unconsciously lower the volume of the gaming sound from Song Tian nearby. In a fit of frustration, he rose and made a phone call. "Old man, may I borrow a couple of archaeology students? Just 2 will suffice. Bring along the tools. I should have that much influence, right?" "Yes, yes. Why do you care about the details? Just tell me if you can lend them or not." "Fine. Let me tell you. I read about it in ancient texts. Regarding the tomb, please just help me out." After hanging up the phone, Chen's expression remained stoic. He scrutinized the historical records of the grand sacrificial ceremonies dedicated to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Although the content was severely lacking, it was sufficient to suggest the existence of Taihao's tomb. His aim was to verify its location. He was eager to see if Taihao's tomb could still be relocated. It must be said that the speed of the history department was indeed impressive. Before long, Chen was ushered into a vehicle, a battle-worn Wuling minivan, where he found 2 upperclassmen clad as laborers and an elderly professor. The old professor, also dressed like a laborer, resembled a seasoned farmer, and it was evident that these individuals had indeed toiled in the fields. "You must be Chen. I am Ding Xiangdong, a professor of archaeology. These 2 are my students. The tall one with glasses is Ma Yuelong, and the shorter one is Li Zhe." Both upperclassmen greeted Chen kindly. "Hello. Well then, it seems the others instructed me to accompany you to excavate some artifacts. These 2 students are among my most prized disciples, brought here to assist you," Professor Ding said with a smile. "I have also spent time in the history department. They no longer assign you the significant tasks, and the minor ones do not appeal to you. You archaeology students are now idly awaiting your fate, nearly facing unemployment. Surely, any hint of opportunity would have you rushing over," Chen remarked dismissively. Professor Ding's smile abruptly turned bitter. "Alas, our archaeology department is indeed struggling, but our skills remain sharp. We have been practicing diligently and are certainly not inferior to other faculties." Ma Yuelong, seated in the driver's seat, grew tense, silently observing Chen. "Well, it's not as if I'm denying you work. I am, after all, a member of our academy. It is more reassuring to rely on one's own," Professor Ding said, as both he and his students exhaled in relief. "You haven't mentioned this to anyone else?" "No, just you. I merely intend to see if that tomb exists. It is written in the literature, but the details remain unverified," Chen replied while glancing at the back of the minivan, which had been cleared of seats to accommodate various tools. The presence of frequently used tools scattered about confirmed their regular practice. "Let me check your equipment. Is everything in order?" Professor Ding hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, everything is fine." Chen opened a bag and began to search purposefully. Suddenly, he retrieved a shovel head rolled into a cylindrical shape, showcasing it. "What is this?" Professor Ding rubbed his eyes and remarked, "This is a Luoyang shovel, used for excavating deep soil." Chen was indeed familiar with the Luoyang shovel. "Then let me ask you, what does Luoyang signify in the Luoyang shovel?" Professor Ding shook his head. "Perhaps it is some sort of metaphor, like a shovel used when the sun sets?" In ancient times, tomb robbing was a grave offense. One could only excavate at night, fearing the daylight. A shovel used when the sun sets? Are you joking? Su-Chun nearly laughed in frustration, feeling something was amiss. Regardless, the pressing matter was to visit Tai Hao's tomb. He set the Luoyang shovel back in its place and shared the location via his phone. Upon arriving at the designated area, Su-Chun parked in an open space and compared the map, ultimately confirming that this was indeed the location, though he could not recall the precise details. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the gentle terrain and dense trees, which hardly resembled barren land. It seemed quite suitable for urban development. It is worth noting that Zhoukou and Huayang were previously the confluence of 3 rivers, offering immense convenience in terms of transportation and water sources, not to mention the vast tracts of land necessary for urban growth. Historically, there were even instances of city establishment and capital founding in this area. Yet, why did it now lay in desolation? This world, too, faced a population crisis. It was inconceivable to leave such advantageous conditions undeveloped. However, Su-Chun, lacking extensive knowledge in sociology and urban planning, could only jot down his inquiries, prioritizing the search for Tai Hao's tomb. "Is this the place?" Professor Ding asked, unloading equipment with a puzzled expression. "Indeed," Su-Chun replied, glancing at Professor Ding, "but it is not what you envision as a tomb. It is merely a mound of earth. To be frank, Tai Hao's tomb lacks the grandeur of imperial mausoleums, even if it were indeed an ancient burial site. Given the production capabilities of that era, the tomb would not possess grand treasures for Tai Hao's burial, especially considering it was established during the spring and autumn period, serving primarily as a symbol." Professor Ding remained undeterred, smiling. "No matter. As long as we can uncover something, it is a discovery." He then called upon his students to begin mapping the terrain. In the realm of archaeology, the discipline of geodetection allows for a rough estimation of tomb locations through topography, relying entirely on scientific methods rather than the superstitions of geomancy and folklore from a previous life. Su-Chun speculated that this is indicative of the complete severance of the legacy of geomancy. Regrettably, he himself lacked knowledge of geomancy, having perused a few books on the subject during his childhood, which he had long since forgotten. Observing Professor Ding, he noted that the team had launched a drone to commence surveying the vicinity. The drone appeared to be quite antiquated, resembling an agricultural model, but undoubtedly possessed the requisite functionalities. Su-Chun scratched his head, pondering the archaeological conditions. With a drone at their disposal, it seemed implausible that they would fail to locate the tomb. After a brief observation, Su-Chun's gaze fell upon a stone at Professor Ding's feet, dark and unremarkable. He approached and picked it up. The stone was remarkably dense, heavy in his hand, and upon closer inspection, its texture was quite solid, belonging to a type of granite. While Professor Ding's students were engaged in surveying, he himself was idly watching. Upon noticing Su-Chun with the stone, he leaned in for a closer look. The stone appeared to be ordinary granite. Su-Chun turned it over and discovered its reverse side had been polished. Professor Ding was taken aback and quickly took the stone, brushing away the dirt with his sleeve. However, he was met with disappointment, finding it merely a typically polished stone, seemingly devoid of significance. Indeed, Su-Chun concurred with Professor Ding's latter assessment. It was clearly an artifact from outside the tomb. Outside? Professor Ding queried, pondering the impossibility of constructing a mausoleum from granite, a labor-intensive endeavor with little reward. Who says it was used to build a tomb? This appears to be an uninscribed section of a stele. The Tai Hao mausoleum is abundant with inscriptions, as every emperor would leave behind a ritual stele after their offerings. In addition, there are inscribed stones for dedications, memorials, and others erected to commemorate the site. These inscriptions alone provide a wealth of historical data sufficient to elucidate the entire historical legacy of the Tai Hao mausoleum. Carving into stone is one of the most enduring means of preservation. After all, few would take the time to erase inscriptions from stele, and natural wear takes an exceedingly long time. Professor Ding was instantly invigorated, acutely aware of the value of the stele. In the eyes of an archaeologist, it far surpasses the value of artifacts lacking inscriptions. Momentarily, his thoughts had been consumed by the tomb, neglecting the potential significance of the stele. If this was indeed part of stele, might there not be other inscribed fragments nearby? He promptly instructed his students to retrieve the drone and began a dispersed search for the stele or its remnants. Soon enough, Su-Chun witnessed Professor Ding's remarkable vigor. He quickly set down a basket and commenced a thorough search akin to scavenging. Before long, a voice of excitement rang out. It was Li Zhe, a senior. who had discovered a fragment of a steel. The group hurried over to examine it, and to their delight, it turned out to be a fragment with inscriptions. The three of them were filled with joy, while Chen furrowed his brow, tracing the faint lines of the characters with his fingers. To his dismay, the inscriptions appeared exceedingly shallow, many of them barely legible, as if they had been polished. Yet upon closer inspection, there were no signs of wear. It seemed the characters had been carved that way from start. Chen contemplated the possibility that only this particular steel bore such shallow engravings, a rarity. Verification would be simple. One need only find additional steels. Not long after, Chen uncovered another steel, this one broken in half. With considerable effort, he turned it to reveal the inscribed side and began to clear away the dirt to examine the inscriptions. His heart sank as he stood upright, stepping back to assess the steel's dimensions and original form, immediately recalling the steel from his memories. Astonishingly, this was the steel erected by Zhu Yuanzhang for his palace. Yet such a historically significant artifact had suffered severe damage. Upon further inspection, Chen was baffled as to why the inscriptions were so difficult to discern. The lines incredibly shallow. It would be so foolish as to vandalize such a relic. Professor Ding approached Chen, his keen eyes catching sight of the massive steel fragment before him. He intended to rush over, but hesitated, unwilling to abandon his basket full of steel fragments, and instead ambled over. After a cursory glance at the steel, Professor Ding's face flushed with palpable excitement. This is an exceptionally well-preserved ritual steel. Our archaeology department is bound to gain recognition. Wait, Chen interjected, perplexed. Is this inscription truly complete? He gestured toward the fractured steel on the ground. Is this what you consider intact? Of course, Professor Ding replied, setting down his basket, his gaze unwavering from the steel. Such inscriptions are rare. Many steels, once protected, have their inscriptions rendered nearly illegible. Chen questioned whether the steels had been crafted from inferior materials, making them susceptible to corrosion and wear. Professor Ding knelt to caress the steel, enraptured. It's remarkably intact. Tianjin University possesses a device capable of non-destructively restoring the original inscriptions based on the steel's remnants. However, restoration is costly, and I hope to use that device for this one steel. Would that be unreasonable? Chen was impressed by the mention of advanced technology. It seemed that this world had made some progress. He had not encountered such a device capable of restoring engravings on worn stones prior to his journey here. Yet, he was unaware that this world had been driven to develop technology specifically aimed at preserving or developing cultural artifacts, a testament to the dire circumstances facing such relics. Chapter 16. The Turkey historian, what do you think is the reason behind the blurriness of these inscriptions? Chen inquired of Professor Ding, skeptical that they had not examined this issue. Professor Ding, camera in hand, began snapping photographs. There are numerous reasons. Each steel is unique, but most are due to natural corrosion. Natural corrosion? Chen regarded the steel with skepticism. It seemed overly simplistic. If steels could be so easily corroded by nature, what purpose would there be in carving inscriptions into stone? The very act of erecting a stele rather than recording in books was predicated on the belief that stone inscriptions would endure for posterity. Furthermore, upon examining this particular stele, he noted that even the finer grinding marks had not been eroded by nature, let alone the deeply carved characters. That doesn't seem plausible. If corrosion were the issue, wouldn't everything be worn away? Look at these lines. After completing his photographs, Professor Ding produced a magnifying glass to inspect the stele. Coughing lightly, he called over his students. Lise, I recall you recently studied the causes of corrosion. Would you explain this to him? Sure, Lise replied, proceeding to elucidate the matter to Chen. The more Chen listened, the more alarmed he became. Archaeological consensus suggested that any artifact could fall victim to a peculiar form of corrosion, with factors varying and causes being quite complex, resulting from a confluence of corrosive sources, with older artifacts being particularly susceptible. For instance, this stele might have suffered from a combination of lichen, water, wind, and microbial corrosion. Initially, it seemed plausible, but Chen understood that such phenomena did not exist in his original world. Their archaeology resembled the scientists of turkeys on a farm, where a flock of turkeys awaited their daily feeding from the farmer at precisely 11 o'clock. A scientist among the turkeys has been observing this phenomenon for nearly a year, and without exception, He believes he has discovered a grand law of the universe. On Thanksgiving Day, he announced this great law to all turkeys. Food would descend every day at 11 o'clock in the morning. However, that day, no food arrived. Instead, they encountered the farmer's blade. It seems they may have mistaken a result of unnatural intervention, packaged as a natural occurrence, akin to the theorem devised by the turkey scientist. Had Chen not witnessed the truth, he too would have sought various reasons for the myriad unreasonable phenomena. In the aftermath, Chen remained in a state of confusion, his mind incessantly searching for the flaw in this peculiar corrosion, only to find that the cause was explained quite thoroughly. At least he could not identify any loopholes. The steel of Tai Hao Ling was a significant discovery. Professor Ding was already content with the finding of the sleeping hall steel, understanding that it would be impossible for just him and his student to explore every site. Thus he decided to report it. After all, as the primary discoverer, he would hold considerable sway in this project. While waiting for reinforcements to arrive, Professor Ding guarded the steel as if it were a treasure, perhaps even chuckling to himself. "Teacher, I have made a discovery." Both Professor Ding and Chen snapped back to attention, looking toward Ma Yuelong, who was waving something in the distance. Professor Ding reluctantly cast a last glance at the steel and called Chen, "Come, let us see what my student has found. He seems quite excited." Upon arrival, Chen found Ma Yuelong holding a Luoyang shovel in one hand, gesturing for Professor Ding to look at the ground. The earth was arranged in long strips, which Chen recognized as the soil brought up from deep underground by the Luoyang shovel. The last section exhibited a striking contrast in color. Professor Ding prodded it, noting that it was not as soft as the upper layers of soil. "This is compacted earth. There must be human-made artifacts beneath." Compacted earth could only result from human construction, such as sturdy walls or roads. Chen recalled that Tai Hao Ling was not merely composed of steel. There were indeed numerous structures. More importantly, he observed the surrounding area, noting the abundance of trees, some of which were particularly large and vibrant. And there were ancient trees near Tai Hao Ling. If excavation were to occur here, it would undoubtedly reveal the true location of Tai Hao Ling. Upon seeing this section of earth, Professor Ding could hardly spare a thought for the steel. He removed his clothing to cover the steel, fearing the sunlight would damage it, and then personally retrieved the bag containing the Luoyang shovel. He began directing his student to dig while also joining in the effort. When the subsequent support from the school arrived, Professor Ding eagerly approached them with freshly drawn sketches of the underground structures. Chen had initially come to validate the existence of Tai Hao Ling, but shortly after arriving, he discovered the sleeping hall steel. Although they were unaware of whose tomb it was, Chen was certain that many significant stone tablets lay hidden underground, ready to unveil their secrets. At that time, the historical community would not only discern which of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was involved, but would also acquire a wealth of historical material, much of which could trace its origins. This would allow for the discovery of various information regarding the 2 characters Tai Hao that Grandfather Yang had urged him to investigate. Chen felt an unsettling thought, tilting his head in contemplation. Suddenly, it seemed that some connections clicked into place, prompting him to call Professor Ding over. Professor Ding cheerfully approached Chen, increasingly satisfied as he realized that this remarkable discovery was entirely due to Chen's efforts. Were it not for the absence of a daughter at home, he would have surely introduced Chen to his family. "Chen, do you have any questions?" "I will answer anything you wish to know." "Simple. I just want to ask you if you have heard of Tai Hao." "Tai Hao." Professor Ding scratched his head, deep in thought, and then shook his head repeatedly. An archaeologist, racking his brain over whether he had ever heard of Tai Hao Ling, found himself in a rather dire predicament. "No, I have not heard of it. What is Tai Hao?" Eventually, Professor Ding conceded defeat in his contemplation, reluctantly admitting that he could not assist Chen. Chen was taken aback. "Are you saying you really have not heard of Tai Hao? Have you never even seen those 2 characters in your work?" Professor Ding shook his head and then, with a glint in his eye, suggested, "Let me see how those 2 characters are written. With so many experienced individuals here, I will inquire about it." Eager for answers, Chen immediately sent the characters via his phone. Upon seeing them, Professor Ding murmured, "Tai Hao. So that is how those 2 characters are written." He then patted Chen on the back. "All right, I will go ask around now." Professor Ding was a man of action, and, as the first discoverer of Tai Hao Ling, he set out to inquire, gathering answers with the help of his students solely for Chen's benefit. In the end, Su Chen received the desired information. No one knew the meaning of Tai Hao. Su Chen's expression shifted as he glanced at the email from Grandfather Yang in his inbox. If historians were unaware of this name, then how did Grandfather Yang know? If he was aware that these two characters could not be traced, why would he urge Su Chen to investigate their meaning? What was Grandfather Yang instructing him to do? Chapter 17, despite the fact that the matters concerning Tai Hao Ling did not require his worry, Su Chen could not shake his concerns. Although Professor Ding assured him that the materials obtained would be sent to Grandfather Yang's email, Su Chen felt that something was amiss. After all, the source from which Grandfather Yang learned about the name Tai Hao was indeed troubling him. As a distinguished figure in the field of medicine, it was strange that he could know a name unknown even to historians. Furthermore, even if he was aware of these characters, why would he want to know their meaning? This seemed to be the crux of the issue. After some contemplation, Su Chen concluded that there was but one approach: to ask directly. Indeed, there was no need for secrecy. A simple inquiry would suffice. However, when Su Chen tried to call Grandfather Yang, he found himself unable to reach him. After a moment of silence, he recalled that Grandfather Yang had left the academy and had yet to return. Reflecting on the confidentiality surrounding the group he had been assigned to, Su Chen had reason to suspect that he might have joined a secretive organization or mission. He then dialed Ouyang Xing's number. On Ouyang Xing's end, aside from the initial absolute confidentiality, the level of secrecy had significantly decreased, and subsequent communications were no longer restricted as long as information remained undisclosed. Thus, Su Chen's call was quickly connected. As Grandfather Yang's student, Ouyang Xing might possess some insight into his activities. Report: the gateway intercepted a call to Yang Tianyu from his student, Su Chen, asking whether we should take action. A soldier clad in camouflage rose to report from a room filled with surveillance screens. The officer, adorned with military insignia, pondered for a moment. Is that Su Chen the one who received the email from Din Yang? Report: yes. Could it be that he had indeed uncovered some significant information? The officer cast a glance at the surveillance footage showing Din Yang checking on patients one by one. Very well. Inform Yang Tianyu and see how he wishes to proceed. Understood. Once the officer watched his subordinate leave, he mulled over the situation, increasingly feeling that it was unusual and significant. Given the current turbulent times, he could not afford to treat this matter lightly. He promptly issued another order. Sure, Chong. Yes. Go notify the intelligence department. I need a detailed report on Su Chen's recent movements and activities. No detail too small. Yes. Wang Zhuang. Yes. Go notify the special task force. Inform them that there is a situation and a meeting is required. Yes. Now inform the equipment department. Didn't they say that Yang Tianyu's condition has stabilized significantly? I want to have a conversation with Yang Tianyu. Ensure that the instruments are ready for me. Yes. The military district operates with remarkable efficiency within mere moments. They had completed the calibration of the instruments and informed Director Yang of the upcoming dialogue. The commander observed the parameters displayed on the monitor while listening to the technician's reports. The instruments are ready. Commander, you may proceed. Very well. Connect me to Director Yang. At this moment, Director Yang of the Central Hospital exhibited none of the earlier signs of anxiety. He seemed to have largely forgotten the impact of the Tai Hao incident. He was currently in a patient room, examining the vital signs of patients who lay motionless in their beds. These individuals were afflicted by the Tai Hao ailment and exhibited no signs of awakening. Prolonged bed rest had begun to take its toll, resulting in noticeable muscle atrophy. Just as Director Yang was about to assess the next patient, he was interrupted by Xiao Wu, who pulled him aside to a landline phone. With a puzzled expression, Director Yang answered the call. Yang Tianyu, I am the chief responsible party for the Tai Hao incident at the Central Hospital. I have something to inform you. Your student, Su Chen, just called you. Director Yang dismissed this casually. That young lad is the grandson of a friend of mine. We are quite familiar. He often calls me for various reasons. Nothing unusual. No, this time it pertains to your matter. The commander flipped through the recently delivered documents, which detailed Su Chen's recent activities both online and offline with impressive precision. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Not long ago, Su Chen had led a team from the archaeology department of Nanyuan University to discover a sacrificial tomb site, which contained a wealth of stone tablets. Experts unanimously agreed that this find could significantly enrich our understanding of folklore and history, marking it as one of the most substantial archaeological discoveries in recent years. Well, my friend's grandson has indeed made a name for himself, contributing to the nation, This brings me pride, Director Yang remarked approvingly. Subsequently, experts intensified their efforts to decipher the inscriptions on the tablets and had just confirmed the identity of the tomb's owner. Director Yang, do you know who it is? I am from the medical department and have little connection to archaeology. What do you expect me to know? The commander, uninterested in idle conversation, interjected. The tomb belongs to Tai Hao. He then anticipated Director Yang's reaction, but the line fell silent for an extended period. The technician monitoring the parameters on the screen grew tense. Report. The caller's emotional state has changed. Their words and behavior may become erratic. The commander, however, felt a surge of excitement. After several stagnant days, he finally had a lead. Even if it did not promise a resolution to the problem, it indicated a potential direction for understanding the incident's development. And he could not afford to overlook it. Tai Hao, he truly exists? Huh? Tai Hao, Tai Hao. Suddenly, the line went dead. The commander glared at the technicians, fuming at the prospect of a failure at such a critical moment. The technician, who was also monitoring the call, noted the commander's displeasure and quickly reported. This is a normal phenomenon in voice processing. It is not a technical issue. Please hold on. The commander redirected his focus back to the receiver. Pondering why Yang Tianyu frequently mentioned Tai Hao, yet seemed unaware of its significance. The fact that he could discover traces of the entity implied a level of awareness on his part. I knew it. Tai Hao holds him in high regard for a reason. It is his spiritual awareness. Thus, I should believe in him. I should renew my faith in him. Following this, Yang Tianyu began to mutter almost obsessively, rendering communication impossible. The commander, feeling helpless, sighed and hung up. Previous attempts at dialogue with Yang Tianyu had proven fruitful when his emotions were under control. However, any mention of the Tai Hao ailment would send him into a monologue, making communication impossible. Unfortunately, this time seemed to be one where crucial information was just within reach, but his impatience hindered him. Nonetheless, it was not a total loss. The commander picked up the recorded documents and began to peruse them meticulously. With an upcoming meeting, he needed to ensure he noted all critical points to seek support and raise questions. Although the results from Director Yang's end were inconclusive, he had still uncovered new clues. The task ahead was to follow the trail and see if anything could be unearthed. In any case, it was preferable to remain informed rather than in ignorance. Chapter 18. Special Corrosion. Chen was not idle either. After confirming that he could not reach his grandfather, he leveraged his connections in the history department to request textbooks from the archaeology department, skimming through them to identify potential issues in archaeology. However, aside from special corrosion, he could not uncover any additional problems. Moreover, the investment in archaeology in this world far surpassed that of his previous life, particularly in the restoration of artifacts, with many advanced technologies that left Chen astounded. For instance, a certain type of bamboo slip, which had almost fused with the soil, could be excavated along with the earth, scanned under instruments, and the inscriptions restored. The market for artifact trading was notably underdeveloped, with few reports of sales. Anything excavated from the ground rarely had aesthetic appeal, and genuine antiques were often forgeries. Regarding the causes of special corrosion, Chen observed that the logic was coherent. Based on his knowledge base, his research yielded no flaws. However, while searching for cases of special corrosion, he seemed to have stumbled upon something significant. Within the Haizuofuku cultural site, some artifacts had suffered due to inadequate preservation, resulting in damage. Upon checking the timeline, it was clear this incident had occurred 2 years prior. The reports indicated that artifacts had not been promptly treated after excavation, leading to natural oxidation or damage from moisture and temperature changes. Chen, comparing it with a map, confirmed it was indeed the Donku cultural site, which had been extremely well preserved in his previous life, without any such incidents occurring. Numerous similar news stories surfaced, and Chen diligently located corresponding positions on the map, aligning them with his mental image of the world, including the Majiayo and Shuanghua tree cultures, spanning up to 10 years, with events occurring almost annually, to the point that the supervisory committee had grown apathetic. These cultural sites, dating back around 5 millennia, yielded little of value. Mostly, they contained near-fossilized human remains and stone tools. Only historians found interest in them, while they held no value for humanity at large. They possessed considerable historical significance in the eyes of scholars. No one would regard such items as treasures to be sold. Su Chen meticulously reviewed the follow-up results of these reports, noting that they had all undergone thorough organizational reviews and confirmations, concluding that the damage was due to natural corrosion, either from substandard techniques or improper preservation due to historical reasons. Su Chen, however, diverged in his belief, asserting that these artifacts have been destroyed due to special corrosion, indicating underlying issues. Regrettably, after his exhaustive research, Su Chen found himself utterly fatigued, unable to continue. After all, searching for such information online was akin to sifting through a trash heap for coins. Coordinating maps and recalling data was no simple feat. Had it not been for his strong conviction that verification was necessary, he might have long since given up. He glanced at the monitor, appearing exceedingly weary, but ultimately moved the mouse to save the document. "Kid, your godfather has brought you some delicious food." The dormitory door swung open as Song Tian excitedly burst in, carrying a large box of pizza. "Godfather, you truly are my godfather. I am deeply touched. Let me taste it first." Su Chen felt invigorated. Though he had been lacking in spirit lately, subsisting solely on the meals from the school cafeteria, it was a rare occasion that Song Tian had splurged a bit. He decided to let him enjoy the moment without reservations. If need be, they could always call him back later. After Song Tian firmly shut the door, he eagerly opened the box to reveal a gargantuan pizza he had ordered. "Quite impressive," he remarked. "What brings you such joy today?" Song Tian hesitated momentarily before admitting, "There is nothing in particular. I merely had a craving." Su Chen, grabbing a disposable glove but opting not to wear it, reached in to take a slice, only to be halted by his Song Tian. "No, wait a moment. Let me think of a happy occasion. We need a reason to indulge in this feast." Su Chen, Bemut, looked at the pizza he could not yet savor. It was indeed a bit torturous. "Ah, look here, the Hideout Nuclear Power has invested 20 billion, commissioning our country to handle the remaining nuclear waste. See, a delightful piece of news. I assent it." Su Chen turned to Song Tian in surprise, reflecting on the matter. It was indeed true, but 20 billion, is that sufficient? Where are you getting this from? How could we possibly engage in a losing venture? It is our 20 billion, converted at the current exchange rate. Clearly, with a stationed military presence, they are at their wits' end. Now for this piece of good news, let us eat. Su Chen took a slice of pizza and simultaneously searched for information on his phone. It turned out to be factual. The entire 20 billion was allocated to address the lingering issues of nuclear waste. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs firmly stated that this was merely the initial phase of funding, with potential for further allocations if the situation did not improve. Viewed in this light, it was indeed heartening. Meanwhile, the cancer incidence rates along the coast and inland have been statistically assessed, revealing a significant increase compared to previous years. Many celebrated upon learning that the nuclear waste issue had been taken over. There were also murmurs about a new infectious disease outbreak across the strait, but the news seemed suppressed, with only whispers circulating online. At this juncture, Su Chen recalled a conversation with Senior Ouyang, who had suggested he pursue a specialization in oncology, as this profession might become increasingly rare in the future. This was evidently an official endorsement, considering he was a graduate student under Master Yang, who had extensive connections. Any developments in the medical field would inevitably come to his attention. Based on the information I possess, it is highly likely that the two characters of Tai Hao had already been known to him even before he had any channels of information. You're being somewhat subjective. I am not being subjective. Su Chen had already learned of Tai Hao's existence prior to the excavation at Tai Hao Ling. Professor Ding's testimony states that Su Chen discovered this information in his restored ancient texts, the copies of which have been submitted. Would you care to take a look? Then how do you explain his peculiar behavior? Why did he inquire if those present were aware of Tai Hao's existence? Enough bickering. We are here to devise a solution, not to squabble. Lieutenant Chu, it was you who called this meeting. Please share your thoughts. An authoritative voice interrupted the ongoing debates. Lieutenant Chu stood, holding up documents. Our immediate priority is to ascertain what kind of existence Tai Hao represents, as well as the nature of the crisis mentioned by Dean Yang. Since the clues regarding the typhoon ceased, we have had no leads. Yang Tan, you merely assumed that Su Chen was somewhat special, and he seemed quite disappointed after Su Chen withdrew from the medical internship group, which led him to decide that Su Chen should directly investigate Tai Hao. Yang Tan Yu appears to be unreserved around us. He simply cannot circumvent our scrutiny. We have him under strict watch, eliminating any possibility for subterfuge. A sergeant in the meeting room countered. Lieutenant Chu nodded without responding. Continuing, subsequently, Su Chen discovered information about Tai Hao Ling in the ancient texts. Currently, the excavation at Tai Hao Ling is progressing fervently. This seems rather coincidental. Regardless, he has indeed rendered us significant assistance, and he does not seem to evade official scrutiny. It is said that during the internship group he provided crucial information, hence I propose a gentle approach for contact and inquiry. What if the subject is uncooperative? The sergeant interjected once more. This is not a time for conflict. He remains our citizen. Do not employ such tactics to intimidate. Lieutenant Chu glared at the sergeant. Every situation has its first time. It would not hurt to try. Let us proceed, as Lieutenant Chu suggested. The authoritative voice intervened, averting a potential quarrel. Agreed. Chapter 19. An unexpected visit at this moment. Su Chen sat in a conference room, rubbing his hands together as he observed the assemblage of dignitaries within, particularly the leader. Adorned in military attire, with 2 stripes and 2 stars adorning his shoulders, indicating a high-ranking officer. Earlier that morning, he had been summoned from class and brought here, and upon entering, he was startled to find 2 soldiers standing rigidly at the door. Inside, 5 officers distinctly dressed differently were seated around the conference table, all gazing at him with keen interest, while other soldiers stood around. Su Chen was then invited to sit among the distinguished group. Do not be anxious. You must be Su Chen, correct? We are merely here to ask you a few questions, the lead officer said kindly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt even more nervous, especially as the eyes of everyone in the conference room were fixed upon him. Damn, during the internship group, even with armed soldiers present, he had not felt this tense. He glanced around. The only ones who seemed different were the 5 dignitaries, who, despite not displaying any malicious intent, exuded a palpable sense of pressure. Enough. Look at how frightened you have made him. One of the dignitaries, wearing glasses, expressed discontent from beside Su Chen. Do not mind it, young one. I am Su, the advisor of the 122nd Regiment, and this is Deputy Commander Feng from the same regiment. The initial speaker nodded. Su Chen felt a slight relaxation. Their willingness to introduce themselves was a sign of goodwill, far more reassuring than mere words. That is the leader of the Special Operations Unit, Leader Zhu. Su Chen turned to see that this individual was the youngest among the dignitaries, who also nodded in greeting. Leader Zhu's uniform, although military in style, was entirely black, suggesting he did not belong strictly to the military hierarchy. You may simply refer to him as Lieutenant Chu. His specific role is confidential, but is related to you. Lieutenant Chu scrutinized Su Chen, smiling as he nodded. You may be unaware of how much attention you have drawn from us. Please cooperate during our discussion. That is Mr. Go. His specific position is also confidential. He is here as an observer. Su Chen glanced at Mr. Go, who appeared equally gentle and refined. Though he did not seem particularly aged, his hair was white. Mr. Go smiled at Su Chen, but did not speak further. However, Su Chen noticed that, although he wore military attire, there were distinct differences in details compared to Deputy Commander Feng and the others, and he lacked insignia on his shoulders and collar. We have now introduced ourselves, and while you need not speak, we are all familiar with you. What do you think our purpose in seeking you out might be? Su Chen, taken aback, began to reflect on whether he had committed any infractions lately and found none. He racked his mind for any past deeds that might have attracted the attention of high-ranking officials. Naturally, he found nothing. Since his reincarnation, his parents had cherished him dearly, fulfilling his every wish. Being an adult in spirit, he had never caused a scene. His family was harmonious, and he had never engaged in any outrageous behavior. Recently, he had only participated in the internship group and the excavation of Tai Hao Ling. The internship group had long concluded, with those involved having perished beyond revival. That was his sole interaction with the military. Could it be related to the excavation of Tai Hao Ling? Su Chen Bonde. He found it hard to believe that archaeology could be linked to the military, and given the nature of the situation, he had already prepared a defense. Anyone investigating would find no fault. Unable to come up with an answer, I have recently been preoccupied with the significant task of excavating Tai Hao Ling Shirley. You are not here to present me with an award, are you? Su Kanmu paused momentarily, then chuckled. While that may not be entirely impossible, let me ask you, you will cooperate with us, won't you? Su Chen refrained from making a rash promise, but nodded in agreement. Very well, Lieutenant Chu, Captain Zhu. It is now your turn to take the stage. Please enlighten our young comrade. Lieutenant, you note that? Taking a box from a soldier behind him and placing on the conference table before opening it. To his astonishment, it revealed a military-grade 3-proof computer. The entire box serving as the computer's main body, adorned with an interface unlike any graphical system he had ever encountered. Efficient, simplistic, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. It was said that such military-grade portable computers were fireproof, waterproof, and drop-resistant, capable even of withstanding a rocket assault and resisting EMPs, though they were notoriously underperforming. Sufficient for all military wartime needs, yet incapable of running a single standard software application. Approximately a month prior, an atypical infectious disease had erupted at the coastal city of Fengjiang's meteorological station, followed by 3 other coastal meteorological stations reporting cases of infection. These stations found the phenomenon perplexing, unable to be explained by conventional medicine. It seemed merely a phenomenon akin to disease transmission. Chen listened, still somewhat perplexed. You may not feel it, but I recall you were part of an internship group. Can you guess why we were able to detect this fungal infection in a timely manner and halt its spread at an early stage? Chen's eyes twinkled as he suddenly realized. You alerted the coastal officials or hospitals, didn't you? Indeed, I can even tell you that this was a desperate measure. Our warnings to the coastal regions did not specify the exact nature of the disease, solely to avoid panic. For even now, those patients show no signs of recovery. Should we underestimate it and allow it to spread unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Chen found himself intrigued once more. Are you saying this disease is akin to a fungal infection? Untreatable? Precisely, yet the symptoms of this illness do not exhibit a high level of aggressiveness. At least, for now, it is manageable. After all this discourse, Chen inquired, will you not tell me what the specific illness is? You may examine it yourself. All records are contained within this terminal. With that, Lieutenant Chu flipped the rugged notebook around and pushed it towards Chen. Chen, filled with curiosity about this military-grade laptop, immediately began to operate it. Initially, he eagerly utilized the sturdy trackball and the ultra-quiet engineering plastic keyboard to read the text. However, after a brief glance, he abandoned his playful exploration, staring in astonishment at the records displayed. Chen learned that a disease named Taihao had previously erupted, and his evident concern for Taihao became clear as to why he was summoned. Furthermore, the symptoms were exceedingly peculiar. It was neither a biological infection nor were its bizarre mental symptoms, outbreak sites, and transmission sources comprehensible to medical students, who could only deem it fanciful. Nevertheless, as Chen observed the dignitaries sipping tea around him, he felt certain that these individuals were not idly passing their time. This record was undoubtedly genuine. The documentation did not even attempt to conceal the existence of Director Yang, and much of the data bore the signature of Yang Tianyu himself. This revelation clarified certain matters for Chen, such as where he had gone and what he was doing. It could be said that while this information answered some questions, it also raised many more enigmas. However, the immediate priority remained to address the military district officials. Although Chen's official position was merely that of a deputy regiment leader, he did not believe that the deputy commander was merely idle in his presence. Moreover, they could easily have sent someone of lesser rank to inquire. The reason they had not done so was singular. They deemed this necessary. Clearly, there were individuals of higher authority who valued this matter sufficiently to assign these personnel to the grassroots level. Yet, regardless of whether they were a lieutenant or a captain, the upper echelons might not take it seriously, but Chen certainly could not afford to disregard it. However, the influence of these high-ranking individuals was evident. Possessing first-hand information enabled them to make immediate decisions, underscoring their concern. Chapter 20. Born knowing, Chen gazed at the data on the screen, his mind swirling with profound questions. One pressing inquiry, which he pondered repeatedly, ultimately compelled him to speak. Why do you believe that the Taihao referred to by them is the same Taihao found in the excavation of Taihao Ling? These two matters seemed scarcely related. Captain Zhu set down his cup. This is not merely our belief. It is Yang Tianyu's assertion. Grandfather Yang? Captain Zhu opened his mouth to elaborate, but was interrupted by Lieutenant Chu. While the situation is not currently urgent, I believe that the longer we delay, the more complicated matters will become. Would you kindly share with us what you know? Chen nodded, of course. However, as the words left his mouth, he sensed a predicament, the origin of the matter. To put it plainly, stemmed from the disaster triggered by the typhoon wind field chart. Yet, as far as he knew, Taihao, no matter how esoteric, had never been associated with any powers related to typhoons. Furthermore, humanity relied on advanced meteorological technology to observe the wind field charts. If the equipment had not been upgraded from the outset, would this matter have even arisen? Had the typhoon also embraced high technology in its evolution? Additionally, even if the typhoons along the coast were formidable, neighboring island nations had long endured wind and waves. They should possess meteorological observation capabilities that were no less than those of the mainland, yet it seemed they were unaffected. Could it be that the military presence had diverted their attention? With limited knowledge at his disposal, he found himself inundated with questions. If you have inquiries, please share them, and I shall respond to those I can, Su Chen cautiously proposed. Lieutenant Chu nodded, pondering for a moment before formulating the most pressing question. What is Taihao? Su Chen's face twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated such a fundamental question. However, based on the information provided, it was indeed crucial. The history of this world appeared as if it had been severed from its lineage. Even Taihao's identity remained shrouded in mystery, tragic and lamentable. Taihao was the cultural progenitor of Huaxia. Without him, Huaxia would not exist. Lieutenant Chu glanced at Mr. Ge, then turned to Su Chen with a serious expression. How did he give rise to this Taihao infectious disease? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wait, why do you think I would know the answer to that? Perhaps I should elaborate on Taihao. No need. The excavation of Taihao Ling is proceeding rapidly, and we have already obtained a significant amount of information and conducted research. Su Chen was left utterly speechless. His knowledge was far from exhaustive. In truth, the inscriptions provided more detailed information. Then, what is the purpose of your visit? I genuinely have no knowledge to share. Fine, let's change the question. All right, please proceed. Su Chen sighed in relief. Why did Taihao disseminate this infectious disease? Where did it originate? Su Chen felt an overwhelming urge to throw the computer across the room. The way they referred to Taihao made it sound like some extremist organization, donning stockings and planting bombs indiscriminately. I genuinely have no clue. Let us change the topic. You truly do not know? Su Chen wearily replied. I truly do not. Very well, I shall inquire elsewhere. Ask away. Just refrain from asking me who or what Taihao is. I have noted that you discovered the location of Taihao Ling from ancient texts, which raises some questions. Su Chen relaxed once more, thinking to himself, finally, they were asking about this. After all, during the excavation of Taihao Ling, he had noticed a gap. How did he come to know the location of Taihao Ling? Numerous records existed, yet Taihao Ling had not been discovered in this world, which was sufficient proof that historical documentation concerning Taihao Ling was woefully scant. Su Chen immediately resolved to create a comprehensive account as evidence. He acquired several copies of historical records and sought out the documentation related to the worship of Taihao Ling. Upon examination, he found that most were indeed incomplete, yet with diligence, one could piece them together. The undertaking at hand is indeed monumental. Su Chen contemplated for a moment, then employed certain measures to rectify the situation directly. Although he relied on known outcomes to retroactively fabricate evidence from ancient texts, no one could discern the discrepancies. His contributions to the history department were akin to child's play, easily deceiving the professors and experts therein. Their testimonies, derived from the history department, were officially sanctioned, yet these individuals lacked the requisite knowledge to delve into the underlying falsehoods. With this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but smile subtly. We commissioned an investigation by the police, and the psychological and criminal investigation experts noted a high degree of overlap between your actions before and after the excavation of Taihao Ling and your concealment of information. Psychologists unanimously concluded that you seem to have intentionally hidden a crucial piece of information prior to the excavation. Su Chen was taken aback. Had he the inclination to curse, he would have done so, exclaiming their lack of martial virtue. He believed it would suffice for them to ask a few questions, yet unexpectedly found himself under the scrutiny of a group of criminal investigation experts analyzing him with magnifying glasses. Such attention was indeed significant. Su Chen considered denying their claims, but upon observing the grave demeanor of Captain Chu, he hesitated. If such allegations were boldly stated, it suggested that someone possessed undeniable evidence against him. After all, he had never anticipated the involvement of criminal and psychological experts scrutinizing him. The evidence he had gathered was rather rudimentary. And it was not as if he had engaged in any illicit activities. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Indeed, he had committed no wrongdoing. So why should he fear these military personnel? Captain Chu, however, raised an eyebrow at Su Chen, sensing a shift in his demeanor towards arrogance. Was it merely an illusion? Su Chen replied, "Oh, regarding that, I already knew the location of Tai Hao Ling from the very beginning. I felt they did not believe my discovery, so I supplemented the ancient texts for them to see. This is hardly a wrongdoing, is it?" This statement was indeed truthful. "What information did you conceal?" Captain Chu inquired. "Did I not mention? I knew the location of Tai Hao Ling from the start." Captain Chu's brow furrowed even deeper. Nearby, Team Leader Zhu interjected. "But why did you know the location of Tai Hao Ling from the outset?" Su Chen responded nonchalantly. "I just knew." "Are you implying that before you even saw any relevant literature on Tai Hao, you already possessed this knowledge?" "Yes, what of it? Is there a problem?" Captain Chu's eyes widened. This was more than just an issue. This was a significant one. To put it bluntly, Su Chen was undoubtedly an accomplice of Tai Hao, or at the very least connected to him. However, having reviewed the recently organized materials from the archaeology department, he understood that Tai Hao had become a near-mythical figure from a millennium ago, making any connection to Su Chen highly implausible. An elderly voice nearby inquired with great interest, then, "From where did you obtain information about Tai Hao?" Su Chen turned to see Mr. Ge. "I was born with this knowledge." This assertion was not entirely unfounded, though Su Chen cared little for how others interpreted it. Chapter 21. Assistant Captain Chu felt a weight in his heart upon hearing the voice through his earpiece. While he had stressed the importance of gentle engagement, he was not unprepared. The conference room was equipped with numerous sensors, and even the military-grade computer was outfitted with a camera. The purpose was to enable the think tank behind him to analyze Su Chen's behavior through these devices, allowing them to assess the veracity of his statements and provide recommendations. The think tank comprised not only high-ranking officials from the Military District Academy of Sciences, but also criminal investigation and psychological experts dispatched from the Joint Criminal Police Team. Su Chen likely had not anticipated that he was being scrutinized as if under a magnifying glass. Thus far, the think tank had concluded that this young man had been entirely cooperative throughout the process, having not uttered a single falsehood. However, they issued a warning. Their analysis of Su Chen's micro-expressions and subtle movements indicated that further probing into the source of his information might provoke resistance, rendering subsequent inquiries unreliable. Therefore, they presented two options. The first was to continue pressing for answers. If Captain Chu deemed Su Chen's source of information vital, he could leverage his authority to extract a response, albeit at the risk of Su Chen becoming uncooperative. The second option was to abandon the line of questioning and pursue other inquiries. Captain Chu regarded Su Chen, finding the young man increasingly unnerving. Realizing that his tactics had failed and confirming in his memory that he had committed no crimes, Su Chen resolved to disengage from the discussion. After all, he had no incriminating evidence against himself. He had committed no offenses, and he felt justified in his stance. The matters regarding Tai Hao Ling and the peculiarities he discovered were not his concern. Having reached this conclusion, Su Chen took a sip from the cup on the table. Captain Chu hesitated before ultimately shaking his head. He recalled Dean Yang's assessment of Su Chen's character. His logical reasoning surpassed that of ordinary individuals, as if he possessed a longer contemplation time and clearer boundaries. Such a person was beneficial to himself and to civilization. Thus, it was unwise to foster animosity. "I have no further questions," Captain Chu stated. "Mr. Ge, do you?" Su Chen was surprised by Captain Chu's abrupt cessation of inquiry, having expected him to press on. "Mr. Ge slowly nodded. "Young man, you have reviewed considerable documentation. What are your thoughts on Tai Hao?" "Me?" Su Chen processed the question, glancing at the screen. "I only just learned of it, so I cannot provide substantial insights. Dean Yang does not share that sentiment. He believes you are a remarkable individual capable of making discoveries." Mr. Ge smiled. "Furthermore, we have reviewed the records from your internship group, where you proposed a significant hypothesis." Su Chen was taken aback. "The hypothesis? I merely thought it was a coincidence. It hardly counts as genuine." Mr. Ge regarded Su Chen with a knowing look. Su Chen comprehended his implication. Perhaps his hypothesis was not without merit, possibly even truthful. Mr. G's lack of denial or affirmation was, in itself, an answer. His silence likely stemmed from confidentiality concerns. Despite the unsettling implications, Su Chen remained unfazed. As he often said, The sky may fall, but the tall person will bear it. He adjusted his mindset and promptly focused on Mr. G's other remarks. Well then, you mentioned that Dean Yang regards me as special. What makes me so? Mr. Gu pondered briefly, then responded, it is your spirit. By spirit, I refer to a broader definition, a kind of essence that you may or may not comprehend. Su Chen shook his head, associating Mr. G's description with concepts of mental fortitude or SAN values. But he wondered if that was truly the case. Then you must consult your grandfather, Mr. Gu sighed. However, upon learning of your excavation of Tai Hao Ling, it seems Dean Yang is convinced you have uncovered something significant. Is that true? No, I only know the location of Tai Hao Ling. Beyond that, there are merely those stone tablets. Su Chen replied, as he genuinely had no notable discoveries. He had set out solely to find Tai Hao Ling, and its discovery had satisfied his curiosity. To be candid, the recent 2 outbreaks have left us in a state of disarray, causing numerous delays, Mr. Gu lamented. Wait, weren't those 2 outbreaks contained? Su Chen guidi. Recalling that the documentation indicated all patients had been quarantined, and those infected with the aflatoxin had been eliminated, suggesting that the situation had indeed been entirely extinguished. Zhu Zuzhan acknowledged with a nod, and then turned his attention to Su Chen. Yesterday, we received alarming news that a peculiar disease has seemingly erupted simultaneously across the globe. In our neighboring country, symptoms remarkably akin to ours have emerged, stemming from a distinct fungal infection. Currently, stringent controls have been enforced at the borders. Our valiant soldiers will ensure that no virus infiltrates our homeland. However, we genuinely suspect that this affliction may return. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. Astonished that the reports he had seen were indeed true. Reflecting on the events at Tai Hao Ling, he realized there was little he could do. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Gulao, your words have reminded me of something I find rather unsettling. Gulao's interest was piqued. Young man, what is it? It concerns a special corrosion. I suspect there might be an issue with it. The room fell silent, everyone in a state of confusion. Even Chu Shangwei could hear the think tank in his earpiece urging individuals aware of this term to step forward. I believe this special corrosion is rather peculiar. Yilo, perhaps well-versed in various matters, quickly grasped the concept of special corrosion. Are you referring to the unique corrosion found on cultural relics? That's merely a natural phenomenon, is it not? Not normal. It shouldn't corrode in such a manner, Su Chen countered. And how do you believe it should corrode? Yilo countered. Su Chen struggled to articulate his thoughts. After all, the tutorials he had studied presented a coherent and self-consistent logic, mirroring the reality he faced. What could he possibly argue against that? Gulao sighed. Let us set this matter aside for now. The purpose of your presence here is to discuss how Tai Hao was discovered, as many were previously unaware of it. We will manage subsequent matters, so rest assured, your education will not be affected. Let us sign this confidentiality agreement to ensure today's discussions remain undisclosed. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine as he instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. He felt he might be on the verge of something pivotal. Wait, do you believe my assertions are unfounded? Are you not considering the significance of that special corrosion? Gulao regarded him in silence, his countenance implying acquiescence. You mentioned my discoveries. This is my finding. Why do you not take it seriously? Gulao lowered his head momentarily. Very well. I shall arrange for my research institute to verify your claims regarding the special corrosion. However, this remains a natural phenomenon, and I cannot guarantee what we may uncover. At that moment, Su Chen comprehended that Gulao was likely a prominent figure within the Military Research Institute, possessing considerable expertise in a scientific domain, which explained his presence providing technical support. The knowledge he held far surpassed Su Chen's, and upon hearing Su Chen challenge a natural phenomenon, it was understandable that he would be skeptical. Should he have delved into the causes of special corrosion, he would undoubtedly have faith in the established mechanisms. Perceiving Su Chen's inquiries as those of a mere amateur, Su Chen felt an urgent need to speak, fearing that remaining silent could lead to dire consequences. This sensation was indeed peculiar. He noticed Gulao placing the confidentiality agreement before him, its terms strictly binding their conversation. They were clearly taking the Tai Hao situation seriously, bracing for its potential resurgence. Yet until that time arrived, it would remain a closely guarded secret. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Chen. He looked at Gulao. I have another point of concern, but I require your assistance to ascertain its validity. Gulao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Before he could respond, Chu Shangwei interjected, certainly. What assistance do you seek? I need you to investigate the artifacts that suffered special corrosion and were damaged in the museums I mentioned. Su Chan took a pen and paper from the table, quickly jotting down his thoughts. As he awaited their response, he requested to call his grandfather, Yang, to inquire how he had learned of the name Tai Hao. Chu Shangwei outright declined, stating that any communication with Yang Tianyu was prohibited, although Su Chan found this somewhat unkind. He recognized the terrifying implications of the Tai Hao affliction and conceded that such precautions were warranted. Nevertheless, Chu Shangwei offered to relay a message to Yang Tianyu, promising to inform Su Chan of any replies. After a brief wait, a plethora of data appeared on the computer screen, astonishing Su Chan with its volume. He had previously suspected issues with some artifacts subjected to special corrosion, yet he lacked the ability and resolve to investigate each one individually. Were it not for a nagging sense of impending crisis, he would have preferred to distance himself from the matter entirely. Fortunately, they appear to be taking this seriously and possess sufficient resources to provide him with such detailed information with just a mention. Driven by curiosity, he sought to confirm whether his suspicions held merit. He aimed to examine the condition of the damaged artifacts. The data was exceptionally thorough, even including artifacts that had never been exhibited. Su Chan was aware that the number of unearthed artifacts was vast, yet museum exhibition space was limited. Many relics remained stored away, often receiving less attention than those on display. Before long, Su Chan had compared all the data, and a single glance provided him with the answers he sought, though he found himself enveloped in confusion. What is it? Have you discovered something amiss? Ye Lo inquired, having noted Su Chen's change in demeanor. Su Chen nodded, his expression torn as he gazed at Galao, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet struggling to find the right words. Galao took a sip of tea, patiently awaiting Su Chan to organize his thoughts. Are you aware of the hypothesis my internship group proposed? Galao responded, yes, we are currently validating the hypothesis you mentioned. Do you have additional information to provide? No. Su Chen hesitated before deciding to be forthright. What if we entertain the idea that this special corrosion is not a natural occurrence, but rather a product of human intervention, akin to a fungal infection? Galao, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, impossible. Su Chan felt frustration rising. I am merely proposing a hypothesis. Is that not permissible? Galao reflected for a moment before nodding. Very well, let us consider your perspective. If the special corrosion of artifacts is indeed orchestrated by an individual, then who is responsible? Why? How is it executed? And most crucially, where is the evidence? I cannot address the rest. Su Chen replied, locking eyes with Galao. You must be quite intelligent. No? Galao, taken aback by the question, stroked his chin. I graduated from Nanshan National Defense University, so I believe I am not lacking in intelligence. Excellent. Allow me to show you this. Su Chen selected portions of the data he had reviewed and organized them in a spreadsheet for Gulao's quick examination. Are these human remains from the Stone Age? The ones you highlighted appear to be those of injured individuals. No, this site has a drilled skull. Su Chen had marked the remains of those who had sustained injuries and subsequently healed, were those with notably deformed bones, as they had not received modern medical treatment to correct their alignment, resulting in oddly shaped recoveries. After reviewing all the selected data, Galao felt a flicker of understanding, though he remained perplexed. He looked at Su Chen. These still seem rather unremarkable. If there is special corrosion, then nothing stands out. However, what if there is no special corrosion? Galao furrowed his brow and glanced at the table. Then, for reasons unknown, unconsciously moved his fingers. Lieutenant Chu, seated nearby, was taken aback, for he was well aware of Gulao's identity. During discussions regarding the Tai Hao incident, he had exchanged casual words with the researchers under Gulao's tutelage and had come to appreciate both his formidable intellect and peculiar habits. Galao possessed an extraordinary memory and mental calculation ability. Whenever faced with a technological conundrum, he would often contemplate by counting on his fingers, invariably arriving at a satisfactory conclusion in no time. You are right, the probability p-value is indeed excessively high. Something is clearly amiss, Galao concluded his mental calculations, a serene expression settling on his face. Su Chen was equally astonished. He had nearly forgotten what the p-value in probability theory entailed. If not for his sharp memory, he might have been oblivious to what Galao was alluding to. However, the condition you mentioned excludes special corrosion. Does that not diminish its significance? Su Chen Gao De. Galao, lost in thought, pondered the implications of human civilization's hallmark. The hallmark of human civilization must surely be tools, perhaps stone implements, he mused. This question had been addressed before. Anthropologist Margaret Mead stated that the first sign of civilization was the fracture and subsequent healing of a human femur. This indicated that someone had spent considerable time attending to the injured individual, binding their wounds and transporting them to safety for a gradual recovery. Chen continued. Mead posited that such solidarity represents the initial mark of civilization. Galao found himself momentarily speechless. He seemed to grasp a terrifying possibility. His initially sharp gaze lingering on Chen for a moment before becoming clouded with confusion. He was indeed astute. Upon hearing Chen's words, he comprehended the underlying message. Shaoli, he called. Yes, please retrieve the cigarettes from my coat. Certainly. Lieutenant Chu faltered. Galao, your student specifically instructed me. Galao waved his hand dismissively away with it. Why should those youngsters meddle so much? Furthermore, he lit a cigarette with a snap, causing Lieutenant Chu to furrow his brow in concern. They could only watch as Galao took one puff after another, deep in contemplation. Nearby, the deputy regiment commander and the regiment staff officer were also present. Galao typically would not so easily disregard his image in front of them, and they too appeared grave. Finally, Deputy Commander Fong could no longer contain himself. Galao, what riddle are you unraveling? What discovery have you made? Galao had just finished the cigarette and extinguished it in the ashtray on the table, letting out a sigh. Su Xiaoyu just presented a viewpoint that I find quite plausible. The deputy commander pressed. What viewpoint? Someone is destroying artifacts. What? That is outrageous. I will contact the police department. If it requires a large-scale response, they can coordinate our actions. Deputy Commander Fong understood the significance of artifacts and immediately expressed his agreement. No, Galao interjected, pulling out another cigarette. Perhaps it is not humans, but extraterrestrials. Deputy Commander Fong was taken aback. What? Extraterrestrials are engaging in such activities out of sheer boredom? I am considering that the coastal fungal infection might be related to the destruction of artifacts, Galao suggested. Deputy Commander Fong immediately fell silent. He understood how troublesome that fungal infection had been, akin to a national catastrophe. Sukanmu not det taugu fun. How can you be so certain it is extraterrestrials? What could their motive be? Galao took a drag from his cigarette. I merely speculated. It could be the work of extraterrestrials or humans themselves. The objective is to utterly obliterate the existence of humanity. It is a systematic eradication from above and below, from the past and the future, transcending both time and space. Not merely exterminating humanity, but erasing all traces of its existence. They have already annihilated evidence of human civilization prior to the Neolithic era. All present at the conference table were taken aback. Was it Tai Hao who did this? There is no evidence, Galao replied, taking a puff of his cigarette. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened as he turned to Chen. I have some conjectures regarding this special corrosion of artifacts. However, it requires verification. If it is indeed as you say, then the special corrosion must bear signs of unnatural damage. Do you concur with my assertion? Indeed. First, please sign a confidentiality agreement. Upon further discoveries, I will inform you after I have discussions with him. Chen hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 23. Traces of Civilization. Chen wholeheartedly agreed with Galao's assertions. While many skeletal remains from pre-Neolithic humans had survived, there were no signs of civilization. These remnants were akin to animal bones, utterly devoid of meaning. From them, one could glean no information, merely acknowledging their past existence. He had observed the skull from a Majiayo culture at the National Museum. It was an unremarkable skull with a single hole, which might lead someone to conclude it was simply damaged during excavation. Yet, who could fathom that a group of individuals once undertook incredible efforts in the face of diseases that rendered other beings powerless? They sought to wrest life from the clutches of death and succeeded, enabling the afflicted to survive. In a small town in southern Georgia, fossils dating back 7 million years had been unearthed, including an aged skull with nearly all its teeth missing, save for one stubborn tooth that remained. At that time, humans had just begun to learn the art of cooking, still reliant on their teeth to tackle coarse foods. It was exceedingly difficult for individuals without teeth to survive. Remarkably, the alveolar bone of this skull had nearly healed completely. In other words, this ancient elder did not perish shortly after losing their teeth. Rather, they live for several years, supported by companions. This signifies that humans had already begun to learn the art of caregiving. Unlike animals, they did not abandon the elderly or the weak. It was not merely because evolution allowed them to procure more food, but rather because humanity was beginning to sprout the seeds of civilization. They had learned compassion and cooperation. These were not mere bones, but held the profound essence of civilization's inception. The dawn of civilization commenced from this very point. Chen walked along the path, grappling with the situation regarding foreign-related remains. After all, domestic sensational news was rife, and foreign matters were largely no different. Such news regarding damaged artifacts would only make headlines if they were of national or even global significance. Environmental extremist groups were known to target Van Gogh's sunflowers. No one would pay attention if they were to target human remains. Chen struggled through his rudimentary English and subsequently found the information he sought. He sighed deeply. He discovered reports concerning the damage to ancient human remains abroad, published by a small archaeologist who called for greater attention to the protection of such artifacts. Though it appeared to have received little of the desired response, Chen felt powerless. He was neither a high-ranking official nor a significant figure, rendering him incapable of effecting change. However, he recalled Ge Lao. In their final exchange, Chen noted that Ge Lao seemed to have an epiphany and, with his foresight, would likely soon validate whether similar events had occurred overseas. With such a prominent figure keeping watch, it seemed unlikely that any issues would arise. In the conference room, the 5 individuals did not immediately disperse. Ge Lao was on the phone, while the remaining 4 refrained from interrupting. Yes, have Xiao Lin lead a team to inquire with those old fellows at the Institute of Physics. Tell them to move their materials here under the pretext of requisitioning. It's fine. During this special period, the second team should ensure the escort from the 332nd Regiment. Correct. Expedite the process and mention my name. Express my urgent need for it. Yes, that's all. Ge Lao hung up the phone and turned to the deputy commander. All right, I have finished my part. The Research Institute will likely be working overtime. Good. What shall we do next? The deputy commander inquired. Ge Lao glanced at the few individuals seated around the table in the conference room, feeling somewhat sentimental. Though there were merely 5 people present, they collectively represented the combined influence of the military district, the Research Institute, and the police department. Their positions were neither too high nor too low, granting them the autonomy to make decisions while also being able to report when circumstances spiraled out of control. This could be described as an exceedingly agile decision-making group. Chen indeed provided me with crucial information, which might be the message that Yang Tianyo wished to convey but could not articulate directly. Lieutenant Chu, he said, please relay the discussions from the conference room to Yang Tianyo and confirm with him. Understood. Also, ask your team to gather the materials that Chen requested, but do not limit the search to domestic sources. International information should be included as well. That might be a bit. It doesn't have to be overly detailed. I will also reach out to a few old friends from the archaeology department. Received. All right, that concludes our meeting. Dismissed. Hearing this, the deputy commander felt somewhat distressed. So, does this mean we have gained nothing from our visit? Who is Tai Hao? What is it? We still do not know? How could that be? Ge Lao replied, surprisingly pleased. Although we remain unaware of the exact nature of Tai Hao, we have discovered that there is something intent on erasing our civilization, and we have uncovered traces left behind. What traces? This particular form of corrosion? Precisely. If we can ascertain the cause of this unique corrosion, we may be able to counteract it, following the clues to identify the mastermind behind it. The problem is, our purpose here was to inquire about the existence of Tai Hao with Chen. We could simply rely on the inscriptions restored by the archaeology department. The deputy commander looked glumly at his blank notes, feeling as though he had not received any substantial tasks and could not discern any military relevance from the discussions held during the meeting. In other words, there was no place for him to apply his skills. Initially, he had believed that Tai Hao represented a foreign adversary or organization intent on causing destruction, and had volunteered to participate in the plan to eradicate the enemy and serve his country, only to find nothing at all. The thought of his subordinates' eager eyes, anticipating a mission, and the commander's admonitions before departure made the deputy commander feel a bit heated. However, despite the apparent disconnection between these two matters, I find that they possess an indescribable connection. What connection? An indescribable connection. The deputy commander shot a glance at Ge Lao, then recalled that he was a person he could not afford to offend, and quickly deflated. Then what can I do? Galau regarded him and said, Didn't I just mention it? Your task is to escort those items back. The deputy commander nodded reluctantly. Escort missions, unlike combat operations, offered no accolades to claim. At best, they were small consolation. Do not worry. If you can swiftly and effectively complete the escort task, once I catch a glimpse of the mastermind behind the scenes, there will undoubtedly be a task for your unit, one that others cannot usurp. The deputy commander's expression brightened. All right, then it's settled. Chapter 24. Chronic myeloid leukemia. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen was taken aback to find Song Tian not engrossed in gaming. Instead, he was merely staring at his phone, his demeanor quite despondent. What is wrong, you coward? Did your girlfriend run off with someone? Shut it. Song Tian retorted, Brother, I'm not in the mood. Let me be for a moment. Why? Let me share in your amusement. At this, Song Tian cast a glum look at Chen, realizing that he was unable to escape the clutches of this rogue. It's nothing much. Really, my father is ill, his health is failing, and the company is in turmoil. So, is your father asking you to return to the company to take charge? While you're at it, clear out the company as pests, resolve the crisis, and ultimately strengthen the business, elevating your status and reaching the pinnacle of life? Song Tian was nearly amused by Chen's words. It's not that absurd. My father can't manage the company, but my sister can. Besides, this turmoil isn't due to internal strife. It's primarily because of issues with overseas suppliers. My sister claims she has a solution. Then what are you worried about? I'm concerned because my father is ill, and he has always treated me well. Chen scrutinized Song Tian. I didn't realize you were such a devoted son. I remember you previously didn't even call home. Subsequently, Chen fell silent as he noticed Song Tian's eyes reddening, revealing his sorrow. I don't know. It was always my father who called me. There was some tension back then. I was sulking and ignored him, thinking he was upset with me for not calling. Chen found himself at a loss for words and merely offered a comforting pat on Song Tian's shoulder. Well, you're a medical student. Could you help me understand my father's condition? After speaking, Song Tian handed his phone to Chen. Though Chen was only a novice in the field, in order to comfort Song Tian, he intended to take a look, figuring he might be able to offer a few kind words to ease Song Tian's heart. Song Tian's phone displayed a conversation with his sister, containing numerous diagnostic images. Chen selected the doctor's diagnosis, knowing full well that he could not compare with the professionals. Upon glancing at the diagnosis, Chen was left speechless. The report clearly stated, chronic myeloid leukemia, CML, accelerated phase. To be honest, Chen's mind buzzed as he read this. Some may not understand what chronic myeloid leukemia entails, but those who have watched the film Dying to Survive might find it familiar. As the leukemia patients portrayed in the movie suffer from this very disease, particularly the character Lu Shui, who succumbed to the pressures brought on by this illness. At that point, Lu Shui was already in the accelerated phase, rendering Gleevec ineffective for him. The only remaining option was a bone marrow transplant, which had a low success rate. Chen had taken an interest in the disease and had conducted a bit of research, gaining only a rudimentary understanding. Yet he recognized that the accelerated phase of CML was not much different from the blast phase. Both signified the terminal stages of the illness, where treatment options were limited. However, as Chen cast a glance at the hopeful expression on Song Tian's face, he realized that Song Tian's family was not impoverished. Indeed, it echoed the notion that there is only one true disease in this world, the disease of poverty. If one had wealth, perhaps delaying death would not be such a daunting task. However, with his father's company facing difficulties. What is the matter, Lao Xiu? Why the rush? I haven't finished reading yet. Chen looked down to continue reading, reasoning that since the diagnosis had been made, there must be treatment options available, and it was prudent to see what the professionals had to say. Strangely, however, Chen observed that the treatment methods outlined did not seem particularly targeted, focusing instead on treating superficial complications, with no mention of the original version of the drug, Gleevec, or imatinib for this chronic myeloid leukemia. He found it peculiar. Even in the accelerated phase, it should not be an insurmountable issue, and it was unlikely that they would withhold medication entirely. May I ask, who currently has the authority to sign off on your father's treatment? My sister. Why? Is there some discord between your sister and your father? How could that be? My father treats her just as well as he treats me. If it weren't for my sister leaving, the company might have come to a standstill. She even wanted to pause her work at the company to care for my father. It seemed that this was not a typical power struggle. While such occurrences were not uncommon, they were also not prevalent. There were few truly nefarious individuals in society, which made such events all the more remarkable. Your father must have received medical advice previously, right? What did the doctors say back then? What did they say? I don't know. I just found out that my father was diagnosed with this illness a month ago, which is why he didn't call me. He didn't want me to worry. Chen slapped his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten about the earlier conflict between the father and son, where Song Tian had been sulking and refrained from calling or communicating. Then, Chen belatedly realized that there was something amiss in Song Tian's words. Are you saying he had this illness a month ago? Yeah, that is what my sister said, the doctor mentioned. Chen furrowed his brow and scrolled back through the chat history with Song Tian's sister, discovering a diagnosis from a month ago that indeed confirmed the recent diagnosis of chronic myeloid leukemia. It had initially been in the early stages, and the doctor had prescribed medication without any issues for subsequent treatment. However, it seemed rather rapid for the condition to progress from its early stages to the accelerated phase, especially given that chronic myeloid leukemia was characterized by a slow progression. It primarily stemmed from issues in the later stages of blood cell development. And even if one were ill, the progression should typically be quite slow. Chen scrolled down the chat history, subsequently reviewing 2 diagnostic reports that indicated an abnormal progression of chronic myelogenous leukemia, MCL. The first report was from the initial physician, while the second bore a different signature. It appeared that the first doctor, lacking sufficient experience, sought the opinion of a more seasoned colleague, whose signature reflected a certain flourish, suggesting he was a master in hematology, perhaps even a department head. The latter also prescribed imatinib, a targeted therapy for MCL, along with other medications that Chen could not identify. The bill was exorbitant, yet effective. What followed was a prolonged period of monitoring, with no interruption in the patient's diagnoses. Bone marrow aspirations were performed almost daily, and the medications and therapies were frequently altered, complemented by a considerable amount of chemotherapy. Chen found it difficult to fathom how the patient endured it all. Nonetheless, the illness seemed to flow like a meandering stream, finding a way to persist and spread despite all attempts to contain it. It wasn't until the acceleration phase that Song Tian's sister reached out, seemingly unable to bear the burden any longer. The reason the physician refrained from administering medication was that previous treatments had proven ineffective against the disease, leading to a cessation of therapy. The patient's body could no longer withstand the rigors of chemotherapy. Upon examining the final diagnostic results, Chen realized they mirrored what he had first encountered, chronic myelogenous leukemia in the acceleration phase. It then dawned on him why the doctor had prescribed seemingly inconsequential medications. Song Tian's father seemed to be teetering on the edge of a precipice, burdened by an immense weight. While the physician had exhausted all measures, yet could not bring him back. If further effort was exerted, it risked leading to a swift demise, leaving only the option of tethering him with a rope, watching as he gradually slid into the abyss. However, Chen noted that the diagnosis was recent. Perhaps the doctor was contemplating a significant intervention, aiming for a potential cure while withholding any medication to avoid complicating subsequent treatments. After all, MCL is a form of blood cancer, and frontier medicine indeed offers certain innovative therapies, such as gene therapy, expensive but effective. Chapter 25, Hematological Oncology. After perusing the diagnosis, Chen fell into a contemplative silence, as the peculiar nature of this illness left him perplexed. It not only manifested unexpectedly, but also seemed unresponsive to the prescribed medications, almost as if the condition were not MCL at all. Yet, the diagnosis could not be misleading. Each successive bone marrow aspiration clearly exhibited the power of science. With abnormal values explicitly marked, there could be no misdiagnosis. It was truly strange. What is going on, Lao Su? Song Tian noticed the unease in Chen's expression, his voice trembling with concern. I can't discern it, Chen replied, reluctant to overtly declare that his father was beyond help. Instead, he suggested, however, I know a medical student at the Research Institute, who should be able to provide insight. If you agree, send me the information, and I will ask him to take a look. Song Tian nodded, took his phone, and sent the details to Chen. Chen promptly forwarded it to Ouyang Xing, requesting his assistance in assessing whether there was hope for recovery. It sufficed to let Song Tian view the chat history. The senior agreed to help, but required time. Rather than waiting for someone else's opinion, why not visit your father yourself? Chen proposed. Song Tian's eyes lit up. Yes, I need to see my father. I should ask for leave from my counselor. I'll go with you. The hospital was neither far nor close to the school, but Song Tian, in his urgency, chose to take a taxi. Upon arrival, and just as they were about to enter the hospital, Yang called. I reviewed the case. After discussing it with our support group members, we found that it indeed falls outside our area of expertise. However, one of our graduate students has a grandfather at that hospital who happens to be in charge of your father's case. This case is rather peculiar. Even the hospital's experts have examined it and formed a dedicated team to closely monitor the patient's condition. Unfortunately, no effective treatment options exist, as the progression of the illness is alarmingly rapid, and he is nearing critical condition. It's akin to our research on patients with Aspergillus flavus infections. All we can do is attempt to provide care while collecting medical data for research. Chen glanced at Song Tian, who was waiting for the elevator, his expression a mixture of urgency and anxiety. Isn't it true that MCL, regardless of its rapid progression, shouldn't lead to critical condition within a month? Hard to say, came a reply. They didn't divulge details, only that the case is exceptionally unusual. Just as the elevator arrived, Chen intended to continue the conversation with Yang, but the elevator's quality disrupted the signal. Nevertheless, the patient was just upstairs, and they would reach him in a few minutes. Upon entering the designated floor and after inquiring with a nurse, Song Tian found out the bed number. He hurried to the room, hesitating several times before finally pushing the door open. Chen noted that it appeared to be a VIP room, the air thick with the scent of disinfectants. On the bed lay a middle-aged man, drowsy, while beside him sat a weary but elegant woman in professional attire, gazing at the patient with worry, as though she had come directly from a meeting. "How is Dad?" Song Tian inquired. Song Tian, what brings you here? It's not Sunday today. With Dad in this condition, how could I focus on school? Besides, I have already taken leave from my counselor. Chen paid little attention to their exchange, primarily interested in assessing the patient's condition. He intended to accompany Song Tian during his inquiries and serve as his personal advisor, knowing that his understanding surpassed Song Tian's, thus better equipping him to interpret the doctor's words later. The middle-aged man, lying quietly, turned his head to look at Song Tian upon his arrival, a mixture of reproach and joy illuminating his face. Song Tian pulled up a chair and invited Chen to sit, while he moved closer to his father to listen to him speak. Slowly, the man extended his hand from beneath the covers, grasping Song Tian's. And after only a few words, tears streamed down Song Tian's face uncontrollably. Though human emotions are not universally shared, Chen felt a slight tug at his heartstrings. Song Tian explained the reason for bringing Chen, and his father, touched, gestured towards a pile of neatly organized documents on the nearby table. There was a stack of various diagnostic reports, prescribed medications, and meticulously arranged treatment records, evidence of the diligent care provided. Chen looked at Song Tian's sister with surprise before turning his attention back to the patient. Despite his frailty, the patient appeared well-tended, and it was evident that Song Tian's sister had invested considerable effort in caring for him. Chen picked up a medication box and examined it. Nilotinib, dasatinib, bosutinib, and the third-generation drug ponitinib. One might mistakenly think it was a collection of tyrosine kinase inhibitors summoned to conjure a dragon. Upon opening the boxes, he noted that some of the medications had already been partially consumed, indicating at least a week's worth of usage. It seemed these were all confirmed ineffective drugs, rendering further consumption futile. As Chen reached for the neatly arranged diagnostic reports, he suddenly noticed a CT scan bag behind the bedside table. Curiosity piqued, he wondered when a CT. Was it necessary? Song Tian's sister appeared startled, her demeanor shifting noticeably as she observed Chen with the CT bag. Yet she silently nodded after glancing at the patient. Chen's curiosity heightened. After all, a CT scan involves nuclear radiation, which can potentially induce leukemia. Subjecting a leukemia patient to a CT scan could be likened to stacking buffs or debuffs, exacerbating the condition. Nonetheless, given that numerous experts from the hospital had evaluated the case and a dedicated treatment team had been established, any misdiagnosis or treatment error should have been apparent, which made the presence of the CT scan puzzling. However, Chen was more eager to discern the essence of the CT scan. so he pulled out the film for a closer examination. Upon doing so, he found himself momentarily paralyzed by the sight. A cursory glance revealed a dimly lit room, prompting him to retrieve his phone and illuminate the wall, thereby enabling the diffused reflection of white light to cast upon the film. He fell silent as he observed the two severely distorted and proliferated femurs, closely connected to the pelvis, seemingly on the verge of locking together. The density appeared uneven, with the joint areas fragile, while some sections of bone were remarkably hard. Chen could not decipher the film or identify the specific ailment. However, it was evident that there was an abnormal bone proliferation. He glanced at Mr. Song on the hospital bed, noticing an unusual bulge beneath the blanket at the thigh region. This detail had not been mentioned in Sister Song's messages. Could it be a newly developed condition? Chen hurriedly searched for information, discovering that chronic myeloid leukemia could potentially lead to bone proliferation, although the final consensus was that it could be related to bone issues or possibly hematologic tumors. Chapter 26. At a loss after Song Tian finished his conversation, he beckoned Chen to prepare for a consultation with the doctor, eager to ascertain the true state of his father's illness. The physician seemed to regard Mr. Song's condition with great seriousness, as he was engrossed in processing documents at the nurse's station, allowing Song Tian to easily locate his father's attending physician. This doctor, a middle-aged man, was found to hold a master's degree, as noted on the nearby informational bulletin. After explaining his purpose, Song Tian received a sigh from the doctor, who then rummaged through the freshly organized files and produced a handwritten record. "We take your father's condition very seriously. We even consulted a professor from Tianping Cancer Hospital for a diagnosis. However, the situation is not optimistic." Chen regarded the doctor with surprise. Tianping Cancer Hospital is renowned for its profound research on cancer and tumors, bolstered by military research institutions and 3 prestigious universities, making it a leader in cancer treatment, not just domestically, but worldwide. The fact that they sought assistance from Tianping Cancer Hospital suggested that Mr. Song's ailment was progressing atypically, necessitating external expertise. Currently, the patient had 1 foot in the acute transformation phase, with impending symptoms of internal bleeding and splenomegaly. Moreover, should an infection occur, it would be utterly insurmountable. Then, what is the status of his thigh? The doctor cast a puzzled glance at Chen. Even Song Tian looked curiously at him. "What is wrong with my father's leg? The disease may have caused bone changes in the femur. I have consulted with an orthopedic oncologist about this issue, and thus far, there are no signs indicating a threat to the human body. The bone marrow remains as usual. It merely appears to be a benign bone proliferation that requires no intervention." Chen grasped the doctor's underlying implication. If this were a healthy individual, such bone proliferation would indeed necessitate treatment. Yet for a patient in the acute transformation phase, it was neither worthwhile nor feasible to pursue treatment. Investing in a patient who could deteriorate at any moment would be a futile endeavor, and the risks associated with surgery could be fatal, particularly if complications arose from infection or bleeding at such a critical juncture. I noticed numerous medications of the same type on the bedside table. Oh, those were discontinued. They proved ineffective and were deemed unnecessary. What will the next steps be for treatment? The doctor fell silent, clearly caught off guard by Chen's inquiry, as he too was uncertain about the forthcoming medication. Song Tian sensed the doctor's distress and immediately surmised the reason, his voice trembling. "So, is there any hope for my father?" The doctor nodded. "I will do my utmost." Chen regarded the physician, suddenly enveloped in silence, recalling a statement from his teacher. "The diseases humanity can treat are exceedingly few. Once you become a physician, you will find that there are nearly insurmountable conditions." He had once dismissed this assertion, believing that modern medicine had significantly extended human life, attributing this to advancements in medical science. However, it was only now that he comprehended the weight of his teacher's words, who had indeed saved countless lives, but remained haunted by those he could not save, leading him to question the significance of his vocation. "Doctor, could gene therapy provide a solution?" The doctor paused momentarily. "Gene therapy does hold considerable promise. However, since you are aware of this approach, I shall not conceal the truth. I have contemplated it as well, but the patient's progression is far too rapid. The medications may not keep pace, and the investment is likely to yield little return." Chen had not anticipated that medication could lag behind a patient's condition, yet upon reflection, He understood that developing gene-targeted treatments for specific patients would indeed require time, which the patient might not have. Why has his condition progressed so swiftly? Ah, young man, the question you pose is one I too find difficult to elucidate, the doctor replied. He's a medical student. He will likely comprehend, Song Tian interjected. The doctor then realized, oh, you have been keeping him informed about the condition, I see. But I suspect you are not a specialist in oncology? Not exactly, though I have some knowledge. Impressive curiosity. This is a positive trait, the doctor acknowledged. In that case, I will show you my meeting notes, treating it as a practical lesson. Just remember, do not disclose any patient information. You can rest assured, his son is present. The doctor nodded, having observed Su Chen accompanying the patient's family and noting his persistent inquiries. Rather than waste words on lay explanations, he preferred to let Su Chen peruse the documentation himself. Su Chen, un sauveur, was indeed curious as to why the disease had accelerated so dramatically. Upon a swift review, he confirmed that the patient appeared to exhibit severe resistance to any existing treatments for chronic myeloid leukemia. Furthermore, the patient's hematopoietic stem cells were exceptionally active, consuming vast amounts of nutrients, thus hastening the progression of the illness and complicating treatment. It seemed that prominent figures were discussing the patient's resistance mechanisms with this attending physician, noting the exceptionally high activity of the BCR-ABL tyrosine kinase, which could not be suppressed by medication. The impact on factor receptor CKIT and PDGFR was minimal, rendering the administered drugs ineffective. Though Su Chen did not fully grasp the significance of these kinases and receptors, he understood well enough to conclude that there was no remedy for Song Tian's father. However, Su Chen continued to scan the notes, ultimately fixating on the record regarding the heightened activity of the tyrosine kinase. It struck him that he had encountered the term heightened activity during his internship, though in that context it referred to fungal activity, not cellular or cancer cell activity. He did not dwell on this incongruity. He was now grappling with how to explain the situation to Song Tian. After careful consideration, he placed the documents down and gently patted Song Tian's shoulder. I have reviewed the information. Your father's condition is quite grave. I will assist you in notifying your instructors for leave so that you can spend these days with him. Song Tian's body trembled as he gazed incredulously at Su Chen. Why do you say such things? Is my father truly? Alas, I cannot say with certainty, but it is highly likely. This documentation is from the doctors at Tianping Cancer Hospital, which is recognized as the finest institution for cancer treatment in the country, particularly for conditions such as chronic myeloid leukemia. Their conclusions are generally definitive. Is there truly no hope for my father? I cannot say. I will investigate any medical trials. Some experimental treatments may require volunteer patients, and perhaps a new drug could be effective for your father's condition. However, this is not a viable solution. It relies purely on luck, so do not harbor excessive hopes. Although such medical experiments do exist, the nation approaches human clinical drug trials with great caution. The review process is lengthy and stringent, and patients are meticulously selected. Moreover, initial drug research often reveals numerous and terrifying side effects. These words are merely meant to comfort Song Tian. To claim there is no hope at all would be rather cruel. Song Tian's eyes reddened as he realized that his father was beyond saving. He stared at Su Chen for a long moment, his gaze filled with desperation, hoping that Su Chen's words were merely a jest. Ultimately, perhaps coming to terms with the reality, he nodded heavily and said, "All right, please speak to the instructor for me." Su Chen nodded in response. After bidding farewell to Su Chen, Song Tian proceeded to the hospital room. His sister had been caring for their father for several days now, and with time running short, it was essential to set aside past grievances and fulfill their filial duties. Su Chen then organized the materials he had just reviewed. After all, when they were presented to him, everything was neatly arranged, and he felt it was only proper to tidy up before leaving, lest he appear lacking in decorum. During this process, Su Chen discovered a paper envelope labeled photos of affected area. Without a moment's thought, he deduced it must contain images of the condition affecting Song Tian's father's thigh, and he took it out separately. While this constituted a breach of patient confidentiality, Su Chen's curiosity as a medical student about the appearance of such bone hyperplasia compelled him to take a glance. Upon viewing the images, he was instantly struck by horror. It evoked a sensation akin to the first time he laid eyes on the photographs presented by academician Chen during his internship. Just two words encapsulated his reaction: utterly repulsive. The images depicted two grotesquely distorted limbs, muscles tense and filled with deep crevices, as if living creatures were writhing beneath the surface. Prominent blue veins bulged like the roots of ancient vines, presenting a grotesque visage akin to varicose veins. After considerable effort, Chen discerned that these were indeed two thighs. Yet he could not fathom how a simple case of bone hyperplasia could manifest in such a manner. It resembled the gnarled branches of a century-old tree. The muscle structure of the patient appeared eerily distorted. Such a degree of bone hyperplasia had rendered the legs entirely non-functional, verging on grotesque deformity. Chapter 27. Life at stake even after leaving the hospital. The image of that distorted photograph haunted Chen's thoughts, the morbid distortion lingering in his mind. Nevertheless, he endeavored to forget it, acknowledging it as merely an unsightly image. The deformity would likely only result in loss of leg function. Externally, the skin retained a healthy sheen, showing no signs of necrosis, and the blood supply appeared ample, alleviating concerns about potential limb death. The primary objective for the doctors must be to preserve Song's life. If his life could be saved, there would surely be a way to address the condition of his legs. Upon returning to his empty dormitory, Chen was engulfed in silence. With Song Tian at his father's side, the dormitory felt desolate, amplifying his sense of solitude. With no alternative, Chen retrieved the latest textbooks from his desk and began to read. Due to typhoons along the coast, radioactive materials may have spread across much of the country, significantly increasing cancer risks. Thus, the Health Bureau intensified investments in cancer education, imposing greater demands on medical students. 3 days later, under the bright sun, Chen attentively observed the PPT presented by his instructor, which detailed the mechanisms behind the onset of cancer. The instructor lectured on various carcinogenic factors: tobacco, alcohol, aflatoxins, nitrites, radiation, and more, all of which could contribute to cancer development. At this moment, Chen suddenly had a thought and made a note of it. Just then, a knock resonated at the classroom door. The student nearest to the door opened it upon the instructor's nod, and the entire class turned in astonishment to see what lay beyond. Standing at the entrance were two officers clad in military uniforms. With the remnants of military training still fresh, the student who opened the door immediately saluted, and the officer returned the gesture before inquiring about the matter. The presence of military personnel was a rarity, prompting hushed whispers among the students, speculating about the situation. The instructor approached to engage in dialogue, and soon, students near the door could hear the conversation, turning their attention towards Chen. Chen, I will assist you with the leave process shortly. You should go with them, the instructor stated. Chen had no choice but to nod in acquiescence, replying, all right. Once outside the classroom, he was surprised to find not only the two officers, but also an additional 6 armed soldiers, creating a scene reminiscent of escorting a condemned prisoner. As if fearing Chen might flee, the display left Chen somewhat intimidated. Comrade, what offense have I committed? He inquired. The officer paused for a moment and then patted Chen on the shoulder. Do not overthink it. My task is merely to escort you to meet someone. But why is everyone armed? This seems excessive for just one student. Of course it is not excessive. However, we received a sudden order during an exercise. You could say we were temporarily assigned. Whoever was closest was dispatched. Chen failed to comprehend the officer's meaning until he was hurriedly led to an 8-style infantry fighting vehicle stationed in front of the teaching building. This imposing vehicle was far more impressive than any off-road jeep. Not to mention it appeared to be equipped with numerous weapons. Just as he was about to examine the vehicle more closely, 2 soldiers swiftly opened the rear ramp door, and Chen was unceremoniously pulled aboard. The vehicle soon roared to life, leaving Chen to exchange glances with the alert soldiers inside. After a while, he heard the sound of sirens clearing the way. If Chen's instincts were correct, this must be a special vehicle escorted by traffic police. Observing the vehicle's smooth navigation through the bustling city, he noted that it encountered no red lights, further bewildering him. What merit had he to deserve such treatment? With the escort proceeding without impediment, Chen experienced the swiftest exit from the city. However, the observation windows in the infantry fighting vehicle were tiny, far smaller than those in civilian vehicles, leaving Chen only able to discern that they had exited the city, with no knowledge of their destination. Soon, the wailing sirens faded, indicating they had traveled a sufficient distance, leaving only the infantry fighting vehicle on the road. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt. The soldier nearest the ramp door fumbled around for a moment, and, as if by magic, the ramp swung open with haste. The soldiers swiftly disembarked, pulling Chen along with them. Upon surveying his surroundings, he recognized the Red Cross insignia, indicating they were at a hospital. Glancing up at the building before him, he noted the absence of any signage, a clear indication that this was an obscure military hospital. He also observed other infantry fighting vehicles parked at a distance, with one nearby, seemingly engaged in training. It dawned on Chen that the term temporarily assigned implied they had sourced the closest available means of transport. How unfortunate it was that it was not a tank. Otherwise, he might have witnessed a tank traversing the city streets, provided the roads could withstand it. The two officers disembarked from the infantry fighting vehicle and hurriedly led Chen into the building. Thanks to the military's swift and decisive actions, Chen felt as though he had barely settled into his surroundings before being ushered into a room. All right, Chen, we have brought you to your destination. Our task is complete. You may enter now. After delivering this message, the officer saluted and turned to leave. Chen remained puzzled about the unfolding events, glancing at the door before finally pulling it open. Just as he started to fully open the door, it was swiftly pushed aside from within, and a person inside glanced at Chen before seizing his arm and pulling him inside. The conference room was filled with a long table surrounded by over a dozen individuals, including the deputy regiment leader and members of the youth league that Chen had previously encountered. It appeared that a diverse array of people had gathered, nearly half of whom donned white coats. Among them was Lieutenant Chu, who was pulling Chen along. The atmosphere within the meeting room was exceedingly tense. Many attendees were not seated properly, their brows furrowed as they paced restlessly. Upon Chen's entrance, a momentary easing of tension ensued. Before Chen could pose any inquiries, Lieutenant Chu fixed a bloodshot gaze upon him, urgency radiating from his demeanor. Chen, time is of the essence. I shall be brief. Elder Gu is in critical condition. He has specifically requested to speak with you alone, without any eavesdropping. However, given the gravity of this conversation, we must take precautions. Simply place this recording device beside Elder G's pillow during your exchange. Confronted by Lieutenant Chu's anxious, almost predatory glare, Chen, despite his myriad questions, refrained from voicing them and simply nodded in agreement. His foremost concern was understanding why Elder Gu was in such dire straits and what he sought from him. Do you comprehend what I just conveyed? Lieutenant Chu raised his voice. Yes, understood, Chen replied. Apologies for my demeanor. The situation is urgent. Follow me. With that, Lieutenant Chu briskly led Chen out of the conference room. May I inquire why Elder Gu is in such peril? Chen asked, jogging slightly to keep pace while being cautious in his questioning. Lieutenant Chu guided Chen to a hospital room guarded by two soldiers and, bypassing their salutes, quickly explained, he is suffering from complete organ failure. The doctors cannot ascertain the cause. Elder Gu is a critical asset to our nation. You must listen attentively to his words. Understood, Chen Apfim. If you wish to know more, we can discuss it after you exit. For now, focus solely on what Elder Gu instructs you. Lieutenant Chu opened the door and gestured toward the solitary hospital bed inside. Within, a doctor and two nurses were monitoring Elder G's condition, hastily tidying up. The doctor cast a helpless glance at Lieutenant Chu and then squeezed past the door. The nurses completed their tasks with minimal fuss, primarily setting aside their current duties. After they exited, Lieutenant Chu glanced at Elder G's bed before shutting the door. Chen, not daring to be remiss, pressed the recording device, its indicator light illuminating, and approached Elder G's bedside. It was then that Chen realized the gravity of Elder G's condition. He appeared significantly frilier and more exhausted than during their last meeting. The life-sustaining machines surrounding him were worth millions, with an unused ECMO machine among them, and various tubes snaked beneath the covers. Chen found it hard to fathom the scene concealed beneath the blanket. Nevertheless, the machines were doing their utmost to maintain Elder G's life. If even one were to lose power, his existence would extinguish like a candle in the wind. The vital signs monitor was grim, indicating a struggle to find anything resembling normalcy, merely a slight improvement over the indicators of a lifeless body. Elder Gu lay with his eyes half closed, appearing to be in a deep slumber, though Chen suspected it was more akin to a coma, as if he lacked the strength to lift his eyelids. He carefully placed the recording device beside the pillow. Hello, Elder Ye. I am Su Chen. You summon me? Su Chen attempted to rouse him. Elder Ge's eyes seemed to flutter. Elder Ge, I am here. Is there something you wish to convey? Elder Ge weakly opened his eyes, gazing at Su Chen, his dry lips barely moving as he attempted to speak. Your lips appear quite parched. Shall I fetch you some water? Su Chen inquired, scanning the surroundings for a teapot or cup. No, it's unnecessary. Su Chen turned in surprise to find Elder Ge laboriously calling to him, his gaze unfocused. Come closer. What is it, Elder Ge? Su Chen asked. Come closer, listen to me. Elder Ge weakly implored. Remove my respirator. Su Chen was taken aback, staring at the blood oxygen levels on the monitor, already alarmingly low. If he dared to comply, he would surely be charged with murder. Elder Ye, that respirator cannot be removed. You must keep it on, Su Chen replied with a wry smile. Elder Goose struggled to breathe, attempting to reach for the device, but ultimately surrendering, realizing he lacked the strength to lift his hand. The exertion had left him gasping for air, akin to having sprinted 100 meters. Su Chen watched the monitor with trepidation. The parameters had spiked alarmingly. Had they not stabilized, he would have had to summon a doctor for immediate intervention. Move a bit closer. Su Chen Gomli. I wish to share with you the dreams I have each night as I close my eyes. Dreams? Su Chen furrowed his brow. Elder Ye, what do you mean by that? The monitor's readings fluctuated. Yes, I am listening. Please remain calm, he urged. The readings steadied. Elder Ge began to murmur. I cannot describe what I witnessed in my dreams. They are boundless, chaotic, yet exquisite. Matter and time coalesce into a tiny fragment. Like scattered stars, a reminiscent expression graced his face. Truly breathtaking. Elder Ye, Elder Ye. Elder Ge did not respond, seemingly lost in his reverie. His instincts murmuring, like the starlight of night, the street lamps, dazzling and warm. It resembles my lifelong pursuit. Su Chen frowned, glancing at the monitor, noting Elder Ge's heart rate climbing abnormally slow. Even with life support machines, the strain on his fragile heart was immense. As Su Chen worried, perhaps the device triggered a threshold. The medication pump on the wall emitted a couple of beeps, infusing a substance into Elder Ge's body. The readings began to stabilize. Elder Ge appeared clearer, laboriously blinking. Emerging from that state, phew, that was close. Elder Ge, what do you wish to convey? I was describing my dream to you, but it seems perilous to do so. Elder Ge regarded Su Chen with regret. Su Chen, bewildered, wondered how a dream could pose any danger, his brow furrowing as he studied Elder Ge. Let me share my feelings from the dream. Elder Ge steadied himself. Upon first encountering that indescribable entity, I felt elation, an emotion I cannot forget, far exceeding the joy of having created a missile. No one can resist it. I felt an impulse to dedicate everything to it. I yearned for that being, which life itself cannot refuse. But what is it? What could it possibly be? Elder Ge murmured, a look of confusion crossing his face. Strange. I seem to have forgotten something. His condition appeared dire, his consciousness possibly in a state of extreme disarray, expressing only his current emotions unconsciously. Yet, despite Su Chen's efforts to discern the meaning behind Elder Ge's words, he remained perplexed. Elder Ge, please focus on the key points. This is what I wish to convey. If this is the case, you could simply speak with Lieutenant Chu and the others. Why summon me? Elder Ge suddenly fixed Su Chen with a penetrating gaze. No, that won't do. You must be more steadfast than they are. You cannot fear being swept away. Su Chen regarded Elder Ge, confusion evident in his expression. What does being steadfast imply? Elder Ge perceived the bewilderment in Su Chen's eyes, growing anxious, as if he had something vital to articulate but could not find the words. The monitor displayed rising heart rates, and alarms began to sound. Su Chen glanced at the monitor, feeling a swell of anxiety, yearning to act but finding no avenue. So he continued to reassure, Elder Ge, remain calm. Speak clearly. I am here to listen. Elder Ge became increasingly agitated, and his heart rate swiftly surpassed the threshold for medication. The pump beeped twice, delivering another dose of medication. Originally, Su Chen believed that Ge Lao's rapid heart rate would soon be subdued to a normal level by the injected medication. To his astonishment, it continued to escalate. Su Chen speculated that the medication pump might be malfunctioning and hurried over to administer the drug manually. However, as he reached out, a withered arm seized his hand. Looking down, he realized it was Ge Lao, who seemed to have exerted immense effort to tear off the respirator covering his face. His gaze was fixed intensely on Chen, and his grip was astonishingly strong. Chen had never witnessed such a blend of madness and calmness in someone's eyes. A contradictory, yet eerily harmonious expression. The medication pump emitted 2 more beeps, delivering the drug. Chen, liets den gafao. That substance is indescribable and unfathomable. Those who comprehend it find joy in all things. Gulao uttered these words, his lips moving, yet no sound emerged. It appeared he was oblivious to this, continuing to convey something to Chen. The medication pump beeped again, dispensing the drug. Suddenly, Chen grasped Gulao's intended message. Even though he couldn't fully catch the latter part of Gulao's words, his expression revealed disbelief. Gulao noticed Chen's reaction and realized his message had finally reached him. The madness in his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of relief. Chen felt Gulao's arm become as lifeless as a machine that had lost power, devoid of strength. The medication pump beeped again, administering the drug. Gulao cast a helpless glance at the adjacent pump, his arm no longer capable of grasping Chen, and he maintained that position, ultimately collapsing under the weight of his own exhaustion. The pump beeped again, and Chen observed the scale within the syringe had already shifted. He quickly realized that if the medication pump was functioning normally, an overdose had already been administered. In a flurry, he yanked the syringe from the pump, firmly pinching the infusion line to halt the drug's flow, then called for a doctor. Gulao's demise was attributed to cardiac arrest caused by an overdose of isoflurane, with the underlying issue being a design flaw in the medication pump, given the patient's condition. Despite their efforts, the rescue was futile. Chen remained silent. Having witnessed the incessant drug administration from the pump, he had never practiced medicine and failed to recognize that the device could also be lethal. Otherwise, he would have intervened during the second administration. However, his silence stemmed from a more profound reason. The elusive sense of impending crisis seemed to resurface. At that moment, all the soldiers in military uniforms within the conference room gradually removed their hats, and the remaining non-military personnel fell into a solemn silence. Gulao had concealed his identity for decades in service to the nation. The critical weighing system was crafted by his hands. The vastness of the ocean exceeded that of the land, and his contributions to expanding the nation's territory were immeasurable. Yes, contact the central government and inform them that Gulao has passed away today due to illness, and the entire nation mourns. Understood. Upon the command from the lead officer, a nearby sergeant produced a communication device. This device was far superior in function to a mobile phone, being a military-grade satellite communicator that did not rely on terrestrial communication stations and possessed formidable resistance to interference and assaults. The Nanhua military district sent a message to the central government. On the 4th at 10:24 a.m., Gulao passed away due to illness at the Nanhua military district hospital. The heavens mourn with us. The mountains and rivers share in our grief. Chapter 29. Interrogation. Once the news was dispatched, despite the lingering atmosphere of sorrow and solemnity, their work did not cease. Technicians inspected the recording device before ushering out all unrelated personnel, needing to convene an internal meeting based on the audio. The unrelated individuals included not only technical staff and doctors, but also Chen. Chen did not feel that the matter was resolved, nor had he received any indication that he could leave. Most significantly, no confidentiality agreement, which was almost mandatory in such situations, had been presented to him. Reflecting on it, he realized he had signed numerous confidentiality agreements recently. Indeed, it is perplexing. If a medication pump is functioning correctly, why would there be an overdose? Chen lifted his gaze, his attention drawn to 2 physicians nearby who had also just been dismissed. They appeared eager to discuss the malfunction of Gulao's medication pump due to the recent events. Through their dialogue, Chen gleaned an understanding of the pump's operational principle. It was programmed to administer a sedative based on Gulao's vital signs, particularly his heart rate, establishing a threshold that necessitated the injection of the drug. If this threshold was exceeded, the pump would deliver a dose sufficient to restore heart function, ceasing administration once the heart rate fell below the threshold. The malfunctioning of the medication pump was indeed a source of Chen's confusion. Had Gulao not seemingly been involved in any matters of national security or confidential information, he would have suspected a premeditated murder. Has the medical equipment company responded? Yes. They indicated they would send an engineer to inspect it, though they suggested that the pump is unlikely to malfunction and advised us to explore other potential causes. The usual evasion tactics? Su Chen Mu said, is it possible that if the medication pump is not faulty, there could be other reasons? If it isn't faulty, then it could only be an anomaly in the data monitored by the vital signs tracker, or perhaps the device malfunctioned. Another doctor interjected, how could that be? The vital signs monitor is among the best we have in our hospital. While it may not be at the pinnacle of global technology, its data is sufficiently accurate and, most importantly, the machine is built to last. It won't break? The quality is indeed exceptional. Even expired units are sought after by small clinics at a good price. So, that implies an anomaly in the monitored data? Su Chen pondered, if that were the case, would Galao not have received over 12 milligrams? Yet his heart rate remained unregulated? What sort of robust heart is this? What extraordinary physique? Hearing this, Su Chen turned to the doctor, suddenly finding merit in his reasoning. Galao was indeed agitated in his final moments. If intense emotions propelled his actions, it could have triggered heightened cardiac activity. As human beings possess the latent potential to unleash extraordinary strength in critical moments. At that instant, the conference room doors swung open, drawing the attention of everyone, including Su Chen. The figure entering was First Lieutenant Chu. He glanced at Su Chen, his expression far from pleasant, before directing his gaze to the technician. Chung Gong, we require technical support. Please come here. Oh, all right. The technician entered, and the door was shut once more. The doctors resumed their discussions. Yet this time, they did not consider the possibility of genuine data anomalies, perhaps deeming that likelihood too low. Su Chen understood their perspective. In fact, when it came to human potential, he had greater faith in science. The extraordinary capabilities exhibited by humans in moments of crisis were merely a fight-or-flight response, with the brain issuing commands that prompted the adrenal glands to secrete various hormones, temporarily enhancing physical abilities. However, isoflurane is exceedingly potent, even without formal training in anesthesiology. Su Chen recognized that such an anesthetic could not be devoid of effect. A fight-or-flight response pales in comparison to modern medical sedatives. That is why the doctors could draw such conclusions. The more he delved into medicine, the more Su Chen perceived that human willpower is ultimately limited. All reactions are mere illusions created by physiological mechanisms. Severing the spinal cord renders one unable to stand, and a shock from a stun gun, no matter how formidable, cannot compete with external electric currents. Yet, he pondered, perhaps what that doctor said held a semblance of truth. As Su Chen lost himself in thought, a sudden commotion erupted around him, followed by a squad of armed soldiers jogging in formation, surrounding all present at the doorway, each one inquiring. There were few at the entrance. After questioning a doctor, a soldier turned to Su Chen and demanded, "What is your name?" "Su Chen," he replied. "Good, that is him." Then Su Chen found himself bewilderingly subdued by a group of soldiers, his arms restrained behind him and adorned with handcuffs, as he was escorted into a room filled with iron bars. Upon entry, Su Chen noted the stark resemblance to a courtroom from a legal program, where numerous individuals clad in orange uniforms dutifully confessed to their misdeeds. After the soldiers secured Su Chen to a chair behind the bars, two personnel from the Public Security Bureau entered, saluted each other, and took their seats at the interrogation table, one of them producing a notebook and pen. The setup was quintessential for an interrogation, aligning perfectly with Su Chen's preconceived notions of what it would be like to wear silver handcuffs. However, he remained utterly oblivious to the nature of his alleged crime. "Please state your name," one officer prompted. Su Chen contemplated protesting his innocence as a law-abiding citizen, having been a model student since kindergarten, yet he found himself unjustly treated as a criminal. He replied honestly with his name, eager to understand the accusations against him. "Your age?" he was asked, and he dutifully provided all his information, still unclear about the purpose behind these inquiries. After an extensive series of seemingly irrelevant questions, the two officers exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. Su Chen sensed the gravity of the situation, instinctively straightening in his chair. "Confess honestly. How did you damage the recording device?" "Huh?" Su Chen was taken aback, his mind racing through countless possibilities, yet he never considered the recording pen. Had he forgotten to activate it upon entry? No. He distinctly remembered following the technician's instructions for operation and confirming the recording was active. "I have no idea. Why would I damage it?" The officers exchanged skeptical looks, sensing they had a tough nut to crack. Oh, no damage? Then what about any counter-recording devices you carried? Chen's frustration boiled over. Why would I carry such a thing? Don't wrongfully accuse an innocent person. All right, we currently lack evidence. However, if we find it later, it may be too late for you. If you confess now, your punishment might be mitigated. If I didn't do it, I didn't do it. Is that so? Well, the recording pin isn't entirely non-functional. It can still retrieve fragments of conversation. Please, provide an honest account of your dialogue with Gulao. In the conference room, a multitude of individuals focused intently on the screen, which displayed Chen recounting his conversation with Gulao in meticulous detail, as if pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. Nearby, Lieutenant Chu felt a pang of sympathy and quietly expressed, "Sir, is this really appropriate? We know he didn't do it." "Hush, this matter is critical." The recording pin yielded no audio. "We must ascertain what transpired. Instead of complaining here, consider a compensation plan for him." Lieutenant Chu felt helpless, watching Chen on the monitor, sensing the unfortunate plight of the young man. Interrogation is a nuanced art, particularly for the Criminal Investigation Department, which sought to extract every ounce of information from Chen. They were instructed to treat him as a genuine criminal, employing une digne interrogation technique. While the methods remained within legal bounds, they were prolonged and repetitive, aimed at discerning any discrepancies in Chen's responses to determine if he was lying, thus opening a perceived breach. Chapter 30. Doubts abound ultimately. Chen was released and invited into the conference room, where numerous attendees were fervently discussing documents. Upon his entrance, several glanced in his direction. The scene mirrored that of the previous day. Lieutenant Chu promptly approached, pulled out a chair for Chen, and patted his shoulder. "Chen, I apologize for the discomfort you've endured. However, the information Gulao shared with you is of utmost importance. I assure you, the subsequent compensation will be satisfactory. For now, please respond to any inquiries to the best of your ability, all right?" Chen felt a twinge of grievance. He had been interrogated nearly until dawn the previous night, deprived of sleep, while the two officers repeated their questions ad nauseum, nearly driving him to the brink of insanity. They expected him to cooperate, as if he had no feelings at all. Yet, the weight of Gulao's words loomed larger in his mind. Those words contained urgent information that needed to be conveyed. Thus, Chen acquiesced. At the far end of the conference table sat a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority, clad in military attire. Although his rank insignia was absent, the demeanor of those around him indicated his preeminence in both rank and status, marking him as the leader of this meeting. He scrutinized Chen intently, nodding at Lieutenant Chu, who then placed a dossier before Chen. "Let me explain. You were apprehended for interrogation, correct?" "Yes," Chen replied. "You heard the interrogator's lines. I suspect you may have gleaned some insights. The recording pin you brought did not fulfill its intended purpose." Chen's expression turned pained at the recollection of his torment in the interrogation room, only to be followed by a moment of disbelief. The recording device was damaged. The drug pump malfunctioned, and most importantly, he was the sole individual present. This realization made him feel like a spy. No further discussion is necessary. Allow me to play the audio for you, and you'll understand. Immediately, someone activated the sound system in the conference room, and a series of footsteps echoed clearly, suggesting the recording device was quite sophisticated. Following that were the sounds of something being placed on a soft surface. Chen was astonished. It had managed to capture that. Subsequently, a beep resonated, indicative of the vital signs monitor's timed alert. Then came silence, prompting Chen to furrow his brow. After a prolonged pause, the vital signs monitor emitted another beep, followed by a series of irregular beeping sounds, signaling abnormal data detection. Normal beeping resumed, interspersed with more irregular beeps and the sound of the drug pump. After a lengthy period of normal beeping, the irregular beeps intensified, accompanied by the sounds of bedclothes rustling, followed by a different pattern of beeping from the drug pump. The sounds grew increasingly chaotic, with the bed shifting and items clattering as someone rose. Finally, the heart rate monitor emitted a long, mournful tone signifying a cessation of heartbeat. Listening to it felt akin to enduring a mute film, leaving him utterly confused. Although he retained some memory of his actions, he remained in the dark regarding the recording's significance. "Wait a minute. I recall the two officers interrogating me mentioned that the recording pin captured some dialogue. That was merely a ruse, a tactic of deception. He glanced at the sound system, noting the peculiar audio clip was missing critical elements. But wait, why wasn't my conversation with Galau recorded? Lieutenant Chu Fai Bam. Feeling that Su Chen should have grasped the situation sooner, Su Chen looked at Lieutenant Chu, requesting another playback. Yet, the recording content remained unchanged, devoid of any dialogue. Su Chen began to doubt his own recollections, questioning whether he had indeed entered the room and said nothing at all, or if he had merely experienced an illusion. The technical team had confirmed the audio was intact, unaltered by any technical means, and the recording pen was functioning properly. In other words, Lieutenant Chu's gaze fixed on Su Chen, who instantly comprehended that the recording pen was flawless. The only issue lay within himself. However, we also have a think tank behind us, and they believe that based on your behavior and language, you're credible, which is why you're seated here. A few individuals at the conference table nodded at Su Chen, indicating that they were indeed members of the think tank. He felt fortunate to have his life spared. Thanks to their efforts, Su Chen replayed the recording once more. It remained eerily silent, devoid of any voices. He continuously reflected on the knowledge he had acquired, searching for explanations for this phenomenon. Soon, he recalled a remark made by Captain Chu during their previous encounter. Galau said he does not permit you to audit. Did he know something? Captain Chu cast Su Chen a surprised glance, and then shook his head in resignation. It seemed that if he forbade them from auditing, it indicated that he likely wished to keep our conversation confidential. It was highly probable that he had taken some action himself. Captain Chu shook his head again, stating that the think tank possessed information support from Galau's students and colleagues. Thus, it could be said that while Galau might entertain such thoughts, he certainly lacked the technological means to produce a recording that only omitted spoken words. That would be an extraordinary feat. Su Chen fell silent again, realizing that if this was not the result of Galau's own actions, then perhaps it was not a supernatural phenomenon instigated by him. He suddenly recalled the entity Galau had mentioned earlier. If such a possibility existed, could it be the hidden hand behind this incident? The more Su Chen pondered, the more convinced he became, even feeling that Galau's death exuded an ominous aura. Captain Chu, I remember when you pulled me aside. Galau was already in complete organ failure. The last time I met him, he appeared quite healthy. Captain Chu paused momentarily. An elderly gentleman in white attire interjected. It was free radicals. For some unknown reason, Galau had an excessive amount of free radicals in his body. These free radicals indiscriminately attacked everything within Galau's physique. You can understand that Galau was aging at an extraordinary rate. Had it not been for the incident with the drug pump, he would likely have succumbed to aging. Is this normal? Not at all. The level of free radicals far exceeds what the human body can produce. Captain Chu continued, as for these free radicals, we have ruled out Galau's experimental schedule and excluded chemical poisoning as the cause. Su Chen understood. It seemed this organization, the most powerful in the world, had left no stone unturned. While he merely suspected the possibility of poisoning, they had directly stated the outcome. After all, although free radicals were somewhat unfamiliar to him, Su Chen knew that many methods could lead to an excess of free radicals in the human body, the most well-known being paraquat and Parkinson's disease. One a poison, the other a disease. He silently reviewed the situation and suddenly realized something. Right during our last meeting, Galau mentioned he had a hypothesis regarding the peculiar corrosion of cultural relics, suspecting that there was an organization behind the destruction of these artifacts. Captain Chu frowned. Regarding that, the relevant departments are still investigating, but it should have no connection to Galau's death. After all, if they were indeed responsible, he gestured to everyone in the conference room. Then there would be no need for this meeting. Such an organization could easily overturn an entire nation or even the world without expending much effort. Su Chen was taken aback, but quickly pressed on with further inquiries. At that time, Galau mentioned he had a hypothesis regarding the peculiar corrosion. Is there any progress? Which one of you is Galau's student? I am. A somewhat reserved young man in a white lab coat stood up. Regarding the peculiar corrosion, Galau did indeed make progress. The young man appeared somewhat troubled after speaking. Captain Chu turned to him. If there is progress, then speak up. It's not that simple. The young man replied, looking distressed. Galau personally managed all the projects related to the peculiar corrosion. He recorded everything, but we can't understand it. Those nearby were astonished. That's impossible. I remember you are a dual master's in physical chemistry and one of Galau's most valued students. How can you not comprehend your teacher's notes? No. The young man scratched his head. It's mainly that we can't decipher what Ge Lao wrote. The handwriting is somewhat unclear. So, does that mean no one currently knows the progress on the peculiar corrosion? Chen pressed further. The young man pondered for a moment and nodded. I can only confirm that the research on the peculiar corrosion seems to have made some discoveries in high-energy physics, and the data still exists. Since our teacher has fallen, we can continue his research. What have you all discovered? The young man awkwardly replied, nothing. At this moment, Chen's sense of crisis peaked. He felt as if he were traversing a glass bridge high atop a mountain, especially since the few panes of glass ahead were shattered. Chapter 31. Elation. Ge Lao's student had saved photographs of Ge Lao's notebooks on his phone. Given that Ge Lao had passed away, his research relics would be inherited and governed by the state. Technicians, after obtaining consent from Ge Lao's students, retrieved his phone from an external safe and began copying its contents. Shortly after, individuals carrying storage devices entered the conference room and connected them to the display. Ge Lao's research was of paramount importance, and it was likely that he had sensed something amiss, which led to such severe retaliation. This notebook could determine what Ge Lao would leave behind. After all, the hidden enemy was currently elusive, and this peculiar corrosion was almost unfathomable. Over the long years, not a single person had noticed this issue, resulting in the gradual decay of cultural relics and the culture they embodied, plunging the field of history into a prolonged winter. If the means behind it could be uncovered, a trail could be followed, and even the most formidable organization would struggle to withstand the might of the state. At the very least, it could prevent the situation from worsening, buying enough time. Everything was documented in Ge Lao's research notes. The display responded swiftly, promptly revealing Ge Lao's notes. Chen frowned upon seeing the content on the screen. Everyone in the conference room shared the same expression. The handwriting appeared less like writing and more like drawings. Chen recalled having drawn something similar in middle school when he was bored in class. Having just purchased new pens and a notebook, and he filled the pages with overlapping, densely packed circles of varying sizes. Although he was unsure why, the seemingly monotonous act of drawing circles had been quite relieving, and he had filled 2 pages to satisfy his urge. Could it be that Ge Lao was equally childish? The individual operating the display looked at the screen and pressed a button again. The display continued to show an entire page filled with these circles. It seemed Ge Lao's students, out of respect for their teacher, had refrained from admitting that he was merely doodling, instead describing it as somewhat unclear. Is this really Ge Lao's notebook? Yes, this is my teacher's notebook. The person controlling the display, seemingly skeptical, kept flipping through the pages, all filled with densely packed circles, causing even those with a fear of clutter to exclaim in discomfort. What kind of writing is this? Or is it a unique script created by your teacher, akin to a doctor's handwriting? No, Ge Lao's calligraphy is very beautiful. As for why this notebook looks like this, I do not know. I remember you are from the criminal investigation team. You should have some expertise in cryptography and handwriting analysis, right? Can you decipher it? I am indeed the most proficient in handwriting analysis within the criminal investigation team. Aside from having some knowledge about comparing handwriting, I have delved deeply into the field of handwriting analysis. However, to be honest, what Ge Lao wrote probably has nothing to do with me. What do you mean? The detective smiled wryly and shrugged. Ge Lao's writing lacked structure, depth, and consistency. The marks vary greatly. The handwriting is such that even a child with a pen could not produce anything like it. It does not resemble a record of information. Could it be hiding something? In that case, I suggest employing other methods. Ge Lao may have used invisible ink or acid-based solutions. It is unlikely he could have recorded anything through these chaotic marks. Why? This is a notebook documented by Ge Lao, intended for personal observation, containing a considerable amount of research information. Assuming these circles represent a cipher, mere differentiation is arduous. And if one must frequently reference and decode, most of the time would undoubtedly be consumed in that endeavor. So, what do you think Ge Lao drew these circles for? I do not know. I will send it to the technical team for analysis and report back with any findings. Indeed, after fruitless examination of Ge Lao's notes, everyone in the conference room turned their attention back to Chen. We will pursue this lead, but let us return to the main topic and discuss your matters. Chen, note that I have provided you with all the necessary information, and I trust you are no longer in the dark. You simply need to tell us what message Ge Lao intended to convey to you. Chen recalled Ge Lao's words, feeling somewhat troubled. He had indeed deduced a direction from Ge Lao's final utterance, as it pertained to the lexicon of the Cthulhu mythos. Indescribable, ineffable, imperceptible. It points to the ancient deities and extraterrestrial beings within the Cthulhu system, whose appearances, characteristics, and essence far exceed human imagination and comprehension. Yet, Chen hesitated to articulate the purpose behind Gulau's statements. Were they metaphorical for certain entities? Did they describe something? Did they truly refer to the very thing he envisioned? That creation? That mystery? Or were they merely the delirious fantasies and madness encountered at the brink of life? In his final moments, did he immerse himself in the horrific illusions he wove, catching a glimpse of that vast, mutated, distorted polyhedral form or something irregular? Chen steadied himself and uttered the name he perceived, Cthulhu. An indescribable moment of terror descended upon him, and he immediately felt his body stiffen, muscles taut. He sensed the fleeting gaze of some adversarial entity passing by, accompanied by a whisper, directly above him, in the celestial expanse above. The fight-or-flight response is not the entirety of the human reaction to crisis. The true, complete response is a state of paralysis. Certain animals, when confronted with formidable and unbeatable creatures, trigger a state of stunned immobility, either feigning death to evade predators or remaining motionless to avoid attracting their attention. However, humanity has ascended to the apex of the food chain, rendering such reactions rare. The colossal consciousness swept by, its thoughts vast and diffuse. Despite Chen's reluctance to engage with it, a fragment still penetrated his mind. Delicious cultivation, moderation, harvesting, rewards. Subsequently, Chen inexplicably felt an overwhelming joy, as if he had encountered something profoundly delightful, a culmination of experiences, his first paycheck, the purchase of his first home, the attainment of success, all converging into that singular moment. Yet, he observed that while he felt mentally exhilarated and relaxed, his body remained rigid, as if facing a formidable foe. This stark dissonance left Chen profoundly troubled, akin to having his brain divided into two parts. The thoughts persisted, and with each emergence, they brought with them an exquisite elation, suggesting something or perhaps guiding him toward an understanding. After resisting for a moment, Chen suddenly comprehended what Gulau had encountered. The joy he described was, Chen yearned to gaze skyward, though the ceiling loomed above. He sensed that, for some inexplicable reason, if he looked up, he would surely behold something. As his perspective lifted, the stars seemed to descend into his view. He knew full well it was daytime, and no visible stars could exist. Yet he found this brilliant celestial display astonishingly beautiful, and it felt imperative to gaze upon it. Ultimately, upon catching sight of the expanse above, Chen's tense muscles suddenly convulsed with pain. He let out a cry of "Guate," reflexively rising, yet as he faced that consciousness, he instinctively closed his eyes. The feeling of elation ceased abruptly, enveloping him in silence. Chapter 32. Silence engenders cognitive clarity. After the meeting, the individuals in the conference room experienced a disconcerting lapse, losing all memory of Chen uttering those three words. They exchanged bewildered glances, sensing a profound disconnect. They promptly requested Chen to elucidate what transpired. Chen attempted to speak, but discovered he could only move his lips without producing sound. A brief examination by the doctor indicated he was afflicted with aphasia. Lieutenant Chu urged Chen to attempt to write down what had happened. As soon as Chen put pen to paper, he produced circles identical to Gulau's. Unwilling to accept this, he wrote a verse from Chang Jingzhu, yet all that appeared were a series of O's densely packed together. The gravity of the situation dawned upon those in the conference room. As they adjusted the surveillance, they encouraged him to try typing on his phone. But despite Chen's belief that he had typed adequately, the screen displayed nothing but garbled text. He attempted to look up words in the dictionary, clearly knowing what he wanted, yet he was inexplicably unable to locate them, as if his hand were no longer under his control. Once the surveillance was adjusted, it revealed that the audio recording had ceased when Chen uttered those three words, resuming only when he shouted "Guatsue." A chill swept through the room. They began to comprehend how the recording device had failed to capture any human voice. There were no fools in the conference room. Having failed to glean the desired clues from the footage, they turned to Chen and devised a method for conveying information purely through manual means. One individual would sift through the dictionary, while Chen indicated numbers by extending 1 to 10 fingers, forming digits from 0 to 99. shaking or nodding his head to confirm or deny, and the dictionary reader would verify and record the text. However, this too proved futile. Chen gazed in confusion at the recorded words, unable to fathom how he had managed to produce such errors, even in the simplest of counts. It became evident that Ge Lao had likely discovered something that led to his silencing, and even Chen's intended words had transformed into this state. Indeed, the enemy's methods were unprecedented, capable of inducing cognitive errors. You should visit the military industry and the Academy of Sciences to inquire about how such a weapon operates, its principles, and whether it can be countered. Difficult, for we do not even know how we fell victim. The clues are scarce. While intense discussions unfolded around the conference table, personnel noticed that Chen's overall understanding of the situation remained intact. Upon realizing Chen sought a specific book, they employed a brute force method, presenting him with a library catalog for selection. Chinese books, classic foreign works, beginning with their initial letters. Chen stared blankly at the Hans Christian Andersen tales in his hands, feeling utterly perplexed. What he desired were the Cthulhu mythos. Ultimately, confirmed that he could not convey any information, he had no choice but to concede defeat. Others continued to deliberate the feasibility of binary communication methods, while Chen fell silent. For just moments ago, he had unraveled several enigmas pertaining to Ge Lao's actions. He glanced at the increasingly heated discussions in the conference room, intending to clarify the matter directly. After his last meeting with Ge Lao, he had learned of the peculiar corrosion, and at that moment, he harbored a suspicion. Believing that the forces behind the spread of disease and the creation of this peculiar corrosion were one and the same, their aim being the destruction of human civilization. If this were the case, Ge Lao's research on the peculiar corrosion likely uncovered something significant, a conclusion drawn from the notes. Chen realized that, regardless of how absurd his handwritten circles appeared, a completed poem occupied only a small space, whereas Ge Lao's circles could potentially yield an entire page of text. This material would expose the puppet master, who, upon discovering this, would not only seek to disrupt Ge Lao's cognition, but might even resort to lethal measures. It seemed they were terrified of any information being leaked. Ge Lao was destined to die from an inexplicable illness until summoned here, the puppet master, fearing Ge Lao might disclose more, orchestrated a more radical form of unnatural death. To ensure that he too would not divulge any information, they inflicted cognitive disarray upon him. As for why one would not choose to end their own life directly, it may be to prevent an immediate response from national authorities. The death of one person could be dismissed, but if two were to die, it would be an overt provocation, drawing the full force of the state. No organization could withstand such a torrent of steel and the swift wind of the East. However, it is also possible that there was no time to act, as Chen did not believe that the entity in question would consider any consequences. This shadowy puppet master could very well be a manifestation from the Cthulhu mythos, perhaps even the entity itself. After all, the invocation was made in its name. He had only encountered derivative works and did not possess extensive knowledge. Yet, at the moment he gazed upon the heavens, perhaps the cosmos was gazing back at him. This conclusion seems quite plausible, as the Cthulhu mythos rarely harbors benevolence towards humanity, and the destruction of a civilization for amusement is only natural. Moreover, the methods of annihilating humanity align closely with Chen's perception of Cthulhu: dark, twisted, shrieking, and crawling, erasing the traces of civilization, unleashing various plagues. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to articulate this. Speaking of misfortune, he initially believed this lifetime would be smooth sailing, studying medicine, becoming a doctor with a good salary, finding a girlfriend, and living out his days. Little did he know he would find himself in a world inhabited by Cthulhu and octopus-headed beings. In a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled a point that was not a mere suspicion. Old Ge had seemingly never explained what the special corrosion entailed. It is known that this special corrosion is widespread among cultural relics, and it is foreseeable that artifacts worldwide continue to be destroyed. This represents a form of devastation unique to Cthulhu. If he could discern how it was achieved, perhaps it could be curtailed or countered, which would be crucial in restraining the actions of that shadowy puppet master. Yet, Old Ge remained silent on the matter. Had he forgotten? Or was it more important to convey what the shadowy existence looked like? Or perhaps he had already communicated his intended message. Chen mulled over Old Ge's words, only to realize they amounted to nothing more than meaningless murmurs, yielding no useful information. Chapter 33. His name, the think tank, discovered through testing that if Chen were to convey single words, it would result in erroneous information. If an individual were to exhaustively enumerate all words and phrases, Chen's altered cognition would mistakenly interpret a certain word or phrase as the desired one. This perception seemed to shift based on the knowledge Chen possessed, making it nearly impossible to circumvent. Assistance from psychological experts would be necessary. As for old Ge's research, his work was continued by his students, but without a leader, the efficacy of their efforts remained uncertain. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lieutenant Chu received a forwarded landline call. Shortly thereafter, he brought a package to Chen. This was a parcel from Yang Tianyu, which had been inspected and contained no hazardous materials. He instructed me to give you a message. First, read the letter. Chen, puzzled, nodded and accepted the package. Inside was indeed a letter, along with a tightly wrapped small object. He first extracted the letter and began to read. You know what you ought to know. Your anchor point is stable, but others are not. You are not afraid of being washed away, but others will be. You have seen those who have been washed away. They are hollow shells, seeking death yet unable to die, all because they know his name. To know his name is to be observed by him. To call upon his name is to be seen by him. Do not share his name. Do not share his name. Enclosed within was a jade pendant, said to ward off evil and bring good fortune. Chen frowned as he read. Although he had not encountered Dean Yang often, he had never heard him speak in such a manner. Moreover, from the letter's content, it seemed Dean Yang was aware of the happenings here and had sent him a jade pendant. He then picked up the tightly wrapped object. It appeared Dean Yang was quite fearful of damage, wrapping it in layers of thin foam and securing it with tape. At this point, even if he were to throw it to the ground, the jade pendant inside would likely remain unharmed. Chen used a key to cut through the tape, opened the small package, and revealed a jade pendant shaped somewhat like a droplet, suitable for a decorative piece. He carefully lifted it, noticing that this pendant did not seem to be made from high-quality jade. It was opaque, resembling a greenish stone that appeared to have been polished over a long time. Its surface remarkably smooth. He scrutinized it closely and recalled his remaining knowledge, concluding that this was likely a jade pig dragon ring from the Hongshan culture. If this item were genuine, it would possess significant antiquity, and its previous owner was surely somewhere in an archaeological dig. Yet, he wondered what Dean Yang intended to convey by giving him this object. Chen clicked his tongue in admiration. What a genuine antique. His voice trailed off, and he stared in disbelief. Finally, he cleared his throat and spoke to the air. 666. His voice flowed smoothly, without a hitch. Chen scratched his head, quickly realizing that the jade ring in his hand might be the reason. After all, he had only touched the jade ring moments before. He attempted to set the jade ring aside, and indeed, he found himself unable to produce any sound. Quickly glancing around, Chen spotted a length of cord, picked it up, and fashioned the jade ring into a necklace to wear around his neck. Given the limited circumstances, it was the best he could do for the time being. Subsequently, he felt somewhat perplexed and picked up the letter again. Upon a more careful reading, he discerned that Dean Yang seemed to believe he was not afraid of being washed away. Yet, what did washing away entail? Chen pondered, growing more confused. From what he gathered from the letter, he had encountered those who had been washed away, and they were reduced to mere remnants of themselves, unable to die even if they wished. Had he truly witnessed such a sight? Suddenly, Chen jolted with realization. Those who had been washed away were indeed the humans infected by Aspergillus flavus, and that was the very internship group Dean Yang had arranged. These patients exhibited decaying bodies, their flesh hollowed out, as the fungal mats that grew upon them ruthlessly consumed their tissues and cells. Their mutilated forms were as if devoured by predators, and no medication could halt its growth and spread. There was truly no hope for salvation. According to Dean Yang, their infection did not appear to be merely contagious. It was as if they had learned a certain name of Cthulhu. Cthulhu spreads and disseminates his name? Chen suddenly sensed something amiss. If Cthulhu required the propagation of his name, then why had he received a silencing curse? If this curse was not unleashed by that Cthulhu consciousness, then why was he experiencing this? Could there be another supernatural entity at play? Chen stared blankly at the opened package, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. If Cthulhu were chaotic and insane, having lost its mind, it was not beyond possibility that a random, silencing spell had been cast. Then Su Chan realized that this silencing spell seemed to have saved his life. After all, had he not been silenced at that moment, he might have carelessly invoked Cthulhu's name, summoning him and dancing beneath his very gaze. If the silence had not been Cthulhu's doing, then whether it was malicious or benevolent remained uncertain. Without hesitation, Su Chan called out, summoning Lieutenant Chu. Lieutenant Chu approached with surprise, looking at Su Chan. "You can speak again? It really works. Enough talk. I need to write a letter. Bring me 2 more sheets of paper." Lieutenant Chu complied without hesitation, stepping out briefly before returning with stationery and a pen. Su Chan attempted to write a few words, and indeed he could clearly convey his thoughts. Thus, he began to write fervently. "This letter is addressed to Director Yang, for it is indeed his jade pendant that has enabled me to extricate myself from this peculiar predicament." In the letter, Su Chan begins with a greeting and then directly poses his inquiries. How did he come to know about matters here? Where did the jade pendant originate? What is the source of its remarkable efficacy? A series of questions ensue. He then instructs the assistant, Lieutenant Chu, to convey his message. After Lieutenant Chu departs, Su Chan relocks the door, holding the extra sheet of paper in his hand, carefully spreading it on the table to write. He inscribes the 3 characters that spell Cthulhu. In an instant, Su Chan observes the pristine white paper transform into a deep black, the texture resembling the slick hide of some monstrous creature, one that could only be birthed in darkness or beneath water. It writhes, distorts, crawls, and prostrates under the murky depths, while its brethren claw at its back, stripping away its skin. When Su Chan regains his composure, he discovers that the paper bearing the characters Cthulhu has inexplicably torn itself into fragments the size of fingernails. A chill runs down his spine, and the hairs on his body stand on end. He merely wished to experiment with the possibility of recording and conveying through text. Yet once again, he has fallen victim to this phenomenon, now perceiving something even more abstract. However, this time, the disturbance is minimal, possibly due to the scarcity of people around. Su Chan contemplates using pinyin or English words to document its name, but a premonition strikes him. If he were to write it down, the outcome would remain unchanged. Chapter 34. Caution and Prudence. Upon realizing that there is no way to record its name, Su Chan finds himself utterly devoid of options. Nevertheless, Grandfather Yang has also advised him against disseminating such information. It appears prudent for Su Chan to remain tight-lipped. There's a knock at the door. Su Chan opens it to find Lieutenant Chu standing outside, an expression of concern on his face. "Su Chan, are you all right? You look rather unwell." Su Chan, shakes his head. "I'm fine. I'm perfectly normal." "That's good to hear. Since you're able to speak, could you share what you know with us?" Su Chan hesita. But after a moment of consideration, he nods. "Very well. Then, please proceed to the conference room from last time. I will follow shortly." After Su Chan steps outside, Lieutenant Chu surveys the room, his gaze eventually landing on the torn remnants of the letters scattered across the table. Sensing that it may contain vital information, he quickly approaches and meticulously examines the scraps, carefully extracting those with discernible markings. Among the categorized pieces, few bear any writing, yet he perceives the possibility of piecing together some words. As he aligns the irregular edges of the paper, Lieutenant Chu's expression reveals his confusion. The fragments are inscribed with an unknown script, resembling a form of pictographic writing replete with sharp angles and intricate curves. Strikingly similar to the previous writings by Su Chan and Elder Go, appearing more like random doodles than coherent text. Although he cannot decipher it, he procures tape to preserve the fragments and instructs a soldier to deliver them to the think tank. Su Chan waits in the desolate conference room for what seems an eternity until Lieutenant Chu finally arrives. He pulls out a notebook and regards Su Chan. "I won't take up much of your time. Once we finish our questions, everything will be settled, and your compensation will be processed." Su Chan note, "In the previous meeting, you intended to say something before you lost your ability to voice it. We later discovered that the conference room appeared to have been erased from time. Do you know what transpired?" He ponders this, finding the question difficult to answer, his mind clouded. "I do not know." Lieutenant Chu acknowledges this with a nod. "Very well. Then please share what you wish to convey at that time." Su Chan glances around, noting that Lieutenant Chu is the only one present. Initially reluctant to speak, he finds himself swayed by the solitude. "This question can be addressed, but I fear you may not believe me." Lieutenant Chu Chuka Lai Di. "I am merely here to inquire and record. You need only share your thoughts." "Actually, I did not merely wish to say something. I had already articulated it. Oh, Lieutenant Chu raises an eyebrow, intrigued. What did you say? I spoke a name. What name? Su Chan queries, Lieutenant Chu. Given your position, you must have encountered many things. Correct? Lieutenant Chu gazes at Su Chun, perplexed by the inquiry. I have participated in many campaigns, one could say. Very well. Then have you heard of a tale involving a psychologist named Martin Gallard from America? Su Chun continues, it is said that before executing a death row inmate, the judge brought him into a dark chamber, blindfolded him, bound him to a bed, and informed him that he might die from blood loss. Subsequently, a wooden shard was used to scratch the inmate's left wrist. Then, they turned on a faucet, allowing water to drip into a copper basin beneath the bed, producing a resonant sound, the dripping growing from fast to slow. The inmate experienced immense fear, feeling excruciating pain in his wrist, convinced that his blood was gradually spilling. The following day, the judge returned, only to discover that the prisoner had perished. Monitored records indicated that the symptoms of death aligned with those associated with blood loss. Yet in truth, not a single drop of blood had been shed. Lieutenant Chu feverishly scribbles down the account, furrowing his brow as he remarks, So, you imply that this could possibly relate to psychology? No, Su Chen counters. I wish to convey the notion that there may exist harmful information capable of influencing the human body, even leading to death. Lieutenant Chu momentarily freezes, deeming further contemplation unnecessary. For it seems implausible. After all, the very story Su Chen recounts is merely a legend, unverified. Suddenly, his expression changes. He is still connected to an earpiece, receiving various informational support from a think tank with every exchange with Su Chen. Just moments ago, the individuals from the think tank conveyed to Lieutenant Chu that such a phenomenon is indeed possible. The reason lies in the patient under his charge, who is currently in a comatose state. Furthermore, there is the phenomenon of the rubber hand illusion, which is genuine. If one conceals a real hand while substituting it with a realistic rubber replica within view, and then uses two small brushes to stimulate both the real and fake hands simultaneously, despite the mind recognizing the rubber hand as an external object, an irresistible compulsion arises to accept it as part of one's body. The sensation derived from the brushes will be perceived as emanating from the rubber hand, leading one to inadvertently point toward the rubber hand when indicating the real one, should a hammer strike or a needle pierce the fake hand. The recorded skin's electrical responses and the functional MRI scans of brain activation will align with the scenarios involving the real hand. All of this pertains to the information received by individuals. All right, I understand now. Please refrain from lengthy anecdotes. My notes will be considered excessive if I include superfluous details. Su Chen smiles, then regards Lieutenant Chu with a hint of confusion. However, you seem quite unperturbed, readily accepting this concept of mine. Has someone mentioned it to you? Lieutenant Chu hesitates. No comment. Please continue. Su Chan furrows his brow, scrutinizing Lieutenant Chu, remaining silent. This individual appears untrustworthy, likely equipped with eavesdropping devices. Should he inadvertently reveal too much, it could lead to grave consequences. While expressing his dissatisfaction, he also feels relieved that he did not divulge everything at once. Otherwise, the faceless individuals may have been swiftly apprehended. I suggest you cooperate. Otherwise, Su Chen locks eyes with him, unafraid of the threat. Certainly. To be candid, the reason I find your concept so readily acceptable is that I am aware, and you should be too, of the typhoon wind field diagram. Upon mention of this, Su Chan immediately recalls the matter. Upon further contemplation, it indeed seems to be the case. The Taiao malady initially originated from the wind field diagram, ultimately spreading through inexplicable utterances. To define it, this harmful information certainly qualifies as the most absurd of its kind. Moreover, it appears to bear similarities to one's own state of being silenced. However, before Su Chan could ponder further, he was still undergoing inquiries. Su Chan remained skeptical of Lieutenant Chu. He glanced at him and said, "Remove your earpiece. Otherwise, I shall not cooperate." With a swift motion, Lieutenant Chu attempted to rise, but ultimately suppressed his anger and removed the earpiece. Su Chan shook his head again. No, I still do not feel at ease. Fetch a metal detector and proceed to the room we just occupied. Am I interrogating you, or are you interrogating me? Chapter 35. His existence finally. After confirming that Lieutenant Chu was not engaging in any covert actions, Su Chan felt reassured enough to allow him to sit across from him. Are you at ease now? If so, please speak without delay. What is the hurry? I just informed you that if humanity were to accept a certain harmful message, it could indeed adversely affect their physiology. The information I am about to share falls into this category, so consider whether you wish to hear it. Lieutenant Chu's veins bulged with indignation. Do you believe my duties are fictitious? Or that I remained silent during my oath? Would I fear this risk? Just speak plainly. That was merely an opportunity for you to contemplate. This is not a pleasant matter. Hearing it might lead to unforeseen consequences, so I must provide you with some options. So you deliberately had me remove the listening device to prevent my think tank from overhearing? Suchen was taken aback, huh? You truly have someone listening to my conversation? Lieutenant Chu looked at Su-chan, questioning whether his intelligence had diminished. Are you unaware that I have a think tank behind me? Then why did you ask me to remove the earpiece and change our location? Oh, that was to ensure absolute security, Su-chan replied. I have watched many films where the protagonist fails to trust their intuition or meets their demise due to simple oversights. I detest that trope. Our world may very well resemble a horror film, so we cannot follow that formula. Enough of this nonsensical talk. Let us get back to the matter at hand. Indeed, back to business. Su-chan glanced at Lieutenant Chu. As I mentioned, this information is harmful, so once you have heard it, you can decide whether to report it. I will naturally assess that. Well then, do not report it prematurely. We cannot afford to jeopardize our higher-ups. Lieutenant Chu looked at Su-chan, somewhat astonished. You are actually concerned about this? Of course. I can only rely on you to resolve this issue. We absolutely cannot allow anything to happen to our superiors. Otherwise, what would become of me? I lack the capability. All right, inform me. Spare the small talk. I will consider your concerns. Well, that is good. Su-chan took a moment, gazing at Lieutenant Chu. I am aware of an entity. It is neither human nor extraterrestrial. Its biological status is uncertain. If I had to liken it, it resembles a supernatural mythical being. Its name possesses extraordinary power. If anyone utters its name, it becomes aware. If anyone praises its name, it will cast its gaze upon them, and all who fall under its watch are doomed to eternal chaos and madness. Lieutenant Chu diligently recorded the final few words, gesturing for Su-chan to continue. However, for reasons unknown, he felt the temperature in the room had dropped slightly. I have not confirmed the consequences and costs of uttering its name, so in our conversation, I shall refer to it as everything related to him is recorded in a book that meticulously details his deeds. That book should bear the word call and consist of 6 words. Or, in English, the call of, the only missing element is his name. You should attempt to locate it. Upon finishing, Su-chan felt a surge of excitement. He discovered that this indirect approach seemed remarkably effective, as no supernatural occurrences had transpired thus far. Thus, he resolved to increase the dosage and see how much more he could convey. It is said that he resides in the deep sea, vast, with tentacles, wings, and a terrifying visage. On the day of his awakening, he will bring forth catastrophic disaster and endless madness. Lieutenant Chu continued to record, suddenly noticing that his pen felt slippery, perhaps due to excessive perspiration. He instinctively opened his palm and realized it was indeed the case. He wiped his hands on his clothing, intending to make do, as this was crucial information that could not be delayed. However, after wiping his hands on his attire, he found his palms still quite damp. To his astonishment, Lieutenant Chu looked down and discovered that his clothing appeared as if it had rolled through the damp woods earlier that morning, exceedingly moist. He grasped a handful of fabric, seemingly able to wring out water. Su-chan also noticed Lieutenant Chu's unusual state and promptly ceased speaking. He had already tried to avoid mentioning anything that might trigger scrutiny, but had still not escaped unscathed. This Cthulhu entity is indeed sensitive. Lieutenant Chu surveyed his surroundings, cautiously sniffing his clothing, detecting the briny scent of seawater. He immediately comprehended that the harmful information Su-chan spoke of might indeed be true. He glanced at Su-chan, who appeared unperturbed. Though puzzled, he pressed on. Why have you paused? Continue. Huh, brother, is it not sufficient to stop here? He may be watching you now. That is not an issue. Proceed. Su-chan shook his head. No, although on the surface it appears that one cannot utter his name. It seems this entity has left a contingency. Just look at your notes. Lieutenant Chu was taken aback, glancing down at his writing. The beginning was unproblematic, but upon reaching the book's title, the text began to gradually distort. By the time he described the entity's appearance, it had completely transformed into an entirely different, twisted script. filled with sharp angles and complex curves, and he recognized it as the very text he had pieced together from Chen's writing. It seems you have attempted something. Have you not? Indeed, everything concerning him appears to be exceedingly difficult to disclose. In my reasoning, there are contradictions. Very well, let's not discuss him any longer. Let's talk about your reasoning. Chen understood that he likely could not continue conveying information regarding the true nature of Cthulhu, yet he could express his views on his actions. What do you believe he has done, and what are his intentions? Lieutenant Chu pondered. He has been responsible for recent inexplicable cases and diseases, such as the Taiao malady and Aspergillus flavus infections, as well as the destruction of cultural relics. All of these should be attributed to him. Even Ge Lao may have posed a research threat to him. What evidence do you have? Lieutenant Chu chuckled bitterly. What evidence could there be? These matters involve supernatural forces. Can they be attributed to human actions? Your point is valid. Then what is his objective? Is it not obvious? From your description, it is clear that this entity is no benevolent force. He embodies destruction and chaos. Can he possibly contribute to the construction of a better world? It appears your understanding is quite clear. Did not Ge Lao say this before? The hidden puppeteer's aim is to eradicate human civilization. If you were in his position, what would you do next? What would I do? Lieutenant Chu furrowed his brow, contemplating the numerous possibilities. However, to be frank, humanity's current numbers are quite substantial. Even nuclear weapons are insufficient to address this. Moreover, these methods could only eliminate a few individuals on a large scale. Achieving total extinction remains improbable. In today's technological climate, annihilating humanity would likely require bioweapons. No matter how supernatural he may be, it is unlikely he could summon an asteroid to collide with Earth or alter the planet's climate. Is it? You are not mistaken. However, let me inform you that his supernatural power is more profoundly manifested in the realm of the mind. I trust you still remember the Taiao malady. Lieutenant Chu's eyes widened. If he could unleash a mental plague akin to that of Taiao, perhaps it would suffice to simply propagate his name, allowing all who chant it to descend into chaos and madness. Chu Shangwei inhaled sharply, then pondered a moment. Why does he not disseminate his name? Instead, he engages in the infection of Aspergillus and the destruction of artifacts? I am uncertain. This is what perplexes me. Elaborate. Have you forgotten the incident in the conference room? At that moment, I uttered his name and was rendered speechless. Chu Shangwei fell silent, gazing at the one under scrutiny. Chapter 36. The sensation of progress following this. Chu Shangwei seized his mobile phone and issued a series of commands, including a concerted effort to locate a particular book, allocating resources to the students of Ge Lao, and forming a think tank consisting of only 5 individuals. These 5 would be summoned, bound by a lengthy agreement that might even restrict their freedom, granting them access to certain information known to Chu Shangwei through Chen, enabling them to make various decisions. This clandestine group could ensure that information does not leak out. If the information Chen possesses is tainted, then such contamination must be meticulously contained from the outset. Chen had no objections to this method, as he was not an expert and could not provide valuable decisions. Perhaps he could manage the chaos. Once they signed the agreement, they were to enter the conference line. Now that you are all here, I will speak, and you may continue to express yourselves normally. Chen informed me of the title of the book concerning the extraordinary beings he would bring. After Chu Shangwei's throat had grown parched from speaking, he paused, and Chen observed that small droplets of water had begun to coalesce on the marble floor of the room. Has his influence extended to such a degree? I wonder how those who converse with Chu Shangwei might react. Within Chu Shangwei's earpiece, the think tank continued to provide detailed analysis. Suddenly, a change flickered across Chu Shangwei's face as he looked at Chen. Finally, he softly acknowledged, switching off the earpiece. What did your think tank say? Chu Shangwei replied gravely. I relayed the information you provided for their analysis. These experts have been specially recruited from various fields. Many are distinguished individuals in their respective domains, and the caliber of these 5 is also commendable. One among them is a skilled detective from the Haisher Police Department who has solved numerous international cases. And he believes your conclusion is flawed. Oh, what conclusion? You seem to assert that there's only one extraordinary entity? Chen was momentarily stunned, realizing he had merely speculated based on Ge Lao's words. If one were to question whether there exists solely one extraordinary being, he could not be certain. After all, Behind Cthulhu, there exists an amorphous entity. Within its worldview, there are many beings of greater might, and truthfully, only Cthulhu can be confirmed to exist, as he had unconsciously called upon his name, and he had responded in kind. I truly cannot affirm this. Chu Shangwei nodded. According to his analysis, your mutism ensures that his name cannot be disseminated. This symptom is not caused by him. Based on his analysis of you, he declared that it seems there exists an entity assisting you. My grandfather young? No, it is an extraordinary being. In that instant, Su Chun recalled the enigmatic words of Dean Yang, realizing it was indeed a possibility. However, does the Cthulhu worldview harbor any benevolent entities toward humanity? He took out the jade pendant, examining it, seemingly finding nothing remarkable. Nonetheless, to ascertain whether other extraordinary beings exist posed no issue. Su Chun looked at Chu Shangwei. Please step aside. I know the names of other extraordinary beings. Let us see if they all exist. Chu Shangwei was alarmed. Grasping Su Chun. No. One is sufficient. We shall discuss this later. Su Chun glanced around, feeling that this was not a suitable place for experimentation, and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us change locations. Chu Shangwei exhaled in relief. This detective urged me to probe you with this information. I did not expect you to be so radical. To be frank, he believes the one aiding you is Tai Hao. Tai Hao? Su Chun was profoundly shocked. Why would he think that? Because he has also displayed evident extraordinary powers? Tai Hao is still bedridden in the hospital. Huh? Su Chun was perplexed. Within the Cthulhu worldview, the arrival of one of the three sovereigns felt incongruous. It seems you truly do not know, but it matters not. He proposed another method. What is it? You must tell me his name again, and then we shall observe our reactions. Once I know his name, I too will call upon him. Su Chun was once again astonished. That cannot be right. According to your reasoning, even if I disclose his name, Tai Hao will still intervene. Have you forgotten the item Dean Yang provided you? Su Chun suddenly recalled. Indeed, but how did you know? Dean Yang told me. Su Chun nodded. But are you certain you wish for me to reveal his name? His name poses an even greater threat than what I just mentioned. Speak it. Su Chun held the jade pendant in his palm, gazing at Chu Shangwei, hesitating for a moment, as if uttering the password to a nuclear device. He finally spoke the name, Cthulhu. A dark aura flickered momentarily, a subtle hostility lingering in the air. Su Chun held his breath, anticipating the arrival of terror. However, ultimately, nothing occurred. Yet, when Su Chun turned to look at Chu Shangwei, he found him staring blankly, as if bereft of his soul. As Su Chun gently patted Chu Shangwei to bring him back to reality, he still wore a dazed expression. You have already told me that name? Su Chun not dead. Chu Shangwei scratched his head, realizing that the gag on Su Chun still lingered, though it no longer restricted him personally. It appears this is still ineffective. After Su Chun departed, he remained deeply concerned. However, he pondered that there seemed to be little he could do. With a sigh, he hailed a taxi back to his school dormitory. Upon returning to his empty dormitory, he noted that Song Tian's father was still undergoing treatment. The thought of Song Tian's father's illness weighed heavily on Su Chen's heart. Alas, he truly could offer no assistance. When the monitor learned of Su Chen's return, he handed over the lecture notes from the past few days. Su Chun perused the numerous classes he had missed with some resignation. In recent days, matters had been overwhelming, causing his studies to lag significantly. He could only hasten to catch up. As he spread open the lecture notes, after a few minutes, he realized something was amiss in the dormitory. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that when Song Tian was present, it was he who constantly played video games. It is well known that studying while a roommate plays games creates a sense of fulfillment even greater than that experienced in class. Sometimes, rather than being bothersome, the more noise, the better. In this way, the sensation of perpetual progress would arise effortlessly. Who knows where this feeling originates? In an attempt to compensate for this sensation, Su Chun surveyed the dormitory, turned on the small television brought by Song Tian, switched to the news broadcast, and raised the volume to enhance the atmosphere in the room. Recently, statistics from the Health Bureau indicated a significant increase in patient pressure within domestic hospitals, with a year-on-year growth in patients. Su Chen listened to the news content, nodding in satisfaction, determining that during Song Tian's absence, he would study in this manner. Chapter 37. Kill without mercy. So, have you found it? No. The National Level Library database does not contain this book, nor can relevant keywords be found online. but judgment is flawed. That is impossible, based on his psychological model and discourse. He was quite certain we could locate this book. Logically, finding it should not be difficult. It is possible that the information he provided was erroneous. A psychological model is not infallible. Do not underestimate my field of study. If you have doubts, speak plainly. Enough. Report to Chu Shangwei and inform him that the direction regarding the book is unfeasible. Very well. Chu Shangwei quickly learned of the news, his expression impassive as he regarded Galao's student, devoid of any surprise. How is your teacher's research progressing? Not optimistic. After reviewing the records and information of the instruments previously utilized by the teacher, we can only deduce that he seems to be validating a certain aspect of high-energy physics and thermodynamics. We cannot ascertain precisely what he is validating. Continue. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I can facilitate contact with your teacher's colleagues from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Engineering Institute. Yes, I indeed have some inquiries to address. All right, jot them down, and I will make the necessary arrangements. Chu Shangwei took the note, glanced at it, yet his thoughts seemed to drift elsewhere. After a moment of distraction, he refocused on the note, which mentioned academician Tong from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a high-energy physicist. To be frank, he was unlikely to be persuaded easily, but recent inexplicable occurrences had stirred the interest of numerous prominent figures in the scientific community. Additionally, given the higher-ups' emphasis on this matter, it was a certainty that these dignitaries would be curious enough to investigate. Thus, with a mere phone call to report, the arrangements were promptly made. Once the arrangements were complete, Chu Shangwei drove back to his office and hurried towards the think tank he had assembled, consisting of 5 individuals. Ah, you have returned? What news from Galao's student? No significant updates. The situation appears grim. Chu Shangwei gritted his teeth and declared, if it comes to that, I shall request more experts from above. No, one person interjected. You may not be aware, but through our attempts, we have indeed discovered that, as Chen mentioned, the language concerning it possesses mysterious powers. Another added, we have come to know things we ought not to, and have already observed certain signs. Chu Shangwei looked on in confusion. What symptoms? The individual shook his head. I cannot divulge. What I can tell you is that this information is far from simple. If it were to speak, it would likely have the same effect as the name of Chen. It is an information plague. Chu Shangwei's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Chen is still outside. He would not disseminate it. He knows more and understands the consequences. Chu Shangwei relaxed momentarily, but can you truly not disclose any symptoms? It seems rather uneventful these past few days. Not primarily. I simply cannot confirm anything. What is it? Have you not noticed that you have been increasingly prone to distraction lately? Chu Shangwei regarded the individual, pondered briefly, and nodded gently. Indeed, I have been overwhelmed with matters and pressure, leading to some mental fatigue. And have you noticed any growing indifference on your part? Chu Shangwei replied, astonished and stiffly. Indifference? Am I truly indifferent lately? The other 4 concurred. I conducted psychological assessments on the other 4 and found that we all exhibit varying degrees of emotional diminishment. Furthermore, I evaluated you, and you are the most severely affected, having had the most exposure to the original information. I predict that you may, in the later stages, transform entirely into a different person. Chu Shangwei's countenance finally faltered, staring in horror at the expert. How could this be? Are you suggesting a change in character? It extends beyond mere character. The psychologist shook his head. You must understand that character is cultivated over time and is closely linked to one's experiences. Firstly, physiological changes leading to alterations in temperament have been ruled out. We found no abnormalities. Secondly, it could be a change in temperament caused by certain experiences. That cannot be. I have not engaged in anything out of the ordinary, just my regular work. Precisely. The psychologist replied patiently upon discovering the changes in our characters. I proceeded with hypnosis and uncovered what seemed to be a fragmented memory. What memory? It appeared to involve a ritualistic entity, alongside the extraordinary being described by Chen. Yet it felt akin to recalling a dream, lacking clarity. I sense that the severity may escalate, but I cannot be certain. What might follow? Based on the capabilities of this extraordinary being, it may be able to eliminate us without our awareness, or perhaps assume another form with ease. Chu Shangwei leapt up, snatching a sheet of paper to write. Shangwei, what are you writing? An application. What type of application? A directive. Should I perish? Ensure that Chen is also dealt with. He poses a grave danger. Any misstep on our part could lead to irreparable ruin. The five experts exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Chen, of course, was oblivious to the shackles being unwittingly placed upon him by Chu Shangwei, which had yet to materialize. However, were he to become aware, it is unlikely he would find solution. Nonetheless, this directive was likely to fall into obscurity. Chu Shangwei was not truly acting out of concern for Chen. He understood that this absurd order would most likely face rejection. He merely intended to ensure that, in the event of his untimely demise or any unforeseen circumstances, those investigating the matter might redirect their focus towards Chen and contain him. After finishing the application, Chu Shangwei fell into a state of bewilderment, genuinely at a loss, merely adhering to the application. After a month of frenetic activity, he felt like a puppet dancing to an unseen tune, still yet to encounter the extraordinary being and unaware of its form. He did not even know its name. To this day, we have made no progress and have only incurred trouble. Do you think I have been laboring fruitlessly? That extraordinary being must be quite pleased with itself. Shangwei, what are you ruminating about? Have you forgotten your responsibilities? I would never dare forget. Chu Shangwei instinctively retorted, I am merely expressing concern. You're a soldier, often seeking to achieve your goals through righteous means, aiming for swift resolutions. Yet, how often does life unfold as we desire? I am a detective. I have witnessed many events and apprehended numerous unsavory criminals. What tempest can such a lurking entity incite? Let's not forget, it remains concealed precisely to evade capture and to keep its whereabouts hidden. No matter how formidable it may be, could it endure a missile strike, much like a sportsman? Chu Shangwei, upon hearing this, felt his concerns diminish considerably. Missiles are not so easily procured. He then fell silent, contemplating whether it would be necessary to request the 2nd Artillery Corps for missile bombardment should he encounter the extraordinary being. Chapter 38. The decline of culture. Chen received feedback from Chu Shangwei and began a search online, discovering a notable absence of literature concerning Cthulhu. This piqued his interest, prompting him to investigate the distinctions between this world and his former one. The outcome was evident. There were indeed many disparities. The information available online was strikingly scarce regarding historical matters, with even modern history shrouded in ambiguity, both domestically and internationally, and often even less clear than in his previous world. The most overt impact of this was on the tourism industry. Surprisingly, this also extended to history and film. He observed the domestic tourism sector, particularly cultural tourism, which had nearly withered to an unbelievable state compared to his original world. For instance, the previously unearthed Taihao tomb was non-existent in this world. Had it not been for Chen's discovery, people would have remained oblivious to their ancestral figure, named Taihao. Furthermore, even with his discovery and subsequent excavation, the scale of Taihao tomb would likely struggle to match its grandeur from his previous life. Many of the stone tablets buried underground had succumbed to a peculiar corrosion, leaving few survivors. Additionally, the classics passed down through history, as verified by Chen, had diminished by over half. He also perused the 4 great classical novels, only to find severe omissions, with editions typically sold being merely revised versions rather than the originals. It was said that these revised editions were assembled during the cultural movement, with various literary and historical luminaries collaborating on the revisions. Chen noted that while they were well written, they lacked the essence of the classics. Many renowned literary works have been lost abroad, such as Dante's Divine Comedy, which he noted during history class. He also perused the Bible, though he did not examine the original text closely nor discern any omissions. A fact that is indeed difficult to perceive, especially since he does not believe in Jesus and has never read the Bible. After browsing through online materials, Chen rested his head on his arm and let out a weary sigh. The internet in this world reflects a considerable number of real-world issues. He had noticed this problem in previous years, but thought at the time that this parallel universe was merely unique, that the two worlds may not necessarily be identical. However, it now appears that the issues of this universe have escalated significantly. The Earth of this universe can be succinctly summarized: cultural decay and entertainment supremacy. Indeed, for every cultural void, something else fills the gap. For instance, the revenue from the tourism industry in this world is not less than before. But cultural tourism has not seen a rise. Who, then, consumes the remaining share? It is, indeed, the modern amusement industry. Similarly, There's a notable scarcity of historical themes in films. When they do exist, they tend to lean towards magical history. Chen likened it to watching the historical films of a certain filmmaker, filled with superhuman feats. The ramifications of cultural deficiency are exceedingly broad, and Chen could only verify them from the perspectives he could conceive. The current outlook appears grim, and what is more disheartening is that the situation continues to deteriorate. Perhaps the malevolent force reminiscent of Cthulhu is still at work, employing corrosive methods to damage cultural relics. Chen has assumed the role of a whistleblower, alerting people to the situation. It was Lao who first detected the problem and astutely sensed the true culprit behind it. However, Lao has now received a state funeral, with the most significant news in recent days being his memorial service. Chen learned from reporters that this venerable elder was a dual academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering, adept in both theory and practice. His design of the fish-eagle system ensured near-absolute dominance over the territorial waters. And it is worth mentioning that this Earth in the parallel universe could smoothly take control of nuclear power plants without raising objections, thanks to the deterrent power of the fish-eagle system. Indeed, although that island was not depicted within the defined territorial boundaries on the map, it lay well within the coverage of the fish-eagle system. Additionally, Lao was one of the rare polymaths in the country, excelling in biology, mathematics, and physics, with an exceptionally broad perspective. The last time Lao met Chen was during a vacation, as he was intrigued by the matter at hand and wished to employ his vast repository of knowledge to comprehend these peculiarities, which indeed yielded some results. Chen sighed, feeling somewhat reproachful towards Lao, while he had provided clues about the malevolent force. It now appears that the more crucial aspect is understanding how this malevolent force accomplished all of this. He soon realized that he was being somewhat retrospective. It is very likely that Lao believed at the time that the information regarding the malevolent force was the most vital. Without Lao's hints, he would probably still be in a state of confusion. However, he could not fathom why Lao did not disclose the methods of the malevolent force to his students earlier, especially since there had been ample time before Chen arrived. Chen speculated that there might be several reasons, such as the possibility that such information could be harmful, or perhaps he was uncertain, or simply felt it unnecessary. Lao may have intended for his students to discover what he had noted at the appropriate time. Yet the malevolent force did not spare him, and with his perception distorted to a certain degree, he did not realize that what he recorded was merely a series of meaningless circles. As of now, the questions loom larger while the clues dwindle. And even though Chen believes he is unfazed and has little to care about, he cannot help but lament the flickering light of civilization buffeted by a raging wind. He wished to shield the light with his hand, but alas, he was not worthy. Those worthy had already fallen. Chen then typed on his computer, recognizing that Lao's funeral was nearing its conclusion today. Having been born in this nation and benefiting from his contributions, he felt compelled to pay his respects. Yilo, my voice may be feeble, but I cannot attend your memorial in person. Thus, I shall bid you farewell online. Chen murmured as he watched the live stream of the coffin being gently lowered into the ground. Suddenly, a news ticker at the bottom of the screen conveyed a message that the United Nations was preparing to convene a meeting to discuss the escalating pressures on the global healthcare system, alongside deliberations regarding customs inspection systems. Upon reading this, Chen inexplicably thought of Song Tian, furrowing his brow as he retrieved the notes he had made a few days prior, before the soldiers took him away. These notes had been left in the classroom, but the considerate class monitor had gathered his belongings and returned them along with the handouts. The notes were not difficult to find, nestled between the handouts. Chen flipped through them and quickly located his earlier records, glancing over them. Various carcinogenic factors, tobacco, alcohol, aflatoxin, nitrites, radiation, etc., can also lead to cancer. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt a strange inspiration, sensing that there might be a connection among these matters. Perhaps the severed clues could be reconnected from here. Chapter 38, Clue. Academician Tang, I apologize for taking your time, but I have encountered a significant dilemma and truly have no other recourse but to seek your guidance. You're a Lao student, Meng Hua, correct? I'm already aware of the specifics. The elderly man, also with white hair, smiled to reassure Meng Hua. Your teacher will not be forgotten by the nation, and you should take up his banner and continue to forge ahead. Yes, Once I have resolved my current matters, I will pursue further studies. A promising student indeed. Academician Tang regarded Meng Hua with satisfaction. Please, tell me where your dilemma lies. Well, it is as follows. My teacher previously employed a substantial array of instruments while researching special corrosion, and he recorded his conclusions in his notes. However, due to certain reasons, his notes are incomprehensible, so the only lead we have now is the records and reports of the experiments that Galau requested us to conduct. You intend to? Yes. I wish to reverse engineer what he might have perceived through the experiments he required us to perform. Although he mandated a plethora of tests simultaneously, he seemed particularly attentive to a few specific items, suggesting he may have had a target of suspicion at that time. I investigated conventional tests, such as carbon-14 dating for artifacts, and ultimately discovered that Galau seemed to have delved into aspects of high-energy physics. Indeed, it is impressive that you could think of such a method. Academician Tang nodded. However, while this is not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, it is close enough. In research, even a slight direction can consume an inordinate amount of time for researchers. I am not afraid of a wrong direction. I fear the absence of direction. This matter is crucial. All right, please provide me with the materials you have compiled. Certainly. Meng Hua picked up a bound booklet from the side, flipping it open to reveal a dense collection of data and letter combinations. To an ordinary person, it would have a remarkable hypnotic effect. Placed in a restroom, even while reading the ingredients of shampoo, one would likely not glance at this material. Yet, Academician Tang merely skimmed through it, retrieving a pair of aged glasses from his pocket and putting them on to examine the details closely. He read slowly, but in the laboratory, no one disturbed him. As precision in experiments must be maintained, very few instruments could emit sound, for any noisy machinery would surely lack accuracy. Thus, only the sounds of breathing and the occasional rustle of pages turning could be heard in the laboratory. Finally, Academician Tang completed his review of the entire set of data, and Meng Hua eagerly anticipated his insights. Academician Tang removed his glasses and shook his head, stating, I have indeed discovered several anomalous data points. However, they seem unrelated. I must take this back for a more thorough examination. Of course, Meng Hua replied. Yet, as Academician Tang turned to one particular paper, he inquired, what on earth is the matter with your spectral data? There was a noticeable dissatisfaction etched upon his face. Meng Hua cautiously glanced at the document, unable to discern any issues, and regarded Academician Tang with trepidation, akin to a remorseful schoolboy. You either failed to adhere to proper protocols, or your samples were contaminated to yield such absurd data. As Academician Tang chastised, everyone in the conference room fell silent, for none present held a higher standing in the realm of research than he. A few scoldings posed no substantial critique. Meng Hua had not anticipated that Academician Tang would exhibit such meticulousness regarding academic matters, showing not an ounce of leniency. He was drenched in sweat, desperately searching for the error mentioned by Academician Tang. Ultimately, he noticed that a portion of the data contained negative values, which he initially mistook for a mere dash. This was a grave oversight. Receiving a reprimand was only just. Academician Tang, this is my fault. I will promptly leave my colleagues to conduct the experiment again. Upon witnessing Meng Hua's candid admission of error, Academician Tang's expression softened slightly, and he waved his hand dismissively. No need. Since Professor Good did not instruct you to redo it, it is likely because he has already reached conclusions from other sources. This data is not crucial. Meng Hua nodded in understanding. However, what are the 2 sheets on your desk? Academician Tang asked as he organized the materials. Noticing that Meng Hua had not provided him with everything, he had only submitted the bound volume, leaving additional documents in their original place. This is a record of Professor Ji's conversation with Su Chen. I thought it would not be of use to you. Hand it over. Meng Hua respectfully presented the documents. Once again, donning his glasses, Academician Tang glanced at the papers and was taken aback. Interrogation records? Oh, the upper one is unorganized, while the lower one has been compiled. Academician Tang swiftly extracted the last page, quickly scanning it. The words were indeed minimal, yet they prompted him to furrow his brow. It was boundless, chaotic yet beautiful, as if matter and time coalesced into a minuscule fragment, resembling scattered stars. Academician Tang murmured softly, lost in contemplation. Could matter and time indeed congeal into a tiny fragment? Is such a possibility conceivable? Falling into silence, he fixated on the dialogue left by Professor Gu in his final moments, akin to grappling with the most profound mathematical enigma. The duration of his contemplation extended well beyond what one might expect. Unable to contain himself any longer, Meng Hua finally interjected, "Academician Tang? Academician Tang. It is now noon. Shall we resume our discussion after lunch?" Emerging from his endless reverie, Academician Tang regarded Meng Hua with a rather incredulous expression. "No, there is no need. I already have some ideas. I just need to validate them." Meng Hua's eyes widened with excitement. "Have you already discerned my teacher's thoughts?" Academician Tang looked at him, nodding and shaking his head in turn. "I cannot be certain. I cannot disclose to you what I am contemplating." He then shook the bound documents slightly towards Meng Hua. "Do you have a backup of this data?" Meng Hua nodded affirmatively. "Good." Academician Tang promptly retrieved a sheet of paper, cross-referencing it as he began to write while flipping through the materials. Meng Hua leaned in to observe. Academician Tang merely glanced at the documents before inscribing a series of 3 two-digit numbers. In the blink of an eye, a dense string of figures was completed. He handed the paper to Meng Hua. "I will verify some information upon my return. If I have any updates, I will inform you. This string will then be rendered unnecessary." Looking around the laboratory, as if reminiscing about something, he then broke into a relieved smile. "If I fail to make contact or find myself in a situation akin to your teacher's, then this number shall serve as the clue I leave for you." Meng Hua's face paled in shock. Academician Tang. Academician Tang halted him. "What are you panicking for? We have yet to reach that point. For now, focus on studying thermodynamics. And it would be wise to seek out some experts in this field. Await my message, understood?" "Understood. If I become like your teacher, after you interpret this number, you must report to the authorities. They will comprehend the situation." "Understood." Academician Tang encouraged Meng Hua with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, offering silent support before hastily departing with the materials. He sensed an ominous premonition that he too might follow in Academician Ji's footsteps. That enigmatic presence bore an overwhelming force. However, this matter ultimately required someone to undertake it. He pondered how furious the nation would become should 2 academicians perish. At that moment, he would play the role of the harbinger. The government would be thoroughly awakened. No one would wish to confront such an entity. Even across the ocean, no one would dare provoke an enraged lion. Reflecting on the information he had left for Meng Hua, he ensured it was unequivocal and concise, devoid of ambiguity. Unlike Academician Ji's cryptic notes, with no omissions, before hastening his pace. Chapter 39. The medical system. Numerous fungi in the world can secrete carcinogenic mycotoxins, among which the most common include Aspergillus flavus, Aspergillus parasiticus, Penicillium, and Aspergillus. These fungi typically thrive in damp, warm, and poorly ventilated environments, such as harvested crops, stored grains, fruits, and feed. When these fungi infect these materials, they produce carcinogenic mycotoxins. Aspergillus flavus can produce a variety of toxins, including aflatoxins B1, B2, G1, and G2, while Aspergillus parasiticus can yield several toxins, such as ochratoxin A, B, and C. Currently, other fungi capable of secreting carcinogenic toxins include Aspergillus niger, Fusarium, Botrytis cinerea, Sordaria, and Alternaria, among others. Recent international reports indicate that customs have detected a significant number of goods transported across the ocean, most carrying mutated Fusarium species, with a minority carrying Botrytis cinerea. Upon inspection, it was found that these goods were primarily infected during local handling. Similar situations are becoming increasingly frequent, and the illnesses caused by mycotoxins have placed immense strain on local medical systems. Kangaroo in Australia tested positive for ochratoxin infection, revealing liver and kidney lesions upon necropsy. The medical system in India has collapsed, leaving tens of thousands without access to medication. Chen, while perusing related materials and news, was astonished to discover that this bizarre fungal infection had swept across the globe, exerting tremendous pressure on the world's medical systems, with numerous regions experiencing outright collapse. Following a brief outbreak, many countries concerned about their image attempted to suppress information, but ultimately the truth could no longer be contained, leading to an overwhelming surge of cases, with nations now desperately seeking assistance. The medical system is a critical indicator of a nation's healthcare. Its collapse signifies that the majority of the populace cannot receive treatment. Apart from those already admitted to hospitals and those capable of affording care, the remaining individuals are left to await death. Once the medical system collapses, it heralds a significant increase in mortality rates. However, with modern medicine and healthcare systems, inducing a collapse is remarkably challenging. If one were to unleash historical plagues capable of decimating nations, such as the Black Death, smallpox, or the Spanish flu, and if an inhumane and immoral extremist were to release these pathogens within urban environments, a few hundred fatalities would be deemed a government failure, while 1,000 deaths would directly constitute a major catastrophe. Yet, to proportionally annihilate the population, to bring society to a standstill, that would prove quite difficult. For a modern medical system to collapse, it must be due to diseases that have never previously emerged and for which there are no effective treatments. Chen observed that fungal infections abroad appeared to differ significantly from those along the domestic coastline. In foreign countries, such infections did not seem to manifest in a terrifying manner. It was noteworthy that during his time in the internship group, he had seen patients who were nearly unrecognizable as humans. However, it seemed that abroad, these fungi merely proliferated in the environment, with few cases of human infection. The individuals who fell ill primarily ingested substantial amounts of fungal toxins from their surroundings. During his internship, Chen learned that the most immediate effects of these toxins were liver damage, immune system suppression, neurological toxicity, and gastrointestinal issues. If there were a fetus involved, developmental problems could arise, while the risk of cancer was typically induced by prolonged exposure to low doses. The aflatoxin-producing fungi, on the other hand, were a more potent variant, possessing the ability to directly siphon nutrients and tissue fluids from the human body. The symptoms included infection and destruction of deep tissues, rendering the overseas versions comparatively mild in terms of liver damage and other issues. Fortunately, the evident nature of aflatoxin infections and the prompt reporting of cases had led to their stringent containment. Nevertheless, to prevent the resurgence of this mutated variant, the state continued to allocate resources for the development of medication. Chen jotted down a line on a piece of paper for an outbreak of weakened fungal infections. Apart from this line, the paper also contained previous notes. Song Tian's father has cancer. Fungal toxins can cause liver damage, immune system suppression, neurological toxicity, gastrointestinal failure, and cancer. Domestic outbreak of strengthened fungal infections has been contained. Domestic outbreak of Taihao disease has been contained. He stared at the page for a moment before striking out the last note, furrowing his brow at the segments that felt inherently problematic. An intuitive spark suggested that the issue might reside in that very section. Suddenly, he recalled a news snippet he had inadvertently seen earlier and wrote it down. Domestic medical and health pressure has surged. After writing, he stared at it, pondering for a while before shaking his head in resignation and striking through all that he had written, subsequently penning a conclusion. The surge in domestic health service pressure may be caused by tritium water entering the inland water cycle, leading to an increase in illnesses. Before he could finish, a sudden jolt of uncertainty struck him. Why was he so certain that the surge in domestic health service pressure was due to tritium water? Shouldn't he have verified the information before making such a determination? Chen gazed at the crossed-out text and rewrote it. As he read the final line, a flurry of thoughts surged through his mind, yet each thought was disorganized and lacked clarity. He attempted to write, and despite having no coherent ideas, he still produced. The surge in domestic health service pressure may be caused by tritium water entering the inland water cycle, leading to an increase in illnesses. Chen suddenly recalled Gulao, wondering if this Cthulhu entity, capable of dealing with Gulao, could also bring harm to him. At that moment, fear enveloped him, followed by a wave of defiance. He scanned his surroundings. Nothing seemed amiss in the dormitory. He rationalized that having already confronted the situation, it was clear he could not escape its grasp. He resolved to uncover what Cthulhu was concealing, suppressing his fear and searching the internet. He quickly discovered an article detailing that after the alarm was raised domestically, measures had been promptly enacted. They had conducted large-scale artificial rainfall interception in desolate areas, closely monitored the rainwater that had already entered the inland regions, and constructed numerous water treatment facilities. It could be said that aside from the coastal areas, the impact on other regions had been minimized to a degree that it would never exert pressure on the local healthcare systems. Chen continued his search and found that the places experiencing a surge in domestic healthcare pressure were not limited to the coast. Strange diseases were also emerging inland. indicating that the issue was not solely attributable to tritium water vapor. He noted the prevalence of numerous immune diseases, which could not simply be triggered by radioactive substances or toxins. His thoughts immediately turned to Song Tian's father. He opened his phone and reviewed his father's medical records, deciphering previously incomprehensible notes and capturing key phrases, suspected bone lesions caused by immune system chaos. He paused momentarily, then picked up his pen to write. Cthulhu, finding its methods ineffective, is suspected to be employing alternative means to induce illness in domestic individuals. Cthulhu seems to have taken notice of our measures, using pathogenic methods distinct from those employed by other countries. Cthulhu's objective remains to reduce the global population, akin to eradicating pests in a field. If one method fails, it simply resorts to another. Chapter 40. The cost. After completing his notes, Su Chen exhaled gently, staring at the series of circles he had drawn without knowing what to think. Ultimately, he solemnly folded the paper filled with circles and tucked it into his clothing pocket. After all, he was entangled with extraordinary entities. Should he meet an untimely end, though lacking the grandiosity of an esteemed academic like Golau, he deserved at least a couple of detectives to investigate the circumstances. In time, his hypotheses would surely come to light. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that what he had written was merely a series of meaningless circles, incomprehensible to anyone else. At this juncture, Su Chen resolved to seek assistance from his senior, Ouyang Xing, recalling that before grandfather Yang's passing, he had advised him to consult Ouyang Xing whenever he faced difficulties, which could not be mistaken. Meanwhile, at the central hospital, Lieutenant Chu perused the report submitted by Xiao Wu, his expression grim. It documented that during his tenure at the Nanhua Military Region Hospital, 6 patients afflicted with Taihao disease had inexplicably succumbed within a very short time, 2 of whom were members of the support team. Notify the equipment department. I will discuss this matter with Director Yang and Xiao Wu. Acknowledged. Lieutenant Chu waited a moment before the desk phone rang. He hastily picked up the receiver while observing the surveillance. Xiao Wu? Oh, I'm here. I saw your report. What exactly happened to those 6 individuals? Weren't they in stable condition when I left? On the other end, Xiao Wu's voice carried a tone of helplessness. I don't know. Director Yang told me this seems to be some sort of cost. Where is Director Yang? He's in the physician's office at the nurse station. Do you want to speak with him? Not yet. Tell me how they died. Well, on the morning of the 14th, I heard the long alarm from the vital sign monitor. These patients were immobile, so there shouldn't have been any actions to dislodge the sensors. I rushed over to check and found that the patient in bed 32 had no breathing, no pulse, and his heart had stopped beating. I conducted a brief examination. His pupils were unresponsive to light, and then I attempted resuscitation, calling for Director Yang. He arrived with various clinical emergency medications, including dopamine and adrenaline, along with an AED. However, after examining the patient, he stopped me from continuing the resuscitation, stating that the individual was already brain dead and could not be revived. Lieutenant Chu listened intently for a moment before interjecting. Surely there were no unusual circumstances? Xiao Wu was taken aback, then cautiously inquired, what unusual circumstances? Patients who inexplicably suffer brain death tend to pass away quietly. There is no way to discern anything. Understood. Please continue. At that moment, I was unwilling to accept it, as the patient's indicators had been relatively normal prior, and then suddenly they died without warning. I wanted to continue resuscitating, but when Director Yang looked at me and sighed, he agreed to let me try the resuscitation equipment. Just then, the monitors of other patients also began to alarm. This time, it was the patient in bed 12. And by the time we arrived, his condition mirrored that of the first deceased patient. He was already brain dead. Subsequently, at regular intervals, a patient's monitor would emit a persistent alarm, continuing until the 6th one, who was adjacent to the 5th. As a monitor sounded, I rushed over to investigate. It appeared as though he had inexplicably succumbed to instantaneous brain death, and I could find no discernible cause. Overwhelmed with fear and guilt, I was in despair when Director Yang spoke, urging me not to be disheartened, stating that this was merely a certain price to be paid. What did he mean by price? Lieutenant Zhu inquit? I did not know. I was too distraught to ask at that moment. Later, Director Yang consoled me, asserting that no doctor could guarantee a patient's survival. What doctors could do was to grow accustomed to the cycle of life and death and cherish the lives of their patients. Very well, summoned Director Yang. I wish to speak with him. A commotion was heard on the phone as Xiao Wu called for Director Yang. His voice carried a hint of fatigue and confusion. I am Yang Tianyu. What is it, Lieutenant Chu? I am here to inquire about the 6 deceased. Lieutenant Chu suppressed his emotions, asking what happened. Everything had been stable for so long. Why have issues arisen in these past 2 days? I do not know. You may call for a coroner to ascertain the cause of death. My facilities are insufficient, and I can only determine it was sudden brain death. I'm not asking about their cause of death. You seem to know why they experienced brain death? This statement was paradoxical, yet Director Yang understood. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "Tai indicates that this is the price for undertaking a certain task. Should it not be done, a far greater calamity would ensue. Our time is limited. Delaying the onset of disaster and buying time is paramount. This price is worth it." Lieutenant Chu's gaze suddenly hardened. What has Tai done? Director Yang fell silent, withholding any response. The technicians nearby issued a warning, indicating a significant emotional fluctuation in the interlocutor, yet Lieutenant Chu remained resolute, knowing the importance of the matter and unwilling to let this crucial information slip away. If you do not speak, I will personally confront you on your floor. I must grasp the key information to make informed judgments. Yang Tianyu, do not let the nation down. The receiver fell silent, followed by intermittent sounds. Why must you? I have my reasons. I assure you, as long as these individuals lie here, this matter will not conclude so easily. Since you can converse with the so-called Tai, if you remain loyal to the people, you should not conceal anything. Lieutenant, Yang Tianyu's emotions have peaked. Please monitor your communication. Caution the technician. You will not understand. You cannot comprehend. You will not understand. You will not understand. In anger, Lieutenant Chu hung up and turned to the technicians, declaring, "This cannot be left unresolved. Provide me with a set of equipment. I will confront him personally." The technician, startled, urged Lieutenant. The Academy's recommendation is to avoid direct contact and dialogue with Yang Tianyu and others until the transmission mechanism of the Tai illness is clarified. You know this is merely a recommendation? I suspect he possesses critical information, and we must uncover what he is concealing. Indeed, however, we have limited equipment. You cannot go. I will go alone. Lieutenant Chu, resolute in his decision to confront Yang Tianyu, was acutely aware of the risks involved and intended to proceed without others. Understood. To prepare for emergencies, this command room is equipped with several sets of class of protective suits and tactical audio filtering devices. The technician cautiously opened a case, retrieving the protective suit and methodically assisting Lieutenant Chu into it according to standard procedures. Fully equipped, Lieutenant Chu ascended the stairs. After undergoing disinfection, he sought out Yang Tianyu for confrontation. Xiao Wu was at the nurse's station perusing a book, a permitted medical textbook, when he noticed movement in the stairwell and immediately looked up. "Lieutenant Chu, what brings you here?" "I am here to find Yang Tianyu." "Where is he?" "He is in the room, but his emotional state is unstable." Chapter 41. The cost of payment. Lieutenant Chu faced Yang Tianyu directly. The heavy Class A protective suit made it difficult for him to sit, yet he stood tall, his voice muffled through the suit as he pressed for answers. "You have concealed too much information. I could tolerate it before as long as no incidents occurred. Now, I can no longer endure this. You must disclose what you know." Yang Tianyu gazed at him in confusion, seemingly bewildered by Lieutenant Chu's words. However, Lieutenant Chu could see a swirling madness suppressed within Yang Tianyu's murky eyes. "Xiao Wu," Yang Tianyu suddenly called out. Startled, Xiao Wu, leaning against the doorframe, responded, "Director Yang, I am here. Go find a furthest patient room and do not listen to our conversation." "Understood, Director Yang." Xiao Wu, adhering strictly to his directive, hurriedly took his book and sprinted towards the farthest room, intending to immerse himself in the vast ocean of knowledge. "Lieutenant Chu, have you heard that sometimes ignorance is bliss?" "Nonsense. I did not come here to discuss that. Today, you must clarify everything," Lieutenant Chu asserted with unwavering conviction. This horrific attack involving that extraordinary entity has already resulted in over 100 casualties within our borders. Tai illness, fungal infection, and even academician Gu has suffered because of this. We cannot remain passive. The more one does, sometimes the more one errs. You are already aware of part of the truth and should understand that we face an unconventional existence. No matter how unconventional, can I not destroy it? To speak frankly, the 112th Regiment has recently received special approval for 3 missile vehicle units. Dongfeng 15 and Dongfeng 16. If necessary, I can procure even larger warhead missiles. As long as this extraordinary being is alive, I can render it dead. Death holds no significance for it. It is meaningless. The eternal slumber does not belong to the deceased. In the wondrous expanse of eternity, even death can fade away. Thus, it is the same in reverse. No sooner had he spoken than the monitor outside the patient room emitted a piercing alarm. Hasty footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by the sound of a door opening. Director Yang, there has been an incident with a patient. Xiao Wu's voice called out urgently from outside. Lieutenant Xu observed Yang Tianyu, seeking to gauge his reaction. However, Director Yang showed no inclination to intervene, instead continuing to address Lieutenant Xu. In the eternal abode of Lele, the slumbering Cthulhu awaits your dreams. The monitor outside blared again, its sound resonating in a disconcerting rhythm with the previous alarms, causing agitation. Upon hearing the entirety of Yang Tianyu's statement, Lieutenant Xu was suddenly engulfed by a sense of disorientation. Memories shattered like glass. For the first time, he felt an indescribable terror, the fear that ancient, unarmed humanity experienced when confronted by a pack of ferocious beasts, stemming from primal instinct. He trembled in shock, his heart racing, his gaze lost. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, akin to being pricked by a needle, startling him into a terrified scream. The anguish embedded within that cry was palpable. It was a warning filled with dread, a death knell echoing from the ancients, a warning understood by all who heard it. Someone was in peril. It beckoned the strong to come forth and rescue, while warning the weak to flee. Yet, shortly thereafter, he felt an eerie sense of calm. The ominous premonition lingered. Yet inexplicably, his heart settled. He noticed himself enveloped in bizarre colors, which gradually began to dissipate. Once the colors faded, Lieutenant Xu gasped for breath, his mind blank. After an extended period, he regained his composure and turned to Yang Tianyu, wishing to inquire about something, only to find himself at a loss, unable to articulate his question. He recalled that he remembered Dean Yang uttering two crucial phrases, yet the specifics eluded him entirely. He also noticed that his protective suit was unfastened, and a painful sensation lingered in his right arm where he had been injected. Dean Yang was meticulously storing away a used syringe. Lieutenant Zhu instinquito inquit. What did you administer to me? Propofol, a short-acting sedative, in a minimal dosage to swiftly calm you, Dean Yang clarified, assisting Lieutenant Xu in redressing his protective suit. I assessed that you were in a state of extreme panic, which had significantly burdened your heart. Hence, the medication was necessary. Though it was against protocol to remove and then re-don protective gear in a hazardous environment, neither party seemed to mind. Abrupt footsteps approached as Xiao Wu entered the room. Glancing around, concerned by the absence of Dean Yang and the sounds of agonized screams emanating from within, he had come to ascertain the situation. However, Dean Yang promptly shooed him away. Moments later, Lieutenant Xu furrowed his brow and asked, "What did you say to me earlier? It was something you wished to hear?" Dean Yang replied, "The two individuals in the ward were the price." Lieutenant Xu's complexion turned ashen as he began to comprehend the implications, leading him to ponder a pressing question. What if those individuals hadn't existed? What if the price could not be paid? It would still exist, Dean Yang asserted confidently, followed by a deep sigh. Your inspiration lacks depth and is too easily washed away. Moreover, you have unwittingly caused us to pay a price for which you have gleaned no information, akin to a bamboo basket holding water. Furthermore, you bore his mark, and he has now taken notice of you. Death will follow you like a shadow, inevitable. In other words, for one who ought not to know, knowing what should remain unknown is utterly meaningless. No, it holds significance, Lieutenant Xu retorted, gritting his teeth. I wish to confront him, irrespective of life or death. If my demise can expose his flaws, it would be my triumph. Dean Yang regarded Lieutenant Xu with a look of surprise before nodding in agreement. If one could place life and death beyond their concerns, what could possibly prove challenging? Such individuals, however, are scarce. The two soon calmed, gazing steadily at one another. Perhaps Tai Hao did not obstruct our access to information. Rather, our inspiration was simply too low. Indeed, and the words he inscribed, they are meaningless to humanity. So, it was Tai Hao who rendered Su Chen speechless? That incurs a lesser price. Does Su Chen gain the ability to speak only upon receiving that pendant? There is a connection. but it serves another purpose that Chen can utilize. You no longer shy away from sharing so much with me. You have been splashed with water. There is no need to fear the rain. He has noticed you, and this minor detail matters not. Now that you are aware of the consequences, do you intend to report it? Lieutenant Chu shook his head, aware that a direct report might lead to a scenario akin to what Chen had described, where the higher-ups would be eradicated all at once. I shall pose one final question. If you do not pay the price, what will happen when we hear Chen's words? You will lose your form and seek death without the prospect of life. You will die without meaning. What else do you wish to convey to me? Yang Tianyu shook his head. For instance, the Taihao typhoon incident and the nature of Taihao itself, and the crisis you mentioned? I do not know. I cannot speak of it. I have shared everything I can. Lieutenant Chu regarded Yang Tianyu with discontent, but refrained from further pressing him. Well, Chen, his inspiration is sufficient. Why not disclose the entire incident to him? He is of far greater value than you, more so than any of us. If I were to inform him, he would attract his attention. However, should he discover it on his own, it would be different. Lieutenant Chu nodded thoughtfully and then scrutinized Yang Tianyu, perceiving him as a toad, one that only leaps when prodded. However, he sensed that Yang Tianyu's time was running short, as he had previously felt a foreboding sense of urgency, which now felt like an undeniable certainty. Though many of his inquiries remained unanswered, he had a pressing matter to attend to. The absurd application for the extermination of Chen had been rejected, but the documentation had been preserved, achieving its purpose. He intended to draft another application concerning Chen, hoping to offer him some assistance. If Dean Yang's words held true, time was of the essence, and every bit of support he could provide Chen would be invaluable. Each contribution could enhance the odds of confronting that enigmatic being. I plan to take my leave. Do you have anything further to say? Dean Yang pondered briefly before replying. You may go. Lieutenant Chu smirked and shook his head, feeling a sense of satisfaction regarding his gains, yet recognizing the cost was exceedingly high. Not merely 2 lives, but also his own attention from him. What tactics might he employ? Lieutenant Chu contemplated deeply, but found no answers. It was too metaphysical for him to grasp. He resolved to pay his respects to the 2 deceased individuals. As Lieutenant Chu was about to step out the door, Dean Yang suddenly spoke. Wait. The class of protective suit was exceedingly cumbersome, making it impossible to turn his head. Thus, Lieutenant Chu awkwardly pivoted in place. What is it? Do you have more to say? Yang Tianyu gazet et Lunanchu, remaining silent for a moment before making a decision. The name Taihao possesses extraordinary power. If you confront that entity and sense danger, uttering this name may allow us to pay the price to shield you from his harm. Lieutenant Chu remained silent, casting a glance at Yang Tianyu, before ultimately turning to leave. He headed to his quarters to discuss all the information he had just acquired with his 5-person think tank. If what Yang Tianyu asserted was accurate, the information we now possessed was entirely the result of Taihao's gambit against him. The seasoned detective murmured to himself while jotting notes, utilizing his years of cultivated logical reasoning to reconstruct the event's true nature for the group. He sought to prevent the dissemination of any information detrimental to him. Gu Lao was a prime example. Perhaps he initially intended to eliminate Gu Lao discreetly, yet upon Chen's arrival, he was compelled to resort to more radical measures. He desired to propagate his name, albeit one fraught with peril. According to Chen's description, this could attract his attention, but the consequences of such attention remained unknown. Lieutenant Chu interrupted. I have already caught his attention. We shall see what he intends to do with me. The seasoned detective looked at him with concern. Lieutenant, this is not a favorable situation. Based on the extraordinary power displayed by this being, we currently possess no means to counter him. This is my affair. At worst, I shall perish. However, I wish for my death to hold significance. Now, please continue. The seasoned detective hesitated, finally stating, if your assertion holds true, when Chen uttered his name, Taihao intervened to shield us from knowing his name, thereby preventing the gravest consequences. Yet the price was the lives of several patients afflicted with Taihao disease, simply because our inspiration was too low to retain Chen's words. Lieutenant, what Dean Yang suggested may indeed be a viable approach. If you utter Taihao's name, he may assist in shielding you from his harm. Lieutenant Chu cast a glance at the seasoned detective. But that is a price I cannot afford. I will make my own judgments. You focus on your tasks. Understood. Moreover, based on my analysis, he likely possesses considerable influence over modern instruments. Even a voice recorder containing unfavorable information could be altered through bizarre means. Lieutenant Chu contemplated this and remarked, for this exchange, we should utilize multimedia backups, employing various preservation methods. If what you say is true, this should be a point of caution. The seasoned detective nodded. I understand. Additionally, I have completed my summary. Excellent. Now I await his move. Time is of the essence. Provide me with the records. A white binder was handed to the elderly figure, exuding an air of authority, upon which was inscribed the title Draft Guidance on Global Public Health Emergencies. In a magnificent and spacious conference hall, the serious gazes of thousands fixated upon the elder standing on the stage. Just moments ago, the World Health Organization's meeting had concluded, revealing data that unequivocally indicated a colossal crisis spreading across the globe, with the nation also acutely aware of the immense pressure. Comrades, we have little time to squander. The World Health Organization has just issued a highest-level alert regarding a global public health emergency. It asserts that the current fungal transmission events worldwide constitute an outbreak of international concern, necessitating our urgent attention. This time, we shall streamline our processes to swiftly respond to and strategize for this global public health crisis. Now, let us proceed with the first proposal concerning guidance for domestic healthcare and support for the pharmaceutical industry. In a vast conference hall, each proposal related to this public health crisis was passed in an orderly fashion. Although a maximum voting time was stipulated, each proposal was approved with remarkable speed. They understood the terrifying nature of a global public health emergency. A timely response was of utmost importance. While awaiting the vote on the proposals, the elder on the podium scanned the audience, noting some individuals engrossed in their materials, yet many others were focused on their own thoughts. The National Health Commission's proposal to enhance guidance regarding this public health crisis was approved by half of the attendees. The elder paused briefly, glancing at the white paper in his hand, and noted the extraordinary efficiency of the proceedings. Although the proposals were fewer than usual, it was evident that the national apparatus was operating at full throttle. Very well, comrades, I have no intention of delivering a lengthy closing statement. All the guidance has been inscribed within the proposals. This time, united in purpose, we shall surely overcome the storms ahead. Chapter 43. Hey Mao Doufu, Ouyang Xing was proudly lifting a chopstick of rice to his mouth when his phone, resting on the table, suddenly lit up, causing him to choke on his food. Despite his coughing, he did not forget to pick up his phone and scroll through the notifications, appearing quite flustered. Senior, come on. The rice isn't going anywhere. Eat slowly, Su Chen advised Ouyang Xing immediately. Ouyang Xing turned his phone towards Su Chen to show him the screen. He intended to say something, but the rice lodged in his throat made it difficult to speak. Su Chen took the phone, glancing at the notification that read, Plan and Guidance for Supporting the Domestic Research of Antifungal Drugs. Recognizing it as a message from another senior, one he remembered from their internship group, Su Chen quickly realized the significance. Ouyang Xing was riding the wave of opportunity, though he was uncertain about any research outcomes. After finally dislodging the rice from his throat, Ouyang Xing's face flushed, resembling an embarrassed, handsome young man basking in sunlight, and he appeared quite exhilarated. Su Chen, do you remember that infectious fungus? Su Chen fell silent for a moment, finding it hard to forget. A mere recollection brought to mind the image of a person covered in mold. He glanced at his plate, still half full of uneaten rice, feeling a lack of appetite despite not being nauseated. Ouyang Xing noticed Su Chen's expression and understood, his face reddening once more. Sorry. I forgot we were still eating. Should we finish before discussing it? Su Chen replied, No, I suddenly feel unwell. Senior, tell me about your research. Ouyang Xing, too excited to continue eating, snatched the phone back from Su Chen and began tapping away. Then, perhaps awaiting news, he pulled Su Chen to his feet. Come on, I'll show you. Wait, aren't you supposed to keep this confidential? Su Chen inquit. The confidentiality level was lowered long ago. Don't worry. Let us see our achievements. What about the other seniors? Su Chen asked. No problem. Your initial hypothesis garnered us significant attention. Even academician Chi commended us. Allocating substantial resources to our work, they are eager for your return. Thus, Su Chen was dragged to the laboratory. Upon entering, he noticed little had changed, save for the absence of the discomfort-inducing patient in the central isolation chamber. Several seniors he recognized greeted him, while he noted the absence of a few familiar faces, replaced by many newcomers. These are the juniors from our academy in this field. For you, they're mostly seniors, and those with outstanding achievements will be recruited for research assistants. Chen observed that, while termed as mere assistants, the new seniors appeared enthusiastic and eager to contribute. Previously, to combat that terrifying fungal infection, we experimented with various new drugs, with the most effective being the one known as XE07, which, albeit possessing severe nephrotoxicity, managed to eliminate 40% of the fungal infections. However, my goal was not merely to achieve a 40% success rate. If we're to save lives, we must achieve full recovery. Furthermore, the nephrotoxicity of EXE07 was a significant concern. Hence, I redirected my efforts towards developing a more effective antifungal drug. What happened next? Chen asked. You already know, don't you? The patient did not survive. Director Yang insisted we continue our research. Those unwilling to proceed had to sign agreements to leave. Apart from you, 3 others departed. One could not bear the trauma of the patient, while the other 2 pursued different paths. Consequently, our focus shifted from saving lives to researching antifungal medications. And the results? Chen, the outcome was that I reevaluated the original drugs and discovered EXE07 held considerable potential. I must tell you, this drug's molecular stereochemistry possesses chirality, allowing for 2 mirror image isomers, and the difference between them is substantial. So, my team attempted to isolate the L and D forms to study their respective effects. While isolating the L form, I used stop. I'm only a freshman. Just tell me the results. Chen interrupted. Ouyang Xing clicked his tongue, revealing his disappointment. What a pity. Our team devised an ingenious method to reduce the nephrotoxicity of the XE07, which we have since renamed EXE08. Are you saying you have developed an antifungal medication? Can it combat the previous fungal infection? Chen Ouyang Xing shook his head. It's not that simple. Can that fungus even be classified as mere fungi? Taiyangping Academy has developed a spray known as 03, which is currently the most effective treatment against that fungus, boasting a 58% antifungal efficacy. However, as you know, this efficacy is hardly sufficient. That 58 merely indicates that no matter how much drug is administered, it can eliminate at most 58% of the sample, after which the fungus will return with a vengeance. Our drug merely reduces nephrotoxicity, which unfortunately diminishes antifungal efficacy. So, we have no solution for that aflatoxin fungus? Chen asked. Indeed, fortunately, this fungus has been contained. What then is the purpose of this EXE08? Chen Guestin. This mutated aflatoxin is terrifying, yet other fungi are weak. The samples of infectious fungi brought by academician Chi from abroad, aside from a few exceptionally dangerous ones akin to our aflatoxin, are mostly ineffective. Wait, are you suggesting that there are equally terrifying fungi abroad, similar to the mutated aflatoxin we have contained? Ouyang Xing nodded. Exactly just like this. He pulled up a photo on his phone to show Chen. Caught off guard, Chen's eyes met the dark presence captured in the image on Ouyang Xing's phone. That figure could possibly be a real person, starkly different from those infected with the mutated Aspergillus flavus that Chen had encountered. He could not discern the contours of this individual, as they were entirely enveloped in a cloak of dark fur, evoking in him an unbidden association with a peculiar food, hairy tofu. However, the fuzz depicted in the photograph was more luxuriant and elongated than any hairy tofu Chen had ever seen, and it was disconcertingly black. The edges of the dark fur seemed unreal, as though softened by some ethereal touch. The black mycelium resembled an infinite fractal, exhibiting an endless self-similarity that ensnared one's gaze at first glance. Then came a wave of dread. Fear, fear, fear. An unending terror. Danger, danger, danger. Utterly perilous. Chen struggled to fathom the state of the body ensconced within that shroud. It was worth noting that this individual was reportedly alive at the time the photograph was taken. Chen could not suppress a dry heave, ultimately managing to hold it back, thankful that he had eaten little for lunch. He finally comprehended that, at its core, the news was merely a tool to prevent public panic. Certain information would not be disseminated. Chapter 44. The mold disease, this particular strain of black aspergillus, was discovered across the ocean, and it surpassed our local Aspergillus flavus in severity. However, they do possess certain capabilities. According to their reports, they have managed to contain the spread of this fungal infection. How did you come by this information? Chen inquired, suppressing his nausea. Academician Chi remarked that various forms of this terrifying mold disease still persist around the globe, with nations seeking a specific antidote for this highly lethal fungus. Such virulent strains would not appear in the media to avoid inciting panic. Only in private discussions would they reveal that they had reached certain agreements with us, acquiring a wealth of information unknown to us. When did this occur? During the previous International Health Conference. Don't you follow the news? Chen pondered, recalling that he had indeed heard some news recently, though he had not paid it much attention. All right then, what undisclosed information do we possess? Ouyangxing chuckled. What do you think would happen if this mold were left unchecked? Chen recalled the characteristics of the mutated Aspergillus flavus he had witnessed and shook his head. If left unregulated, this fungus, capable of infecting any living organism, would likely spread across the globe in no time. You are mistaken. The American side has disclosed that this mold possesses a mechanism akin to the density shift of locusts, meaning it can only spread in areas with a significant population density. Please elaborate. We have managed to halt the spread of Aspergillus flavus here, so we have not witnessed its true form once it spreads. Your assessment is understandable, but the situation is different for the Americans. Ouyangxing seemed to recall something, a smile gracing his lips. They have suffered extensively from the black mold disease, allowing us to observe its complete evolutionary state. The American region of Colina, Texas, was severely afflicted. Initially, they did not take it seriously and only implemented quarantine measures later. They created a vast quarantine zone by burning, completely isolating the area of fungal infection, only to discover that this fungus could still cross the quarantine barrier, albeit with significantly reduced symptoms. According to their scientists, when this primitive fungus reaches a certain density and has a substantial number of humans or animals as a basis for infection, it exhibits formidable survival and transmission capabilities without any weaknesses. However, once quarantined, these fungi evolve to spread over distances, resulting in spores that can travel far but are weakened in other aspects. This leads to the phenomenon where fungi outside the dead zones are far less active than those inside. Some weaker strains may even become less potent than the ambient fungi, yet they still retain certain properties of the original mold, such as human infection. Chen suddenly grasped that the weakened fungal infections abroad were indeed a result of controlling the spread, yet it appeared that even these attenuated strains possessed formidable lethality. Thus, the medication I am developing targets not the terrifying fungus itself, but its progeny. Chen looked at him with sudden intensity, realizing that Ouyangxing was simply deep in thought, devoid of any peculiarities. Recently, he had been preoccupied with the enigmatic Cthulhu, and any mention of terms associated with it elicited a reaction from him. He regarded Ouyangxing, uncertain if he had overreacted. Progeny? That metaphor is intriguing, Chen ventured. Oh, is it? Ouyangxing scratched his head. I suppose progeny is not the most appropriate term. It would be better to refer to it as a peculiar subspecies. However, I find progeny rather fitting. Chen felt a flutter of unease but scrutinized Ouyangxing, who appeared entirely untroubled. Never mind, that is a minor issue. The crux is that while EXE-08 cannot contend with the original, the weakened version is easily manageable, easily subdued, Ouyangxing exclaimed with palpable excitement, leading Chen to an experimental station where rows of test tubes nestled within an incubator awaited. Ultimately, Chen could discern nothing amiss and thus relented. So, is the medication not yet prepared? Why then are you so thrilled upon receiving that notification? Ouyangxing appeared slightly embarrassed. Well, while the medication is nearing completion, there remains some distance to cover. Ah, still not ready. Indeed, Ouyangxing replied. Though the toxicity of EXE-08 has been significantly reduced, it remains quite toxic. Our next task is to further diminish its toxicity. Otherwise, the current formulation would cause liver damage after just a few doses. Chen sighed. You have a long and arduous journey ahead of you. Indeed, if only we had the necessary resources and funding, we could acquire superior instruments for our research, which would expedite our progress manifold. Once this medication is finalized, Nanhua University will gain renown. You must understand, while this weakened strain may not be as potent as the original, its resilience and transmission capabilities are akin to those that have been specialized. At this juncture, this medication will prove immensely beneficial. Chen gazed at the incubator before him, suddenly questioning his purpose for being there. All right, he had come to investigate the composition of domestic patients. Although he had gleaned much information he had previously been unaware of, it was of little immediate use. Senior, I came to discuss something with you. Owaken's suddenly remembered. Oh, I had forgotten. I intended to wait until you finished your meal before discussing it. But I inadvertently brought you here. Please, let me know how I can assist you. All right, I will be direct. Recently, there has been a significant surge in global healthcare pressure. You just mentioned that it pertains to subspecies fungal infections. However, as far as I recall, we have already contained the spread of that mutated Aspergillus flavus domestically and have eradicated its source. There is no such fungus in our country. Why then is there still immense healthcare pressure? Upon hearing this, Owaken furrowed his brow. It does seem plausible. Could it be a global shortage of medication? Or perhaps a customs breach? Wait a moment. I recall that Director Yang has numerous students working in hospitals. I can inquire on your behalf. Chen nodded, surprised to discover that his mentor, Yang, indeed had an extensive network within the medical field. Thus, the proverbial fruit of his labor was abundant. Hello, is this Senior Zhang? I am Owaken, a student of Director Yang. Yes. I would like to inquire about your hospital's patient statistics for research purposes. Hello, Senior Gua? Yes, it's me. Owaken did not underestimate Chen's request. He made no fewer than 6 calls to 6 different hospitals to request data. Since this information did not involve patient privacy and was of little significance, they were generally quite accommodating, especially since they were all former students of Director Yang, eager to assist a junior. After a brief exchange on WeChat, Owaken utilized the lab's printer to print out the data, knowing that paper could be reimbursed. He organized it slightly before handing it over to Chen. This is a patient source report from 6 hospitals, 2 of which are grade A public hospitals. The sample size is somewhat limited, yet I will consider alternative solutions. No need, this is sufficient. Chen weighed the document in his hand and was taken aback. Could this really be inadequate? With this amount, one could almost publish a book. Chapter 45. Peculiar ailments. As Chen perused a portion of the report, he noticed that Owaken had thoughtfully requested statistics from a month ago when the hospital was under less pressure, as well as this month's data reflecting heightened stress levels. He felt a surge of gratitude. Owaken truly cared about his work. Since Owaken had already categorized the information, Chen effortlessly divided the statistics into 2 sections, allowing for an immediate visual contrast. This month's report utilized more than double the amount of paper compared to the previous month, a stark and observable difference. However, the specifics still required examination, and it was surprisingly organized by hospital department. As Chen skimmed through the contents, his expression changed dramatically upon discovering that the department under the most strain was the oncology department. To say that the oncology department was under pressure would be an understatement. In reality, the complexities of cancer extend beyond mere tumors, as they impose multifaceted pressures on the entire hospital system, involving various other departments, such as pulmonology. Lung cancer, typically originating from malignant tumors within lung tissue, is initially assessed and treated by oncology specialists. These physicians possess profound knowledge and expertise regarding tumors, enabling them to provide comprehensive treatment recommendations. The treatment of lung cancer also necessitates collaboration with other departments, including radiology, surgery, and chemotherapy. Working within a multidisciplinary team, they collectively devise optimal treatment plans. Furthermore, internal medicine doctors play a crucial role by conducting thorough physical examinations, gathering medical histories, performing supportive treatments, managing and preventing complications associated with lung cancer, and overseeing post-operative rehabilitation and follow-up care. Therefore, depending on the location of the cancer, it generally requires coordinated treatment across relevant departments. One cannot solely attribute the success of cancer treatment to the oncology department alone, as the patient is merely under the oncology department's care. However, Chen observed that while there were indeed numerous cancer patients, the numbers had not reached an absurd level. Nevertheless, these hospitals were still grappling with a patient load that exceeded their capacity, prompting him to continue his examination. After a short while, he found himself utterly perplexed by the information. Idiopathic cold agglutinin disease, scleroderma, rheumatoid arthritis. What were these conditions? Chen then pulled out his versatile smartphone to investigate these ailments. However, after flipping through a plethora of unfamiliar diseases, he decisively sought assistance from Owaken. As Owaken awaited sample processing while engrossed in his reading, he appeared surprised when Chen approached him. "What's wrong? Did you identify a problem so quickly?" Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. No, I'm struggling to comprehend some sections. Which parts are unclear? Here, and here. Ouyang Xing stared at Su Chen in bewilderment as he pointed out nearly a third of the document, reminiscent of a student skipping through exam questions they could not solve. Stop. You're a medical student, and you can't recognize these names? Let me take a look. Ouyang Xing snatched the document and briefly skimmed it. He too felt a sense of confusion and flipped through several more pages, only to realize that he could not identify all the diseases, which felt quite embarrassing. He blushed at Su Chen, glanced at the sample processing equipment beside him, then back at Su Chen, and said, "Please wait a moment." Ouyang Xing hurriedly took the document and dashed away. Su Chen watched as he seemed to be seeking assistance, asking around in the laboratory, eventually exiting the building. Shortly thereafter, Ouyang Xing returned, holding the document with increased confidence, albeit still displaying some uncertainty. Su Chen, I've clarified the matter. These diseases are primarily rare conditions, not commonly encountered, so it's normal that you haven't heard of them. Su Chen, now further puzzled, asked, if these are indeed rare diseases, should they not be quite uncommon? Is it normal for so many to appear at once? Ouyang Xing offered a wry smile. I too find this strange. It is far from normal. You must understand, rare diseases are termed as such due to their low incidence rates and diverse clinical manifestations, making diagnosis challenging. The sudden influx of such rare disease cases is no wonder that medical pressure has surged. What could be causing this? I do not know. In my earlier discussions, I discovered that most of these cases are immune-related diseases, many of which are difficult to treat, and some are incurable. Not to mention, the quality of life for patients plummets. The factors leading to these diseases are myriad and lack a fixed source. Then why are there so many patients? Ouyang Xing widened his eyes. Are you trying to unravel a mystery? We simply do not know. What factors can trigger such immune-related rare diseases? There are many potential causes, but they can generally be categorized into 4 types: genetic, environmental, immune system dysregulation, and autoimmune reactions. If you wish to trace the origins of these rare diseases, it would be a formidable challenge. Even immunology experts would hesitate to make definitive claims. Su Chen furrowed his brow as he perused the remaining material. In addition to cancer and immune-related diseases, the incidence of other minor ailments was also on the rise. He rapidly searched through the documents before coming to an abrupt halt. He flipped back a page, finding nothing. Flipping back another page, he began to sweat profusely. Neonatal malformations. The document provided no further textual description, merely stating the symptoms of a particular infant: right-sided limb shortening. Su Chen scoured for additional related information and eventually uncovered 13 cases of neonatal malformations. The most horrifying case, merely reading the text, was enough for him to imagine a cephalic parasitic twin which had begun to develop facial features, almost possessing its own life. At that moment, he loathed his vivid imagination. If only such thoughts could flit through his mind and be forgotten. As Su Chen contemplated further, he found himself staring at the 2 enigmatic characters inscribed on the document. Many of the world's 8 major pollution incidents bore striking similarities, such as Japan's Minamata disease and other smog-related events. Hawaii, being a nuclear testing site, also had its share of malformed infants due to excessive radiation exposure. However, these incidents were predominantly attributed to chemical agents and radiation. As Nanhua is a major agricultural province, chemical factories are virtually non-existent, and even if they existed, they are predominantly located away from urban areas. Yet, these hospitals are situated within the city. Could it be that chemical contamination is spreading within the urban environment? Su Chen dismissed this thought as he reflected on the term unknown. If chemical pollution were present, hospitals would not fail to detect it. Chapter 46. Growth rate. After a lengthy search, Su Chen confirmed that a few diseases have exhibited abnormal growth recently. Tumors and cancers, immune diseases, common infectious diseases, and neonatal conditions. They appeared entirely unrelated, making it impossible to ascertain if a specific factor was the cause. Particularly with rare immune diseases, diagnosis and treatment pose significant challenges. One patient could equate to several others. This mounting pressure falls heavily on the shoulders of the physicians. Su Chen speculated about potential factors that could trigger such an outbreak, yet he remained at a loss. Compared to previous methods, the situation seemed to have taken on a more insidious and elusive nature, akin to a conscious entity. Although the methods employed are considerably milder and the mortality rate does not compare to that of the mutated fungi. Chen is acutely aware that this situation is exceedingly perilous. When the pressure on the medical system reaches a critical threshold, even minor ailments may go untreated within overburdened healthcare institutions, leading to a surge in mortality akin to a rising tide. What means has he employed? How could he have caused such a multitude of patients? Chen pondered, yet found no answers. His enigmatic powers eluded scientific explanation, and perhaps even the divine had difficulty resisting his contamination. Otherwise, why would this overtly villainous figure make his entrance, while the merciful deity, who once manifested miracles, remains absent? As he contemplated these philosophical quandaries, a fleeting thought ignited within him, illuminating his mind like a glimmer of light through fog. This ephemeral inspiration seemed almost ethereal, yet it was sufficient to provide direction. What if these afflictions were spawned by Cthulhu? Song Tion's father, his timeline coinciding perfectly. Could his case share commonalities with those preceding it? The medical meeting notes mentioned some enzyme. Chen's mind flashed with clarity. Yes, it is the aberrantly active BRCBL tyrosine kinase. Ouyang, who was also sifting through materials, was startled, gazing at Chen in bewilderment, uncertain of his words. Chen, brimming with excitement, looked at Ouyang. I recall you previously researched that mutated Aspergillus flavus, claiming it exhibited unnaturally heightened activity? Ouyang contemplated for a moment and nodded. Precisely. How is it unnatural? Why are you suddenly interested in that Aspergillus flavus? Ouyang mumbled a few words, but earnestly began to explain. To put it plainly, do you know the growth rate of normal Aspergillus flavus? Chen shook his head, having not studied mycology. Ouyang realized Chen's lack of knowledge in this domain was rather expected. Their last medical internship group had been rather lackadaisical, making it unsurprising that he was now uninformed. Fine, let me tell you directly. The growth rate of Aspergillus flavus depends on various factors, including temperature, humidity, nutrients, and other environmental conditions. Theoretically, if optimal conditions are provided, the growth rate can be quite rapid. Under ideal conditions, such as a temperature of 25 to 30 degrees Celsius and relative humidity of 85 to 95%, its growth rate may reach 1 to 2 millimeters per day. Chen calculated and glanced at his thumb. If the petri dish were provided with suitable conditions, a fungal colony the size of a thumbnail could materialize in 4 to 8 days. The mutated Aspergillus flavus, however, grows at a rate of 1 to 2 millimeters per hour. Isn't that the same? He was perplexed. Wait, per hour? Glancing again at his thumbnail and then extending his palm. Within a day, under suitable conditions, a fungal mat could grow large enough to cover the palm of his hand. It dawned on him that he seemed utterly ignorant of the spread rate of that Aspergillus flavus. Furthermore, it was not just the growth rate that was rapid. The spread rate was equally swift, with mycelium capable of long-distance dissemination within half a day. If contained in a petri dish, one could observe the proliferation of fungal mats, with the entire dish blooming in spots. Those smaller mats were merely outposts of a larger colony, and the rate of transmission was astonishing. The mycelium that spread throughout the isolation room had originated in this manner. Chen envisioned this and realized that the growth rate was trivial compared to the transmission rate. When these two attributes combined, it constituted the ultimate fungus, an unrivaled entity with an exponential spread rate and an increasingly terrifying coverage area. Moreover, can you guess what the most suitable substrate for cultivating this mutated Aspergillus flavus is? Shouldn't it be the same as common fungi, such as cornmeal, soybean protein, or malt extract? Ouyang regarded Chen with a knowing glance. It is mammalian tissue. Living tissue. This mutated Aspergillus flavus appears to have undergone a kind of evolution, transforming from herbivorous to carnivorous. It can extract nutrients more efficiently from the bodies of mammals, thus eliciting different responses compared to infecting other biological plants, as you are aware. Chen contemplated this and nodded. He marveled at how Cthulhu could create such a being, ranking among the top in the global OL Plague Company game, undeniably a T0 existence in the current version. There exists no method or medication to eradicate it, and it continues to wreak havoc in certain countries lacking stringent measures and emergency protocols. So what accounts for its heightened activity? Ouyang was momentarily at a loss for words, abruptly silent after having previously spoken so elaborately. He looked at Chen, unsure of what to say, and ultimately turned his gaze toward the nearby instruments to alleviate the awkwardness. Senior, why is this mutated fungus so active? Unable to withstand Su Chen's relentless questioning, Ouyang Xing reluctantly smiled and turned back. I do not know the answer to that question either. You might as well ask academician Qi. He would likely struggle to provide an answer. After all this time, you still do not know why this fungus is so active? Su Chen inquit pu dao. Ouyang Xing nodded. Do not be deceived by our apparent ease in developing EXE08. This antifungal medication is still broad spectrum. He added, continuing, however, in reality, only 3 universities and 1 engineering institute among the domestic academies have produced antifungal medications that appear to be effective. Any information regarding such fungi from higher authorities would be unconditionally shared with our 6 institutions to support our drug research. You could say we are essentially the foremost experts on this fungus. So if we do not know, it simply means we do not know. Now you should understand how we acquired information about the mutated Aspergillus niger. Oh, Su Chan detected a hint of information in Ouyang Xing's words. Since you mentioned essentially, does that imply there are some exceptions? Ouyang Xing regarded Su Chan with a look of pity, making him feel uneasy. You do not know this? Consider what our internship group initially set out to do. Are you suggesting? Of course, it was frontline researchers. Although this fungal variant is widely disseminated, it must be acknowledged that it is not as terrifying as its original form. To prevent this mutated fungus from resurfacing, targeted research primarily focuses on the original variant, addressing the very questions you mentioned. Therefore, if they have no information, it means they possess absolutely none. Chapter 47. The active commonality. Thus, there remains no information regarding the abnormal activity of the fungus. Ouyang Xing was growing weary of Su Chen's inquiries, merely shaking his head in resignation. Su Chan scrutinized Ouyang Xing, deliberating, and ultimately decided to share. I have discovered clues that may be related to your fungus's abnormal activity. As he spoke, he faltered, noticing Ouyang Xing's skeptical gaze, which clearly indicated distrust. Feeling a surge of indignation, he exclaimed, Senior Ouyang, what is this attitude? At least hear me out. Fine. Go ahead. Ouyang Xing acquiesced, eager to hear what his junior had to say. All right, previously I showed you a case study, right? Yes, I remember. You asked me to look for related drug trials, but I found none. That was my roommate's father. I accompanied him to the appointment. Ouyang Xing regarded him, puzzled about Su Chen's intent. I examined the meeting materials provided by the attending physician. Ouyang Xing suddenly became intrigued. Oh, what meeting materials? I'm not certain. It was simply some discussions between a prominent figure at Tianping Tumor Hospital and the attending physician regarding my roommate's father's illness. The patient's family was quite affluent, or rather, their desire to save him was quite strong, as evidenced by the fact that doctors from Tianping Tumor Hospital could be summoned. Ouyang Xing leaned in closer to Su Chan. And then, it is the aberrantly active BRCBL tyrosine kinase. Ouyang Xing wore a perplexed expression. Huh? Is that it? Is it over? Shir Chun, feeling a touch embarrassed, scratched his head. I'm only a freshman, with a mere half-baked understanding. All I remember is this passage. Ouyang Xing, with an expression of exasperation, patted his shoulder. Stop using being a freshman as an excuse. When you withdrew from the internship group, I couldn't say much. That was such a great opportunity from Teacher Yang. I thought once you gained some experience, you would delve into the study of mycology, and then, with just an application, I could bring you back into my group. But upon calling you over, I realized you seemed to have learned nothing at all. A wave of guilt washed over Shuchun, though he couldn't quite comprehend why. Do you realize what you've missed? Ouyang Xing shook Shuchun's shoulders vigorously. Once EXE08 is refined further and we begin drug evaluation and preclinical research, our college and this team will gain renown. Shuchun still wore a look of guilt. Observing this, Ouyang Xing intensified his approach. You have no idea how promising this drug is. The world is watching closely. If the drug development is completed, many pharmaceutical companies will be willing to invest substantial sums, and you will be sought after for your expertise, with salaries reaching hundreds of thousands, even millions. Annual salary? Shuchun asked suddenly. Ouyang Xing paused momentarily, then replied with an impassive expression, monthly salary. Shuchun exclaimed, filled with regret, wishing he could turn back time to before he had heard such words. After a moment of agony, Ouyang Xing released Shuchun's shoulders. When you return, read more literature on this subject and strive to learn. I will find a way to bring you in, understood? Understood, Chen expressed, pleasantly surprised by the turn of events. And he readily agreed. Rest assured, I will devise a means to shield you from excessive theoretical knowledge, but you must not remain as uninformed as you are now. Chen nodded, a smile illuminating his face as he envisioned a life with a monthly salary in the hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Wait, what was I just saying? No, let's set the money aside for now. I was talking about that tyrosine kinase activity. Yangshin regarded Chen. Yes, I'm listening. What is your point? I fail to see how this relates to fungal activity, as fungi do not secrete such biological enzymes. They are both abnormally active, Chen asserted earnestly. Yangshin, somewhat helpless, responded, you may not understand, but merely being abnormally active, despite the similarity in terms, does not imply connection. There are numerous things in the world that are abnormally active. A fungus and an animal have no commonality. Indeed, that prominent figure mentioned during the meeting that the abnormal activity of BRCABL, tyrosine kinase, in the patient's hematopoietic stem cells is caused by an unknown factor. This significantly accelerates what should be a chronic condition and results in severe drug resistance. Yangshin fell silent for a moment. He possessed considerable knowledge in biology and medicine, but could not grasp the connection between fungal activity and leukemia. It seemed logical to him that they bore no relation at all. After a while, he began to comprehend Chen's implication. Are you suggesting that there exists some common substance that triggers both fungal activity and the abnormal activity of the patient's hematopoietic stem cells, or BRCABL, tyrosine kinase? Chen nodded affirmatively. Yangshin gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Chen's imaginative thinking. However, recalling the earlier hypothesis, he found Chen's perspective somewhat reasonable. You possess the noblest quality of a researcher. You flatter me, Chen replied, puzzled by Yangshin's self-deprecating remarks. Substances that could induce both fungal and hematopoietic stem cell activity. And BRCBL, tyrosine kinase. Yangshin scratched his head, rummaging through his memories of literature and papers, sifting through various substances he knew. However, he could only recall drugs that inhibit fungal activity. Alas, your idea seems a bit far-fetched. To my knowledge, no one has yet developed a substance that activates fungi. Chen reminded him mutant aspergillus. Mutant aspergillus is unlikely. For instance, its similarly natured counterpart, black aspergillus, continues to proliferate, infecting vast expanses of land. Any fungi in dead zones exhibit such high activity. If someone had indeed discovered a substance to enhance their activity, it would have been uncovered by now. If fungi could secrete such substances independently, those infected would have succumbed long ago, leaving no time for them to develop cancer. That's a rather dark joke, Chen interjected. Yangshin rolled his eyes. Who mentioned a dark joke? In any case, if you wish to persuade me, these arguments will not suffice. I can only commend your audacity. Chen pondered whether to reveal some truths to Yangshin, but ultimately decided against it, for he could not bear to lead his benevolent senior astray. Never mind. Can you contact academician Chi? Yangshin appeared bewildered. You couldn't persuade me. Yet you think you can impress academician Chi with your limited knowledge? Where is your self-awareness? What are you saying? Academician Chi is extremely busy. Contacting him is quite challenging. Just help me reach out. I won't bother you with the details. You go about your own business. Yangshin felt a vain throb on his forehead. No, if you want to talk to me, you must do so properly. I could at least entertain you, but whether academician Chi will even acknowledge you is uncertain. That's my concern. Just help me contact academician Chi, regardless of whether he responds. I have other means. With a resigned sigh, Yangshin glanced at Chen, pulled out his phone, and dialed. Hello, is this academician Chi? Yes, there has indeed been some progress. I have someone Chen who wishes to speak with you. He handed the phone to Chen, curious to see how much Chen could articulate before academician Chi hung up. He observed as Chen calmly took the call and stated, I know some commonalities between the abnormal activity of fungi in a particular case study. Then, he began to speak rapidly. To his surprise, academician Chi did not hang up. As Chen shared his hypotheses with academician Chi, he realized that the latter's capacity for comprehension was evidently superior to that of Yangshin, suggesting he might possess some awareness of the truth regarding this unusual fungus. However, it could also be that he was simply well-mannered and capable of listening to Chen's ramblings. Chapter 48. Falling Meteor. Hurry, hand over your ID card. A young laboratory technician in a white coat shouted to another technician rummaging through his bag, frequently glancing through the thick glass window of the laboratory door. However, due to the double-door structure of the lab, the window only offered a glimpse of a small portion of the brightly lit laboratory. "I'm looking." The chubby researcher, pressed by the urgency, emptied his bag onto the floor. "I can't find it. I remember now. My access card was borrowed by the teacher. It must be inside with them." "What? How did your ID card end up in the teacher's possession?" The researcher peering through the glass was taken aback. The chubby researcher, nearly in tears, replied, "Zhuang, the teacher asked to borrow it. How could I refuse? Think of a solution. This is the only place we haven't checked yet." "Zhuang." The researcher grimaced at this and pondered. "This access control system is overseen by the teachers. At this point, there's no alternative. Let us call the fire department." "Huh?" The chubby researcher was incredulous. "But this is a screening door, a rather expensive one. Which is more important, the teacher or the door? Don't you understand that, chubby?" Zhuang shot a fierce glare at him before dialing. With the blaring sirens of the fire truck, a team of firefighters quickly arrived. For firefighters, equipped with breaching tools, hammers, axes, knives, and saws, exchanged glances as they confronted the experimental shield door. One even reached out to touch it. "My goodness, this door looks rather expensive. Are we truly going to breach it? We must get it open. My teacher is inside, and lives are at stake," urged Zhuangzi. One firefighter surveyed the imposing door, then glanced at his breaching axe, discreetly concealing it behind him. The team leader measured the situation and asked calmly, "Since your teacher is inside and possesses a door card, why not simply call for him?" The stout firefighter scratched his head in response. "This shield door is of such high quality that sound and electromagnetic signals cannot penetrate it." The firefighter who had touched the door clicked his tongue in disbelief. "No spare key?" the leader inquired. "It's with my teacher," the stout one replied honestly. "All right, but the door lock is inside. If we breach it, the door will be rendered useless." "No matter. Saving lives is paramount. My teacher is inside." The fire chief approached, assessed the lock's position, and remarked, "A breaching hammer is futile. We need a cutting machine." Soon after, the leader and a firefighter wielded a specialized cutting machine, sparks flying as the deafening sound of cutting filled the corridor of the experimental building. The firefighter, who had initially expressed concern about the door's cost, inquired, "Isn't your door excessively sturdy? What if the person inside doesn't have a door card and cannot get out?" The stout firefighter, unable to hear due to the cacophony, looked puzzled. "What?" I said, "What if the person inside doesn't have a door card and can't contact the outside?" This time, the inquisitive firefighter raised his voice significantly. The stout one, still bemused, replied loudly, "The door opens from the inside. A door card is unnecessary." So advanced, the firefighter's curiosity was piqued. "Enough of this nonsense. Normal doors can be opened from the inside, right?" remarked another firefighter who had been standing by, clutching his breaching axe. "Indeed," came the retort. "Come help." The fire chief paused the cutting, overhearing the muttering. "Bring over the hydraulic pliers. Let us pry this section apart." Under the forceful dismantling, not only the shield door, but even the security door could not withstand such treatment. After compromising the lock structure, the shield door was easily opened. Zhuangzi squeezed through. The subsequent door lacked any locking mechanism, so he pushed it open eagerly, peering into the laboratory. He then fixated on the farthest corner of the lab, stunned. Disbelief etched across his face. The stout firefighter struggled to navigate through, calling out for space as he squeezed in and also craned his neck to gaze into the laboratory. He too was taken aback. The fire chief, who was just tidying up equipment, sensed something amiss. These two had been staring blankly inside since he began organizing and had not moved since. "Though we are trained, this has been a considerable length of time," he pondered. Curiosity overtook him, and he approached them, peering in. His expression shifted dramatically as he pushed past the two blocking the entrance. "What are you doing?" "Call 120. An old detective, having heard the medical personnel's descriptions outside, donned shoe covers and white gloves with the assistance of his team, entering the laboratory in silence. The first sight that met his eyes was academician Tang, positioned farthest from the door, surrounded by a chaotic array of lab equipment, with even parts strewn across the floor. The detective's steps felt heavy. If his assumptions were correct, soon the nation would issue another obituary for a fallen national hero. However, that was not his immediate concern. Others would handle such matters. He needed to fulfill his duty and ascertain the cause of this esteemed individual's demise. As he approached, academician Tang's features became increasingly discernible. Clad in a white lab coat, He sat curled on the floor, arms wrapped around his knees. His head bowed slightly, as if seeking refuge from the biting cold of the storm, trying to retain his final warmth against the chilling winds. In his hand, he clenched a spent cigarette, but surrounded by a scattering of ash. To his right lay a pile of cigarette butts and an empty box. It appeared he had been smoking until the very last moment, maintaining this position until movement ceased. Scattered around him were sheets of paper, some marked with red ink, which the detective bent down to examine. The pages were filled with angular and curved script, while others featured dizzying circles. Academician Tang's lowered head was positioned perfectly to observe the contents. Yet, the text seemed devoid of meaning. Suddenly, the detective realized that with a mere tilt of his head, he could see the face of Academician Tang. He did so, and was met with a visage of pain and confusion, tears glistening in his eyes. It seemed as though he was suffering from his inability to discern the path of civilization ahead, or perhaps he was lost in contemplation of where civilization should venture next. He had attempted to uplift his spirits with cigarettes, yet until the final one extinguished, he had not found answers to the questions swirling in his mind. The old detective rose silently, donning his white gloves. He then crouched down, cautiously searching through Academician Tang's clothing, fearful of disturbing his eternal slumber. After a brief moment, he discovered what he sought: identity cards belonging to the students that Academician Tang had collected. These were crucial pieces of evidence, determining who had access to the laboratory. The detective examined them intently, vowing to bring the perpetrator to justice. Outside, night fell, and a crow cawed, echoing the sinister laughter of unseen hands. Chapter 49. The Enraged Lion. The inspection report was released, confirming that a significant presence of free radicals had led to systemic organ failure, akin to the fate of Ge Laozhong. The leader, seated at the head of the conference table, merely responded with a subdued acknowledgement, indicating he had received the information. He was formally attired, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, yet the grip on his pen betrayed his inner turmoil. Comrades, we have lost 2 of our own in just 1 month. Comrade Ge was a pioneer of the 88 plan before its success. We endured a long stretch during which our maritime territory was not our own. Yet now, even if not our territory, it remains under our control, within our strike radius. None dare challenge us. He also nurtured a multitude of talents for our nation. Our ability to explore the stars and the development of our advanced equipment all stem from his efforts and those of his students. Academician Tang, a PhD who returned from abroad, forsook wealth that many could not resist, disregarding warnings and threats, returning to our homeland after 3 years of detention. Upon his return, the advancement of high-energy physics accelerated at an astonishing pace. He was also a warrior, a soldier fighting for the people. In a time when the nation was in dire need of rebuilding, he collaborated with domestic scholars to establish an effective educational framework, often exhausting himself under the weight of research projects. I do not intend to glorify the hardships they endured. Their names are already etched into the foundation of our nation, remembered by the mountains and rivers, eternal with the country. A nation treats me as a national hero. I shall repay it as such. I merely wish to convey that they have made the contributions expected of national heroes. Now, it is our turn. Everyone at the conference table gazed at the leader, their hearts brimming with anger. Each academician is a treasure of the nation, and the loss of 2 in quick succession is a grievous blow that the country cannot easily bear. Since our resurgence, we have not suffered such a significant, incomprehensible, and uncompromising loss in decades. They forged a sword for us, a sword that still gleams brilliantly. They also nurtured soldiers who remain robust and vigorous. Our confidence stems from this. We have never been so assured. Comrades, the matter concerning the 2 academicians cannot be concluded in such a manner. I hereby announce that we shall take retaliatory measures, regardless of their affiliations or identities. Now let us commence the vote. The term retaliatory measures is merely an official phrase. It conceals a less savory notion, that of homomorphic revenge, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The individuals around the conference table could no longer contain their ire. Each one raised their hand, and even those who briefly pondered the implications soon followed suit. The lion, slightly agitated, stood up and shook its mane, casting a proud gaze upon the world, intent on delivering retribution to those who had provoked its wrath. Very well. A majority has consented. Distribute the materials. These documents are classified as top secret, and I shall not reiterate the confidentiality agreement. Now, esteemed colleagues, please take a look. The conference room was filled with the soft sound of pages turning as the attendees began to peruse the documents. Had Chen been present at this assembly, he would have marveled at the magnitude of the nation's capabilities, for these materials chronicled the events from the Taihao Typhoon incident up to the demise of Academician Tang, detailing the entirety of the occurrences. The documents clearly outline the responses and measures taken by various departments during this period, including a comprehensive account of the matters concerning Dean Yang and Su Chen. There were even numerous pieces of information that Su Chen was entirely unaware of. Academician Shi and his team had developed a drug with a potent lethal effect against Aspergillus flavus. However, this drug was not only effective in eradicating the fungus, but it was also a highly toxic organic chloride, posing significant dangers to biological entities. Nevertheless, this substance was currently the sole effective agent capable of eliminating this mutated fungus, aside from extreme temperatures and strong acids or bases. Should the mutated Aspergillus flavus spread again, the quarantine established with this drug would effectively contain its propagation, as well as that of its subspecies. The documents noted that it remains uncertain whether this drug is effective against Aspergillus niger, but it has been included in the list of collaborations with the other side to combat mold diseases, and subsequent reports will confirm its efficacy against Aspergillus niger. Following this, a think tank composed of leading experts analyzed the various incidents in detail. Disregarding the convoluted logic and processes, they focused on the anomalies present in these events, interspersed with explanations of cutting-edge modern technology. Renowned scientists and criminal investigation experts from within the country corroborated and validated the presence of supernatural elements in these occurrences, affirming that they indeed exhibited supernatural capabilities, at the very least under the auspices of modern science. These scientists posited that even if the entity in question did not wield extraordinary powers, it was undoubtedly an extraterrestrial being with highly advanced technology, for its methods surpassed the current limits of scientific understanding. To ensure the authenticity of this documentation, it bore the signatures of these individuals. Do not underestimate the conflict between technology and mystery, for it serves as a testament to the veracity of its existence. This will alter the perceptions of certain individuals, preventing them from resorting to conventional measures and averting unnecessary sacrifices, while also prompting others to contemplate the appropriate strategies against this unheard-of adversary. This document is sufficient to instill a sense of urgency in everyone, compelling them to confront this entity and avoid potential missteps. As for the deaths of Academician Tang and Elder Gu, the think tank unanimously concluded that it was an act of silencing. As these two academicians had uncovered information pertaining to the entity, its methods or weaknesses, it could not allow such information to disseminate, lest humanity mount a counteraction. Elder Gu had even put on a show of resistance. Had Su Chen not arrived, Elder Gu would have succumbed to an inexplicable total organ failure. However, when it came to Academician Tang, the facade was dropped entirely. Whether it was Elder Gu or Academician Tang, the think tank believed that crucial information lay with Elder Gu's students, as the series of anomalous behaviors in Academician Tang began only after interacting with them. They suggested that upon the conclusion of Academician Tang's affairs, contact should be made with Elder Gu's students, and considering the timeline, they should have already been approached. Some individuals had completed their reviews and were now discussing their perspectives with those beside them. At this juncture, we must ascertain what information Academician Tang had acquired, investigate the whereabouts of Patient Zero, deploy observation equipment along the coast, summon mathematicians, statisticians, and sociologists to analyze the locations of mold outbreaks and pinpoint its hiding places, and address the compensation for their families. Silence. The voice of the superior was not loud, yet every individual present was well trained. As soon as he spoke, the conference room fell into complete silence. Comrades, I have heard your thoughts and opinions. Collective wisdom is commendable, and unity is likewise admirable. I shall issue directives to coordinate various governmental departments. The entire nation will collaborate. Whatever is desired, whatever needs to be mobilized or summoned, will receive maximum support. I have but one request. Let it pay a sufficient price. Chapter 50. The disappeared Value Meng Hua stared blankly at the veteran detective before him, bewildered as to why he had been brought here. He was still adhering to academician Tang's teachings, engrossed in thermodynamic literature, when a few officers had extracted him from the laboratory, inquiring about his whereabouts. However, his movements were easily traceable for the past couple of days. He had remained within the academy, primarily alternating between the cafeteria, laboratory, and library, a well-defined routine corroborated by several witnesses. Soon enough, the police confirmed his whereabouts. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn. After the inquiries concluded, they escorted him in patrol cars to the city center. Meng Hua confirmed that this area was the epicenter of the city, surrounded by numerous national agencies, and the police vehicles led him into an unfamiliar institution. He was then directed to a spacious room. Shortly thereafter, the veteran detective entered, holding a notepad and taking a seat before him. Based on his intuition, Meng Hua sensed that something significant had transpired, with the atmosphere thick with foreboding. He observed the detective, waiting for him to speak first. The detective scrutinized Meng Hua before uttering words that left him incredulous. Academician Tang was found deceased at his Yin Tai Chi Geo Research Institute at 11:23 p.m. the previous night, sacrificing himself for the nation. Upon hearing this, Meng Hua's mind went blank, and he was momentarily paralyzed by the news. His thoughts echoed with the conversations he had had with Academician Tang, the latter's words becoming somewhat hazy, save for 3 phrases that remained crystal clear. I will verify certain things upon my return. If I have news, I shall inform you, and this string of numbers will be rendered unnecessary. Should I become unreachable, or if I meet the same fate as your teacher, then this number shall serve as a clue for you. If I were to become like your teacher, after deciphering this number, report it to those above. They will understand the implications. Instinctively, Meng Hua touched his chest, where the inner lining of his clothing concealed a pocket, within which lay an envelope protecting a string of numbers pinned by Academician Tang to prevent wear. The sensation of the envelope's texture brought him some clarity. Academician Tang had perished? Why? How did it happen? Meng Hua's voice was somewhat dazed, but he nonetheless sought confirmation of the news. It was total organ failure, occurring alone in the laboratory. Even with a physician present, it would have been nearly impossible to reverse. Meng Hua nodded softly, bowing his head before continuing. Then, is this not akin to what happened to my teacher? Was it not the so-called abundance of free radicals leading to total organ failure? Indeed, that is correct. The seasoned detective affirmed his statement. I have sought you out to verify what you communicated to Academician Tang at that time, as it may very well be the cause of his tragic fate. It was nothing significant, merely a portion of Gu Lao's research materials and an interrogation document. Meng Hua replied, his tone suggesting he had arrived at a momentous decision, causing even the veteran detective to hesitate before jotting down his words. Unable to resist gazing at him, Meng Hua then lifted his gaze to meet the detective's. May I borrow your pen? The detective, momentarily taken aback, inexplicably handed the pen to Meng Hua. Once he realized his action, a look of bewilderment crossed his face, as if he could not comprehend why he had relinquished the pen. After a moment of contemplation, he came to terms with it, acknowledging that this was not an interrogation, and that recording was merely a habit, not a strict requirement. Let it be, he thought, curious to see what this young man might conjure. Meng Hua retrieved an envelope from the inner pocket of his clothing, spreading out the paper filled with numbers and the envelope itself on the table, before activating his phone. The sequence of numbers left by Academician Tang was quite intelligible, representing a relatively uncomplicated encryption, if it could even be termed as such, since it merely reflected the page numbers, line numbers, and the specific characters from the document, allowing for straightforward cross-referencing to discern its meaning. The sole purpose of this sequence was to render Meng Hua unaware of the information Tang had left behind. Academician Tang was unable to disclose what he had discovered, for he too, like Galao, was uncertain and aware that if his suspicions proved true, his own fate would be far from pleasant. Thus, he dared only to leave behind a message that was temporarily incomprehensible, yet easily decipherable, ensuring that should anything untoward occur, Meng Hua would not be without direction. With the data sequentially saved on his phone, Meng Hua glanced at it and began inscribing a character on the back of the envelope. However, he soon found himself perplexed by the string of numbers. Did it seem different? He racked his brain, recalling the digits Academician Tang had penned. It appeared that there was no discernible difference. Meng Hua's fingertip brushed over the surface of the note, retracing the sequence of numbers, and upon closer inspection, they appeared entirely normal. He dismissed the notion, proceeding to transcribe the concealed message behind the numbers. Values are increasing. Values are decreasing. After writing, he cast down the pen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had betrayed academician Tang's trust. The note had been altered. Pain and despair washed over his face. For he had failed to preserve the information left by Tang, rendering the latter's sacrifice utterly meaningless. He had become a sinner. The veteran detective instantly recognized something was amiss with Meng Hua, swiftly approaching to offer comfort while glancing at the writing on the envelope. With his wealth of experience, he immediately discerned that this could be a secret message from academician Tang to Meng Hua, though he found it somewhat challenging to comprehend the content Meng Hua had inscribed. Values? What values? The detective muttered, observing Meng Hua's profound dejection. He pondered for a moment, then pulled out a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapping it and placing it in Meng Hua's mouth. He had once heard an expert claim that the sweetness of candy could trigger the release of dopamine in the brain, providing a brief sense of pleasure and relaxation, an effective remedy for stress, alleviating negative emotions, or offering psychological comfort. He believed it might prove beneficial. However, Meng Hua experienced a bitter taste in his mouth, a physiological response induced by overwhelming stress as his body flooded with stress hormones, leaving him unable to savor even a hint of sweetness. Yet, this sensation dissipated swiftly, for it was merely a transient adjustment of the human body. Before long, Meng Hua began to perceive the sweetness on his tongue. He remained disheartened, yet his eyes regarded the detective with a puzzled expression, questioning the reason behind the candy. Youth, I ask you, is this the information left by academician Tang? What does this value signify? The detective inquired, noticing Meng Hua's slight improvement. Meng Hua shook his head in response. It holds no significance at all. What do you mean by that? The detective pressed on. Even if it lacks meaning, you must elucidate why it is devoid of significance. The values within the experiment and the documents were too numerous. He could not discern which one it referred to. Meng Hua lamented as he touched the paper left by academician Tang. How could this be? There must have been a specific value left by Tang. Why has it vanished? The detective grasped the gravity of the situation and turned his gaze to the secret note, hoping to uncover some trace. Yet, he found nothing. He patted Meng Hua on the shoulder. Do not despair. At the very least, this note indicates that there is something amiss with certain values. Return to your research, and I shall take this secret note and your cipher back to have the forensic team examine it. Chapter 51. The dread of his presence in the conference room. Discussions continued to unfold. Each command deemed feasible by the collective would undergo a vote, subsequently recorded in the meeting archives. A backup would be retained at the chief's desk. After the meeting concluded, some commands would be issued directly, while others would require approval before being disseminated. Those that were dispatched immediately typically had their superiors present, issuing commands directly pertaining to their departments or army orders, while those needing approval often involved cross-departmental collaboration and prior notification. Regardless of the channel, one could anticipate their rapid execution, owing to the unwavering support of the chief behind them. At that moment, the veteran detective entered through the back door. Disregarding the ongoing exchanges within the conference room, even amidst officials and officers he usually never encountered, he hurriedly approached the chief, leaning in to whisper. The chatter in the conference room began to wane. The detective then placed a dossier before the chief, who nodded intermittently, perusing the materials he had brought. Are you saying the clues left by academician Tang have also been severed? Indeed. According to his account, academician Tang had discovered something early on, but now. I understand. The chief nodded, then surveyed the conference room, which had fallen silent, all eyes fixed on him. They sensed that the chief had received some new intelligence. Comrades, I have just received the latest news. The information left by academician Tang, in contact with Galao's student Meng Hua, has been destroyed. It was done by him. He is desperately concealing something, which also proves that he has something to protect. He has killed our 2 academicians, which indicates his fear. Fear that these 2 scholars possess the ability to threaten him. The veteran detective beside him was taken aback, somewhat puzzled, as the message he had conveyed to the chief through the think tank only indicated that he is quite concerned about this information, which did not necessarily imply that he was afraid. However, upon glancing at the individuals around the conference table, he noted their spirited demeanor, seemingly understanding something. In the face of this extraordinary existence, an unknown threat, and mysterious methods, who would not feel fear? The chief's intention was merely to inspire courage. Comrades, let's not be complacent. We must disdain the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically. Let us remember the teachings of great leaders. What we need to ascertain now is what he cares about, what he fears, and to seize upon his vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. He continued now. Let this old comrade recount the events that transpired. As he spoke, the chief rose and patted the detective on the shoulder. The veteran detective felt his mind go blank, akin to a college student addressing the podium for the first time during a defense. I merely came to convey a message. How could it be my turn to narrate? Nevertheless, he is indeed well versed in the matters at hand. He paused for but a second before commencing to recount his encounter with Menghua. The points to discuss were few, primarily revolving around the analyses conducted by the think tank based on these events. Scholars believe that learning of the discoveries made by academician Tong and Elderga is of utmost significance. However, given his attitude towards the matter and the fates of the two academicians, possessing this information could be perilously dangerous. Until we uncover the means he employed, it may prove exceedingly difficult to counteract it. After all, our academicians are few, and those specializing in this field are even scarcer. Other PhDs or professors are indispensable talents in their respective domains, none of whom can be sacrificed lightly. The veteran detective paused momentarily and continued. While I sought the opinions of scholars, a few volunteered, comprised of 2 doctors and 1 professor. They exhibit exceptional awareness and inquired about Menghua's whereabouts, yet they were the only dissenters among the group. I declined their request and advise you to consider these circumstances. The audience fell into a contemplative silence, clearly pondering various possibilities. Some scholars might, in their quest to decipher Elderga's information, recklessly plunge into danger. Akin to moths drawn to a flame. Even if the number is small, it would still represent a grievous loss for the nation. For instance, the students of Academician Tong and Elderga have all made remarkable contributions in their respective fields. If even a few among them sought vengeance for their teachers, it could spell catastrophic consequences for their projects. This is a matter that requires careful consideration. However, if that is the case, who else could interpret the information left by Elderga? One individual's inquiry resonated profoundly. Indeed, without someone to decode this message, how would they discern his vulnerabilities? How would they uncover what he seeks to conceal? The chief glanced around the conference room, realizing he had fallen into a moral quandary. This information is crucial yet perilous. Should it be interpreted, it would undoubtedly attract his attention. An academician is an invaluable asset, and they are not military personnel. Even if they respond eagerly to calls for action, I cannot compel them to execute such a manifestly fatal order. He merely wishes to eliminate 2 academicians. Yet this creates an extraordinarily simple and effective deterrent. It appears he has drawn a line for them, disdainfully declaring, "Those who cross it shall perish." A commotion erupted at the front entrance, directing everyone's gaze towards that location. Outside stood the guards, and those permitted to enter possessed remarkably high qualifications. Such disturbances are exceedingly rare here. The ruckus persisted for a considerable duration without abating, and then a knock resounded at the conference room door. The chief glanced over and commanded enter. The door swung open, revealing a venerable elder in a wheelchair, flanked by 2 visibly exasperated guards. Holding firearms to assist the elderly man, unable to decide whether to grasp him or let him be. Upon hearing the chief's words, they relinquished their hold, saluted, and exited. The white-haired elder maneuvered his wheelchair to the chief's front, exuding vitality, his eyes sparkling with sharpness. The veteran detective recognized him as the professor who had volunteered from the think tank. The guards, familiar with his identity, found themselves in a predicament. The veteran detective informed the chief of the elder's identity, who could not help but feel a deep respect for this individual, willing to sacrifice himself despite the evident dangers. The professor adjusted his disheveled attire, a result of the earlier struggle. "Chief, I had no choice but to intrude just now. Please do not hold the guards accountable." The chief regarded this elder, older than himself, and nodded. "Old professor, if you wish to meet with me, it would be more appropriate to do so after the meeting. Why must you force your way in?" The old professor smiled. "I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of Elderga's students. After conferring with our team, we have concluded that to interpret Elderga's messages, one must possess at least a master's degree and be unafraid of peril. It doesn't have to be you. It would be better for you to remain in the rear." "What nonsense are you speaking?" The old professor suddenly furrowed his brows in indignation. "I tell you, I'm over 80 years old and have lived long enough. I retired from the High Energy Physics Research Institute with ample knowledge, and I currently have no projects. My absence would not significantly impact the nation or the industry. The chief remained unmoved, striving to maintain a gentle demeanor. Old professor, you have devoted your life to the country. You deserve to enjoy your later years. We will resolve this matter. Nonsense. The old professor's expression darkened. I address you as chief, believing you to be reasonable. I have discussed this with my colleagues. Some sacrifice is inevitable. If you intend to send someone to interpret Eldergus messages, you might as well let me do it. The chief, though not angered, felt a sense of helplessness. Very well, but this is not a dictatorship. My words carry no weight. You must follow proper procedures, write an application, and we will review it before making a decision. The old professor pondered for a moment and conceded. He glanced at the chief and nodded. Very well. I will submit the application promptly. Please expedite its approval. He then signaled to the guards at the door to assist him in exiting, hastily rushing to draft the application. The chief found himself bemused, observing the professor's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Such venerable individuals must not be lost. They uphold the nation's backbone, allowing it to stand tall. Is there truly nothing I can do? Chapter 52. The aspiration for sacrifice. The old professor placed the application on the chief's conference table. The handwritten characters flowed elegantly, showcasing the style of a master. It was only at this moment, upon seeing his name on the application, that the chief learned of the old professor's true identity, Reawaken. This name carries a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of an era when everyone was vibrant and striving towards noble goals, prosperity, and strength. This elder is deeply influenced by that time, his fervor burning brightly even today. The chief observed him, recognizing the longing to reignite that flame. Even confined to a wheelchair, his stature remained undiminished. With a sigh, the chief picked up the application and placed it back on the conference table, repeating this action several times before finally steeling himself to return it to the table and turn away. Political commissar, present. You are in charge of this petition. Lead the comrades in voting. Understood. The political commissar took the application and distributed it among those present for their review, asking them to indicate their agreement or disagreement. The voting process unfolded swiftly. The old professor immediately sensed something amiss, straining to propel his wheelchair forward. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the majority of responses were marked as disagreeing. One leader, who perhaps held a position of considerable authority, glanced at Reawaken, then at the application, and finally at the chief. With a firm resolve, he wrote down his disagreement right before the professor's eyes. This infuriated the old professor, who glared and slammed his hands on the table. Fools! Fools! I am old. My contributions are few. If you do not permit me to go, do you intend to send others in my stead? Where is your awareness? I still vividly recall the scene of my oath. Have you all forgotten? Why leave an elderly man like me behind, allowing younger individuals to face danger? Reawaken grew increasingly agitated, until the chief turned. Professor Hay, the conference room must maintain order. If you continue to shout, I will have to ask you to leave. The old professor realized that if he exited now, he would undoubtedly receive a definitive refusal. He thus fixed his fierce gaze upon the leader who had just marked his disagreement, silently conveying his intensity. Unable to withstand the piercing stare, the leader's hand trembled as he crossed out the disagreement. Professor, he remained dissatisfied until the leader managed to tarnish the dissenting vote, at which point he relented. The application was then passed on to the next leader, who, upon seeing the fierce demeanor of Professor He, broke into a cold sweat. The subsequent leaders, under Professor He's watchful gaze, all consented to the application. When it was finally returned to the political commissar, Professor He could not help but feel a sense of triumph. The political commissar glanced at the chief and began to tally the votes. There were 16 against and 16 in favor. As this result emerged, the political commissar turned to the chief, while Professor He urged, "Is there any doubt left? We already have majority consent. Let me proceed." Professor He, for an approval to be valid, it must exceed half. This result necessitates a revote, the chief advised. Professor He looked at the chief, understanding that if he did not advocate for himself this time, future outcomes would be uncertain. In this conference room, aside from myself, everyone else possesses voting rights, correct? The chief nodded, unsure of what Professor He intended to imply. Then, you should cast your vote as well, chief. The chief was taken aback, but chuckled lightly. taken the application and pen from the political officer, preparing to sign. Chief, you must deliberate carefully. The threat looms large, and while you hesitate, a suitable person like me may slip away from your grasp. The pen hesitated before marking the application with a resolute stroke. You must understand, if a sacrifice is inevitable, why not let be me? I have experienced all the joys and sorrows life has to offer. I have no regrets now, but you may not find another like me. The pen made a decisive line on the application. Chief, if you disagree, I will unite with other physicists to pressure you. There will be bloodshed for the nation, and if death is unavoidable, must we not die for our country? The chief sighed and signed his approval. He never anticipated that in seeking revenge for 2 academicians, he would have to sacrifice the life of another professor, placing him in a perilous situation. Though part of him sought retribution for a small fishing village, life cannot always be measured simply by a scale. Professor He, I have consented. For the subsequent actions, you should attend the meeting as an observer. Professor He then nodded with a smile. That is as it should be. He slowly maneuvered his wheelchair to the conference table, and the 2 leaders immediately shifted aside to make room for him. Professor He surveyed the individuals seated at the table, and each leader who met his gaze honored him with a salute, demonstrating their respect and admiration. Finally, he turned to the chief, who also stood and saluted him. After sitting down, he exhaled. Now that we have a candidate to interpret Ge Lao's information, what are the next steps? Should we meet Ge Lao's disciple, Meng Hua, directly? No. First, I must oppose this, based on the information I just received and my previous speculations about Ge Lao's actions. Even if we decipher the information he left behind, it will remain unknown. Does Comrade Ge not wish to leave any information behind? I think not. He must have recorded his discoveries, and they are likely noted in his experimental log. However, these have been destroyed. Did Academician Tang perceive this issue? He is not a fool. He must have realized it and thus acted preemptively, passing a note to Meng Hua while he still only had conjectures. Yet, that note was still tampered with. Professor He, feeling parched, was offered tea by a leader seated beside him. If I were to obtain information directly from Meng Hua, even if I understood it, what I would leave for you would merely be a series of meaningless circles and lines. One leader, listening intently, instinctively inquired, "What then should we do?" Professor He regarded this leader, uncertain whether they had realized it. But he and his team had recognized the distinction in the information left by Academician Tang. The note left by Academician Tang. He did not directly alter it. He could only erase it. He could only eliminate critical parts. That leader, acting as an attentive audience, asked, "Is there a problem with that?" What we ought not to know remains unknown. The problem is significant. A mathematician on my team proposed an idea. The reason this number is so unique is that Academician Tang employed encryption. Even if it is the simplest form of encryption, it can effectively counteract his pollution and tampering. He suggested that if we want to resist such information tampering, we could use various encryption algorithms for information transmission. However, are not our electronic products already akin to information encryption? The zeros and ones within them must be even more confounding to him than Academician Tang's note. Professor He shook his head. He targets all electronic products indiscriminately, causing all devices that record this information to malfunction simultaneously. But he cannot make paper and pencil cease to function. Then what encryption should we use? The older methods. I am not a specialist in mathematics or cryptography, but my colleagues are. They proposed a mathematical encryption using a differential machine. Merely a concept, yet with countless possibilities. Professor He concluded, after deciphering the information left by Ge Lao, I will employ their methods for preserving and transmitting information. Chapter 53. Settling in and integration. There is another issue. According to this document, all information pertaining to him is labeled as harmful information. When one becomes aware of such information, they too will be subjected to information pollution. That which is deemed harmful will still be distorted. This means that even if you are not under his watchful eye, if you catch a glimpse of his secrets, you will still face the contamination of this information. Your encryption process may withstand the pollution, but what are the original information you input? Professor He was momentarily at a loss. Then after a pause stated, I do not know. We lack this information. However, based on our conjectures, as long as we do not invoke terms strongly associated with him, such as his name or his words, the pollution of this information itself may be gradual. We must remember that Academician Tang already suspected something at that time. which is why he left the note. Gulao also conducted numerous experiments upon discovering the issue, proving that their logical thinking was at least intact then. I must input the correct information while I am still sane. You cannot guarantee that. Academician Tang's code may merely be an exception. Gulao's notes consistently featured circles and were not altered by him. This is far too risky. Professor, he found himself at a loss for words, as the argument was valid. It was indeed too perilous. Perhaps Academician Tang's note was a deliberate ploy on his part? Perhaps Gulao's records were distorted from the very outset to lead him to write them down? Or perhaps all of it was merely a fabricated trap, designed to systematically hunt down the erudite physicists one by one? The sample size is too limited, is an unencountered adversary. All information, to put it kindly, is analyzed from known data. To put it bluntly, it relies solely on conjecture. Yet, regardless of the outcome, it is certainly better than doing nothing at all. The door to the conference room was rapped upon once more. This time, everyone turned to look. There were no sounds of argument from outside. Report. The chief hesitated for a moment and said, "Enter." The door swung open, and all present, including Professor He, were taken aback. The person entering was also in a wheelchair, and behind him, someone was pushing a small cart laden with machinery, with numerous tubes extending from the apparatus and snaking beneath his military uniform. The individual's attire did not impart the aura of soldier. Instead, the wires emerging from his collar and hem, along with his pallor, suggested he resembled a terminally ill patient. The earlier shout of report seemed to have drained him of all strength, and he gasped for breath. Yet, before he could regain composure, he held his breath and wheeled himself to the chief's side. "You are Second Lieutenant Chu? How have you come to be in such a state?" "This matter is of little importance, Chief. I have pressing issues to report." The chief disregarded Lieutenant Chu's words and turned his gaze toward the soldier accompanying him, who was pushing equipment. "Which unit do you belong to?" Reporting to the chief. "I am from 122nd Regiment's Field Hospital." "Very well. Do you know what happened to him?" Reporting to the chief, Lieutenant Chu coughed violently, attempting to interrupt him. The soldier from the field hospital looked to the chief for assistance. "Ignore him, continue." Reporting to the chief. Lieutenant Chu's body is experiencing a significant buildup of free radicals for unknown reasons. These free radicals are damaging his organs, and his lungs and liver have begun to fail. The chief looked at Lieutenant Chu in disbelief. "Is it the work of that entity?" Lieutenant Chu nodded. "I have something to report to you." "Speak." "While I was waiting outside, I overheard your discussion. I have a way to solve the pollution issue." The chief furrowed his brow. He initially thought Lieutenant Chu would explain his condition, but soon realized that the information Lieutenant Chu was conveying was far more crucial. "You claim you have a solution to the information pollution problem?" "Indeed." Lieutenant Chu responded eagerly, his breathing rapid due to excitement. This method of shallow, frequent breaths alleviated his suffocating sensation caused by partial lung function loss. "What is the solution?" "Su Chen, Din Yang, Professor Ge. They all say Su Chen is special, that he possesses remarkable resilience and greater inspiration. Let him work alongside this professor." The chief glanced at Lieutenant Chu, noticing blood seeping from his nostrils. His condition was dire. "Lieutenant Chu, I acknowledge that Su Chen is indeed unique and has contributed significantly to us, but you must understand, he is still a university student. Then recruit him. Make a special call for him." Lieutenant Chu's breathing became more rapid, and the soldier from the field hospital quickly provided him with a makeshift oxygen tube for a few breaths. "We have yet to ascertain his effectiveness. This is too risky," remarked another leader. At this moment, Lieutenant Chu straightened his posture, his gaze sharp as he regarded him. "We cannot allow the fear of risk to deter us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently at war, a war against that entity, and in war, risks are abundant. You cannot persuade us with this. We can manage the risks of war, but we know nothing of the risks associated with that entity." Lieutenant Chu then looked at the chief. "Do you know why I am in this condition?" The chief hesitated, shaking his head. "I have come to know certain knowledge that I should not have. I delved too deeply into that entity and thus drew its attention. Knowledge can be polluted as well. And what Professor he mentioned about machinery is useful to me, but, Lieutenant Chu's voice suddenly grew louder. "We are all mere mortals. To confront that entity, we must acquire information about it. Yet its information is toxic. Is this not a paradox? It harbors malice towards us. And Taihao has caused a meteorological station and numerous medical personnel to remain unconscious, with some even perishing. Din Yang's stance on Taihao is ambiguous. Only Chen has provided us with invaluable information. The only being we know of, a special existence that has shown goodwill towards us, is Chen. The leader below frowned. Lieutenant Chu, you are digressing. We must consider the risks of implementing plans against that entity. No. Lieutenant Chu snatched the oxygen from the soldier's hands. Inhaling deeply, I propose that Chen be included, even leading the plans against that entity. He can mitigate this risk. The chief approached and placed a hand on Lieutenant Chu's shoulder, attempting to soothe him. Lieutenant Chu, you mentioned that you have come to know certain knowledge that you should not have. Is this what you refer to? Lieutenant Chu's previous speech had drained him of energy. When the chief touched his shoulder, his strength seemed to evaporate, his posture no longer upright, now slightly hunched. This knowledge is something you, as a superior, cannot disclose. Only Chen has the capability to endure scrutiny without drawing the entity's attention. Only then do we stand a chance. The chief nodded, turning back. Now, let us deliberate and vote on Lieutenant Chu's suggestion to promote Chen's involvement in the operations against that entity and whether he can serve as the leading figure in the plans. Begin. The meeting room erupted in discussion once again, this time lacking in civility. The chief nodded, glancing at Lieutenant Chu, who was observing the peculiar device behind him, which appeared hastily assembled, akin to a prototype. Lieutenant Chu, what is this device behind you? Is it capable of eliminating the free radicals within you? It is. No. The soldier from the field hospital interjected, reporting to the chief. This device monitors the concentration of free radicals in Lieutenant Chu's body and is ineffective at eliminating them. What? The chief was taken aback. Why are you not treating him? Lieutenant Chu cast a resigned glare at the soldier from the field hospital. Such a high concentration of free radicals is untreatable, according to medical experts. Curing this ailment is no less challenging than achieving eternal youth. I have drawn the entity's attention, and before I perish, we must acquire its data on our assaults. This information is invaluable. The chief was left speechless as he watched Lieutenant Chu struggle to explain, pausing after every few words, prompting him to relent. Enough said, you take him for treatment afterward. Collecting data is indeed important, but it does not justify neglecting treatment, even if the outcome is certain death. We must ensure the process is followed. Yes, the soldier from the field hospital replied loudly. Lieutenant Chu wished to say more, but was silenced by the chief. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution to your desires. At this moment, the discussion was nearing its conclusion, and the political commissar presented the proposals discussed to the chief. The chief reviewed them and handed them to Lieutenant Chu. Look, this is the result you sought. Lieutenant Chu laboriously picked up the paper and glanced at it. Consent for Chen to join the operations against that entity, along with increased support. Not granted a particularly high position, but with the highest possible authority, enjoying top-level access to information and support from the think tank. Chapter 54. Global Hawk and the Gray Horse Knight. The Global Hawk system is an exceptionally powerful department across the ocean, belonging to the Military Alert Bureau of that region, equipped with the most advanced reconnaissance aircraft. These reconnaissance aircraft occasionally hover over foreign territories, gathering various forms of intelligence. Some nations are fully equipped with gear cobbled together from various sources, much of which comes from the United States of America, thus leveraging backdoors in this equipment, enabling these reconnaissance aircraft to successfully complete their missions. In the distant Laishi Strait, near present-day Maldives, an aircraft carrier cuts through the waves. Its side is painted with an eagle clutching an anchor and lightning, with a glow behind it, symbolizing precise strikes that anchor the world. No one knows how it has traversed the ocean to this location, but needless to say, they are undoubtedly engaging in familiar operations once more. Two planes took off from the deck. These were not electronic reconnaissance aircraft, but optical reconnaissance planes, equipped to capture detailed photographs of every piece of land they passed over. Tom, relax. When we return, I'll treat you to coffee. Over. Joe, don't be so stingy. I want steak from New Orleans. Over. Huh. I think you enjoy coffee. You drank quite a bit before departure. Over. Joe, that was to keep me awake. Over. Tom executed a barrel roll maneuver, granting him an excellent view of the ground from high in the blue sky. Bard is truly a beautiful and ancient nation. Look at its land and territory. So magnificent. Over. The taste of freedom is not bad either. Buddy, we could head to the beach. Wait, what is that? Tom's keen eyesight detected his destination, which appeared in a dismal hue. Tom, what have you discovered? Over. Tom regained his focus, adjusting the instruments towards the front as he spoke. Chow. I can see the place we are headed to. It is in a state of desolation, reminiscent of the aftermath of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Over. The reconnaissance proceeded at an astonishing speed, and the two arrived at this grim locale, maneuvering their aircraft to obtain a clearer view of the ground below. You were right, Tom. There is no exaggeration here. I would wager that it is indeed the gray horseman of the apocalypse who has left this devastation in his wake. Over. Beneath the azure sky, the scene before them resembled a purgatory. At a certain boundary, the desolation stood like an impassable chasm, as if a demon had drawn a line, beyond which lay his dominion. The ground was shrouded in a peculiar black-blue substance, clustering around trees and buildings alike. Not a blade of grass grew, nor could any moving creature be discerned. Tom, I intend to lower our altitude to examine what lies beneath that covering. Over. Chow, that would be unwise. I do not recommend such an approach. I have seen numerous horror and disaster films where many uttered similar words to yours. Over. You are correct, Tom, Chow muttered, conceding the validity of Tom's caution. However, I would like to descend to approximately 800 feet. Our equipment will function better within that range. Over. Understood. That altitude poses no problems. I shall descend as well. Over. The 2 reconnaissance aircraft lowered their altitude, their onboard instruments scanning the desolate landscape. Due to their previous elevation, they had failed to perceive what lay beneath the black-blue substance. After a while, Chow resumed communication. Tom, the map indicates a city nearby. That is our destination. Let's fly over and take a closer look. Over. Tom acknowledged. Over. An ancient city of Bharat emerged before them, basking in the sunlight. Yet it remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any color other than an oppressive, inky blue, amorphous clusters that proliferated over every inch of land, including the city walls. This rendered the city a realm where sunlight could not penetrate. My God, has the phenomenon of infinite fractals manifested here as well? Tom, remain calm. This is not infinite fractals. It is the mutated fungi of Bharat. Over. Tom paid no heed to Chow, lost in a trance as he gazed at the ancient city. He could hear whispers among the 4 living creatures. A penny for a measure of wheat, a penny for 3 measures of barley. Do not waste oil and wine. Upon the opening of the 4th seal, he heard the 4th creature say, Come, and he beheld a gray horse, and its rider was named Death. And hell followed with him. Authority was given to them to kill with sword, famine, pestilence, and the beasts of the earth, claiming a quarter of humanity. His murmurs echoed the words of the book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 18, depicting the arrival of the gray horsemen of the apocalypse. That day heralded the impending doom for humanity. Tom, what are you saying? Your flying posture is perilous. Your flying posture is perilous. Over. Tom snapped back to reality, quickly adjusting the control stick to stabilize the aircraft. Chow, I am fine. I merely lost my focus. Over. Seeing Tom regain control of the aircraft, Chow breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze back to the ground. Well done, Tom. We are nearing the conclusion of our task. Let there be no further errors. Over. Understood. Over. Across the vast expanse of land, a river meandered through the desolate area, flowing directly towards the ancient city. Yet it brought neither life nor hope, only an endless silence. This land was once Bharat's largest, most expansive and fertile agricultural zone, now shrouded under that inky blue substance. Eerily quiet, it had become a wasteland. On board the aircraft carrier, in the captain's quarters, several individuals gathered before a massive screen, their faces etched with concern. Some were reddened with anger. The screen displayed images transmitted from the reconnaissance aircraft, detailing the scenes of the areas they had surveyed. The instruments surpassed the pilot's vision, capturing clearer images, thus revealing details unseen by the 2 aviators. India has deceived us. I always knew they were untrustworthy. They have turned this into a calamity. The government must hold them accountable for their assurances. A bunch of incompetent fools. 2 hot-headed foreigners erupted in criticism, showing no restraint. Leading them was a colonel, the captain of the aircraft carrier and the overall commander of the area. Though he refrained from shouting like his crew, his expression mirrored their displeasure. Send this intelligence back to headquarters. Inform them that their fears are indeed justified. They have failed to contain the situation. Chapter 55. Special Call to Arms. Chen was now utterly bewildered. If memory served correctly, this was the 4th time he had been summoned, and he began to suspect he was being targeted. The leading driver flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. He was the same driver from the last military transport request. He promptly beckoned the crew to board the vehicle and then drove off, leaving Chen amidst the exhaust fumes. Fortunately, not long after, as he pondered the absurdity of his situation, two figures emerged from the building. One was the leader, and the other was the political commissar. Chen noticed that the guards stationed at the building's entrance all saluted him in unison. After returning the gesture, the leader approached Chen, shaking his hand warmly while appraising him from head to toe. "You must be Chen. Indeed, a fine young man, a pillar of the nation." Chen, still in a daze, regarded the leader, his mind racing. This man exuded a presence far more formidable than any commanding officer he had encountered before. Just recently, during the rebroadcast of the emergency meeting concerning the global public health crisis, he had seen this man on the news. His status was indisputable, yet here he was, praising Chen. How should he respond? The leader amiably patted Chen on the left arm and gestured to himself. "My surname is Zhao. I serve as the executive and military political commissar. I cannot disclose much more. You may call me Leader Zhao, and this is Commissar Wang." Chen was taken aback, quickly recalling the political structure of this world and correlating it with the positions mentioned, realizing the immense power Zhao wielded. He could easily influence the tides of fate. In the past, when moisture was diverted to land, various operations were orchestrated under his coordination. The artificial rain that intercepted the moisture and traversed multiple provinces was also orchestrated by him. Chen had encountered his name in the subsequent research he conducted. Had it not been for his swift reactions, he might have poisoned his water with radioactive tritium, contaminating his daily life with radiation. "Greetings, leader." Zhao was momentarily startled, but being accustomed to grand occasions, he quickly regained his composure and looked at Chen. "Comrade, this is not the place for conversation. Please follow me." The three ascended the steps as Leader Zhao led Chen on a winding path to a spacious room on the third floor. Upon opening the double doors, Chen was greeted by a wall adorned with portraits of great leaders and inscribed oaths, alongside a vibrant red flag and a grand emblem. These were the most captivating elements within the room. The rest consisted of various filing cabinets and a large desk. It lacked the opulence one might expect, far from the elegant offices of a White Palace or the Pentagon. However, it was impeccably tidy, clearly maintained with regular cleaning. The leader invited Chen to sit on the sofa and went to the water dispenser to prepare a cup of tea for him, placing it before Chen. Chen could effortlessly conjure up countless details, such as the notion that he might be the illegitimate child of the leader, that there were traitors lurking within the organization, and that even the guards tasked with pouring water were not trusted by the leader. These nonsensical thoughts filled his mind. Instinctively, Chen took the teacup, inhaled the aroma, and was taken aback to discover that it was indeed, astonishingly, a brew he had intended to praise the leader for. The awkward truth was that he had no expertise in tea tasting, let alone the ability to identify the variety before him. His only understanding of tea was that if his mouth felt dirty or tasted peculiar, he would take a few sips to cleanse his palate. Under normal circumstances, he would never drink it. After a sip, he feigned appreciation, saying, "Exquisite tea." The leader seemed somewhat surprised and glanced at Chen's cup, nodding slightly. "This was procured in bulk by Comrade Wang. Every office in the building has it. You're the first to commend it. If you find it agreeable, I can have Comrade Wang send you a few pounds." Chen was at a loss for words, only managing a more awkward nod. He had expected the leader to indulge in rare and precious teas. Is there a specific reason you summoned me?" Upon hearing this, the leader immediately shifted into work mode, nodding solemnly. "Indeed, I have serious matters to discuss. A comrade of mine has entrusted me with the task of personally inviting you to join the agency. So you came to meet me in person?" "Precisely." The leader sighed, recalling the image of Lieutenant Chu lying in a hospital bed. "He was a commendable comrade, and you, indeed, are necessary." "Who?" "Lieutenant Chu." Chen was further astonished, contemplating his limited interactions with Lieutenant Chu, and felt they had not developed a profound connection. "Why? I'm not very familiar with him." The leader countered. "This is not about personal familiarity, but rather about your potential." "Me? What potential do I possess?" "The ability to assist us in our struggle against him." Chen's pupils dilated in shock. How could such towering figures seek his aid? Had they truly exhausted all other options? The leader sighed and moved to a corner, raising his hand to activate the hanging television in the office. The optimal viewing position for the television was centrally located in the office at the leader's desk. The program was a news channel, suggesting that he likely watched it frequently while working. Chen had been puzzled as to why the leader turned on the television, but soon found himself captivated by the unfolding visuals. The scene mirrored that of Elder GE's funeral, solemn and grand. Only then did he realize another national academician had fallen from grace. Did he do this? Indeed. Like Elder Ge? Yes. The leader placed a stack of documents before Chen. In light of the lives of our two academicians and the hundreds of villagers from this small fishing village, we unanimously deem this a grave affront to our national dignity. Previous measures have proven insufficient. We must retaliate, even strike, and you are indispensable. Chen stared blankly at the documents before him. Oh, what is this? This is the information you need to submit, or rather, a special summons order. It outlines your subsequent benefits, obligations, and responsibilities. However, it has been expedited and simplified. You need only sign to join our ranks. Chen regarded the solemn leader, his thoughts in disarray. The leader did not comprehend the enormity of what lay ahead, yet Chen understood. He was confronted by an ancient and formidable entity, one whose existence spanned eons, rendering time meaningless to it. It had witnessed the birth and demise of species, the rise and fall of civilizations, while nations on land appeared and vanished like the tide, unable to erode or challenge its presence. One need only whisper its name for its consciousness and power to follow like a shadow. What utility could he possibly offer to such a being? To lead military enterprises? To oversee nuclear arms? To fashion missiles shaped like ships to confront it? Why do you need me? The leader hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. That falls under classified information. I cannot disclose it unless you agree to join. So, can I truly join? Will my abilities suffice? The leader nodded. No need for concern. May I have some time to consider? The leader pondered for a moment, extending 3 fingers. Very well, I can wait 3 days. This will allow you time to prepare a plan. This summons indeed comes unexpectedly, and you are not a public servant or military personnel. I will give you time to reflect. Chen nodded, surprised by the flexibility of the summons. Should he accept? Chapter 56. Decision. Chen exited the gates of the military administration area, holding a small bag containing tea leaves. He turned to glance at the rigid sentinel, his mind swirling with confusion. He had merely wished to lead an interesting life, having believed for the past 2 months leading up to the typhoon that this world was quite normal. It was only slightly different from his previous existence. Born into this world, he had progressed through kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school, his advanced intellect allowing him to easily absorb knowledge, ultimately gaining admission to one of the nation's top universities. Initially passionate about his history major, he eventually lost interest and switched fields, merely wishing to live a life distinct from his last. Even if he could not become a magnate, at least he aspired to be a mid-level elite in society, which was certainly preferable to being a beleaguered wage slave as he had been previously. Until now, he had never encountered any signs of supernatural powers. However, following the typhoon, the world began to morph into something increasingly unfamiliar, veering toward a narrative he had never envisioned. Extraordinary powers and traces of Cthulhu had surfaced, and he had fortuitously become aware of them. It was as if fate were playing a cruel joke on him. His thoughts continued to scatter, contemplating the leader's summons and his future direction. Lacking comparison with others, he felt somewhat unique, perhaps possessing slightly more knowledge than the average person. Yet even he did not realize just how exceptional he was to elicit such high expectations from others. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, interrupting Chen's reverie. He opened it to see his father's name flashing on the screen. 20 years had passed in this life, and he could barely recall the appearances of acquaintances from his previous life, so he held deep feelings for the parents who had raised him in this one. After all, he had been an understanding child, and whenever they needed something, they provided it. Excellent education and unwavering support. They had truly fulfilled their roles as competent parents. He was not an unfeeling person, and he had long accepted and embraced them. However, seeing his father's name on the call made him somewhat perplexed, for his father was a traditional, stoic man, not adept at verbal expression. Unlike his mother, who called him often, his father's calls were few and far between. Finally, Chen answered, bringing the phone to his ear, where a deep, anxious voice emerged. Chen, what is wrong? I've tried calling you so many times without success. He glanced back at the military administration area, realizing he might have entered a signal-blocking zone, but he could not reveal this to them for fear of causing unnecessary worry. "Dad, it's nothing. My phone was dead, and I just charged it. Is there something you need?" A sigh of relief came from the other end. "Actually, it's nothing pressing. I just wanted to ask if you could get in touch with your Grandpa Yang." Chen was puzzled. His Grandpa Yang was still detained, and reaching out was impossible. "No, I haven't seen Grandpa Yang at school in a long time. Is there something going on?" He vaguely heard coughing on the other end. No, his father hurriedly denied, sounding somewhat embarrassed. "I meant to ask, since you're a medical student, do you know any doctors at hospital?" What is this about?" Chen asked, suddenly alert. "Your mother has been experiencing a persistent cough. Yesterday, after work, I accompanied her to the hospital, but despite our efforts, we were unable to secure an appointment at several establishments. The influx of patients has been overwhelming lately, and even the service desk indicated that obtaining a slot in the coming days would be quite a challenge. Your mother's condition has worsened, prompting me to seek assistance from your grandfather's acquaintance, specifically your Grandpa Yang. However, I have been unable to reach him despite my attempts." On the other end of the line, a more severe coughing fit erupted, as if she might cough up her lungs. The sound from the microphone suddenly diminished, likely because he set the phone down to check on your mother. In the background, I could faintly hear your father's concerned voice. Junny? How are you?" Another bout of coughing ensued. Your father picked up the phone again, and despite being a man of resilience, he sounded somewhat frantic. "Your mother is coughing up blood. Do you know any doctors? Or perhaps, does your college have any professors who have practiced medicine?" Chen also felt a wave of panic, but quickly composed himself. "Stay calm, Dad. How much blood has Mom coughed up?" Perhaps his steady demeanor reassured your father, as he too seemed to regain his composure. After a brief pause, he replied, "Your mother is coughing up blood-streaked phlegm, but the quantity isn't excessive." Chen then regretted not having acquired more medical knowledge beforehand, but after sifting through what he had learned, he managed to clarify the situation. "All right, it's not too much. Keep her calm and immobile. If she coughs blood, she shouldn't swallow it. I know some people." "Good, please hurry." After hanging up, Chen dialed Ouyang Xing's number. He had no choice. After all, Ding Yang had said to reach out to him in times of need. During his last request for information, he had heard Ouyang Xing contacting numerous doctors, so he felt this was a trivial matter. "Ouyang, my mother's coughing up blood, and we can't get an appointment at the hospital. Could you assist us?" Ouyang Xing moved with remarkable efficiency, leaving Chen feeling grateful. He quickly redirected the call to your father. "Take my mother to Grandpa Yang's hospital, but avoid the outpatient building due to the crowd. Instead, go to the 7th floor of the inpatient department to Dr. Lin's office. He is a student of Grandpa Yang and can spare some time to check on my mother." After confirming that your father had understood all the information accurately, Chen sighed in relief. However, he soon realized the gravity of the situation. There were so many patients that appointments were unattainable. Had some unknown force caused such a surge in ailments? Could it be that his mother's coughing up blood was a consequence of this? It dawned on Chen that his hometown had been invaded by that Cthulhu-like entity. If this continued, everyone he knew in this world might suffer similarly. He stared blankly at the ground, finally grasping the meaning of the adage that a nest without a complete egg cannot exist. While a tall individual might withstand the collapse of the heavens, the repercussions of such cataclysmic events would severely affect those of shorter stature. He had done what he could, yet he pondered whether he could do more. Should he truly remain indifferent? After some contemplation, he made a decisive choice, though he glanced once more at the steadfast sentinel by the door, managing a wry smile. He hadn't anticipated that the 3 days granted by the leader would evaporate without even an hour's grace. Yet he had already resolved himself. If his involvement could indeed make a difference, then he should join the cause, even if it meant merely casting a glimmer of light upon the encroaching darkness in the face of that entity's threat. Little did he realize, he might not just be capable of shining a mere flicker of hope, but could potentially ignite a conflagration of change. Chapter 57. The end of all things. The leader bid farewell to Chen and instructed the political commissar to present him with some local delicacies from the military district, cheap tea leaves. He then returned to his desk, picking up a document for review. This document had already been signed and was a proposal from Professor He regarding the production of an all-mechanical encryption device. The manufacturing order would be dispatched to a large northern state-owned enterprise, an unnamed engineering academy, Eugene University, and the Bayan Mountain Research Institute, among others, to collaborate on the project. This document would facilitate mutual communication and coordination, expediting progress compared to isolated efforts. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door, followed by its opening. Political Commissar Wang entered with a grim expression, placing a folder on the leader's desk. The leader looked at the folder, which lacked any labeling, indicating it had not undergone proper archiving or organization. It seemed that Wang deemed this document urgent enough to bypass certain protocols. The Reawaken have just claimed they have provided us with urgent intelligence and have handed over this data to our side. After confirming its contents, the liaison personnel deemed it necessary to present it directly to you, hence the escalation in reporting. I have reviewed the information, and it is indeed critical to convey. The leader felt somewhat bewildered as he flipped through the pages, only to discover it pertained to their neighbor, the territory of Barret. How on earth did they acquire such information about Barret? Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a reconnaissance flight path diagram. He was left questioning whether the Reawaken had lost their minds. Were they brazenly intruding into another country's airspace, no longer even attempting to conceal their actions? Had they sent this to them as a display of bravado or a veiled threat? Then, a realization struck him. If these aircraft were taking off and landing, it was highly likely their aircraft carrier had reached the vicinity of the Laishi Strait. If that were the case, what threat did it pose to the national information security of his country? Initially, the leader considered the potential risk these reconnaissance planes posed to national security. But after assessing the situation, he concluded that it posed little significant danger. The location was far removed, incapable of reaching the interior, surrounded by mountains and island chains. And with the presence of the U-Hawk system, any reconnaissance plane would meet its demise upon detection, while any approaching aircraft carrier would be rendered obsolete. Realizing that their carrier and reconnaissance planes posed no threat to the interior from the Laishi Strait, the leader found himself somewhat impressed that the carrier could travel such a distance merely to deploy a couple of reconnaissance planes over Barret's territory. Yet, recalling the Reawaken's demonstrated desire for control over the years, he could somewhat understand their motives. Nevertheless, as he continued to read, his expression gradually shifted. The pages contained numerous photographs, among which one particularly resonated with him. A dark blue pit. From a distance, if photographed from directly above, the shadows cast could easily deceive one into thinking it was merely a hill. Was this a mass grave? The leader gazed at the image in disbelief, as if it had struck upon the most sensitive of wounds. How could they dare to do such a thing? Political Commissar Wang astutely remarked, "Leader, turn the page. That is what they truly wish for you to see." The leader hastily set aside the image of the dark blue mass grave, flipping to the next page, which displayed a satellite image revealing a dark blue area on Barret's territory, easily correlating with the previous photograph. The Barret government had initially attempted to suppress information about the outbreak, which then escalated. They had thought that the initial reports of the outbreak were the most severe news, not realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control. The Reawaken claimed that this pervasive fungus, dubbed the end of all things, had spread to an uncontrollable extent, covering the most fertile agricultural regions in southern Barret, urging us to take heed. The leader read through the alarming news, and in response, he chuckled lightly. They truly have the leisure to name the fungi plaguing Barret. Not only Barret, but they also refer to the outbreak of fungi in Reawaken as the endless fractal. The leader, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed his forehead. Have they even gone so far as to name the fungi affecting us? Wang Jingwei hesitated for a moment before responding. It has been initiated, but the Academy of Sciences has rejected it. According to their claims, the fungi that have been contained within our borders were discovered and studied by them first. Thus, the naming rights belong to them. The leader, though his thoughts were consumed by the information at hand, felt a twinge of curiosity. What name did they give it? Initially referred to as the zoonotic variant of Aspergillus flavus, they later deemed that designation inaccurate, opting instead for the term special variant deformed Aspergillus flavus, abbreviated as Special Aspergillus flavus. Quite simple and straightforward. The leader continued to peruse the materials, albeit his gaze occasionally drifted towards the deep blue mass grave. What is the Academy's stance on this documentation? They are still conducting research. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The leader glanced at Wang Jingwei and nodded. Wang Jingwei opened the door to reveal Chen, who was holding a bag of tea leaves. The leader immediately rose from his seat and approached Chen. Chen, what brings you back? Did you forget something? Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. No, I've decided to join you. The leader was taken aback, but still glanced around and retrieved the previous document from his desk. Since you have made up your mind, please sign here. Shortly, I will personally introduce you. Along with Wang Jingwei, Su Chen did not grasp the full meaning of this statement, but accepted the document and sat down on the sofa. Wang Jingwei passed him a pen. Su Chen flipped through each page, signing his name on each one, then regarded the document with a serious expression. Seeing Su Chen had signed, the leader understood that Second Lieutenant Chu's commission was effectively settled and let out a sigh of relief. This news was arguably the best he had received since encountering him. Observing Su Chen as he diligently read through the document, the leader recognized his seriousness and chose not to rush him, returning to his seat to wait. However, when he looked aside, he was taken aback. Where was the photo of the deep blue mass grave? He stared blankly at Su Chen, noticing that Su Chen was clutching a photograph, equally transfixed. The photo, after being organized, should have been encapsulated and bound within a folder, thus preventing any scattering. However, due to the urgency of the situation, the materials brought by American had not been archived, resulting in the photograph inadvertently being placed atop the document Su Chen signed. This serendipitous coincidence allowed Su Chen to behold that image. Nevertheless, the leader thought that since Su Chen had already signed the documents, he would eventually gain access to all subsequent information, making it inconsequential. This photograph might even heighten his awareness and vigilance, deepening his understanding of his powers. Chapter 58. Special Tea Leaves. Su Chen stared at the photograph, his gaze seemingly welded in place. Immovable, he felt diminutive and was sinking. The sound of wind howled around his ears, and the chill from above began to envelop him. He looked around, glancing downward, where 2 aircraft soared above the golden earth. The soil here was rich with plump barley, the scent of ripeness wafting through the air. In the distance stood an ancient city, forged of bronze and iron, glimmering in the sunlight. He heard a murmured chant in English, yet understood its meaning clearly. A gray horse, ridden by one named Death, accompanied by Hell, was endowed with authority to slay a quarter of humanity with sword, famine, pestilence, and the beasts of the earth. As the chant echoed, darkness spread towards the ancient city, which ceased to shine. He felt himself continue to sink, looking up to see the 2 aircraft flying directly above him. The ground below resembled a living mass, undulating like the sea, adorned with layers of golden waves of barley. The mass drifted towards the city walls, while Su Chen listened to the clamor within, then cackled as it soared upward with the wind. It liberally dispersed its spores, its progeny destined to fall among the crowds and into the waters. The people hurriedly coughed and moved, yet remained oblivious to the looming doom. Su Chen screamed, releasing the photograph along with the documents he had signed. He returned to his senses, finding himself back in the leader's office, cold sweat breaking out. Upon seeing the photograph that lay face down on the floor, his eyes filled with trepidation. The leader looked at Su Chen, puzzled by his sudden reaction. Su Chen began to ponder what he had just witnessed. Upon seeing the photograph, it felt as if his consciousness had been drawn into an unusual realm. Those seemingly living masses resembled a type of fungus, and it appeared they were infecting a large city. Did this also endanger the various crops growing around him? Su Chen, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine, Su Chen replied, squatting down to gather his scattered documents, still feeling somewhat dazed. The leader cast a worried glance at Wang Jingwei, then back at him. Are you sure you are all right? Was it the photograph that frightened you? Su Chen suddenly froze, recalling that in his fixation, he had neglected to examine the contents of the photograph. Thus, he suppressed his unease, forcibly flipped the photo over, and took another look. His brow furrowed deeply. The photograph depicted a vast pit, filled to the brim with countless black humanoid forms. If one were to draw a metaphor, it resembled a landfill where air dolls were buried, still full and not yet deflated. The humanoid figures were not emaciated, but rather appeared plump. Indeed, more so than an average human. Su Chen then noticed an oddity. Some figures did not seem as corpulent, prompting him to scrutinize further. The shapes, postures, and colors appeared increasingly lifelike. Was it possible that they were actual human corpses, merely covered with something that made them seem larger? After multiple confirmations, Su Chen's expression grew grave. He could not identify what enveloped these bodies, but he was certain it was no benign substance, most likely another type of fungus. Yet, if they were indeed human, there were far too many, easily over 1,000. Where's this photograph from? The leader, relieved to see Su Chen's reaction stabilize, replied, "This is from Ball 8. Su Chen immediately recalled the inexplicable sensation he had experienced earlier and instinctively asked, "Is it the ancient city with vast fields of wheat?" The leader was surprised, exchanging glances with Wang Jingwei. Wang Jingwei understood the implication and slowly shook his head, indicating that it was not he who had leaked this information. How did you know? This time, Su Chan scratched his head, glancing at the photograph. I deduced it from the image. He was puzzled by what had just transpired. The leader took the photograph for a closer look. It depicted only the mass grave, devoid of any sign of an ancient city, and he began to regard Su Chen as rather extraordinary. Sighing, he patted Su Chen's shoulder and took the documents from his hand, passing them to Wang Jingwei. Su Chen jolted at the touch, his previous train of thought interrupted. "Excellent. Comrade Su Chen, you have completed that document and submitted your application. On behalf of the organization, I accept you. Now stand tall." Su Chen involuntarily straightened up. Facing the flag, he raised his right hand into a fist. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He met the leader's solemn gaze and instinctively complied. "As your superior, I will guide you in reciting the oath. Follow along closely." Su Chen, so me what does it? Not that. Volunteer. Oath taker, Zhao Yisen. What the go? Su Chen. The leader lowered his arm, looking earnestly at Su Chen. "Now, we are comrades. Do not disappoint the organization's expectations. Show him some color." "Yes." Su Chen, albeit uncertain of the circumstances, had solemnly recited his oath. His initial aspiration to join the organization during his university years had unexpectedly come to fruition today. After completing the oath, Su Chen felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him, rendering him fearless. As for Cthulhu, what was that? If it were to appear now, Su Chen would boldly wield a worker's hammer to confront it. However, there remains one element missing from the plan you are about to join. That element is still in production, and your documentation requires time for archiving. Do you intend to return to your school, or will you wait here? Should you choose to remain, the military district can assist in granting you leave, allowing you to prepare in advance. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled his parents. "Since you don't need me at the moment, I would like to return and accompany them." "Ah, I see," the leader nodded. "Your mission does indeed entail risks, which makes this a reasonable request. I will arrange for your belongings to be sent to you later. Do you have any other requests?" Su Chen pondered fili, about to shake his head when a thought struck him. He looked seriously at Leader Zhao. Recently, the pressure on domestic healthcare has reached a critical point, with many hospitals unable to accommodate patients. The leader nodded, extracting 2 documents from his desk and handing them to Su Chen. In response to this situation, the National Health Bureau has issued advance warnings to various hospitals. We have already dispatched orders. These 2 copies are backups of the response plans, and guiding opinions have been disseminated, with all units responding accordingly. Su Chen took a glance at the documents. The first measures included engaging domestic pharmaceutical companies to increase production capacity while stabilizing drug prices, activating emergency medical protocols, promoting doctors exceptionally to increase their numbers, and establishing field hospitals outside of conventional facilities with tents supplied by the military district, alongside the creation of square cabins. Subsequent measures were elaborated in greater detail, with many citing the opinions of professional physicians and relevant experts. For instance, assessing the urgency of patients' conditions to determine the treatment they would receive and revising emergency department protocols. Essentially, the goal was to treat as many patients as possible with limited medical resources. Many of these measures opened Su Chen's eyes. He silently evaluated that if his mother were to cough up blood, this system, if implemented, would surely provide timely treatment. Su Chen then looked at the leader and nodded in acknowledgement of the plan. "Good, then please hand over the previously organized materials," the leader instructed, glancing at Su Chen. "Oh, and bring him a pound of tea leaves as a gesture of consolation from the organization." Thus, Su Chen, with several classified yellow file folders tucked under his arm and 2 bags of tea leaves in hand, exited the office. Pondering what to do with the tea leaves, he felt a bit troubled, as he did not consume tea. After a moment of reflection, an idea struck him. He decided to gift the tea leaves to his father, claiming they were special military supplies. After all, the packaging appeared impressive, and the contents were genuine, so he would not be deceiving him. Chapter 59. Responsibility. Su Chen settled his parents. He had confirmed that it was merely mycoplasma pneumonia, a recent minor infectious disease that was not difficult to treat, requiring only tetracyclines, macrolides, and fluoroquinolones. His mother's coughing of blood was simply due to her constitution, having coughed too hard. Considering his mother's condition, the senior student prescribed levofloxacin, which posed risks for children but was manageable for adults with mature immune and digestive systems. As the senior explained this to Chen, he sighed, expressing concern over some parents administering antibiotics to their children without medical advice. He recommended that such cases should promptly seek professional medical assistance rather than relying on online remedies. After advising his father to keep an eye on his mother, Chen presented the military specialty leaves to his dad. His father appeared pleasantly surprised, even opening the packaging to sniff it appreciatively, remarking on its authentic aroma. Chen explained that it was a reward for exceptional contributions during a recent internship group. He had not lied. That was essentially the truth. His father, perhaps due to the long absence of his son and the recent stress over his wife's health, talked at length about how he had enjoyed this special tea at the homes of various old friends. He decided to save the tea for future guests to savor. Chen, feeling a pang of conscience about the true origin of the tea, hastily departed. His father, resigned, expressed understanding regarding his son's academic burdens, assuring him that there was no need for concern at home. As Chen left, he glanced back to see his father marveling at the unmarked packaging of the tea before closing the door. He could only hope that the future guests would not discern that the tea was purchased wholesale. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen spotted a military jeep, robust and imposing, with a frame he thought could accommodate a heavy machine gun. Noticing the license plate with its white background and red-black lettering, he realized it was parked in front of the boys' dormitory, drawing the attention of numerous students returning from basketball games, meals, or just exiting their dorms, all of whom paused to admire it, making it somewhat challenging for Chen, who was carrying a file box, to squeeze into the dormitory. Once inside, he encountered a tall individual standing in front of his dormitory door. Clad in civilian attire, it was evident that he was a soldier, likely the owner of the vehicle outside. The soldier, holding a bag, grinned widely upon seeing Chen, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Chen suddenly recalled that this was the driver of the transport vehicle. "Hello, Comrade Chen," the driver greeted, shaking hands with a bewildered Chen. I remember you. You were the driver?" "Indeed. I am the commander of the 122nd Regiment, Armored Infantry Company. You can call me Wang Weihong." Chen glanced at the intrigued students around him and opened the door, saying, "It's a bit noisy here. Let us talk inside my dorm." The dorm was still empty, as Song Tian had not returned, likely due to his father's precarious situation. After the commander entered, Chen closed the door and placed the file box on the dormitory desk. This box contained the classified materials given to him by the leader, and he had borrowed it from his father, as it was a suitable container for these sensitive documents. Although it appeared somewhat worn, it was convenient to use and had a pleasant feel to it. "Should I address you as Comrade Weihong?" "You flatter me, comrade. You may call me Company Commander Wang." Chen was startled and quickly hushed him. "Keep your voice down. Don't speak so loudly." Then he paused. "Wait, comrade. When did I become a comrade?" Commander Wang chuckled again, retrieving an officer's certificate from his pocket and presenting it to Chen. Upon taking it and opening it, Chen was astonished to see his own name. While the document did not specify a military position, it did indicate a rank of first lieutenant. Only then did he comprehend the leader's use of comrade. He had become an officer, albeit seemingly a figurehead. He glanced again at the photo on the document, which depicted him looking stern, far more attractive than his ID card picture. Commander Wang then produced a small booklet, this time adorned with a sickle and hammer emblem, and solemnly handed it to Chen. Flipping through it, Chen recognized it as an organizational credential, which he accepted with due reverence. "The leader instructed me to inform you that, although you hold the rank of first lieutenant, you are entitled to the benefits of a regimental level, and this," he gestured to the bag he had been carrying, "is the military-issued uniform." Finally, Chen received the bag, peering inside to discover a handsome officer's uniform, which elicited a satisfied nod from him. "Your current position falls under the auspices of the 122nd Regiment. Due to your unique role, you will not hold a military rank, nor will you typically be assigned combat missions or be required to report regularly. However, for any routine matters, you must liaise personally at the military district of the 122nd Regiment. Your true accountability lies solely with the temporary Congress of the military commission established by the leader. Chen nodded, having at least grasped that his superior is the leader, and the 122nd Regiment sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard of it before. However, he quickly inquired with curiosity, what exactly does liaising entail? It encompasses everything from a mobilization of the 122nd Regiment as forces and fire support to holiday benefits and uniform replacements. Chen began to comprehend that he was akin to a solitary commander, possessing a modicum of authority while seemingly enjoying rather privileged benefits. This situation was entirely unprecedented for him. Little did he know that during the leader's organizational meetings, the officials had exerted considerable effort to coordinate their positions, compromising and hastily devising solutions. They had never encountered a situation that was absolutely contingent upon one individual who, despite lacking military education, was to undertake an exceedingly challenging task, akin to handling a hot potato, neither easily grasped nor discarded. Achieving such a resolution was a testament to their flexibility in not rigidly adhering to regulations. They had not previously established a specialized team, such as a dragon group for supernatural countermeasures, to address supernatural forces, UFOs, or extraordinary abilities. In comparison, effective firepower coverage was far more reliable. Chen subsequently bid farewell to Captain Wang, excitedly placing the items he had received from him on the table. He also took out the officer's uniform to examine it, promptly hanging it up on a clothes hanger. He soon realized something was amiss, and, upon inspecting the bag further, he joyfully retrieved a pair of shoulder boards and collar insignia. Now, everything was complete. However, when he beheld the uniform already adorned with shoulder boards and insignia, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The leader and the esteemed officials placed great importance on him. While this attire represented honor, it also bore substantial responsibility. He gazed at the garment, sighed, and felt somewhat unworthy of wearing it at this moment, having been bestowed such honor without having accomplished anything of significance. He folded the uniform back up, enclosing the identification documents within, resolving not to don it until he had achieved tangible results. Chen treasured the uniform, carefully storing it away before adjusting the file box on his desk and gently opening it. Chapter 60. The Erosion of Traces. Chen opened the first document and, upon reading the initial paragraph, his expression grew grave. Investigation of the damage to Stone Age human artifacts domestically and internationally. He flipped the cover page, noting that it was authored by Lao. This was likely the result of Lao taking notice of the materials he had previously organized. And it was this very document, coupled with his keen scientific intuition, that led to Lao's untimely demise. Nevertheless, Chen remained undeterred. Aside from a brief moment of contemplation, he exhibited no further reaction and instead began to peruse the document. Behind Lao lay the power of the state, and moreover, this information did not pertain to national security. There were also few private collectors abroad who held such artifacts. Thus, the documentation was remarkably comprehensive. As Chen reviewed the information, he discovered that the records encompassed virtually all nations globally, with a level of detail that was nothing short of astonishing. American Daisy Museum, Artifact Number 118, Healing Phalanx, Damage Assessment, 87, Civilizational Trace Damage, 100, Non-South Ancient 8 Museum, Y0123, Simple Stone Tools, Damage Assessment, 52, Civilizational Trace Damage, 100, Nanhua Bay Mountain Cultural Site, DD8, Earth Pit Site, Damage Assessment, 23, Civilizational Trace Damage, 93, as Chen examined each entry. He noted that the assessed artifacts employed two methods of calculating damage, one concerning the artifacts themselves and the other regarding the damage to civilizational traces, which he found somewhat perplexing. Fortunately, Lao anticipated that others would review the material and had provided detailed explanations in his manuscript regarding the two methods of assessment. In his notes, he wrote that the degree of damage to an ancient artifact is calculated from its completeness at the time of excavation, with a complete loss of cultural integrity equating to a score of 0. The remaining portions represent the degree of preservation. From this perspective, Chen observed that most artifacts retained some remnants. Those he had previously examined, which consisted of mere fragments and ashes, were still assigned a damage assessment above 0. Although some artifacts exhibited significant damage, it seemed that the ancient being from the Cthulhu mythos had not entirely obliterated them. Then, Lao, sensing a problem, swiftly alter the method of damage assessment to focus on the traces left by human civilization. For instance, the healing phalanx exhibited severe damage at its healing end, indicating that this ancient human had suffered significant injury during a hunt, but had healed well due to ample nourishment and rest. Ultimately, he succumbed to death, but not due to a lack of sustenance. This phalanx suggested that he belonged to a tribe that diligently cared for him during his recovery. However, the phalanx had undergone severe weathering and oxidation. Structural integrity was compromised during handling, resulting in the complete disintegration of the healing end, leaving only fragments of the bone. While one might argue that some remnants remained, the most valuable aspect, the healing end, was entirely destroyed due to negligence. The traces of human civilization had been thoroughly eroded. The simple stone tool, originally a stone axe, now bore little resemblance to anything but a common rock by the roadside due to improper preservation. Additionally, the earth pit, which had previously displayed signs of human craftsmanship, could now plausibly be attributed to natural geological processes, suggesting a complete loss of civilizational traces due to the structural collapse. The assessment of civilizational trace damage evaluates whether evidence of human civilization can still be discerned from the artifact. Upon grasping the essence of this civilizational trace damage assessment, Chen continued to scrutinize the document, his expression growing increasingly troubled. None of the artifacts exhibited a civilizational trace damage score below 90. The most severe case involved the cave from the Stone Age, which, despite extensive human excavation marks, had collapsed due to ineffective reinforcement, erasing all traces of civilization within. Following a joint investigation and statistical assessment conducted by history departments across universities, artifacts from the Paleolithic and Mesolithic eras have been found to be utterly destroyed. The traces of human civilization have been obliterated, and what remains can only be referred to as debris, devoid of any civilizational value, serving merely to prove the existence of our ancestors. Chen noticed a small, yellowed hole along the edge of the paper, seemingly scorched by a cigarette butt, which had left a burn mark on the page. He could easily envision Gu Lao's agitation and unease as he penned the conclusion while chain-smoking. Chen carefully set aside this document and opened another, noticing the titles were strikingly similar. Investigation on the damage of Neolithic and post-Neolithic artifacts at home and abroad. This document, meticulously compiled by Gu Lao, chronicles the traces of civilization from the Neolithic era onwards. With humanity's mastery of fire, a formidable force of nature, civilization advanced at an unprecedented pace, undergoing remarkable transformations. They possessed the ability to alter their environment on a small scale, crafting bronze, developing language and writing, engaging in pastoralism and agriculture, and constructing homes and fortifications. They had evolved from tribes into dynasties, and at this juncture, the flame of civilization surged forth dramatically. With prior groundwork laid, Chen found it relatively effortless to comprehend this information. He focused intently on the material, noting that the corrosion of these traces of civilization had begun to slow. It was as though the decay originating from it was being dragged into a quagmire named civilization, rendering continuation arduous. Daling Museum, Rosetta Stone, Damage Assessment 2. Civilization Trace Damage, 0. Louvre Museum, Code of Hammurabi Stone Pillar, Damage Assessment, 3. Civilization Trace Damage, 0. Beithu Province Museum, Sword of King Gojian, Damage Assessment, 0-2. Civilization Trace Damage, 0. Although these artifacts of civilization were still subject to corrosion, they exhibited greater resilience against such degradation. However, as Chen delved further into the document, he realized his optimism was misplaced. The list appeared to be in chronological order. Kalili Private Collection, Mayan Agate Crown, Damage Assessment, 9. Civilization Trace Damage. 2. Life Private Museum, Lydia Gold Coin, Damage Assessment, 28. Civilization Trace Damage, 67. Sanxing Site, Bronze Candlestick, Damage Assessment, 35. Civilization Trace Damage. 21. Upon reaching the final pages, he discovered that the damage to civilization traces was uniformly rated at 100, leading him to understand that the harm caused by this peculiar corrosion was far more severe than anyone had anticipated. In summary, special corrosion is influenced by the material, craftsmanship, forging methods, and preservation techniques of artifacts. Had it not been for the unnatural nature of the corrosion marks left by civilization, we would have deemed it mere normal decay. Historians believe that more rigorous preservation methods should be developed, Yet I contend that a widespread alteration of preservation techniques would necessitate more frequent handling of artifacts, thereby significantly increasing the degree of damage within the country. The only viable approach now is to ascertain the true causes of this peculiar corrosion and respond accordingly. Gulao's writing was powerful and resonant, revealing his genuine belief that he could uncover the hidden hand behind this phenomenon. After reading, Su Chen rubbed his eyes and sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of the impact that this special corrosion had on artifacts and the world. Having faced considerable challenges within the history department, he now realized that the traces of civilization were far less optimistic than he had previously believed. Chapter 61. A sudden enlightenment. Su Chen carefully stored away this document, which represented Gulao's life-esque work, then retrieved a sealed data bag. After breaking the seal, he reached inside and pulled out another document, his gaze sweeping over the text. Joint investigation report by 2 academicians. This record contained details regarding Gulao's matters, of which Su Chen was an eyewitness. He merely glanced at the proceedings and moved on, though he was quite intrigued by the circumstances surrounding academician Tang. The document detailed everything that transpired from Tang's meeting with Meng Hua, Gulao's student. This section, supported by a large number of forensic experts from the Joint Investigative Team and various advanced equipment, still failed to uncover any traces of conventional criminal activity. Subsequently, the military took over everything. From the outset, Su Chen had gleaned some insider information, learning that after leaving a note for Meng Hua, he resolutely attempted to decipher the clues left by Gulao, ultimately leading to his downfall, which instilled in him a deep respect. From these cold and merciless records, he perceived Tang's unwavering determination. This prompted him to reflect on the saying, "Courage is the anthem of humanity." Had he been in Tang's position, he doubted he would have possessed such resolve. After reading, Su Chen felt a sense of regret. Even though academician Tang had astutely sensed something amiss and left a note containing crucial clues, facing an incomprehensible entity ultimately proved to be a miscalculation. As the information on the note had been quietly altered, it was truly unfortunate. Had the note remained intact, perhaps it could have yielded insights into the overreaching tendrils of that enigmatic being. After the military assumed control of the Tang academician incident, a meeting was convened, which included detailed accounts of Professor He and Lieutenant Chu's intrusion, and this meeting was documented and included in the folder. Upon review, Su Chen finally understood why he had been regarded with such significance, the specifics of his mission, and that there were indeed many individuals like academician Tang who dared to forge ahead. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lieutenant Chu seemed to have also fallen victim, his fate hanging by a thread. How could Lieutenant Chu, in such a dire situation, still consider himself an extraordinarily unique entity? Su Chen found it somewhat perplexing. From Lieutenant Chu's words, he himself had become a non-human existence, as if he regarded himself akin to extraordinary beings like Kasulu and Tai Hao. He felt a mix of gravity and bemusement. If he truly possessed such extraordinary powers, why was he here, living in fear? He mused that Tai Hao was likely more reliable. Subsequently, Lieutenant Chu submitted another document, and upon glancing at it, Su Chen nearly leapt from his seat. Tai Hao caused the brain death of 8 patients. Their demise was to grant us immunity from certain cost. Perhaps I should not inquire further. Due to information pollution, I cannot disclose his information. It seems utterly meaningless. Su Chen is extraordinarily unique. His inspiration is remarkably high. According to Director Yang, he is capable of fully grasping certain information. This segment was replete with information, and Su Chen contemplated for a long time before grasping its significance. When he initially invoked Sulu's true name, he had felt a sense of confusion. He sensed its gaze upon him. Yet, why did the multitude present seem unaffected, as if nothing had transpired? It seemed that the harm had been redirected elsewhere. However, Tai Hao's powers appeared to be even more abstract, leaving Su Chen feeling perplexed. This method was hardly honorable. Tai Hao's actions diverged from his expectations. Subsequently, Lieutenant Chu pursued further inquiry, but it seemed to yield little useful information. At least, the knowledge he acquired offered no benefits to the current situation, hence his remark about its meaninglessness. And what of his inspiration? Was inspiration truly significant? That cleansing process certainly was. Su Chen pondered deeply for a while, recalling that within the context of the Kasulu worldview, This term indeed represented an extraordinary attribute, often associated with renowned artists and musicians who could perceive that which is beyond human comprehension, thus creating works that transcend the ordinary. This concept, after decades of living, had teetered on the edge of oblivion, nearly forgotten. Fortunately, it had not been entirely lost. The hints within the information prompted him to remember, or else he would have been left in confusion. He suddenly understood that the visions he had seen in photographs were likely illusions brought on by heightened inspiration, along with those abrupt flashes of insight and premonition, all attributable to this so-called elevated state of inspiration. No wonder the illusions he beheld in the photographs were so abstract, akin to an epic chronicled in history. Were he to possess artistic ability, he might have been able to capture it in a breathtaking piece entitled Ancient City in the Black Wheat Field. As for the source of his formidable inspiration, Chen speculated it was likely connected to his transcendence. Upon grasping this concept, a myriad of perplexities began to surface in his mind. One of these was that this inspiration, in his understanding, did not bode well. In the tomes he had perused concerning Cthulhu, individuals of this ilk seldom met with favorable outcomes. He then recalled that Galau had seemingly uttered something along these lines. After a moment of contemplation, he remembered that Galau, upon his departure, had proclaimed his resilience, stating he was more steadfast than they, impervious to erosion. This metaphor was one he had encountered numerous times, seemingly akin to Yang Ye's assessment, which suggested it was a most precious trait. As he pieced the clues together, a flicker of understanding illuminated his thoughts. This was likely akin to a form of mental resilience, an extraordinarily potent one, so profound that he remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary events that had transpired, leading him to dismiss them as inconsequential. Chen's mind wandered back to the moment he had invoked Cthulhu's true name. At that juncture, he had neither contemplated nor comprehended the ramifications of summoning Cthulhu, thus uttering its true name without any precautions, and, astonishingly, he had done so twice, connecting this to the price he had paid earlier. Chen realized that merely hearing the name had necessitated the sacrifice of individuals afflicted by Taihao disease to stave off calamity. How could he possibly escape unscathed after directly invoking Cthulhu's true name? The first instance had at least rendered him voiceless, making him acutely aware of its gaze and the pressure it exerted. The second time, however, due to the jade pendant, he had not even experienced the symptoms of muteness. Within this, there likely lay the quality of resilience at play, though he remained uncertain whether this trait of endurance stemmed from his transdimensional journey. Chen's cerebral faculties momentarily overloaded, leading him to a profound conclusion. He was likely more exceptional than he had ever imagined. So much so that even the authorities deemed him an indispensable asset. He set the materials down, lost in thought, unable to fathom how he had so abruptly transitioned from the role of a protected individual to one tasked with supporting the weight of the world. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within him. He could no longer afford to be complacent, for the stakes were now higher than ever, and failure would spell doom for all. Chapter 62. The vast domain of death. The remaining 2 file folders were opened, one of which detailed a significant surge in various illnesses within the country. This document had been submitted by Qi Yuanshi. He meticulously outlined that, despite screening and investigative efforts, the reasons behind the sudden influx of patients remained elusive. Most of these individuals bore no discernible connections and were certainly not victims of an infectious disease. He posited that this peculiar wave of ailments was likely linked to a recent fungal infection and noted that his perspective was echoed by others. Upon reaching this point, Chen instinctively recalled the telephone conversation he had had with Qi Yuanshi a few days prior. It appeared that Qi Yuanshi had indeed taken his words to heart. Subsequent documents submitted by Qi Yuanshi confirmed this. Based on Chen's recommendations, certain patients exhibit the activity of mutated fungal pathogens, and I will instruct major medical research institutions to investigate the commonalities among these extreme cases and actively explore potential cures. Chen then encountered a list, and upon glancing at the first column, he spotted a patient with the surname Song, marked as suffering from chronic myeloid leukemia. Chen was taken aback and quickly retrieved the medical records that Song Tian had sent him to confirm a name. Indeed, it was Song Tian's father. A sigh of relief escaped him. If Song's father were under the scrutiny of a national-level medical research institution, his chances of survival would substantially increase. The term active, when uttered by the government, implied a commitment to spare no expense. It made sense, as Song's father was a case Chen had personally referenced, possessing clear attributes that aligned with those of the mutated fungi. Yuanshi, having been at a loss for clues, would naturally not let this lead slip away. He felt a wave of emotion, realizing that, in this roundabout way, he had indeed assisted Song Tian, and he could only hope for a favorable outcome. As for the second document, the thickness of the folder indicated it contained substantial material. Upon extracting the contents, he noted that the paper differed from that of the earlier documents. He also observed that many pages were laminated and bound within. Upon opening, he discovered documents containing bilingual translations, adorned with a logo featuring an eagle grasping a long worm pierced by an anchor, an emblem absent from the previous materials. Curious, he began to read, only to find that the vocabulary and phrasing deviated significantly from typical Chinese conventions. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be correspondence from the United States. And to alleviate any potential misunderstanding, they had provided Chinese translations. The localization was exceptionally well executed, transforming phrases such as "everything ends" into "wen wu zhongyan." However, the subject matter was far from pleasant. This document meticulously outlined the catastrophic impact of the mutated Aspergillus niger fungus in the United States and the subsequent infections caused by subspecies fungi. It stated that even though the spread of the infinite fractal had been contained, it continued to pose a threat to public health, warning of dire consequences should the situation persist. Yet, the severity of the situation was soon overshadowed by a shift in focus towards Balata, which was claimed to be experiencing an even graver crisis than the United States. Chen then encountered the same information that the leader had seen. The medical system in Balata had collapsed under the weight of its population density, coupled with its abundant wheat fields and the sluggish efficiency of governmental agencies, creating a breeding ground for the most extensive domain of death in the world. Photographs depicted the devastation wrought by the infinite fractal, which was no less formidable than the mutated Aspergillus flavus in his homeland, thriving within Balata's territory and wreaking havoc with impunity. The inefficiency of their healthcare system left the populace vulnerable, and under the relentless assault of this terrifying fungus, they were utterly defenseless, resulting in horrendous fatalities that even family members recoiled from, making the disposal of corpses a logistical nightmare. Many were hastily buried in mass graves, while others were left to rot in the open, devoid of even a burial site. The images of these unburied mass graves were haunting, revealing the extent of their helplessness against this calamity. The domain of death was uncontained, its reach extending further, spreading darkness and despair to additional regions. It was truly the end of all things. Although he could not quite articulate why, Chen found it somewhat unsurprising that such a tragedy befell Balata. The United States further asserted that, despite the catastrophic healthcare disaster in Balata, the government was intent on concealing the event rather than reporting it to the World Health Organization. Domestic media remained silent, and foreign journalists were preoccupied with their own country's affairs, with only a handful being denied entry under various pretexts, leaving the world in ignorance of Balata's plight. Had it not been for the United States' routine inquiries into Balata, the unusual reticence would have gone unnoticed. Ultimately, it was only after resorting to underhanded methods to obtain information that this scandal was thrust into the limelight. The United States issued a warning, stating that the scale of this domain of death far surpassed that of their own territory, an unprecedented situation. Given the unique nature of the fungus, they could not guarantee that further extraordinary developments would not arise, urging neighboring countries to remain vigilant and to provide humanitarian medical assistance to help Balata to contain the spread of this impending doom. This warning pertains to every nation surrounding Balata. However, Chen immediately discerned that it was evidently directed at the upper echelons of his own country. In the face of an exceedingly grave global health crisis, it is only his nation that can promptly provide humanitarian medical assistance and possesses the means to curb the spread of such mutated fungi. Upon concluding his review of the material, he learned that domestic information analysis teams had also undertaken an examination of it. They opined that Reawaken had not divulged all relevant research information concerning these mutated fungi, as they appeared overly concerned about their proliferation. The very fact that they seemingly disregarded exposing their illegal reconnaissance incursions into foreign territories illustrates that they prioritize the public revelation of this matter over the exposure of their own concealed scandals. Striving earnestly to stem the tide of annihilation within Balati, the documents submitted by Reawaken further corroborated the analyst's perspectives, as they were unusually presented in both Chinese and English, clearly aiming for swift and uncontroversial communication. Yet, could such a private submission bearing foreign script not also signify a gesture of goodwill or concession? Some speculate that Reawaken may wish to validate the efficacy of the potent chlorides developed by academician Chen against the mutated fungi, though a greater number believe otherwise. After reviewing all the materials, Chen grasped why the nation's actions suddenly felt so urgent, as though a fire were ignited in his brow. Even his own appointment felt hasty and rushed. The state of global affairs had deteriorated to this extent, and they possessed not even a shred of information regarding his methods. Each country could only adopt a passive defensive stance. Chen felt overwhelmed, pondering what, if anything, he could truly accomplish. Chapter 63. The Cipher Machine and Sacrifice. The prototype of the Cipher Machine has been completed. Lieutenant Chu. Would you like to take a look? Lieutenant Chu, who was connected to a respirator, strained to turn his head towards the entrance of the ward upon hearing this. Before him stood a machine that amalgamated modern design principles. Precision instrumentation, materials science, mathematics, and linguistics, its size akin to a small cabinet, adorned with various gears and flywheel structures. It featured several dials and displays, its coloration reminiscent of the Enigma cipher machine from World War II. Behind this mechanical marvel stood a few somewhat inexperienced young individuals, students from Eugene University, who had designed this machine, the very first of its kind to come to fruition. The leader, aware of Lieutenant Chu's condition and the limited time he had left, personally delivered the first prototype to him. Coughing, Lieutenant Chu exhaled with the weight of age, death shadowing him closely, the scythe poised at his throat. After exerting considerable effort to rise, he unsteadily saluted the leader. Parts of his brain had already lost function, his nervous system damaged, and his muscle strength nearly depleted, rendering his salute awkward. The leader felt no sorrow. He recognized this as the mark of a warrior, thus returning the salute with solemnity. He then instructed the students to bring the cipher machine beside Lieutenant Chu's bed. Comrades, please explain to Lieutenant Chu how to operate this cipher machine. The leading student nodded, hesitating as he glanced at Lieutenant Chu, whose condition appeared rather grim. He radiated an aura of protracted suffering. The student doubted whether he could still operate the machine. Dr. Zhang? Upon hearing his name, the doctor hurried over to Lieutenant Chu's bedside. He was responsible for the treatment and monitoring of Lieutenant Chu. However, confronted with such an enigmatic ailment, he understood that he could do little more than provide palliative care, striving to fulfill the patient's requests as best as he could. Lieutenant Chu, what do you need? Coughing once more, Lieutenant Chu attempted to clear his throat, but due to respiratory failure, he could not produce any sound. The doctor promptly retrieved a suction device, ready to assist, only to be halted by Lieutenant Chu's raised hand. His voice, now hoarse and punctuated with bubbles, inquired, "Have you completed the data collection since the onset of my illness?" The doctor nodded in response, confirming that they had indeed gathered sufficient data. This free radical data was akin to an accelerated version of human aging data, documenting an individual from robust adulthood to frailty, all without interruption. Even in the absence of this extraordinary situation, such data would hold immense value for studying the mechanisms of human aging. Regardless, the rarity of this data rendered it exceedingly precious. At Lieutenant Chu's current stage, the free radicals had reached the body's natural limit for generation, theoretically rendering further collection futile. Then remove the sensors from my body. Lieutenant Chu, after speaking, took a labored breath in and then exhaled. The doctor complied, albeit with concern etched upon his face. Lieutenant Chu's condition had progressed to the point reminiscent of Elder Ge's terminal phase. Soon, the only means to extend his life would be akin to Elder Ge, reliant upon various life support devices. Well, please help me put on my uniform. Seeing the doctor gather all the instruments, Lieutenant Chu made another request. The doctor glanced around, noting the frail hospital gown enveloping him, and quickly understood Lieutenant Chu's intention. He squeezed through the crowd to retrieve the lieutenant's military attire from the wardrobe and draped it over him. Lieutenant Chu gazed nostalgically at the uniform adorning him, then summoned the strength to raise himself and maneuver towards the nearby wheelchair. The doctor promptly assisted him into the chair, ensuring that the respirator remained in place as he smoothly wheeled him to the cipher machine. Lieutenant Chu slowly surveyed the machine from bottom to top, his eyes gleaming with delight as though he beheld a weapon. "Comrade, this machine is exquisitely crafted. Please explain to me its operation." The student, having confirmed Lieutenant Chu's awareness, steeled himself and approached. "This is a triple interlocking verification cipher machine, inspired by the principles of the differential machine, designed to encrypt without reliance on electronic information technology while considering its resistance to interference." He hesitated momentarily. This student was not privy to the full context. He could not fathom why a purely mechanical structure would need to account for information interference. Upon receiving this assignment, he had doubted his understanding of the task. After all, electronic information transmission and storage faced inevitable signal noise and attenuation, leading to errors during the process. Yet, how could a mechanical structure produce noise or attenuation? Was it merely the creaking sounds of gears slipping? Nonetheless, after repeated confirmations, the project requirements from above were unequivocal and seemingly held significant importance. Having united reputable domestic enterprises and research institutes, the scale of which was staggering. Reluctantly, he assembled a team at his instructor's behest and embarked upon the task with trepidation. Ultimately, they constructed this cipher machine, which was purportedly resistant to unknown interferences, whatever those might be. He remained uncertain of the machine's significance, contemplating this before choosing to omit the intricate details of its design philosophy. You place your hand on the left wheel, which is the tens digit, and the right wheel represents the units digit. These numbers from 1 to 26 correspond to various letters. Once confirmed, press the button until it rebounds. The student meticulously explained the operation to Lieutenant Chu, even demonstrating it twice. Subsequently, the flywheel window would sequentially display 3 long strings of numbers, which could be recorded by the internal recording device or manually by others, allowing for mutual verification to detect any errors. Even if a segment contained an error, it could be corrected through the verification segments of the other 2 strings. Following decryption, the content of the information would remain consistent. Lieutenant Chu nodded, signaling his comprehension. He placed his hand on the cipher machine, attempting to input the information he wished to record. This purely mechanical cipher machine derives its power from an exquisitely compressed mainspring. This specially crafted spring, capable of driving an entire cipher machine, is provided by the enigmatic Biantian organization and is made from unique materials. Each time Lieutenant Chu rotates the hub and presses the button, energy is released, perpetually propelling the gears into motion. The gears interlock, the escapement oscillates back and forth, incessantly driving the flywheel through each pause and swing. The internal structure is far more intricate than that of a diminutive mechanical watch. Inputting information is not particularly difficult, requiring no wrist movement compared to a keyboard. However, it is evident to all that, despite this, Lieutenant Chu struggles significantly with data entry. Large beads of sweat cascade down his face, trickling into his collar, yet he seems utterly oblivious. He continuously contemplates the next letter to input, rotating the hub increasingly faster, while the numbers displayed on the flywheel ascend in velocity. His body trembles involuntarily, signaling that he is succumbing to the strain. The student who introduced him to this machine appears worried. As a machine's developer, he has personally tested its input efficiency, only to conclude that it is marginally better than sending a telegram. Despite the machine's rapid output of information, the data is encrypted, designed to ensure resistance to interference, resulting in an absurdly low information density. In other words, Lieutenant Chu has labored for a considerable duration without recording much information. His physical condition is appalling. Suddenly, Lieutenant Chu's body stiffens, instinctively curling up, a pained expression crossing his face as he clutches his chest. The onlookers recognize something is amiss, some panic, while the leader watches Lieutenant Chu intently, eager to discern the problem. Dr. Zhang's complexion shifts as he swiftly approaches to assess the situation, commanding the nurses loudly. Cardiac arrest. Resuscitate. Administer 2 milligrams of adrenaline and prepare the defibrillator. With that, he roughly pulls Lieutenant Chu onto the bed, commencing chest compressions for revival. The nurses swiftly gather the necessary medications, running to deliver them to Dr. Zhang, who promptly injects the life-saving drugs into Lieutenant Chu's body. Through Dr. Zhang's manual resuscitation efforts, Lieutenant Chu's heartbeat is restored even before the defibrillator arrives. Dr. Zhang exhales with relief, confirming Lieutenant Chu's condition is stable before shaking his arms. Lieutenant Chu's situation, as you can see, may not permit him to operate this cipher machine any longer. I recommend he rests. No, I can continue. Lieutenant Chu's weak voice emerges, surprising Dr. Zhang, who turns to find that Lieutenant Chu, previously unconscious on the bed, has somehow managed to open his eyes slightly, breathing laboriously. His strong determination compels him to awaken swiftly. Dr. Zhang examines Lieutenant Chu's condition again, his expression grave. You are experiencing severe heart failure. The recent cardiac arrest was a warning sign. Your body can no longer withstand exertion. I can continue. Lieutenant Chu gazes intently at Dr. Zhang. No. If you attempt it again, I cannot ensure your revival. Initially stubborn, Lieutenant Chu's gaze shifts to one of pleading. Dr. Zhang, my time is limited. Lieutenant Chu coughs softly. My thoughts are increasingly disordered. My response is sluggish, and even my memories are becoming unreliable. I have only this one chance. Time is running out. Dr. Zhang silently regards Lieutenant Chu, then glances at the leader, ultimately shaking his head and sighing. Do not remove the defibrillator. Prepare it for me. Lieutenant Chu once again takes his place in the wheelchair, placing his hands on the cipher machine, inputting information slowly yet steadily. Streams of sweat trickle down his forehead, and his body and arms tremble more violently, as though he could faint again at any moment. The leader clenches his fists, watching intently, yet remaining expressionless and silent. The room is enveloped in silence, with only Lieutenant Chu's labored breathing and the faint sound of gears turning. This time, Lieutenant Chu discovers a technique, significantly increasing his input speed, only slowing down when deep in thought. This data entry session extends for a full 9 minutes, concluding as Lieutenant Chu gradually comes to a halt. Perhaps due to fatigue, he remains in position, closing his eyes and ceasing all movement. Dr. Zhang sighs, placing a hand on Lieutenant Chu's shoulder. Lieutenant Chu, let me assist you to the bed for rest. He senses something is off, and his expression changes as he immediately checks Lieutenant Chu's carotid artery, swiftly realizing the gravity of the situation. He quickly investigates the nasal cavity, and this time, he detects no breath. Cardiac and respiratory function have ceased. Initiate resuscitation. MED, clear the area. MED refers to the medical defibrillator, which is extremely dangerous for non-medical personnel as it can discharge 1,000 to 2,000 volts and 5 to 30 amps of current, presenting a significant risk. The leader and the others understand the severity of the situation. Life and death are at stake, and they all cooperate with the nurses to exit the ward. Upon leaving, Dr. Zhang is met with a sea of anxious faces, including that of the leader. Yet, he shakes his head helplessly in response to their eager gazes. Lieutenant Chu is suffering from severe heart failure. By the time it was discovered, his heart had already stopped beating. The MED is ineffective, and there is nothing I can do. Silence envelopes the group. The leader stands solemnly, gazing at the ward door with an inscrutable expression in his eyes. He nods at Dr. Zhang, indicating his understanding, then slowly pushes open the ward door. The nurses are busy arranging the resuscitation equipment and preparing Lieutenant Chu's remains, tenderly putting his military uniform back in order. The leader recalls where Dr. Zhang retrieved Lieutenant Chu's clothing from and proceeds to that cabinet. Opening it to take out a military cap, he brushes off the dust and approaches Lieutenant Chu's bedside, personally placing the cap upon his head before rendering a salute. Those behind the leader, with military backgrounds, follow suit, collectively saluting the fallen soldier lying on the bed in a final gesture of respect. After a moment, the salute concludes. The leader gazes at Lieutenant Chu, speaking slowly. Let us not allow Lieutenant Chu's sacrifice to be in vain. We must expedite the decryption of the information he left behind and verify the cipher machine's efficacy. Chapter 64. Dreaming of Yang Yuanzhang? What is it? Without turning back, Yang Yuanzhang continues his examination of patients afflicted with Taihao disease. Though these patients are equipped with the most advanced mechanical monitoring devices, Yang Yuanzhang prefers to personally assess their conditions. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu has arrived with news. Just now, Team Leader Zhu from the Special Operations Group informed me that there will be changes to our management team. Lieutenant Chu will no longer serve as the head of the investigation into the Taihao disease incident. Why? Yang Yuanzhang places the chest piece of his stethoscope into the pocket of his coat and turns to look at Xiao Wu, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Xiao Wu, visibly saddened, responds. It is said that Lieutenant Chu died in the line of duty. Yang Yuanzhang's expression shifts, a blend of sadness and bittersweet acknowledgement crossing his features as he turns back to the unconscious patient on the bed, seemingly lost in thought. He ultimately refrains from uttering the name of Tai Hao. After a moment, he asks, "So, who will take over this investigation?" Xiao Wu pauses, shaking his head. That was not mentioned. Team leader Zhu only said to report any developments to him temporarily. We will be notified once the new head of the investigation team is appointed. Yang Yuanzhang falls silent, letting out a sigh. Su Chen had a restless night, plagued by bizarre and unsettling dreams. He dreamt of the widespread propagation of Wanwu Zhongyan in ballad, which mutated several times and at one point spread to the Himalayan mountains. However, the towering altitude and the biting cold of the winds above created a natural barrier that prevented Wanwu Zhongyan from breaching it. Unexpectedly, Wanwu Zhongyan divided into two paths, one spreading from above the Kunlun Mountains and the other from the ocean, infiltrating the peninsula and using it as a springboard to infect the inland regions. Vast areas were engulfed in deep blue, and despite the relentless efforts of soldiers to clear a quarantine zone, the fungi thrived in the expansive dead zones, continuously bolstered by a fresh influx of spores. Even the lengthy quarantine zone, stretching for dozens of kilometers, could not halt the spread of this fungus. Spores infiltrated cities on the wind, taking root on the skin and clothing of every person touched by the breeze. The surface of each infected individual began to sprout clusters of deep blue, ultimately enveloping the human form entirely. The once thriving metropolis faded into oblivion, leaving behind only towering structures of deep blue. Everything he cherished was scattered by the wind, and amidst the silence and desolation, only death remained as the true eternal presence. To be honest, he was genuinely terrified by this nightmare. Upon waking, his heart raced, prompting him to rise unusually early and head towards the nameless military jurisdiction. He truly could not dare to sleep again. The leader was also up early, and upon seeing Xu Chen, he managed a faint smile, though the worry etched on his face was still palpable. Yet, he ultimately regained control of his expression, quickly resuming a serious demeanor. As a leader, negative emotions should never appear. Even in the bleakest situations, one must exude boundless confidence to inspire unparalleled faith in others, guiding them through adversity to ultimately achieve victory. You appear rather fatigued. Perhaps you should find a room to rest before coming to see me, the leader suggested. Xu Chen, feeling less than invigorated after a restless night, quickly declined. No, I'm fine. Just tell me what to do. The leader, observing Xu Chen's weary countenance, could not help but say, "Shall I brew you a cup of tea to help you wake up? Just don't doze off on me." Xu Chen immediately forced himself to appear alert, widening his eyes. "No need, just tell me what I should do." The leader sighed in resignation. At 3:27 p.m. yesterday, Lieutenant Chu also fell in the line of duty. What? Xu Chen was stunned by this shocking news, his drowsiness instantly dissipating. But according to the records, based on the timelines of Galao and Tong Yuanshi, it seems he had not yet reached his end. The leader seemed somewhat surprised. It appears you have indeed studied the materials well. While he could survive for a considerable time while bedridden, he worked his body and mind to the brink in a bid to leave behind vital information while conscious, ultimately succumbing to heart failure. Xu Chen fell silent, grasping the leader's meaning. Freedom had already compromised much of Lieutenant Chu's body, including damage to cardiac cells and lungs, making even the simplest actions a Herculean effort for him. The impairment in lung function hindered oxygen exchange, leading to a drop in blood oxygen levels, which necessitated the heart to pump blood at an increased rate to supply oxygen and energy for movement. A heart already compromised could not bear such a burden. What Xu Chen did not know was that Lieutenant Chu's condition was far worse than he imagined. He had even been resuscitated and injected with epinephrine during the process. Epinephrine causes vasoconstriction, increases heart rate, and enhances cardiac contractility. Even if revived, his heart would require a period of rest to return to normalcy, or at least to a less dire state. However, Lieutenant Chu chose not to take that path. The injection of epinephrine would restore his heartbeat and allow for a more vigorous blood flow. In a healthy individual, this response would resemble a heightened state of alertness, akin to a fight-or-flight reaction. Lieutenant Chu, having received epinephrine, felt that his condition was perhaps at its best in recent days, even if it was merely a fleeting illusion. He was unwilling to relinquish it. The effects of epinephrine are not long-lasting. Indeed, they are quite short-lived. Eventually, his movements were sustained solely by sheer willpower until his body could no longer endure the strain, leading to a gradual shutdown of his systems. And he finally ceased to exist. In his last moments, he still gazed down at the cipher machine, fixated on it with a yearning hope. According to Lieutenant Chu, he had gathered some information, albeit potentially tainted, which he could not disclose to us, opting instead to attempt to store this data within the cipher machine. The codes for these machines are now safeguarded by a 5-member information analysis group established during Lieutenant Chu's life. They are aware of some of the contents and are currently validating whether this information can be stored within the machine. The cipher machine? You actually managed to create one? Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had previously read in the documents that Professor He mentioned a type of differential mathematical encryption to counter the distortion of reality by Cthulhu Lauding. He had thought it would take a long time, yet it was completed so swiftly. Well, it's merely a simple prototype. Lieutenant Chu recorded more crucial information within it, some of which the Information Analysis Group is unaware of, and due to certain concerns, he chose not to disclose it to them. Once the group verifies the accuracy of some contents within, they will find a way to handle this information-tainted message. Chen nodded, unable to suppress his thoughts. Had Tang Yuanshi possessed this cipher machine when parting ways with Menghua, they might have already discerned the means by which it operated. If Galao had this cipher machine, perhaps they could even strike at the heart of Cthulhu, as long as the machine proved useful. However, he could not help but wonder, was this cipher machine truly effective? Chapter 65. Meaningless decryption. Now that Lieutenant Chu had fallen in the line of duty, and according to his assertions, you are not afraid of being washed away, and you possess heightened inspiration, which he deemed a vital characteristic in the fight against it. Although you joined the organization under fire last time, I am aware that you are still a university student. I will not impose military expectations upon you. I must inform you that what you are about to undertake is perilous, and you still have a chance to reconsider. Some matters do not necessitate your involvement. Chen fixed his gaze upon the leader and straightened his posture. Leader, I have made up my mind. I am ready to proceed. Excellent. I did not misjudge you. The leader expressed a sense of relief, with Lieutenant Chu having perished in service. Your task is to assume his position and lead the team in deciphering the information he left behind. Chen nodded, then recalled something. However, I lack experience. The leader regarded Chen. Do not worry. If you have questions, you may consult Team Leader Zhu, who is Lieutenant Chu's subordinate. He will guide you on how to manage Lieutenant Chu's affairs. You can reach him via internal lines or military district satellite phones. The leader then informed him of the location of Lieutenant Chu's office. After a considerable time, the leader watched Chen depart, momentarily lost in thought before a faint smile graced his lips, and he shook his head slightly. Chen had never seen the interior of this military jurisdiction. Even the location of Lieutenant Chu's office was discovered through inquiries with young soldiers, some of whom suspected him of being a spy and intended to report him. Were it not for his officer's credentials and various proofs, he would have been confined to a small dark room. There was no choice. He had never been to this place, and he had to ask around at every turn. Eventually, he learned to be clever, seizing a seemingly idle young soldier to guide him directly to the location. After expressing his gratitude to the young soldier, Chen approached the small building and pushed the door open. A peculiar, briny scent enveloped the air, causing his body to instinctively tense as he sensed a haunting yet familiar presence. Upon surveying his surroundings, he realized that the place was quite unremarkable, and the earlier sensation seemed akin to an illusion. From the outside, the small building appeared substantial, yet upon entering, Chen discovered it to be rather modest. Surrounded by desks laden with papers and a whiteboard cluttered with notes. In the center, 5 individuals were gathered, engrossed in some matter. Beside them stood a device resembling a sophisticated cipher machine. Chen immediately grasped that this might be the cryptographic apparatus referred to by the leader. And those 5 individuals constituted Captain Chu's intelligence team, his think tank. Yet what were they examining? Intrigued, Chen approached them. The text before him was lengthy and challenging to decipher through mere conjecture, suggesting that Captain Chu had indeed sensed something amiss. How could they verify this? Suddenly, the conversation ceased, and the last speaker regarded Chen with surprise. You are Chen. How did you come here? Chen, unfa, ziplit. I am here to take on my duties, succeeding Captain Chu. By the way, where is Team Leader Zhu, the eldest among them? A seasoned detective clad in his police uniform, which he had yet to change, remarked, "You mean Team Leader Zhu? He is not at the Nanhua Military District. He is currently at the Central Hospital, overseeing matters related to Tai Hao's illness." The old detective then scrutinized Su Chen. "However, if you are here to assume Captain Chu's position, it is quite fitting. It seems you are familiar with me." "Indeed, we have encountered you, but you have not met us," the old detective replied, devoid of any condescension. He recognized Su Chen's uniqueness and understood the reason for his assignment. The meeting he referred to was from a prior conversation between Captain Chu and Su Chen, during which they used surveillance equipment to observe Su Chen's facial expressions, thereby providing Captain Chu with informational support. "By the way, you might not know us. I am Liu Gang, Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Division of Huanan Province. You may call me Detective Liu." The others introduced themselves in turn. "I am Wang Husheng, a psychological expert and doctor from Huanan Hospital. I'm a sociology professor at Huanan University." After listening to their introductions and surveying the room, Su Chen realized that these individuals were truly exceptional, each a rare talent in their field, undoubtedly invaluable. "All right, although you seem to know me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Chen, a medical student." They all chuckled, not perceiving him as an ordinary medical student. "So, what are you all engaged in at the moment?" Su Chen inquired, his curiosity piqued. Detective Liu, upon hearing this, pulled Su Chen closer to stand beside him, gesturing toward 3 handwritten sheets of paper on the table, densely populated with numbers. "You should be aware of Captain Chu's situation, correct?" "Su Chen note go li." "The leader informed me that he died in the line of duty. He was a great soldier." Detective Liu nodded in agreement before continuing. "He sacrificed himself while inputting information, and this is the information he left behind." Su Chen leaned forward to examine the meticulously handwritten sheet, then turned to Detective Liu with a perplexed expression. The detective made no unnecessary gestures, simply flipping the papers over to reveal Chinese characters inscribed on the back, decoded text. Su Chen furrowed his brow upon seeing the last line of the 3 pages, which was filled with circles. The cipher machine might indeed be useful, yet it appeared we had no means to decode it. Su Chen had also noticed the final row of circles, but could not help but ask why. The 5 exchanged glances, and Detective Liu provided an answer. "We have confirmed that this last segment holds a clear meaning and can be easily deciphered. However, for reasons unknown, it is only recorded as these circles, and when we try to recall the content, we cannot remember what we had decoded. Our efforts seem utterly futile." Su Chen's eyes widened as he gazed at the circles on the paper. A dreadful possibility struck him. While the cipher machine was indeed functional, the inexplicable supernatural force of Su Lu Lao Deng controlled the entire process of information transmission. It did not need to distort the cipher itself. It merely needed to twist the information that emerged from the decryption, rendering the cipher machine meaningless. It could not only distort the original information sent by the transmitter, but also the information received by the recipient. A chill ran through Su Chen. If this were true, what significance did Captain Chu's sacrifice hold? Could he not foresee such a scenario? His thoughts momentarily halted as he pondered. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Reflecting on the entire situation, the crux of the issue lay in whether Captain Chu could truly have anticipated such an occurrence. He was aware of Su Chen's descriptions of the entity and had attempted to document the terrifying yet enigmatic form. He had recorded the distorted information and should have known of its capacity to twist data. Surely, he must have considered that the information, once transmitted through the cipher machine, would inevitably revert to its original meaning. The cipher machine would not provide protection or illumination to the message, and it would undoubtedly face distortion from that entity. Yet, he still chose to document it. It seemed he was quite certain that the information he recorded in the cipher machine was significant. Chapter 66. Its gaze Su Chen could not resist glancing at the now decoded information above, which contained dialogues with Grandfather Yang. These conversations had already been submitted and were recorded in one of the 5 documents he reviewed, such as the statement, "Tai Hao can exempt patients suffering from Tai Hao disease from the harm and pollution stemming from it." Su Chen paid little mind to it, as he was already aware of this detail. However, he noticed another piece of information that, for some reason, had not been included in the documentation. Su Chen possesses an ornament given by Director Yang, which seems to enable him to speak and has other effects. Su Chen examined it, then removed the jade pendant given by Director Yang from around his neck, holding it in his hand for a closer look. Truthfully, he had nearly forgotten about this item, having not exhibited any powers since then. The jade pig dragon-shaped pendant remained as inconspicuous as ever. After experiencing the effects of a significant silence spell, he had frequently removed the pendant, attempting to speak. It seemed that the silence spell would gradually weaken over time, until ultimately, even without wearing the pendant, Chen could articulate words. At that point, he believed the pendant had exhausted its potential and had become useless. However, now it seemed, from Captain Chu's information, that this pendant might possess abilities beyond merely lifting the silence curse. Chen continued to peruse Captain Chu's remaining messages. Chen possesses high inspiration and is resilient to where he can obtain complete information. Chen was momentarily taken aback, suddenly comprehending everything. The final piece of encrypted information indicated that Captain Chu had foreseen that even if the encrypted cipher would remain unaltered, the decrypted content would inevitably be distorted. What then was the purpose of the cipher he left behind? Its significance lay in recording the unaltered original cipher using the machine. This cipher, having not been distorted, could be deciphered by someone like Chen, who is resilient to wear, enabling him to retrieve complete information. Captain Chu's arrangements were meticulous. Even if Chen did not recognize or comprehend this information, he would inevitably succeed in decoding it. By integrating Chen into the organization and assigning him a specific role, he would inevitably find himself on the decoding team. Therefore, even if Chen was unaware of the information, he would certainly attempt to decode it, fulfilling Captain Chu's objective. Chen realized that this information was likely intended for him. Detective Liu, how is this cipher deciphered? Chen inquired, resolved to attempt the decoding himself. The seasoned detective observed Chen intently and elucidated. The students have previously informed us about the cipher machine. The complexity lies in the encryption. Yet the decryption is relatively straightforward, relying on a cipher table. Chen surveyed the vicinity of the table, but found no such cipher table. The veteran detective, understanding Chen's quest, parted the crowd and unveiled a whiteboard, revealing an 8x8 grid partially filled with letters. Within this grid lay a sequential arrangement of the alphabet, accompanied by a numerical offset and coordinates. Each set of numbers corresponded to a specific offset, serving merely as a reference. Under the detective's guidance, Chen discerned that the decoding was indeed uncomplicated. He glanced at the cipher and prepared to transcribe his findings on a paper. The detective and the others watched intently, recognizing Chen's exceptional talent. He was likely to decipher the message left by Captain Chu. They gathered closer to observe. Chen briefly surveyed the cipher and the letters on the whiteboard before solemnly encircling a particular area on the paper. They suddenly realized that Chen, like themselves, might not succeed. However, watching him persist in his decryption efforts, they sighed in disappointment, opting not to interrupt but to contemplate alternative strategies. Just as they were deep in thought, Chen's voice suddenly rang out with excitement. Eureka! I've done it! The seasoned detective approached to see Chen jubilantly holding a paper covered in numerous circles, seemingly containing vital information. With his vast experience, he quickly grasped the significance of the moment, gestured for silence among the others, and smiled as he engaged Chen. It appears you have discerned Captain Chu's message. Would you be so kind as to share it with us? Chen furrowed his brow and examined the circles he had drawn. All right, but are you certain you wish to hear it? Captain Chu's message seems rather ominous. The detective nodded. We are here for this very purpose. Do you think we should refrain from listening? In that case, Chen acquiesced, spreading the paper across the table and beckoning everyone closer. Come and see. I've documented it. The detective, already aware that the paper was merely filled with circles, politely declined. No need for that. Simply tell us what message Captain Chu left. Chen sensed an oddity in the air, casting a suspicious glance at the detective, but failing to discern anything amiss. He nodded. Very well. I shall read the message he left. I am not entirely oblivious while lying in bed. I can sense the vast ocean and the starry sky when I close my eyes. Yet, this place is far from enchanting. It is rife with terror. I can feel an overwhelmingly dreadful gaze, alongside the aura of sanity succumbing to madness. This gaze emanates from the nameless and formless. It wanders and lingers in the highest heavens, drawing ever closer with the passage of time, threatening to fix its gaze upon me. The aura of impending madness grows ever more potent. Its gaze roams around me, seeking not only to observe me. Its gaze ultimately rests, and I cannot escape. I know where it is fixated. It is observing our nation. It has taken notice of us. Chen concluded reading the entire segment and lifted his gaze, only to find the expressions of everyone in the conference room rather grave. What seems to be the matter? The 5 individuals appeared drained, yet exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly perplexed by Chen's inquiry. Only the veteran detective scrutinized Chen for a moment before cautiously asking, "Did you not perceive anything unusual while reading?" Chen shook his head, glancing at the detective, and suddenly recognized their pale faces as if they had endured extreme terror. Did something unusual occur? The detective rested in his chair, replying, "Indeed, the information you relayed resembled mere ramblings. It was hardly comprehensible. I scarcely caught a few coherent phrases." The psychologist, Wang, appeared even more astonished. What I heard was nothing but chaotic babble. That voice did not form coherent sentences. Chen felt somewhat confused. He had spoken in clear, standard language, so how could it be misconstrued as gibberish? However, he quickly realized that this was undoubtedly the work of the ancient entity, Cthulhu. But why had he felt nothing this time? Was it that the information held little significance to it, or had it grown weary and feeble? Chen cast a glance at the jade ring still grasped in his hand. In Chapter 67, the old seal, the detective, and the others engaged in discussion, attempting to articulate what they had heard, yet he described the voice as akin to a language barrier, rendering their words incomprehensible. Among the 5, the detective was indeed quick-witted, his thoughts exceptionally agile. Upon confirming that everyone had perceived some semblance of sound, he proposed documenting their accounts and piecing them together. They transcribed their interpretations onto paper. Chen noticed that their writings were still circles, yet they seemed unaware that they had merely drawn a sequence of circles. They placed their accounts on the table, merging them with one another. "Did you all write circles?" the detective inquired, glancing around. "No, what I see is that yours is not even in words." Chen realized the similarity to his own previous writing, which had also consisted solely of circles after being silenced. However, with the jade ring's presence, he should be immune now. He looked down at his own scribbles, an intricate array of circles. Chen nearly jumped in alarm. Moments later, the group stared at one another, particularly the detective, who frequently glanced at Chen, puzzled as to why Chen could withstand the pressure and decipher Captain Chu's cipher while they could not. Meanwhile, Chen pondered the implications of Captain Chu's message. Although the passage he left was extensive, only one statement bore significance. It indicated that it was watching the nation where Chen resided. This revelation likely emerged when Captain Chu realized he was being observed. He may have attempted to document it, but failed, hence his fervent desire for the advent of the cipher machine. However, Chen had already inferred that Cthulhu had taken notice of this nation, particularly given its rapid response to outbreaks. The mutated fungus had been eradicated before it could spread. Cthulhu must have been perplexed, observing that the mushrooms it had planted thrived, yet one had perished shortly after being introduced. It would surely be inclined to take a closer look. Upon doing so, it must have realized that its cultivated fungi had indeed all perished. What now? Thus, it resorted to a different method to propagate the disease. Furthermore, it continued to monitor the situation inland, directing attention to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from arising. Chen speculated that Cthulhu's new method was likely not effortless. Otherwise, it would not have initially resorted to cultivating mushrooms to disseminate this fungus. If it were simple, it could have unleashed an intangible substance, inexplicably causing widespread illness. Such a method would be far more difficult to guard against. Regrettably, Cthulhu's new approach, while insidious, proved effective. Although its mortality rate was inferior to that of the mutated fungus, the onset of symptoms was far less predictable. Moreover, the deployed mutated fungus continued to exert its intended effects. The spread of the finality of all things by ballot persisted, and this fungus still posed a significant threat to public health inland. Chen glanced at the 5 individuals, feeling a sense of worry. He had acquired a wealth of information, yet Cthulhu had meticulously guarded against any detrimental news regarding himself, leaving him unable to inquire about their potential solutions. A think tank exists here, yet I find myself unable to inquire, which is indeed disheartening. I must devise a solution. Su Chen lowered his gaze to the small jade pendant in his hand, gently caressing it with his fingers before tapping his forehead. Recently, it seems that the more matters I encounter, the more I tend to forget. The solution is right at hand, yet I fail to notice it. According to the information left by Lieutenant Chu, this jade pendant is not merely capable of lifting the silence imposed upon me. Perhaps I should explore the possibility of this object preventing the distortion of information it brings. Suddenly, Su Chen paused, sensing that he had stumbled upon a fleeting thought. Could it be yet another elusive spark of inspiration? Holding the jade pendant, he chased after that flickering insight. He felt a familiar echo within his words, which proved to be crucial to his current self. He mulled over his previous thoughts, engaging in quiet soliloquy. Preventing the distortions it brings? Su Chen gazed at the jade pendant, lost in contemplation for a while. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, realizing what this object in his hand resembled. An ancient seal. It is said that such seals can avert the encroachments and harm from the old gods, the eldritch, and various supernatural forces. If Cthulhu were to encounter this artifact, it would react with the same revulsion as humans do towards excrement. This can be considered humanity's exclusive talisman against the old ones. However, even a mop dipped in filth, with Lu Bu in existence, cannot claim invincibility. If provoked, even Lu Bu would meet his demise, despite the filth he might face. Nevertheless, it must be said, having this is better than having none at all. Su Chen suddenly recalled that the silencing spell that had been dispelled from him was not merely a lifting of the spell. Rather, it was the dispersal of the power that Tai Hao had imposed upon him. Although Lieutenant Chu did not elaborate extensively in one of the 5 documents he submitted, Su Chen could discern that Tai Hao had directly silenced him to prevent him from incessantly chattering, thereby avoiding the need to expend further effort in stopping the spread of information pollution. His previous silencing was markedly different from the inability to articulate words related to Cthulhu experienced by the 5 just now. It was a power from a higher existence. At that moment, he was unable to speak normally at all, yet he gradually regained his voice. In retrospect, the jade pendant in the shape of a pig dragon became quite intriguing. Could this jade pendant truly be an ancient seal? Su Chen examined it from every angle. This jade pendant is of a smaller variety, devoid of intricate patterns and lacking the distorted pentagram he had envisioned. However, he sensed that it indeed possessed a remarkable aura. Just as Su Chen was about to abandon his inquiries, he suddenly noticed that the patterns on the jade pendant exhibited peculiar trajectories, seemingly shaped by the inherent impurities within the stone. Su Chen grabbed a piece of paper and hastily sketched its form. It resembled a simple branch-like pattern. Although he had never seen this shape or had perhaps forgotten it, he could unmistakably recognize that this object indeed represented an ancient seal. Su Chen planned to have someone complete the drawing of this pattern, or perhaps create a few replicas of the jade pendant to validate its efficacy, and, if successful, initiate mass production of ancient seals, distributing them to counter Cthulhu's influence. It is said that ancient seals protect only the areas they cover. So if not limited to stone materials, one could be bolder in their applications. In the future, when urban planning occurs, shaping the city into the form of an ancient seal could create a secure zone within, providing a slight defense against Cthulhu. More audaciously, with laser weaponry now being quite advanced, should Cthulhu emerge, one could potentially employ ship-mounted laser weapons to inscribe an ancient seal upon its forehead. For it, that would be akin to a most humiliating affront. However, these are merely future considerations. For the time being, Su Chen set aside these enticing thoughts, as he had yet to ascertain the effectiveness of the ancient seal. Cthulhu's distortion of information is an authentic supernatural force. While the ancient seal may not be able to vanquish Cthulhu, addressing this minor distortion of information would indeed be a targeted remedy. Su Chen resolved to bring this suspected ancient seal to the veteran detective and allow them to test its effects. Chapter 68. A certain warning after the last of the 5 deciphered the information left by Lieutenant Chu using the jade pendant, although they still inscribed circles on their paper. They now recalled the process of their deciphering. Su Chen believed that the content written on the paper was not sheltered by the ancient seal, and thus distortion was to be expected, unless a method were found to inscribe an ancient seal on the paper. The medium would lack the power to resist pollution and preserve the information. While the others pondered the information retained by Lieutenant Chu, the veteran detective examined the jade pendant intently, deep in thought. Su Chen, what is this object? if it can resist its pollution. Does that not imply that this object possesses a form of supernatural power? Upon noticing the detective's interest, Chen promptly shared his hypothesis. This object is a jade pendant engraved with an ancient seal, which can indeed disperse the supernatural power and pollution emanating from it to a certain extent. The psychologist nearby was momentarily taken aback and quickly grasped another person. Wait, let me conduct a psychological assessment. The psychologist's commotion drew the attention of Chen and the veteran detective. Though the questioning was intricate, the respondent appeared experienced, responding swiftly. After the psychologist completed his inquiries, he looked at the jade pendant in the detective's hand with a blend of curiosity and astonishment. What he said is true. The sense of emotional detachment has indeed diminished, which suggests that its pollution upon us has also decreased. Chen did not comprehend their discourse, but the veteran detective's expression shifted. If that were the case, would Lieutenant Chu not have needed this jade pendant? Chen understood the implication and shook his head. The power of the ancient seal is limited. It is not as formidable as you envision. According to Lieutenant Chu's final remarks, it has already fixed its gaze upon him. This object cannot withstand its scrutiny. A fly that has crawled through filth may be distasteful, yet it can be swatted dead, and many would deem it worthwhile, especially if it were to land upon a dining table. Regrettably, Cthulhu shares this sentiment. The veteran detective gazed at the jade pendant side. Even if it possesses only this level of efficacy, the ancient seal is still precious. We lack means to counter it. This may well be the only thing we know that can affect it. Chen nodded in agreement. The detective returned the jade pendant to Chen, stating meaningfully, "In my view, this object is actually more significant than the information left by Lieutenant Chu. If it can be replicated or mass-produced, we could undoubtedly gain an advantage." The jade pendant felt warm in the detective's hand. He treasured it, warming it further. Chen regarded the detective, realizing they were indeed of like minds. "What suggestions do you have?" "Send it to the Academy of Sciences. Allow them to analyze its material, its patterns, and the power it harbors within." Chen hesitita. He had no second piece of this object, and if it were damaged, he would have no means to replace it. "Well, if you're concerned, you could apply to liaise with the leaders, monitoring the entire process and participating personally. Your identity, combined with this object, would certainly prompt them to collaborate with you." Chen nodded. Monitoring the process could be feasible. However, this matter would have to be postponed for now. "You should now be aware of the message left by Lieutenant Chu. Please share your thoughts." The veteran detective sighed. "To speak frankly, we have indeed learned that it has taken notice of us, but that seems of little use." "Not true," the psychologist countered. "This is not without merit. Lieutenant Chu is warning us." The seasoned detective regarded him with a discerning gaze. In light of the current circumstances, was a warning truly necessary? No. He was acutely aware of the situation, perhaps even more so than we were. If he deemed this information significant, then it implied that the warning was indeed warranted. Yet, what was the actual necessity of this warning? Could the situation possibly deteriorate further? Uncertain. The psychologist sighed, expressing his doubts. "We are unaware of what his gaze signifies. Based on my models, it is plausible that Lieutenant Chu is cautioning us that he may orchestrate something monumental." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. The seasoned detective forcefully struck the table. "This is intolerable." His enraged exclamation was followed by a return to silence. Observing the somber mood, the psychologist managed a weak smile. "However, this is merely conjecture. Nothing is definitively settled. Moreover, have we not already verified that this cipher machine can indeed transform information into interference-resistant codes? Logically, this constitutes a form of victory as well." Chen noted that, agreeing with the psychologist's assessment. This cipher machine is capable of safeguarding the integrity of the information sent by the sender, while the ujiware ensures that the information received remains untainted and unaltered. Theoretically, as long as the sender has not succumbed to madness and maintains rational cognition, they can transmit any information they desire. This device is poised to play a crucial role in Professor He's forthcoming endeavors. A spark of realization illuminated Chen's mind as he contemplated certain possibilities. This cipher machine, paired with the ujiware, seems tailor-made for his needs. He could transmit information. The cipher machine would securely store it, and the ujiware would ensure the recipient receives it seamlessly. However, upon surveying the cipher machine, he dismissed his treacherous thoughts. The machine could only guarantee that the information remained unaltered. It could not cleanse the information of its inherent taint. Should his name be inserted into the cipher machine, the decoder would be confronted with an unadulterated, innocuous, and additive-free essence of pollution. Furthermore, the cipher machine is reusable. Each decoding would contaminate anew, ensnaring decoders like a trap reminiscent of Mickey's whimsical house. Tai Hao expressed his inability to endure such a prospect. Moreover, much of what he knew was not meant to be spoken. Who could say what the consequences would be if such information were spread, especially if even Tai Hao could not bear the cost? Chapter 69 Interrogation. After confirming the efficacy of the cipher machine, Chen did not forget to report to the leader. The leader promptly decided to summon Professor He to unravel all the enigmas left by Elder Ge. Coincidentally, at this moment, the improved cipher machine from the Chinese Academy of Sciences was completed and delivered to the military-controlled area, subsequently relocated to Chen's office. Chen was then escorted by Mr. He to the military district's entrance. Their destination was Elder Ge's Research Institute, where they sought Meng Hua. With identification in hand, their journey to the institute was smooth, and Chen and Professor He quickly located Meng Hua within a laboratory. However, upon their arrival, Meng Hua appeared somewhat disoriented. Sitting vacantly in a chair, his gaze lost in the void of the air. Chen was taken aback. Meng Hua's condition was concerning, and he feared that he too had fallen victim to him. Just as he was about to approach Meng Hua, Mr. He intervened, shaking his head to prevent Chen from proceeding. I have inquired with the leader. Meng Hua previously believed that the alteration of Academician Tang's coded notes was due to his own negligence in safeguarding them. He has been feeling quite guilty, resulting in psychological distress, which is why I have refrained from contacting him these past few days. He was later compelled to see a psychologist, and he has only recently begun to recover, so please avoid triggering him. Meng Hua managed a slight smile, glancing at the elderly professor in the wheelchair. Rest assured, old man, I am not a porcelain doll. I am not so fragile as to succumb to such depths. Mister. He was somewhat taken aback and gently pushed his wheelchair closer, placing a hand on Meng Hua's knee. It is all right, my child. I understand your thoughts. However, Academician Tang and Elder Ge faced an existence beyond our imagination. His methods are elusive and insidious. This is certainly not your fault. Meng Hua nodded, sighing, I understand. Let's not dwell on this. Old man, are you here to find me for the information left by Academician Tang and Elder Ge? Chen stepped forward, presenting the confiscated identification to him. To his surprise, Meng Hua glanced at the identification with a hint of astonishment. Chen? I recall that name. Were you not interrogated? How did you become affiliated with the military? Speaking of this matter, Chen felt a surge of frustration. But reflecting on the situation at the time and considering his current status, his irritation dissipated. It was indeed understandable given the circumstances. I joined under duress. Is there any doubt? Meng Hua shook his head. No. If you are here regarding the information left by Academician Tang and the teacher, then please ask. I shall answer all your inquiries. Just be cautious of that existence. He has already taken my teacher and Academician Tang. Chen nodded at Professor He, who then addressed Meng Hua. I am a retired physics professor from Eugene University. You may refer to me as Professor He. Meng Hua looked at Professor He with a mix of surprise and newfound respect. Professor, please proceed with your questions. Professor He noticed the shift in Meng Hua's demeanor, but chose not to reveal his observations. After Elder Ge's passing, was it you who summoned Academician Tang here? What questions were posed at that time? Meng Hua reflected for a moment. At that time, Elder Ge was leading our research on the phenomenon of special corrosion. He must have discovered something significant, but my team and I were unable to ascertain the direction. Thus, we reached out to Academician Tang through Lieutenant Chu. My inquiry was whether there was a way to clarify Elder Ge's specific research direction using my team's experimental records and reports. As Elder Ge had reviewed these records and reports, Professor He nodded, signaling his comprehension. What about those experimental records and reports? Are there any backups? Please hold on. I will retrieve them for you. As Meng Hua rose, he stumbled slightly, evidently having been seated for an extended period. However, he quickly regained his composure and began searching through the materials on the laboratory desk. After a short while, he returned with a stack of documents, placing them in Professor He's hands. Here they are. Please have a look. Professor He did not offer an opinion, briefly skimmed through the documents, and then began examining them in detail. Is there anything else besides these? Meng Hua paused, glancing at Su Chun, his lips pressed together. Su Chun, standing behind Professor He, noticed Meng Hua's gaze upon him, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is it? Is there nothing more? Professor He continued to inquire without lifting his eyes. Well, Academician Tang also reviewed a transcript of Su Chen's interrogation. Regarding that, you might find Su Chen more informative. Su Chan exchanged an innocent look with Professor He. Professor He furrowed his brow, turning to Meng Hua. What was Academician Tang examining the interrogation transcript for? He was looking into Elder Ji's final words. Mr. He regarded Meng Hua with suspicion. As a member of the summoned think tank, he had reviewed Elder Ji's last words well before Su Chen's interrogation. Regrettably, the information gleaned at that time was minimal, with the most pertinent detail revealing Su Chen's uniqueness. As for Elder Ji's other statements, it seemed only Su Chen discerned that he intended to unveil the identity of a certain existence. This think tank had no clear insights regarding Elder Ji's final words, leaving them in a state of confusion. What did he discern? I do not know. He seemed particularly focused on this phrase. It is vast and chaotic yet beautiful, where matter and time coalesce into a small fragment, like scattered stars. However, you can also discern that this statement lacks coherence. Academician Tang merely reiterated it several times without further elaboration. Professor He furrowed his brow, pondering intently upon hearing the words. After a moment's contemplation, finding no resolution, he shook his head and resumed examining the materials in his hands. Suddenly, he turned to a document that bore a long diagonal line across it. It was a spectral data record. What could have happened here? Oh, that was an erroneous spectral analysis. Academician Tang remarked that this data was incorrect, but he had initially utilized it to draft the code. Hence, to maintain the order of the documents, I merely made a mark and returned it. Professor He scrutinized the spectral data closely and indeed identified the mistake. He let out a scoff, deeming the error rather absurd. And then, after reviewing everything, Academician Tang pondered over the interrogation records until mealtime, when a thought struck him. He left me a segment of the code using the materials you have in hand. He then departed. Professor He nodded, indicating that he had finished listening. Do you still possess this material? Meng Hua promptly affirmed. I have an electronic backup. If you wish to take it, feel free to do so. Very well, my expertise is somewhat lacking compared to Academician Tang, and I cannot discern any issues at the moment. I will examine it further upon my return. Meng Hua's eyes suddenly sparkled. Professor He, I have an unrefined request. Professor He inclined his head. Speak. If you happen to make any discoveries, would you be so kind as to share them with me? As a student of Gulao, I feel quite ashamed not to be aware of my mentor's findings. That is permissible. Meng Hua's excitement was palpable. Splendid. If so, you may command my team's laboratory for any assistance you require. Professor He nodded. Although he was a retired professor, he had taught several students, and accessing the school's laboratory was not a challenge. However, the conditions there were far inferior to those at Gulao's Research Institute. Utilizing Meng Hua's team laboratory would indeed be a fortunate development, particularly for smoothly validating various hypotheses. Chapter 70. Confusion to expedite the unraveling of the enigma left by Gulao. Remaining at this research institute evidently presented an excellent opportunity. Although this place was not accessible to the average individual, Su Chen could leverage his military ties for engagement. Furthermore, Meng Hua and his team posed no objections, and their research direction aligned with Professor He's. Consequently, they were granted permission to stay at the institute and use various instruments. Yet, it seemed that Professor He was not progressing smoothly. He meticulously examined each research report and testing document, but found no anomalies. He resolved to commence a few experiments and calculations to see if any breakthroughs could be made. In the meantime, Su Chen took the opportunity to relocate the cipher machine here and sought capable individuals within the institute to analyze his old jade pendant. By the evening, after finishing dinner, Su Chen returned to the laboratory, bringing food for Professor He. He had heeded Meng Hua's advice, believing that Cthulhu would undoubtedly not remain indifferent, and thus he decided to remain by Professor He's side to ensure no vital information was overlooked. Currently, Professor He had indeed not yielded any results. It is well known that academicians are among the most elite individuals in the nation, their intellect beyond question, making them rare gems even on a global scale. Professor He acknowledged that he fell short of Academician Tang and Gulao, realizing he would require more time. However, Chen believed that should Professor he uncover something significant, it would attract Cthulhu's attention like a dog drawn to the scent of refuse. It was a precarious situation. Chen glanced at the cipher machine. A model claimed to offer easier input. After being delivered by the military, he positioned it beside Professor he for easy access. Professor he? Professor he was engrossed in jotting down notes when he glanced at Chen and then resumed his writing, clearly indicating he preferred to speak directly. I brought you food. It's right beside you. Professor he nodded, murmuring some formula as his pen continued its unbroken motion, seemingly at a crucial calculation moment. Chen did not urge him, as he was not in a hurry. He had learned from Meng Hua that many researchers, like Professor he, often neglected meals in pursuit of their studies. The institute had even installed microwaves in the lounge to quickly reheat food if it cooled. Observing Professor he's notes, which were not in circles, confirmed that he had not delved into the mysteries left by Gulao. In this moment of tranquility, everything seemed to be in order. A noise emerged from the next room as the door swung open, revealing several rather exhausted individuals. Meng Hua, accompanied by his team, emerged, appearing physically and mentally drained. He flipped through freshly printed documents in his hands and placed them on Professor he's desk. Despite his fatigue, Meng Hua appeared much improved, as the labor had alleviated many chaotic thoughts, brightening his mood. Professor, the data has been compiled. I have left a few individuals working on the next batch. It should be ready later. Professor he finally completed his calculations. He set down his pen, picked up the documents Meng Hua had placed on the desk, and nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your hard work. Go eat. Meng Hua bid farewell to Professor he and Chen before exiting. Chen observed Professor he poring over the documents. Professor, have you made any discoveries? Professor he sighed and shook his head. The data he had computed revealed no apparent issues. Akin to a lost traveler aware that someone had once pursued the truth while he stood helplessly gazing ahead. It was a feeling of abandonment, stranded alone in a snowstorm, unable to move forward. No, Gulao and Academician Tang are indeed pillars of a nation. I am not their equal and require more time. Chen noted that, pushing the meal he had brought closer to Professor he while offering words of comfort. Professor, do not be disheartened. Please eat first. Professor he, bewildered, set aside the materials in his hands and accepted the boxed meal. Chen said nothing further. He had anticipated that resolving this matter would not be straightforward. Professor he was, after all, aging to the point of requiring a wheelchair, and while possessing a wealth of knowledge, his cognitive agility could not match that of the younger generation. However, he did not remain idle. After Professor he finished his meal, Chen retrieved a USB drive and several documents from his pocket. The USB contained the results of his day at the Research Institute, a scanned image of his jade pendant along with material analysis. Although the Institute could not investigate the supernatural forces within, determining the composition of the pendant was relatively uncomplicated. Utilizing the Institute's graphic analysis computers and the continuously refined algorithms of various experts, along with the equipment capable of scanning such small items, he acquired a micrometer-level external model and structural data of the pendant. Subsequently, materials science analysis revealed the material and craftsmanship, yielding quite ordinary results. Nevertheless, these data ensured he could replicate one perfectly in a one-to-one scale. He spread out the papers, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the old seal patterns depicted on them, noting several variations, none significantly different. After all, the markings and materials on the jade pendant were three-dimensional. Chen had ensured that the thickness of the markings was scanned accurately. These were all slices of that thickness. He found himself in a quandary. With so many old seals, which one was genuine and effective? What level of precision was required to ensure efficacy? Was micrometer precision necessary? If this item needed to remain unaltered to function, his plans for mass production would be thwarted. Indeed, the machinery capable of processing materials at the micron level is quite rare. However, Chen pondered the jade ring in his hand, concluding that it would not be as absurdly precise as the micron level suggests. Given the era it was unearthed from, the utmost it could achieve was hand carving, with an error margin of at least a millimeter. If an exceptionally precise antiquity were truly required, the manufacturing techniques would be rather daunting. Speculations regarding certain aspects of the Hongshan culture could even lead to a complete reevaluation of established conclusions. Thus, he resolved to conduct an experiment to determine the efficacy of the hand-drawn antique seals. He flipped over the paper adorned with these seals, intending to inscribe something on the reverse side for verification. He wondered whether the entity Cthulhu would mind having some of its concealed information recorded on this paper filled with antiquated seals. Chapter 71. Despair is boundless. Chaotic yet exquisite, material and time coalesce into a minuscule fragment, akin to scattered stars. Upon hearing a familiar whisper, Chen paused his pen and turned to Professor He. The professor had barely touched his meal, his chopsticks frozen mid-air as he stared vacantly at the documents laid across the table. Chen shook his head, glancing at the circles he had drawn on the paper. Were these scanned and printed shapes of the antique seals ineffective? Frowning, he sensed that his assumptions might be flawed, which could significantly impact his future plans. He contemplated the numerous factors that could influence the effectiveness of the antique seal, suspecting it might relate to the material. It was entirely reasonable that casually drawn shapes on paper would not yield results. The act of drawing symbols required specialized yellow paper and cinnabar, followed by ritualistic practices. Given the high stature of these antique seals, it was likely that special materials were essential. Perhaps he should seek stones similar to that of the jade ring to carve a few seals. The material used for this jade ring was not of the highest quality, containing many flaws, yet the Research Institute lacked experts in relevant minerals, unable to identify the exact type of stone. He intended to search for suitable talent and procure a machine capable of high-precision processing. Chen glanced around and spotted the cipher machine, his eyes lighting up. He had seen the intricate construction within. The precision of the various components was seamless, and a machine capable of producing such parts would undoubtedly meet his requirements. Suddenly, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, a dark presence filling the laboratory. Chen sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. His muscles tensed, and his heart began to race, preparing for the impending danger. However, in stark contrast, the laboratory remained eerily silent, with only Professor He's soft murmurs creating an illusion of tranquility, devoid of any threat. Chen's eyes flickered. He found it strange to feel such apprehension without perceiving its source. After a moment, he trusted his instincts and turned his attention back to Professor He. Approaching the professor, he noticed him staring blankly at a document marked with a black line. Chen recognized this document as erroneous spectral analysis data, as mentioned by Meng Hua. Being a medical student, he cannot comprehend its significance. Professor He, have you made any discoveries? Snapping back to reality, Professor He looked at Chen and remarked, there is indeed something, but I recall you were in the medical field? Chen noted that. Sighing, Professor He continued, never mind, push me into the laboratory. I have something to verify. All right. Chen assisted Professor He in opening the door to the laboratory. Inside, several individuals were engaged in various experiments, either seated in front of computers or attentively monitoring the instruments. They were part of Meng Hua's team, and upon seeing Professor He enter, they all regarded him with respect. Professor, what brings you here? Well, I have some findings to validate. Do you have any instruments for spectral analysis? Spectral analysis? We have a simple spectrophotometer, a fluorescent spectrometer, and next door, we have a mass spectrometer and a nuclear magnetic resonance spectrometer. The equipment seems quite comprehensive. I would like to borrow your mass spectrometer and obtain some samples for examination. The team exchanged glances and finally, one member nodded and retrieved several boxes containing various specimens for Professor He. Chen observed that these appeared to be fragments of antiques, composed of diverse materials. These are remnants of significant corrosion that Go Lao requested us to collect. Are they usable? His heart raced. Yes, indeed. Please pause your current tasks and assist me in conducting spectral analysis on these samples. Understood. As the researchers operated the mass spectrometer, Professor He emphasized the precision of various parameters, particularly for the Raman spectrum. The team diligently began their assigned tasks. After several minutes, the data finally emerged. Professor He instructed the researchers to continue while he reviewed the freshly generated spectral data, jotting down notes on paper. The broadening of the Raman spectral peaks seemed irregular. The distribution of vibrational frequencies was excessively wide, and the transitions between electronic energy levels were overly complex, necessitating calculations. Professor He scribbled notes, appearing to gain clarity in his objectives. After validating his hypotheses, he scrutinized other data and inscribed another formula, SLNW, indicating the need to utilize the Boltzmann entropy formula for subsequent transformations. His eyes sparkled with increasing intensity as his calculations accelerated, culminating in a scrawl that was nearly illegible. Some computational steps were mentally calculated and bypassed. Yet, he proceeded with utmost caution when writing down the final result, 727 times 1021J. Suddenly, Professor He's expression of excitement froze, as if confronted with an incredible value. He glanced at the paper filled with equations, set it aside, and retrieved another sheet to once again write the Boltzmann entropy formula, beginning anew. This time, he was not in pursuit of speed, but instead exercised extreme caution, even drafting calculations on a separate sheet for the simplest of numbers. However, the process was finite, and inevitably, he reached the moment of recording the result. With trembling hands, he inscribed a string of identical figures, 727588089, 5 times 1021J. The pen slipped from Professor He's grasp, clattering onto the desk with a crisp sound. He resembled a child who had erred, fixating on the formula he had written, desperately seeking the source of his mistake. After a prolonged silence, he gradually ceased his movements, resembling a statue. Chen sensed something was amiss, observing Professor He's expression. The professor continued to murmur the words spoken by Guo Lao on his deathbed. Material and time coalesce into a minuscule fragment, akin to scattered stars. A look of bewilderment spread across his face, far more profound than the solitude he had previously experienced. His current confusion resembled a despairing bewilderment. It was as if he had encountered a calamity bestowed by the divine, where prayers were futile, and a heart rendered lifeless found itself lost in the question of what more could be done. The path was no longer obstructed by the storms. Yet an insurmountable chasm appeared. How could this be? How could this be? Professor, he murmured in confusion. Civilization, my civilization, our civilization, what path lies ahead? He shed 2 tears, murky and sorrowful, not knowing to whom he posed the question. Chapter 72. Entropy Increase and Anomaly. Professor, what's wrong? Chen stood at a loss, staring at the weeping elder. Professor, he shook his head. He is an enemy against whom we are powerless. We cannot conquer him. Upon hearing this, Chen quickly lowered his gaze, observing Professor He, whose thoughts were clear and whose words flowed coherently, seemingly unaffected by his influence. This also indicates that he sincerely harbors such thoughts. Professor He, your abandonment seems rather hasty, does it not? At the very least, you should inform me of what you have discovered. With so many people in our country, is there truly no solution? As Chen spoke, a profound sense of crisis surged within him, overwhelming him with tremors, the dark aura shadowing him relentlessly, omnipresent. However, Professor He remained oblivious, merely nodding in agreement, about to articulate something. Yet, he was struck dumb, realizing that no sound escaped his lips. That ominous presence lingered around Professor He like a tangible entity, and Chen found himself unable to resist its influence, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. Suddenly, Professor He looked at Chen with terror etched across his features, hastily retrieving a pen and scribbling something on a blank sheet of paper before him. After only a few characters, he halted. It was futile. That presence had arrived, and neither paper nor pen could convey any information. The characters he inscribed were indecipherable. Chen's tremors persisted, despite having seen nothing. Yet, his body incessantly warned him. Professor He was in danger, immense danger. Professor He quickly recalled the cipher machine, thanks to Chen's arrangement. He could easily manipulate the device that was so close at hand. He attempted to activate the cipher machine, only to be astounded by its apparent lockout. Unresponsive to his commands, the machine emitted a slight warmth, its internal structure seemingly altered and damaged. The presence was upon them. He realized he was destined to follow the path of the 2 academicians, yet he felt an overwhelming reluctance. However, this feeling was soon dispelled, replaced by a wave of comfort. He discovered a profound sense of satisfaction, as if even the looming crises could be forgotten with mere consent, allowing him to plunge into an infinite descent. Initially bewildered, he tasted that endless euphoria, witnessing the most marvelous moment of his life, the pinnacle of success and acclaim. All he needed to do was surrender to this blissful realm. Yet, he abruptly awakened from this sensation, breaking free, only to be engulfed by an unending terror. He was gripped by an overwhelming fear of everything transcendent, realizing he had yet to sound the alarm. and the world remained oblivious to the significance of this existence. He could not perish without purpose. He was acutely aware that this presence was insurmountable, yet he still wished to prevent humanity's demise in ignorance. Professor, he stared at Chen, his eyes wide with desperation, struggling to articulate something, but could only emit a hoarse whisper. Suddenly, Chen was engulfed by a dazzling array of colors, the entire space transforming into an unreal dreamscape. He began to doubt whether he had fallen into an illusion. He saw Professor He, amidst his screams, slowly morphing in shape and structure. Flesh and skin began to dissolve, flowing like hot tar under the influence of gravity. The unchangeable connective tissues, such as hair and body hair, merged into the muck like scattered debris. The professor's left shoulder and much of the surrounding area began to grotesquely sprout, resembling buds, manifesting as tiny fleshy protrusions akin to newly born skin tissues, writhing like maggots in rapid expansion. The lower half of the body, now unrecognizable, began to develop cauliflower-like warts, swiftly covering every possible surface, competing for limited space, growing vertically. This horrifying transformation transpired in the blink of an eye, and the professor had become a monstrous entity that screamed incessantly. Anyone witnessing this monstrosity would surely be horrified and unable to flee. Yet Chen, under the influence of his body, could still think sharply. He realized he had but one means left, his jade seal, the ancient stamp he had received from Grandpa Yang. He was uncertain of its efficacy, but it was the only option that came to mind. He hurled the jade seal into the vibrant, surreal colors, which revealed a true white amidst the chaos. That streak of white landed upon the monstrous entity, now a mass of blood and flesh, dissolving into the mire, vanishing in an instant. The screams transformed into discernible words. Chen, remember, the value is increasing, and the negative entropy is decreasing. The voice echoed repeatedly, before reverting to a hoarse and indistinct tone. Suddenly, a shattering sound emerged, as if the colors were being siphoned away into an infinite void. Chen lost consciousness. Director Yang, here is the list of 13 fatalities from Taihao disease. I have compiled it. Xiao Wu looked at Director Yang, his eyes red, as if he had been crying. Director Yang took the list, glancing over it with a sigh. Among these, how many were your teachers and classmates? Xiao Wu silently nodded. You should see them off. I will report to Team Leader Zhu. A single misstep leads to total loss. We have little opportunity left. At that moment, Team Leader Zhu rushed to Professor Gu's Research Institute, engaged in a dual-front battle. His pace frantic. He had just received a report from the Central Hospital that another 13 patients with Taihao disease had passed away, inquiring about his course of action. Before he could respond, the Research Institute called again, reporting an incident. It was simply absurd. He had come here hoping that nothing had happened to Chen. Upon reaching the laboratory, he found the corridor cordoned off, several soldiers standing guard with weapons drawn. Meng Hua and his team sat on chairs in the corridor, Meng Hua being questioned, while the others stared vacantly at the tiled floor, their minds seemingly blank. After verifying his identity, Team Leader Zhu was granted access to the laboratory. The veteran detective was continuously examining the traces within the lab. In the far corner of the table lay a canvas-like covering obscuring something, bulging ominously. Chen sat slumped in a chair, his life in limbo. Team Leader Zhu's heart sank. He hurried over to check Chen's condition, relieved to find that he appeared merely weak in breath, his body seemingly unharmed. Naturally, had anything grave occurred, he would have been sent to the hospital by now. After assessing Chen's state, he turned to the veteran detective, wanting to inquire about the situation. At that moment, the veteran detective noticed something, taking several photographs before cautiously pushing the cipher machine from the corner and bending down to investigate. Team Leader Zhu, with keen eyes, observed something flesh-colored at the lower section of the cipher machine, and as he approached for a closer look, his question was caught in his throat. It was a mass of twisted, fleshy appendages covered in warts and varying lengths of hair. He could even sense a semblance of vitality within it. Staring at this abomination, his mind went blank, unable to comprehend its nature, merely entranced by its grotesque form. The veteran detective examined the cipher machine, and upon gently touching it with the back of his gloved hand, it emitted a few gurgling sounds, seemingly alerting to its abnormal state, prompting him to search for any possible activation points. Chapter 73. Arriving for destruction, the cipher machine was subsequently opened with tools, and the veteran detective took a glance at its inner workings. He was instantly astounded. The veteran detective had seen the prototype of a cipher machine and was aware of its structure. The gears were neatly arranged, embodying the mechanical beauty of the steam age. However, this prototype's steel gears and axles were twisted and abstract, radiating warmth from the metal's deformation, leaving him unable to fathom how such a transformation had occurred. Initially intending to discover if any codes remained intact, he now pondered what could possibly be left. The veteran detective rose to his feet. Noticing that team leader Zhu was captivated by the cipher machine, he approached and gently shook Zhu's shoulder. As Zhu's thoughts returned, his pallor deepened, revealing his distress. Team leader Zhu, what brings you here? Zhu glanced at the grotesque remains beneath the cipher machine, but averted his gaze after a fleeting glance. At the central hospital, 13 more patients have succumbed to the Taoho illness. I need to report to Chen. The old detective pondered, realizing that it was once again a sign of divine attention in this place. Attention? Zhu understood the implication behind the detective's words, and his expression darkened. Has Director Su summoned him again? No, this time, he comes for destruction, and the summoner is not Chen. Who then? Professor He. Zhu was perplexed. Where is Professor He? You would rather not know. Soon, the Chemical Defense Unit will take over the handling of this incident. It would be wise for you to check on Chen. If he does not awaken soon, the Chemical Defense Unit will take him away. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Zhu turned to see soldiers clad in protective gear entering, their presence accompanied by clamorous voices. Comrade, a red alert has been issued for an unknown disease. We are from the Nanhua Military District Chemical Defense Unit, here to manage the ensuing matters. Please step outside to cooperate with us in collecting your biological samples. You will be allowed to leave once we confirm no infection or contamination. Zhu, feeling resigned, was ushered out, finding the corridor filled with astonished individuals, including armed soldiers. They were encircled by those in protective gear, yet there was no significant uproar, as everyone recognized these were the people's soldiers and thus felt reassured. Those present understood the implications of a red alert and deemed it best to comply. Chen experienced a nightmarish vision, awakening suddenly with ragged breaths. His heart raced, yet he could not recall the details of his terrifying dream. Liu Densu, what is the matter? Turning around, he saw team leader Zhu speaking to him, recalling their first meeting with Elder Go. I'm fine. I just remembered something. Professor He. Where is he? Zhu sighed. His situation is rather complex. If you wish to know more, you must inquire with the Chemical Defense Unit. Chemical Defense Unit? Chen was bewildered, unable to fathom the connection, but he nodded. All right, I will seek out Professor He. He has made significant discoveries. Zhu hesitated, but then rose. Lieutenant Su, there's no need for such trouble. Since you have awakened, I shall summon him for you, as they also have matters to discuss with you. With that, he hastily departed the ward. After Zhu left, Chen fell into deep contemplation, quickly recalling the events of that day. Calculations, whispers, observations, mutations, and the surreal experiences he had undergone, akin to being ensnared in a horrific illusion. He recalled Professor He's incessant repetition of a particular phrase, murmuring softly. The value is increasing while the negative entropy is decreasing. He understood that the value referred to the number calculated by Professor He, yet he was uncertain of the implications of decreasing negative entropy. He instinctively sensed that this phrase bore a striking resemblance to the remnants of the cipher left by academician Tang, coupled with the intensity of the divine reaction. It suggested that Professor He had unraveled the enigma left behind by academician Tang and Elder Go. This phrase was the ultimate answer. However, Chen was puzzled. If Professor He had indeed discovered the truth, why did he appear so despondent? The ward door swung open abruptly, revealing Zhu, who gestured for someone to enter. An elderly man in a white lab coat stepped in, academician Chi. Chen had met him during his internship and had engaged in discussions regarding the recent surge in fungal cases. He anticipated their next encounter would be in a hospital bed. Yet, reflecting on their previous interactions, it was evident that the Chemical Defense Unit had been involved with academician Chi, indicating a connection between the two. Su Xiaoyu. I never imagined our next meeting would be here, academician Chi remarked with a faint smile. Chen managed a wry smile and nodded. Indeed, I did not foresee this. The information you provided has proven helpful, though thus far, We have found nothing of particular significance. Should you make any further discoveries, remember to contact me. Understood. Zhu interjected. You have matters to discuss with me. Although I too have inquiries, you are the patient, so you may speak first. Su Chen suddenly remembered his purpose. Where is Professor He? He has made a momentous discovery. Academician Chi's expression shifted. He was aware of certain underlying details, but sighed in resignation. Very well. Are you able to get out of bed? I will take you to see him. Su Chen tested his mobility, finding no issues. I can. Then follow me. Su Chen accompanied Academician Chi out of the ward, realizing they were in a military hospital. Chi prevented Zhu from following, instructing only Su Chen to accompany him. Upon entering the elevator, Su Chen observed Academician Chi swipe his ID card, selecting the negative 4th floor. As they arrived, Su Chen felt an unsettling chill in the air. Chi remained silent, leading Su Chen into a sealed chamber, where they donned cumbersome protective suits. Su Chen felt a sense of confusion, but complied without protest. After undergoing disinfection and a series of procedures, they finally reached a room exuding a chilling atmosphere. The cold air seemed tangible, and Su Chen realized that the protective suit possessed a heating function. The room was illuminated with numerous lights, predominantly shining on a dissection table, where something unknown lay. Several individuals in protective suits busied themselves around the table, moving between it and the nearby equipment and workstations. Academician Chi, why have you brought me here? Chi did not respond to Su Chen's question. I remember your performance during the internship. Your mental fortitude is commendable. You wish to see Professor He, did you not? He is there. Su Chen froze, gazing at the dissection table, a horrifying possibility surfacing in his mind. He hastened to the table, where he beheld a grotesque amalgamation of flesh, resembling a devilish creation, with various hideous and bizarre tissues, rendering it unrecognizable as human. His last vision was not an illusion. Professor He had perished. This was his remains, transformed in some manner, with his DNA largely obliterated, yet identifiable through intact DNA fragments. Academician Chi. This tissue has been confirmed to be partially composed of keratinous layers proliferating for unknown reasons, reported one of the researchers nearby. Chi nodded, indicating his awareness. By the way, bring me those stone fragments. Yes. The reporting individual approached the workstation, returning with a tray containing peculiar fragments. Su Chen? Yes. Su Chen snapped back from his daze and looked at Academician Chi. Are you all right? No, I'm fine, Su Chen replied, though his voice trembled, betraying his facade of composure. Sigh. Professor, he was a good comrade. Don't succumb to despair. Remember you have other responsibilities. Su Chen's expression dimmed, leaving him speechless. Su Chen. Comforting others is not my forte, but do not forget to honor Professor He's legacy. He suddenly recalled Professor He's last haunting cries, causing him to pause. Professor He disclosed the answer to himself, yet he remained the sole keeper of this knowledge. Perhaps this was a key to overcoming the entity, and he should not succumb to despair. Otherwise, his efforts and sacrifices would be rendered meaningless. Academician Chi, you are right. I cannot betray Professor He, said Su Chen. Well said. Academician Chi responded approvingly, noticing that Su Chen regained his composure and felt relieved. Su Chen, I discovered this item among Professor He's remains. It was evidently enveloped during the phase of his flesh's aberrant growth, and you were the only one present at the scene. Therefore, please take a look and identify what this is. Su Chen glanced at the tray, his body jolting as a bitter expression crossed his lips. He beheld fragments of inferior jade, stained with blood and flesh. This is a jade pig-dragon-shaped ring, inscribed with a mark known as Join, which can dispel supernatural forces. I had given it to Professor He, hoping to shield him from the entity's harm, but how did this jade ring become shattered? Academician Chi also stared curiously at the items on the tray. Capable of dispelling extraordinary powers? No wonder the DNA fragments embedded within the flesh were relatively intact. It is precisely through these DNA remnants that we were able to confirm Professor He's identity. However, if that is the case, do these fragments still retain the ability to dispel supernatural forces? Su Chen shook his head. No, the power derived from the inscribed Join mark has been lost once it was shattered. Academician Chi expressed his disappointment as he returned the tray to the researchers and turned his gaze towards Su Chen. Now, tell me what transpired to cause Professor He to end up in this state? Chapter 74. Starvation. Su Chen recounted the events to Academician Chi, who meticulously replayed the scene in his mind. A grave expression overtook his face. This transformation occurred at an alarming speed? If so, the situation is more complicated than I had anticipated. Chen was perplexed. Observing his confusion, academician Chi elaborated, "You have studied medicine, yet cannot discern the issues surrounding Professor He's transformation as you described?" Chen grew even more bewildered. He thought that from the moment academician Chi began to unravel the mystery of the two academicians until the finality of death, everything was problematic, and he could not pinpoint which aspect academician Chi was referring to. "Sai, how do you suppose this transformation was achieved by the entity?" "I do not know." As academician Chi regarded Chen, he perceived genuine ignorance reflected in his expression. He sighed and explained, "Upon examining Professor He's remains, we found that most of his cells lacked down-regulated expression of adhesion molecules, such as E-cadherin, while exhibiting upregulated expression of other adhesion molecules like integrins and selectins. Much like cancer cells, the absence of these connections between tissues resulted in structural collapse and damage. However, the rapid rate of cell division, combined with DNA that was too damaged to express normally, led to erroneous self-repair processes. This resulted in severe hyperplasia, displacement, and deformation of the skin, muscles, and even organ tissues, with bones suffering considerable softening and twisting. If a normal person were to undergo such a transformation, how intense must their cellular activity be to reach this state? Chen suddenly awakened to the understanding of academician Chi's words. He realized that the majority of human cells have a limited number of divisions throughout their lives, meaning their division rates cannot be rapid. Otherwise, human lifespan would drastically diminish. Yet, Professor He was different. The transformation unfolded before his very eyes, visibly alarming. Yet ultimately, it was a product of cellular decay and division. The speed of this division and differentiation was astonishingly swift, as if cellular division had no limits. In my assessment, under the entity's gaze, Professor He's cellular DNA was repeatedly damaged and reorganized, with activity accelerating by more than 10,000 times. His remains revealed no adipose tissue, which serves as energy storage, and certain tissues exhibited signs of necrosis. Chen, what do you think was the cause of Professor He's demise? Chen glanced at the dissection table, and then at academician Chi, feeling a sense of unease akin to being in a classroom. Yet the sight of Professor He's remains filled him with both strangeness and sorrow. Was it the loss of organ function? Such a significant transformation must have altered the blood vessels, leading to compromised blood supply to the internal organs, resulting in localized tissue and organ necrosis. Academician Chi shook his head. His blood vessels were exceptionally rich. Even if a particular vessel became obstructed, compensatory vessels would grow into large arteries due to the rapid cellular growth, so his blood supply was not an issue. Then was it excessive energy consumption? Chen suggested. Precisely. Professor He starved to death. The transformation he underwent required vast amounts of energy, far beyond what he could store. Many of his cellular tissues even underwent autolysis. Yet all his cells ultimately succumbed to starvation. My assessment indicates that had sufficient nutrients been provided in a timely manner, he might have had a chance of survival. Chen fell silent, suddenly recalling that this time, the entity's method of silencing had changed, becoming increasingly aggressive. If it were not that the entity was becoming indifferent to humanity, then perhaps Professor He had struck a painful chord. Professor He had revealed the entity's secret to him. Although Chen was uncertain as to why the entity had spared him, he sensed that it was a sign of desperation. However, each instance of information extraction came at a heavy cost, and this time, he had lost Professor He. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, it was still difficult for him to accept. Moreover, there was the matter of the Joeen. The Joeen had allowed Professor He to utter that final phrase. It failed to save his life. The sound of shattering he had heard was likely the Joeen breaking under the pressure of the entity's gaze. Furthermore, the Sci-Fi machine seemed ineffective as well. The entity's overt actions this time were likely a consequence of the Sci-Fi machine's presence. It no longer granted the observed individuals a moment to linger. It was an instant kill, leaving no opportunity to operate the Sci-Fi machine. Yet Chen remained unaware that, for precaution, the entity had also destroyed the Sci-Fi machine. To obtain Professor He's final words, they had sacrificed 3 eminent scholars. The entity's manipulation of Professor He's cellular transformation and heightened activity bore many similarities to the methods of mutated fungi. If only they could comprehend how the entity achieved this. They would possess a formidable advantage, but for now, further research was necessary. Chen observed academician Qi, noting the determination etched upon his face behind the sealed mask of his protective suit. Academician Qi, are you not afraid? We have already lost 2 academicians and 1 professor. Chen inquit. Academician Qi frowned at him, saying, I had previously conversed with old Ge. The entity's malevolent intent is unmistakable. It clearly harbors no intention of sparing us or humanity at large. What good is fear? Chen nodded in understanding. Do not dwell on Professor He's situation. Simply focus on carrying out the tasks he wished for you. Chen gompon. Pondering briefly before casting one last glance at Professor He's remains on the dissection table and turning to depart. Professor He was gone, just like the 2 academicians. Now, he needed to find someone knowledgeable in physics to help elucidate Professor He's statement. After all, he only grasped the general meaning but remained oblivious to the value of those words. He hoped that this phrase could pose a significant threat to the entity, compelling it to pay a steep price. The first person Chen thought of was Meng Hua. As old GE's student, he likely possessed some of old GE's profound insights. With the riddle laid bare, explaining its meaning should not exceed the bounds of comprehension. Additionally, there had been an agreement that any discoveries would be shared with him. In terms of both sentiment and reason, Chen ought to seek him out. However, he ultimately refrained from directly approaching Meng Hua, as he first needed to locate the computational manuscript left by Professor He, which contained crucial evidence regarding everything. Chapter 75. Time accelerated as Chen was on his way to retrieve the manuscript. Team leader Zhu found him and informed Chen of news from Dinyang. Lieutenant Su, I didn't have a chance to report earlier because you left in such haste. Yesterday, Dinyang Tianyu from the Central Hospital reported that 13 patients afflicted with Taihao disease have passed away. Chen was taken aback, gazing at team leader Zhu. Deep in thought, he was aware from the documents he had reviewed that Dinyang referred to the deceased Taihao disease patients as a cost, and when he had previously recklessly uttered its name, the audience had reacted as if nothing was amiss. It was evident that if those in power were to be directly wiped out, the nation would descend into chaos, making it exceedingly difficult to restore order. Given the already dire situation, the future seemed unpredictable, certainly not resembling the present state. However, having been with Professor He yesterday, witnessing his transformation and the destruction of the old seal, and even falling into a stupor himself, the fact that Dinyang had still paid the cost of 13 Taihao disease patients raised a pressing question. Where had this cost been paid? Was it his own life? Had the wrath directed at him been averted? Yet, when he had previously foolishly called upon its name, he had not anticipated such a steep price. A flicker of inspiration struck Chen as he recalled the vague sense of crisis he had felt prior to conversing with Professor He. It seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. If, at the moment he felt that crisis, it was indeed interfering with Professor He, but had been repelled, and not just once, then its fury could be understood. If this were the case, Chen turned to team leader Zhu and articulated slowly, value is increasing, and negative entropy is decreasing. Team leader Zhu looked at Chen in confusion, unsure of what he meant. Team leader Zhu, please repeat what I just said. Value is increasing, and negative injury is decreasing? He replied. Negative entropy, Chen corrected him. Value is increasing, and negative entropy is decreasing? This time, silence enveloped the room. Nothing transpired. Chen felt neither abnormality nor danger, as if his statement were utterly commonplace. It dawned on him that his intuition was correct. Taihao had utilized the lives of the Taihao disease patients to absolve this piece of information from contamination and scrutiny. When ordinary individuals recited this phrase, it would draw no attention. The cost was 13 lives. The reason it treated Professor He in such a manner was indeed because of this. Under the influence of Taihao, it could no longer hinder the dissemination of this message. However, this was merely a serendipitous insight. After team leader Zhu's suggestion, he belatedly recalled that he was still responsible for matters concerning the Taihao disease. He had previously pondered how to restore the old seal, and now it seemed he had a potential avenue. Where is Meng Hua? Team leader Zhu, still scratching his head in confusion over the sentence Chen had asked him to repeat, thought for a moment before responding, he should still be here. Professor He's laboratory has been quite devastated. To prevent any further outbreaks of new infectious diseases, the Chemical Defense Unit is taking this matter very seriously, and their inspection results will require some time. And what about me? Why was I not examined? Team leader Zhu chuckled wryly. As the one closest to Professor He, you were naturally prioritized for examination and were checked early on. Meng Hua and the other researchers were merely precautionary measures. Take me to see Meng Hua. Zhu agreed and led Su Chun through the building until they arrived in front of a room. By the way, Team Leader Zhu, how has the contents of Professor He's laboratory been handled? They are likely also under inspection. Whether anything can be uncovered is one matter. Whether it is inspected is another. For matters concerning it, no detail can be overlooked. Can I retrieve anything from within? Su Chen in Gui? It depends on the specifics, but I can negotiate. Generally, it is possible. Good. I need the manuscript from Professor He's desk. You must assist me in obtaining it. Understood. After watching Team Leader Zhu depart, Su Chun entered the room. It was an ordinary hospital ward, sparsely furnished with several beds. Meng Hua and his team were present, with the team members idly fiddling with their signal-less phones or reading, engaging in hushed conversations. Only Meng Hua sat by the window, staring vacantly outside. Upon hearing Su Chun enter, the others looked over, but Meng Hua remained oblivious. After Su Chun sat down beside him, Meng Hua finally turned to acknowledge his presence. Meng Hua, what are you thinking about? I am contemplating Professor He. Su Chun inquired. Can you tell me what has happened to him? After a moment's thought regarding the confidentiality agreement he had reviewed, which stated that certain information was not to be disclosed, he could only shake his head, expressing his helplessness. I'm unable to divulge that. As a student of Professor Gu and a member of his research institute, Meng Hua understood that some information required secrecy. However, he gazed at Su Chun with a hint of reluctance. When I returned to the laboratory, I was the first to enter. I saw you collapsed in the chair, and I also saw the wheelchair. Meng Hua's voice faltered, unsure how to describe what he had witnessed. Eventually, he sighed. I reported the situation to the leader and prevented others from entering. I also did not allow anyone inside the laboratory to leave. Only I witnessed that thing. I know it was Professor He. I wish to avenge my teacher, but I currently do not even comprehend why Professor He is transformed in this manner. Meng Hua ultimately fell silent again, turning his gaze back to the window. Su Chun understood. No wonder this room felt particularly somber, as Meng Hua, like him, had witnessed the transformed Professor He. The scene was incomprehensibly horrifying, far more disturbing than any horror film, enough to linger in the mind of anyone who had seen it. In contrast to ethereal specters, the tangible flesh and blood presented a far more immediate threat, casting a deeper psychological shadow. Su Chun, why have you called me here? Su Chun confirmed Meng Hua's condition. Although his expression was bewildered, he still appeared quite normal. In truth, the departures of these three scholars were intricately connected to him. At this point, Meng Hua's demeanor could be considered remarkably resilient. To speak plainly, Professor He ultimately left behind more than nothing. He left behind a phrase, and I wish to understand its meaning. Meng Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Professor He left behind a message? He discovered the information left by academician Tang? Su Chen note that the message was, value is increasing and negative entropy is decreasing. Upon hearing this, Meng Hua fell into contemplation. Value? Negative entropy? I don't recall seeing those terms in the materials. A knock echoed from outside, and Su Chun went to check. It was Team Leader Zhu, slightly out of breath, who handed Su Chun a seal bag. Su Chun opened it to find Professor He's manuscript. After verifying it, he handed it to Meng Hua. As Meng Hua reviewed it, he became lost in thought. This contains the Boltzmann entropy formula and other variations. I need to calculate this value. No wonder academician Tang urged me to study thermodynamics. If this is the case, then this value. Suddenly, Meng Hua exclaimed, goodness, why is this value so enormous? Su Chun was startled by Meng Hua's outburst. He looked at him with a pleading expression, realizing he lacked the knowledge to provide an answer, and thus shrugged helplessly. I came to inquire of you. Who are you questioning? Receiving no answers from Su Chun, Meng Hua turned back to the manuscript with a confused expression. Let me ask if the value is increasing. What then? Meng Hua softly elucidated that the value in question is the Boltzmann constant, which is firmly established at 1.38 times 10 to the power of 23 text j. In theory, this value remains unchanged throughout our universe. However, what would transpire if it were altered? Take, for instance, the figure calculated by Professor He, which exceeds the normal value by over 500 times. This suggests that the rate of entropy increase for this object would accelerate by a factor of 500. Consequently, on a macroscopic scale, this object would exhibit a temporal flow significantly faster than usual, experiencing time at a terrifying rate of 500 times. At this moment, Chen finally comprehended the essence of what is termed special corrosion. Chapter 76. An unassailable foe if the rate of temporal corrosion for artifacts were indeed increased by 500 times. A single day would equate to a year and a half. A year would amount to 500 years, and a decade would translate to 5,000 years. Various normal corrosion processes would occur at an abnormal velocity, and even with any protective measures in place, one would inevitably fail. Unfortunately, that moment for the artifact, under the relentless flow of time and a 500-fold increase in entropy, would arrive with alarming swiftness. The most formidable adversary in existence is time. Under its relentless tide, little remains intact. It is no wonder Chen struggled to identify the peculiarities of the artifact's special corrosion. It was merely the normal process of corrosion, albeit expedited to an imperceptible degree. Chen racked his brain for solutions, suddenly posing a question. If I were to establish a preservation standard capable of enduring for millennia, could it mitigate the effects of this corrosion on the artifact? For instance, maintaining a constant temperature, isolating it from reactive gases, shielding it from sunlight, and ensuring it remains motionless. Menghua pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, that would not suffice. Moreover, there is the matter of negative entropy diminishing. Here, negative entropy symbolizes the ordered structure or information of an object. Even if it were perfectly preserved and isolated from its environment, it would inevitably succumb to a continuous state of self-dissolution, an unraveling that is both unavoidable and unstoppable. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a surge of anxiety. If that is the case, what methods do we possess to combat this increase in entropy? There are no solutions, Menghua replied with a resigned shake of his head. If we could resolve the issues of entropy increase and negative entropy, it would equate to achieving time reversal and immortality, an unattainable feat with our current technology. In an instant, Chen recalled the sorrowful expression of Professor He, the lost gaze of a man adrift in uncertainty, unable to discern a path forward. He had indeed been aware of the information left by Gu Lao and academician Tang, yet he could not conceive a remedy, which was why he had appeared so perplexed. Confronted with such an adversary, Chen genuinely did not know where humanity's path lay. Rising to his feet, Chen paced back and forth, his mind a tumult of thoughts. Suddenly, he turned to Menghua. In my studies, I have learned that free radicals in the human body are produced during normal metabolism and biochemical processes. If one were to induce some form of entropy increase in the human body while simultaneously reducing its negative entropy, what would happen to the free radicals? Would this not result in the rapid aging of organs and an overproduction of free radicals within the body? Menghua, uncertain, responded, but as he completed his statement, his expression abruptly shifted. You mean to say that he utilized this method to eliminate academician Tang and my teacher? Yet Chen frowned. He realized that while he had discerned the methods employed by the adversary, he still possessed no means of counteraction. Additionally, this time with Professor He, the adversary had unveiled another extraordinary method of assassination. Chen recognized that upon failing to prevent the leakage of information, the adversary had swiftly adopted another form of intimidation, showcasing their boundless and terrifying power. Regrettably, their objectives had been achieved. They had employed the most brutal and inconceivable means to terminate Professor He. However, the efficacy of this intimidation was uncertain. Chen turned to Menghua, startled to see him grimacing in thought, gazing intently into his own eyes. I cannot deny my inability to conceive a solution. Yet, Chen, this matter cannot simply be left unresolved, can it? Chen agreed with a nod. Very well. I know of someone who may be able to help. She is a true genius. Chen paused in surprise. Who? Which academician? No, not an academician, but rather a student of an academician, and one whom we both know. He considered the few academicians he was acquainted with, narrowing it down to just academician Tang. Academician Tang. Precisely, the prodigious student of academician Tang, a leading talent in high-energy physics, Ling Kai. I had the privilege of meeting her during my discussions with Gu Lao, who held her in high regard. Ultimately, She is merely a student of academician Tang. How could she possibly compare to an academician? No, you misunderstand. She is a genuine talent. Academician Tang has stated that her aptitude is extraordinary, and he rarely has anything to teach her. If all goes well, she will undoubtedly become an academician herself. Su Chen was taken aback, glancing between Meng Hua and himself. Well, you're also a student of Galao. Yet you cannot devise a solution while believing she can. Why is there such a disparity between you two? Meng Hua, somewhat exasperated, replied, It is not that I am ashamed of Galao. Ling Kai is truly a top-tier genius, while I am just an ordinary researcher. Very well. Then where do I find this genius? At the Duggan Nuclear Energy Research Institute or the Xiaoyun High Energy Physics Research Institute? Meng Hua answered without hesitation. Su Chen felt a flicker of hope, for he currently lacked any means to curb the adversary's unique corrosion of artifacts. Here are Professor He's manuscripts. I will instruct the Research Institute to provide verification. If Ling Kai wishes to authenticate their authenticity, our institute will stand as a witness. Or she may conduct the tests herself. Su Chen glanced at the manuscripts in his hand, recalling Professor He. We cannot simply approach her directly. This information may need to be set aside for the moment. I still need to check if I can obtain an old print from Grandpa Yang and inquire about a long unanswered question. After decoding this segment, it would be unwise to assume all will be well. Further assaults from the adversary are inevitable. As the only friendly supernatural being I know, Tai Hao, I wish to discover if there are alternative defensive methods. For if the path ahead requires countless scholars to venture forth at the cost of their lives in pursuit of knowledge, that would be an unbearable burden, a price we cannot afford. Team Leader Zhu, please arrange for me to meet my Grandpa Yang Tianyu. Team Leader Zhu nodded. Please follow me. We will take a special aircraft to Central Hospital. Chapter 77. Reunion. Su Chen donned a protective suit and, after undergoing a disinfection process in the sterilization tent, proceeded down the corridor. Although it had been confirmed that Tai Hao's illness was not transmitted via microorganisms, the protocol remained in effect as a precaution. He double-checked the voice filter, ensuring the earpiece was functioning correctly before approaching the nurse's station. Nurse Xiao Wu stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar figure, puzzled by his presence. Are you from that unit? What brings you here? Su Chen finally heard the filtered voice through his earpiece, distorted yet clear enough to understand. I am Su Chen, taking over for Captain Chu. I need to see Director Yang. Where is he? Su Jian. I've heard Director Yang mention you. But how did you manage to take over Captain Chu's position? Xiao Wu appeared somewhat bewildered, but eventually gestured in the direction. He is currently in room 13. You may go see him. Su Chen thanked her and quickly located room 13, proceeding towards it. In the room, faint whispers lingered as Director Yang, clad in surgical attire, bent over to attend to a patient. Beside each hospital bed stood a large machine resembling a frame, designed specifically by an engineering institute in collaboration with a major state-owned enterprise for the care of patients suffering from Tai Hao disease. These substantial machines are nursing robots capable of substituting human efforts to accomplish most, if not all, caregiving tasks. Their accompanying facilities can effectively alleviate muscle atrophy caused by prolonged bed rest through means such as traction or electrical stimulation. Su Chen observed Director Yang without interrupting his work. Who are you? Director Yang, having heard Su Chen's movements, finished his task, gathered his tools without turning around, and inquired. It's me, Grandpa Yang. Oh. Director Yang turned to glance at Su Chen, somewhat surprised. How did you come to be here? Wait, you haven't taken over from Lieutenant Chu, have you? Su Chen, not that. Director Yang Sigid. Come here. Without hesitation, Su Chen approached him. As Director Yang tidied up the remaining items, Su Chen realized that he had performed a subclavian venous catheterization on the patient. This procedure provides a reliable venous access, minimizing local irritation and damage while reducing the risk of infection, making it highly suitable for prolonged infusion or substantial fluid replacement in a short time. Patients with Tai Hao disease are unable to eat voluntarily. Apart from multiple small feedings, they rely solely on intravenous fluids for hydration and nutrition. However, their extended time in bed has resulted in less than optimal outcomes for some patients indwelling needles due to repeated fluid replacements, necessitating the need for a subclavian venous catheter for infusion. Su Chen cautiously pulled back the patient's blanket to examine the arm and hand, noting the gruesome appearance of the veins, along with signs of swelling. Nonetheless, this subclavian venous catheterization is not a long-term solution. as it can only sustain for a few months, and the chances of patients with Taihao disease regaining consciousness remain slim. Therefore, I must prepare for the possibility of managing Taihao disease for several years. Su Chen steadied himself, uncertain why Director Yang had conveyed this to him. I remember a life sciences institute in Shajiang. I had an exchange with them 2 years ago. They demonstrated their cryogenic revival technology, which is still in its infancy and highly imperfect. When it showcased it, the mortality rate for frozen mice was almost 100%. At this point, Director Yang suddenly chuklet. However, I do not place my hopes on their cryogenic technology. They have no intention of immediately developing that revival technology. Instead, they are validating another initiative based on this project, the mammalian hibernation plan. This plan aims to enable mammals that cannot hibernate to do so, reducing metabolism and bodily functions to extend lifespan, with the ultimate goal of allowing humans to achieve hibernation as well. They have also engaged in extensive collaborative research with the Russian Federation's Frozen Research Institute, reportedly hoping to employ this technology for long-duration space travel. Su Chen began to grasp Director Yang's intent. Are you suggesting? Indeed. I hope you will contact them later to ascertain the progress of their technology and whether it can be applied to these patients with Taihao disease. All right, I will reach out shortly. Excellent. Director Yang glanced at the patient in the bed, confirmed that the subclavian venous catheterization was functioning properly, and then picked up the tray. Let us leave. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Su Chen followed Director Yang to the medication room at the nurse's station, where he noticed it had been refurbished, cluttered with various bottles, jars, and peculiar equipment. Director Yang placed several vials and infusion tubes on the tray and called out to Xiao Wu outside. I have installed the subclavian venous catheter in room 13. Please hang the 4 fluids for him. Xiao Wu took the tray and hurried off. He had become a competent assistant, handling tedious and laborious tasks. Su Chen pondered the machines in the medication room that seemed out of place, aware of how they had been moved there. Director Yang removed his sterile cap, gloves, and other gear, disposing of them in the medical waste bin, then wearily sat down in a chair. Now tell me, how did you come to take over Lieutenant Chu's position? Su Chen immediately recalled the leader's words and the meeting materials. From the leader's tone and the records, it was evident how fiercely Lieutenant Chu had argued to present Su Chen before the prominent figures. It was Lieutenant Chu. He recommended me to the higher-ups. Director Yang looked at Su Chen, sighed, seemingly lamenting for Lieutenant Chu. Even though he was influenced mentally, his conviction remained unshaken. Do not disappoint Lieutenant Chu's goodwill. Su Chen note that. So, what brings you to seek me out? Even I have yet to comprehend the specific mechanisms of Taihao disease. It indeed possesses some benevolence, but that does not guarantee safety. Su Chen was taken aback, surprised to discover that Director Yang was so closely connected to Taihao, even able to communicate directly, yet appeared to harbor concerns about the disease. Consequently, his mind raced to analyze what Taihao truly represented and the motives behind its benevolence towards humanity. Regrettably, the information was scant, and he could not arrive at a conclusion. He cautiously posed his most significant question to date. What is Taihao? Is this Taihao truly the one recorded in Taihao Ling? Chapter 78. The primacy of interest. This question was not posed lightly, as Su Chen remained oblivious to the origins of Taihao and why it would willingly assist humanity. He was unaware of its origins, its intentions, or the reasons for its emergence. The information from the tomb excavation was vastly insufficient. The stele certainly did not document its arm wrestling with Cthulhu, nor did its exhibited powers and methods align with Su Chen's expectations. For Taihao to confront its own existence for humanity surely bore risks. Yet the question remained, why would Taihao wish to assist humanity? What benefits did it gain from this assistance? And what detriments could arise from withholding it? Even the notion of a benevolent progenitor of Huaxia civilization, compelled to aid its descendants in times of need, would suffice as a rationale. But was this truly the case? His belief that this benevolent, extraordinary entity was Taihao stemmed solely from the information Director Yang had provided. Yet it seemed Director Yang did not possess as comprehensive an understanding of Taihao as Su Chen had presumed. Currently, Su Chen's greatest concern was the possibility that this benevolent, extraordinary being merely claimed to be Taihao, and that its current interests aligned with humanity's goals only temporarily. Director Yang's gaze met Su Chen's eyes before he shook his head. I do not know the answer to that question. Your intuition surpasses mine. Why not inquire directly with it? How would I do that? I do not know. Director Yang appeared somewhat fatigued. Previously, that terrifying extraordinary entity's watchfulness over Taihao would occasionally wane, allowing Taihao to shield you from harm at a cost. However, now it has been provoked, and its scrutiny over Taihao will not relent for a moment. For a considerable time to come, Taihao will be unable to act. Su Chen's heart sank. This was dire. Humanity's support was offline. What could they possibly do now? The entity's gaze could persist for an extended period, leaving Taihao silent for a long while, naturally severing communication. And the answer to his question might take ages to surface. Su Chen was no longer concerned with the answer. He was deeply troubled by the implications of Taihao's withdrawal. Even if Taihao's stance towards humanity was ambiguous, it nonetheless sided with humanity at present. With this turn of events, Su Chen could not conceive of any means to counterbalance the existence of Cthulhu. What could have incited Taihao's anger? As Su Chen spoke, he quickly realized that he had asked a foolish question. The answer was obvious. It was undoubtedly related to Professor He being exempted for a particular statement. I am uncertain, yet I believe you should have had the answer long before now. Su Chen, feeling disheartened, lowered his head. Indeed, I know it pertains to Professor He. The cost of Taihao's exemption. Dean Yang paused before nodding. It seems you have indeed experienced quite a lot during this time. But you must have come to inquire about more than just this, right? I require the jade pendant you promised me, the old seal. The one you previously provided was damaged. Oh, so that jade pendant is the old seal? Yang Dean inquired with interest. Upon seeing this, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Why did it seem that Grandpa Yang knew even more than he did? You appear to possess a wealth of knowledge that I do not. Yet regrettably, the item you refer to as the old seal was also found with the guidance of Taihao. It is a collector's item, which I entrusted our college's history department's vice dean to procure. Does this mean that it cannot be replicated? Dean Yang nodded. If Taihao were still around, perhaps I could persuade him to find another for you. But now, that is not possible. Su Chen's heart sank further. My extraordinary powers are offline. I am left to fight alone. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Is there any method by which Taihao can shield against his pollution and harm? There is. Dean Yang replied without hesitation. If it is you, you merely need to call upon Taihao's name when you are subjected to his harm and pollution, and he will assist you in paying the price to resist the affliction. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face darkened. He already understood what Taihao's so-called price entailed and questioned the efficacy of such a method. It should be noted that his doubts and suspicions regarding Taihao stemmed from this very notion. Judging by this method of using a price to resist harm, it seemed Taihao cared little for human lives, at least not for those afflicted by Taihao's illness. This sentiment was profoundly disconcerting. It felt like a forced kindness. Yet the means employed were unsettling. Dean Yang had sensed this, which is why he believed that Taihao did not signify safety. Lieutenant Chu also perceived Taihao's subtle detachment from humanity, leading him to regard him as lacking benevolence, insisting instead that Su Chen was the only truly benevolent, extraordinary being towards humankind. Although Su Chen was not particularly extraordinary nor immensely powerful, Taihao resembled an entity devoid of human morality. He adhered only to one principle: the supremacy of self-interest, rendering individual existence inconsequential. As long as the return outweighed the cost, anything could be sacrificed as a price, including all human lives. What he accomplished benefited civilization, yet the cost was the innocent individuals within it. Humanity is not lacking in those willing to sacrifice, but they certainly do not wish to be sacrificed. Su Chen fell silent. He realized that relying on Taihao was rather difficult, perhaps even less reliable than depending on himself. Yet, he could not help but ponder. If he could exchange the patients suffering from Taihao's illness for the revival of Elder Gu or Academician Tang, what choice would he make? Su Chen felt a sense of confusion, but even more so, he was bewildered by the absence of a visible future. Grandpa Yang, is there truly a way to overcome this enemy we face? You are overestimating him. I can tell you that he remains in slumber. Everything we have encountered is merely a figment of his dreams. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a shiver, but was also struck by a sudden clarity. Indeed, Cthulhu has been sealed for countless millennia. Why did everything remain tranquil before my arrival, only to erupt into chaos? Am I cursed with a Conan-like disposition? Perhaps an upgraded version? This is evidently implausible. Could that mysterious seal have been set with an alarm? time to awaken? If it is merely a dream, it makes sense. Most of his power is sealed, leaving him impotently furious beneath the seal. Otherwise, the fully awakened Cthulhu would annihilate the earth without such convoluted antics, whether as a mushroom or a harbinger of plague, casually destroying artifacts in the process. Frankly, the pretentiousness is rather lacking. However, Chen felt a sense of relief, knowing it was not a matter of confronting him directly. Soon, Chen had another thought. Still, something felt amiss. Elder Gu was clearly targeted when he was affected, as were Academician Tang and Professor He. If he is merely a dream, why the overt targeting? Dean Yang shook his head. You cannot use human reasoning to gauge extraordinary beings. And who told you that your enemy is him and not someone else? Chen pondered for a moment, deep in thought, and then suddenly recalled his earlier intention to inscribe the name of Cthulhu. He remembered the vision he had seen at that time. It depicted creatures with smooth skin and scales, humanoid yet fish-like, eternally thriving in the dark depths of the ocean, ceaselessly kneeling in worship of their eternally revered Old One, Cthulhu. They're the Deep Ones. Chapter 79, The Deep Ones. Chen awakened to this realization, contemplating its implications. This brought him considerable comfort, as he understood that he was not battling an invincible entity. He scoured his mind for knowledge, knowing only that they worship and pledge allegiance to Father Dagon and Mother Hydra, with their ultimate devotion directed toward Cthulhu. They are wholly dedicated to breaking Cthulhu's seal. In light of this, it is no wonder that his actions seem so targeted, even exhibiting emotions that should not be present. His powers are indeed peculiar. If these behaviors are merely those of his followers, everything falls into place. Yet, why do the Deep Ones possess such formidable abilities? What credentials do they have to command fungi, plague, and even a portion of Cthulhu's power? Chen still felt a headache. These questions were overwhelming, and the desired solutions seemed to multiply the more he attempted to unravel them. However, Chen suddenly recalled a rather straightforward question. Why did he or the Deep Ones only become active after his arrival? It was not due to his peculiar disposition, but rather the sewage discharge incident from a few months prior. According to news investigations, the concentration of radioactive pollutants in the nuclear waste had exceeded safety limits long before, and Chen estimated a significant event had occurred in the ocean during the typhoon's landfall. The nuclear waste that had been released earlier, drifting with ocean currents, finally reached the Deep Ones residing at the ocean floor. Although it remained uncertain what effects this would have on the Deep Ones, it undoubtedly would not be beneficial. After all, the humans on land only encountered tritium that evaporated and rained down, at worst suffering from the radiation brought by aerosols along the coast. In truth, compared to what lay beneath the ocean, this was trivial. The Deep Ones would have access to the freshest and most abundant radiation. Moreover, as marine beings, they would not merely come into contact with it, they would undoubtedly ingest it. Even if this radioactive water did not reach their stomachs, it would permeate through their gills, which they relied on for respiration. The radioactive elements in the contaminated water, such as iodine, 131, cesium, 134, cesium, 137, cobalt, 60, and strontium, 90, could easily infiltrate their bodies. The terrifying internal irradiation could maximally devastate every unprotected internal organ, effortlessly severing their DNA strands. If these Deep Ones are indeed carbon-based life forms, their DNA strands are certainly not forged from ordinary Q235 carbon structural steel. They must still be composed of deoxyribonucleic acid, and therefore, they would undoubtedly fear radiation. Even though these deep divers are said to possess a life akin to immortality, they are not immune to the destructive and lethal substances discovered by humanity that pose a grave threat to all beings with DNA. They too will howl in agony, enduring the suffering inflicted by radiation sickness, and due to their prolonged lifespans, they must endure this torment for an extended period. Chen realized that, upon consideration, humanity's initiation of this assault seemed somewhat justifiable. However, this group of deep divers had indeed chosen the wrong targets, indiscriminately launching attacks. That cannot be forgiven. After receiving guidance from Director Yang, Chen conceived a strategic idea aimed at addressing the root of the problem. He resolved to locate this race and subsequently annihilate them. By the way, Grandpa Yang, how did you communicate with Tai Hao? How should I approach a dialogue with Tai Hao? A dark sensation washed over him once more, and this time, Chen felt an unsettling dampness in the room, accompanied by inexplicable palpitations. Director Yang sighed and shook his head. With each conversation we have, every exchange of information, the less relevant details become perceptible to him or them. The more we speak, the stronger their awareness grows. If we discuss matters of significant relevance to him, we might even capture his direct attention. Currently, his focus is on Tai Hao, and that is why I have been able to share so much information with you. However, without Tai Hao's protection and given your current state of growth, he is close to noticing this place, so I cannot divulge more. Chen found himself momentarily stunned, pondering how matters concerning Tai Hao could be intertwined with Cthulhu. Then he realized that Tai Hao was indeed under observation, effectively being guarded. Cthulhu was fixated on Tai Hao, primarily concerned that Tai Hao might engage in some mischievous behavior. Given Cthulhu's temperament, it was predictable that he would take a glance to ascertain who was acting against the current. Even if Cthulhu remained in slumber, his dreams were still formidable, and it would be more accurate to say that Chen was utterly powerless against them. This presented a dilemma, as he still had many unanswered questions and was engulfed in confusion. Grandpa Yang, do you have anything further to share with me? After a moment's thought, Director Yang replied, the more you know about matters related to him, the more contaminated you become. Only with your solid anchor can you withstand the erosion. Our capacity to assist is limited, and you must be prepared to fight alone. Chen nodded, I understand. What should I do next? Proceed as you see fit. Your extraordinary inspiration will guide you. It originates from the moment of your birth and matures with your resolute will. It will be your greatest asset. Although his words seemed enigmatic, Chen grasped Director Yang's intent to embrace his own initiative. Now that he learned Cthulhu was still in slumber and that he was merely contending with dreams and followers, he no longer found the situation terrifying. For he had other sources of support. His adversaries were not insurmountable foes. After their conversation concluded, Director Yang inquired about Chen's recent academic endeavors and the status of his students. Thankfully, Director Yang was not overly verbose. After encouraging Chen to continue his studies diligently, he urged him to swiftly attend to his tasks, as he still needed to perform subclavian vein catheterizations for other Tai Hao patients. Chen indeed felt the oppressive heat within his protective suit. He nodded, glanced at the busy Director Yang, and took his leave. He soon arrived at the command center of the Special Operations Group at the Central Hospital, where all his subordinates were stationed. Team Leader Zhu? Yes. No need to be so formal. I need to contact the Life Sciences Institute at Shajiang. They have collaborated closely with the Russian Federation's Frozen Research Institute. Understood. Team Leader Zhu promptly departed to liaise with the institute. Chen turned to a liaison officer seated nearby, recalling that Team Leader Zhu had previously introduced him. You're Shi Chong? Reporting, that's correct. Good. I need your assistance in contacting geographers and oceanographers. The ocean current specialists will aid me in analyzing some data. Understood. Chen settled into a chair, leaning back against the support, placing his arms on the desk, fingers interlaced before his chin. His gaze roamed over the global map displayed on the monitor, lost in thought. Yet it was clear from his expression that he was not contemplating a benevolent gesture towards the world. Chapter 80. Positioning the Life Research Institute of Shajiang agreed to provide technical support, submitting a comprehensive set of technical documents, which Chen forwarded to Yang Tianyu for confirmation of whether they would meet his requirements. If these Tai Hao patients could enter a state of hibernation, they could avoid the various long-term ailments associated with awakening. Although the chances of the Tai Hao patients regaining consciousness remain slim, as a healthcare professional, he could not disregard such considerations. Chen then proceeded to the coastal Xiaoyan Ocean University, utilizing their experimental facilities and collaborating with the ocean current specialists, oceanographers, climatologists, and geographers who had arrived from across the country. Based on the wastewater discharge data and historical ocean current detection data you provided, we can reasonably infer that this wastewater would have spread under the influence of two warm ocean currents and the North Equatorial Current, reaching as far as the coastline of Kaledi, with the radioactive materials still posing a threat to the local marine food chain. This will indeed have severe consequences for the marine life beneath. Chen observed the range depicted on the screen by these oceanographers, as the geographical names they mentioned did not correspond with those from his original Earth, prompting him to mentally convert the names. The areas most affected were in the northwest direction of the North Pacific Ocean, encompassing regions such as the coast of Little Japan, the North American coast, the Hawaiian Islands, and Alaska. So, this group of deep divers would congregate in this area. He scrutinized the details and remarked, "Many of these locations belong to the territorial waters of other nations, don't they?" The experts exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. One professor, who had memorized the map, even drew their territorial waters, explaining as he went, "These territorial maps are not as clear-cut as land borders. Each has its own interpretation. After all, the rules for delineating territorial waters are based on the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which stipulates that the width of territorial waters, measured from the baseline, should not exceed 12 nautical miles. My drawing is merely a conservative estimate for reference." It was commendable that this professor remembered the distribution of territorial waters. Such knowledge was fairly obscure. Chen glanced at the densely overlapping lines on the map, understanding the absurdity of the situation. Wait, Professor. Do you understand the concept of high seas?" The professor paused, adjusted the screen, and produced a new map. "If we're talking about high seas, it's quite simple. It generally looks like this." Chen examined the map and noticed that many areas of nuclear wastewater contamination were not part of the high seas. Indeed, the majority fell within the territorial waters of other nations, causing him to furrow his brow. These countries' delineation of territorial waters poses some complications. Team Leader Zhu, these scholars will be crucial to our future actions. It is foreseeable that they will provide substantial support in the near future. I need them to join our think tank. What process should we follow? Team Leader Zhu glanced at the scholars. "We will issue a call to arms and see if they choose to respond. If they do, they will need to sign a confidentiality agreement." "All right, please facilitate the process." Team Leader Zhu nodded, issuing a few instructions to his subordinates before swiftly returning with several documents and agreements. A small number of scholars opted to leave due to personal matters or concerns, but the majority expressed keen interest and signed the agreements. Once the signing was complete, Chen slowly rose and instructed the accompanying soldiers to securely close the conference room door. "Thank you for your presence. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter and get straight to the point. You are likely aware of the widespread fungal infections currently plaguing the globe, which have been confirmed to be disseminated by non-human entities. I have previously received information suggesting that these non-human intelligent beings may be lurking in the depths of the ocean, specifically within the confines of this polluted water. I require you to utilize data to locate them, after which we will take decisive action against them." The marine scientist gazed at Chen in disbelief, recognizing the seriousness of his expression, as if he were not jesting. "Intelligent beings in the deep sea? Are you certain? Indeed, can we find them? If such non-human intelligent beings exist in the depths, I must admit, it is difficult for me to fathom their existence." Chen hesitated for a moment and resolutely stated, "Whether you believe it or not is your prerogative. I simply ask you to assume such beings exist and to seek them out." The marine scientists shook their heads, clarifying that they misunderstood his intent. They lacked knowledge of their appearance, environment, habits, and scale. Relying solely on your description of deep-sea, non-human intelligent beings is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an almost impossible task. Chen found the appearance of the deep divers quite challenging to articulate. The visions he had seen were also vague, making it difficult to provide a detailed description. Perhaps they resembled a creature with a fish head, or a fish with human legs. And perhaps they possessed scales akin to those of a fish with smooth, slimy skin. "May I inquire, when you refer to human legs, is that metaphorical?" "No, it is not a metaphor. They truly possess legs capable of walking on land, adorned with gills, upright, and equipped with hands." The marine scientists erupted in a flurry of questions, some inquiring about the presence of tails. Yet most concurred that if deep-sea, non-human intelligent beings appeared as described, they would be relatively easy to locate. They mentally pieced together the elements Chen mentioned and grasped a rough idea of their appearance. Such marine creatures would be extraordinarily peculiar, deviating from human aesthetics. "Captain Su, if what you say is true, I have a suggestion," remarked the marine professor who initially mapped the area. "I recommend recruiting additional marine biologists. They will be quite intrigued by this." Chen was taken aback. "Why? Even I am aware that biological evolution follows certain patterns. However, this fish man with legs." The marine scientist clicked his tongue. "If they truly exist, it would overturn our current understanding of paleobiology and the theory of natural selection." Chen contemplated this and realized the validity of the assertion. After all, It is well known that biological evolution adheres to the principles of natural selection. Natural selection serves as the driving force behind evolution, where certain advantageous traits are more likely to be inherited by offspring within a population. Over time, this process results in an increase in individuals possessing these advantageous traits, while those lacking them diminish. Ultimately, the population may evolve new characteristics, enhancing their adaptability to their environment. The evolutionary form of the deep divers, reminiscent of fish mutating into humans, left Chen pondering what environment could lead to such transformation. The deep divers possess gills but can disguise themselves as humans, enabling them to breathe on land. If they possess lungs, they can still thrive underwater and even procreate with humans. Chen found it difficult to ascertain whether they belong to the category of fish, amphibians, or mammals. However, the notion that the deep divers adhere to a belief in some supernatural existence led him to accept the possibility of the extraordinary, rendering him less surprised. Darwin's theory of evolution could hardly withstand the scrutiny. It was merely a matter of time before an alternative theory of natural selection emerged, as he had no vested interest in the validity of the existing theory. Chen nodded in agreement with a marine scientist's suggestion. Very well, I acquiesce, but I request that you report the location to me upon discovering their gathering place or lair. He paused before adding, for cleanup purposes. The marine scientist, having consented, hurriedly departed to make necessary preparations. The project was underway, with efforts to recruit personnel and plan the development of advanced sonar technology as per Chen's request, aiming to explore the enigmatic ocean and capture the bizarre intelligent beings he had described, the deep divers. Even if they failed to locate these intelligent beings, the initiative would significantly enhance our understanding of the oceanic ecosystem and monitor the impacts of nuclear pollution, thereby advancing the nation's progress in marine science. This was a key reason they offered no objections. They intended to pursue scientific research. However, Chen had another matter that required his attention, one that had been pending for some time, the issue of special corrosion. Chapter 81. Lin Kai after assigning the task of searching for the deep divers. Chen learned of Lin Kai's whereabouts at the Shanghai Energy Physics Research Institute. Director Zhu had already coordinated with the head of the institute to confirm that Lin Kai was indeed present within. On his way, he perused Lin Kai's profile, which indeed corroborated Meng Hua's assertion that she was a prodigy. She had accelerated through primary and middle school, gained special admission to high school, and had even secured national and international accolades in university, eventually catching the attention of academician Tang, who particularly recruited her as a graduate student. She even began her doctoral studies at the age of 20. Yet, her illustrious life seemed but a fragment, as the subsequent records indicated that her published papers and those submitted to SCI were rather conventional, with the only notable achievement being a discovery in high-energy physics theory, somewhat contrary to expectations of a prodigy. However, what people did not realize was that for many years, her published papers were mere smokescreens, a form of protection. These were simply a few papers she had written casually, while the truly valuable research had long been submitted to more secretive national institutions, significantly contributing to the nation's nuclear energy and other scientific endeavors. Chen observed that Lin Kai's papers or materials broadly pertain to new materials resistant to radiation creep, theories on constraining certain high-energy particles, and methods for high-energy ignition laser generation, among others. Furthermore, she appeared to have participated in a national project, undoubtedly related to academician Tang's arrangements, yet she had achieved remarkable results, considering she was only 2 or 3 years older than he. Roughly the age of a recent university graduate, Chen couldn't help but inhale sharply, reflecting on his own lack of accomplishments as a mere medical novice. He felt compelled to lament the vast disparities among individuals, akin to the universe at one's fingertips. No wonder Meng Hua believed Lin Kai would possess a solution to their dilemmas. Chen suddenly thought that had it not been for the looming threat of Cthulhu over the earth, Lin Kai would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a female protagonist in a science fiction tale, living a life of extraordinary success without the need for explanation. The Shanghai Energy Physics Research Institute was not far from Shanghai Ocean University, and they soon arrived at the institute. The institute specializes in high-energy physics research, focusing primarily on fields such as particle physics, accelerator physics, hadron physics, nuclear physics, cosmology, and astrophysics. established during the era of openness. It shares an inseparable connection with Shaoyan University and houses the largest third-generation synchrotron radiation source in the country. This institute and its facilities have contributed significantly to the development of talent in this domain for the nation. As Su Chen alighted from the vehicle, he gazed at the grand white circular edifice, feeling a sense of awe. It represented a perfect amalgamation of scientific instrumentation and modern architecture. Its pristine spiral dome emanating a sacred aura of science, standing independently upon the Earth. Among them is a 150 MeV electron linear accelerator, a universal energy booster, and an electron storage ring with a circumference of 432 meters, housing an energy of 35 GeV. Together with other instruments, they form one of humanity's most sophisticated eyes, enabling mankind to perceive the minuscule scales of existence and detect changes between the fleeting moments and the minutiae of life. Ah, you must be Captain Su, correct? While Su Chen was still observing this marvel of human ingenuity, a middle-aged gentleman with a mix of sparse white hair and refined glasses approached, prompting Su Chen's attention. I am Captain Su. May I inquire your name? I am Zhao Tan, one of the heads of SSRF. You may call me Director Zhao. I oversee various matters within the Institute, so feel free to let me know what you require, and I shall assist you. Su Chen instinctively offered a courteous greeting, having never encountered such unguarded kindness since assuming his military position, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Nonetheless, he composed himself, for he was here on serious business. Curiosity would have to wait. He would appreciate the surroundings at a later time. I am here to find Ling Kai. I have important matters to discuss with her. Director Zhao nodded. I understand. Group Leader Zhu informed me of this earlier. I will take you to her now. Upon entering the grand edifice, Su Chen discovered that the interior was equally magnificent. The space, adorned in a similar white hue, was divided into two levels, with a vast electron storage ring occupying the majority of the area, from which radiated various beamline experimental stations serving diverse purposes. Together, they formed a colossal ratchet-like structure, encircling the immense generator at the center, spacious yet orderly. A large white banner hung from the second-floor platform, emblazoned with the words, "Innovation drives development. Technology leads the future." Ling Kai is currently at line 2. I will guide you there. Thank you for your assistance, Su Chen replied politely. It's no trouble at all, Director Zhao said with a hint of amusement, leading Su Chen and Group Leader Zhu downstairs towards a laboratory extending from the large electron storage ring. Through the glass door, Su Chen glimpsed a poised woman in a lab coat, furrowing her brow in contemplation as she gazed at the display screens mounted on the laboratory wall. This is the place. Would you like me to summon her? No. Thank you. Su Chen declined Zhao's offer. Zhao nodded, pointing to a doorbell-like device nearby. That is the intercom. You can use it to call her to open the door. All right, thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Su Chen pressed the intercom. The woman inside glanced at the door in confusion. Then, through the glass, she recognized Su Chen and the others, promptly opening the door. At that moment, Su Chen finally beheld Ling Cai's visage, her hair pulled back into a ponytail, exuding a sense of competence. If not for the slight furrow of her brow from deep thought, one could easily imagine her eyes dancing like fairies, shimmering with lively brilliance, both beautiful and captivating. He suddenly thought of Ouyang Xing, feeling that the two would indeed make a remarkably matched pair. However, he was somewhat perplexed. Ling Cai's expression towards him was not particularly warm, instead radiating an air of aloofness towards both him and Group Leader Zhu. Director Zhao, what is the matter? Did I not mention that my research is at a critical juncture and I prefer not to be disturbed? Her voice was melodious, yet her tone was icily detached. Director Zhao offered a wry smile. Ling Kai, the military contacted me yesterday. I informed you of this matter, and you did not object. Their representatives seeking you're surely involved in significant affairs. You should meet with them. Ling Kai scrutinized Su Chen for a couple of seconds before flicking her ponytail. Let us discuss this elsewhere. As soon as she spoke, the door was swiftly closed. Su Chen looked at Director Zhao with confusion, clearly sensing Ling Cai's disdainful demeanor. What is going on? I feel as if Ling Kai is not particularly fond of us. Director Zhao sighed. It pertains to Academician Tang. He encountered misfortune after responding to your summons. She holds you responsible, hence her prejudice against you. Su Chen understood and fell silent, realizing he could not refute this. Even if he bore no direct culpability, the incident was nonetheless connected to him. Chapter 82. Negotiation. When Linkai reopened the door, she had already changed out of her lab coat, clad in simple attire, the work uniform provided by the Institute. She still could not conceal the academic aura emanating from her as a top-tier talent, easily noticeable amidst the crowd. Some adorn themselves with clothing, while others elevate their garments through their very presence. Linkai shone brightly in whatever she wore. Her gaze flitted between Chen and group leader Zhu, revealing her puzzlement. "You are from the military?" Linkai directed her inquiry at Chen. Chen nodded. "Indeed, I am Captain Su." "Then why are you not dressed like him?" Linkai gestured towards group leader Zhu, her brow furrowing in confusion. "This attire allows for greater mobility. After all, my position is somewhat unique. Technically, I am not a soldier." Linkai looked even more perplexed, but wisely chose not to press further. "Very well, Director Zhao. May I utilize your office as reception area?" Director Zhao acquiesced, acknowledging that the experimental station was indeed not suitable for a conversation. Once in the reception area, Linkai instructed Chen and group leader Zhu to take a seat while she remained standing, her brow still knitted, clearly reluctant to engage in conversation with Chen. "What brings you here? You may speak now." Group leader Zhu placed a document on the table before her. Linkai bent down to examine it, revealing a confidentiality agreement. "How cautious. However, I presume I can refuse this, correct?" Chen sighed. "That is indeed the case. Nevertheless, miss, we face a significant dilemma that only your unparalleled expertise in high-energy physics can resolve. The nation requires your assistance." "The nation requires me?" Linkai chuckled lightly, dismissively. "Well, my teacher. Just weeks ago, he hastily departed in response to your orders, and when I returned to see him, he was lost to me forever. Is this how the state treats a scholar?" Linkai's voice rose slightly as she questioned. "I have heard it said that he succumbed to illness due to overwork. Yet, his death was so inexplicable that I had no time even to bid him farewell. I inquired about what transpired within the military. However, your responses were vague and evasive. Is the cause of my teacher's death truly a secret? Why can you not share that with me?" Linkai, suddenly realizing that the cause of academician Tang's demise was indeed a closely guarded secret. His awareness stemmed from being entrenched within this vast enigma, rendering him a crucial link. Those outside this circle of power remained entirely oblivious to the events unfolding. Before Chen took office, he had been an unassuming civilian, unaware of the intricate and convoluted matters surrounding him. Superfungal infections were proliferating across the globe, with the neighboring dead zones nearing the borders. And had it not been for Lieutenant Chu's insistence, he too would be bewildered like Linkai, overwhelmed by the flood of recent news. The cause of academician Tang's death, attributed to the powers of extraordinary beings, was classified information. Such knowledge could incite unnecessary public panic. Unless one penetrated a specific circle of authority, they would remain ignorant of the whispers of such calamities. Linkai observed Chen's expression as if deep in thought. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, her brow unfurled, and a hint of pleading entered her voice. "Do you know what happened to my teacher? Can you tell me how he truly died?" Chen nodded affirmatively this time. "I can share this with you, and in fact, it pertains to the circumstances of your teacher's demise. However, this information remains classified." Demise. Linkai astutely captured the keywords within Chen's discourse and echoed them back. Comprehending Chen's intent, she was fervently eager to acquire information regarding her mentor, which could only be unveiled post-signature. She hastily grasped a pen and swiftly inscribed her name on the confidential document. Only then did Chen nod, placing the 3 defense file box held by team leader Zhu onto the table, unclasping the latch, and opening it to extract a folder containing a slip of paper. "This is the password left by your teacher. With these copies, you will be able to decipher his writings." Linkai immediately took the paper, and upon a mere glance, she discerned the means by which academician Tang's message could be decoded. She then frantically sifted through the copies, unraveling the secrets of the code. Values increasing, values decreasing. Linkai gazed perplexedly at her interpretation of the information, sensing an incompleteness. "But what does this have to do with my mentor's demise?" Linkai remained puzzled. The missing content was indicative of the perpetrator's actions. Linkai scrutinized the note penned by academician Tang, noting that it was a continuous string of digits devoid of interruption. "Are you deceiving me?" Linkai retorted with indignation, These numbers are coherent. If even one character of the interpretation is absent, there must be a void among these digits. Su-chan shook her head. I'm not deceiving you. Otherwise, what significance would there be in academician Tang leaving this information? Link-Eye fell silent momentarily, repeatedly examining the note, yet failing to detect any flaw. The numbers appeared to be inscribed as such, unchanged. This was a manipulation from a higher dimension, beyond human perception. Your teacher succumbed to systemic organ failure induced by an excess of free radicals, a consequence of the perpetrator's actions. It was then that Link-Eye turned her gaze towards Su-chan. Then why not apprehend the murderer? Why conceal the cause of my teacher's death? Because we are powerless against that assailant. We can only rely on you. Link-Eye, upon hearing this, expressed disbelief. What sort of assailant could render you powerless? Even across the ocean in a Reawaken, we need not fear, do we? Indeed, if it were merely a Reawaken, we would not need to fear. However, the adversary we face is not human. Your teacher's body produced an extraordinary quantity of free radicals, levels that would not normally occur in human body, and we remain unaware of how the enemy accomplished this. It is entirely reliant on you. Link-Eye paused, then slowly replied, please tell me more. In fact, it is not just your teacher. Another academician, Ge-Lao, encountered the same calamity. Link-Eye was taken aback. She had already learned of Ge-Lao's passing and had assumed it a coincidence, not suspecting a deeper narrative. Ge-Lao met his fate through similar means as academician Tang while investigating an abnormal phenomenon. After Ge-Lao's demise, your teacher utilized the information left by Ge-Lao. He had foreseen his death, but continued his research until his own passing. Following your teacher's death, Professor He took over your teacher's responsibilities and deciphered the information your teacher left behind. According to discussions I had with Ge-Lao's student, a high-energy physics researcher, this phenomenon is profoundly linked to the method of your teacher's demise. This is the information deciphered by Professor He. Su-chan produced the documents intended for Link-Eye, which encompassed all the information seen by both academicians and Professor He. She genuinely hoped Link-Eye would discover a solution to the peculiar corrosion within those materials. However, Link-Eye hesitated before examining the documents and inquired, what has become of Professor He? Su-chan slowly shook her head, silently conveying the fate of Professor He. Link-Ai's expression dimmed momentarily, yet soon transformed into resolve as she grasped the materials firmly. Very well. I shall see how he managed to leave you in such a quandary that you had to seek my assistance. Chapter 83. Preventing Entropy Increase. Link-Eye perused the documents, softly articulating a phrase. Values are increasing. Negative entropy is decreasing. Even as a prodigy in the realm of physics, Link-Eye found herself ensnared in profound confusion after uttering those words. Upon reviewing the remaining materials, she fell into deep contemplation. Liu Den-su, you mentioned conversing with Ge-Lao's student. What did he convey to you? Su-chan pondered for a moment before responding. He stated that the values had been amplified to over 500 times, meaning the rate of entropy increase reached 500-fold. Any samples under observation would be eroded by time at a rate of 500 times. Perhaps reversing time is necessary to halt this entropy increase. Link-Eye shook her head. According to this anomalous Boltzmann constant, it can indeed be interpreted thus. Reversing time could prevent entropy increase, as an increase in entropy signifies a rise in disorder over time. However, reversing time does not reduce entropy. It merely restores the original state. What is the distinction? The minimum value of entropy can never fall below its initial state. While you may accelerate the process of increasing entropy, it is irrevocable. Su-chan's heart sank at this realization. Then, is it impossible to reverse this peculiar corrosion? Regarding this phenomenon of special corrosion, you are indeed correct. Everything follows the trajectory of time and entropy increase. Yet, these objects experience an accelerated passage of time. Life sustains itself by consuming negative entropy to maintain a distance from thermal equilibrium and produce negative entropy, but these objects cannot. Moreover, according to the records left by my teacher, the various biological and chemical activities within him were exceedingly vigorous under the influence of entropy increase, generating a significant amount of unpaired electron-free radicals. Even life forms capable of producing some negative entropy could not combat the effects of entropy increase, as their negative entropy had also been seized. Regrettably, based on this information, It appears that the entity employed extraordinary powers, fundamentally defying science, making it challenging to discern its methods in a short span. So, we have no means to counteract its assaults. Lin Kai gazed into Su Chen's eyes, resolutely replying, I do not know what kind of entity it is that remains uninvestigated, compelling you to refer to it only as it within your recorded information. However, my teacher's matter cannot be dismissed so lightly. I cannot reverse time. That is a technology beyond human reach, requiring limitless energy. Not even the entire solar system could reverse the time of an object the size of a fingertip, causing its entropy to flow in reverse. Yet this does not mean that preventing special corrosion necessitates reversing entropy. We only need to slow its increase. Shuchen gasped de l'inquiète intention. While the artifacts afflicted by special corrosion could not be restored, it was possible to halt the progression of their deterioration. This was the baseline Su Chen had hoped for. Yet she wondered if they could meet that expectation. Do you possess a method to prevent this special corrosion? Lin Kai shook her head, not at present. But I will certainly find a way in the future. She settled onto the sofa, adjusting into a position that felt comfortable, gazing at Su Chen. Su Chen sensed that only a fraction of Lin Kai's attention was focused on her. The greater concern lay in the resolution of the issue. Ever since Lin Kai had perused the documents, her mind had been in a state of intense contemplation, never ceasing. I must research how to prevent this bizarre entropy increase. First, I must understand how this entropy increase occurs. While it may be extraordinary, it is not shrouded in mystery. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I will ensure it experiences the taste of entropy increase. Su Chen sighed. Although uncertain whether Cthulhu cared about experiencing its own entropy increase, humanity could no longer afford to delay. Lin Kai, our time is limited. This special corrosion continues to occur across all cultural relics on Earth. How long will it take for you to propose a solution to this special corrosion? Lin Kai chuckled lightly. The time frame for scientific research is random and indeterminate, and I have never been bound by time constraints. I can only assure you that should any breakthroughs arise, I will report them to you immediately. However, I have one condition. Su Chen nodded. Speak. This document is indeed somewhat incomplete, is it not? I yearn to comprehend the entirety of the events, and I wish to personally undertake the investigation and work of my teacher. Lin Kai stated with an undeniable conviction, gazing intently at Su Chen. Su Chen found himself somewhat unaccustomed to her assertive demeanor, yet he did not reveal his discomfort, instead weighing the pros and cons carefully. His concern was not about the potential leakage of information, for Lin Kai, being a disciple of academician Tang, undoubtedly grasped the gravity of the situation. Rather, his sole worry was for Lin Kai's safety, as the harrowing scene of Professor He's demise remained vividly etched in his memory. Such a prodigy ought to contribute immensely to humanity, rather than perish in a struggle against him. He resolved to dissuade her gently. There is one matter I have not disclosed to you. In fact, the circumstances surrounding Professor He and academician Tang's demise differ from that of Golao. His methods are far more ruthless. If you merely inform us of the techniques to halt the peculiar corrosion, providing a general direction, it may not delve too deeply. However, if you pursue the matter further, the possibility of retribution from him cannot be discounted. Director Zhu, do you possess a photograph of Professor He? Director Zhu immediately retrieved his rugged laptop and displayed the image. The screen revealed a grotesque mass of flesh, while Su Chen opted to show a less gruesome picture. Upon merely glancing at it, Lin Kai was overwhelmed, her complexion paling as she struggled to suppress her nausea. She was not a biologist. Her dealings were confined to orderly laboratories and instruments, having never encountered such a grotesque and chaotic manifestation of flesh that evoked revulsion. Su Chen thoughtfully closed the laptop. Recognizing the potency of the image, Lin Kai stepped out momentarily to the reception area, and Su Chen remained silent. She soon returned, and upon opening the door, Su Chen observed that her previously steadfast demeanor had faltered. Beads of water clung to her hair, indicating she had washed her face to regain composure. Ultimately, she was not as resolute as she had initially appeared, for her capacity to endure was that of a normal human. After all, such images would undoubtedly elicit a visceral reaction from any ordinary person. Her response was entirely normal, and had she shown no reaction at all, it would have been Su Chen who felt perplexed. Her voice was still somewhat feeble, yet her thoughts retained the sharpness characteristic of a researcher. As she recalled the pivotal question, What was that? It was Professor He. Lin Kai appeared momentarily dazed, attempting to connect the human element with the grotesque image she had just witnessed. However, within her mind, it seemed she successfully established a link, leading her to retch once more. Confronting him is exceedingly perilous. The three scholars undoubtedly struck a sensitive nerve, incurring increasingly brutal retribution. The information you possess now is merely an extension of some form of protection, yet this protection is not infinite. I only require you to provide direction. The rest we can manage. However, other information is not so benign. Further inquiry could very well place you in jeopardy. After retching, Lin Kai lifted her head weakly, gazing steadfastly at Su Chen, showing no signs of retreat. She understood the consequences, but was resolute in her decision to persevere. Chapter 84. When did it begin? Ultimately, Su Chen acquiesced and agreed to share all the information he possessed with Lin Kai, hoping she might devise an effective plan to mitigate the peculiar corrosion. He presented her with all the information he had previously gathered, along with every conjecture he could divulge. She slowly reconstructed the timeline of the events in her mind. Lin Kai picked up a report, her brows knitting in contemplation. According to your assertion, the aquatic humanoid race likely emerged after the discharge of nuclear wastewater, correct? Indeed, the attacks on my teacher, Gulao, and Professor He manifested only recently. Prior to this, no similar supernatural occurrences had transpired domestically? Correct. Lin Kai isolated a spectral report. If this is the case, then it raises an intriguing question. Su Chen was perplexed. While I cannot precisely ascertain the commencement of the peculiar corrosion afflicting these artifacts, it is evident that it did not arise within the last year or two. Thus, it cannot be attributed to the murmurs or the aquatic humanoids. What, then, is the cause of this peculiar corrosion? When did it begin? Su Chen was startled, admiring Lin Kai's analytical prowess. At that moment, Professor He had manually computed some figures, yet Su Chen had not witnessed Lin Kai employing any written calculations. She gleaned the information she sought merely by scrutinizing the report. After his admiration subsided, Su Chen recognized that the matter Lin Kai spoke of was far from simple. He too discerned the flaw, namely the timeline of the peculiar corrosion. Since his arrival in this world, he had been profoundly affected by this peculiar corrosion. The cultural ruptures had rendered this world both familiar and foreign to him. This indicated that the peculiar corrosion was a phenomenon that had occurred long ago, yet not so long ago as to be inconceivable. Su Chen could only speculate that his assumptions regarding the timeline of the Deep Ones and Cthulhu's activity were erroneous. If this peculiar corrosion had indeed persisted from ancient times to the present, then the artifacts they encountered from a millennium ago would be akin to those buried for approximately 500,000 years. On such a timescale, it is unlikely that any artifacts would have survived. If excavated, they would be better described as remnants. The skeletal remains of humans spanning tens of thousands of years would be even more alarming. After 5 million years, not even remnants would remain, unless a rare individual were fortunate enough to become fossilized. Thus, even if this peculiar corrosion had not recently occurred, it could not have transpired too long ago. Furthermore, the fact that people have observed this rate of corrosion without accorded it due significance, instead becoming accustomed to it, suggests that since records began, they have unearthed numerous artifacts afflicted by peculiar corrosion, encountering few that remained unscathed, leading them to regard this as a normal phenomenon. Indeed, the peculiar corrosion is a phenomenon thoroughly investigated by the archaeology department, with a highly reasonable explanation established. However, this research was conducted akin to shooting at a target with bullet holes, crafting a narrative based solely on outcomes, as if devoid of critical thought. The question arises, why has no one ever questioned the abnormality of this phenomenon from the outset? Su Chen himself had not considered this aspect at the time. He merely sensed something was off. Had it not been for Gu Lao's profound mathematical foundation that unraveled the inconsistencies within, it seems no one would have regarded the peculiar corrosion as an issue even now. Therefore, why has this peculiar corrosion been overlooked? Su Chen surmised that this corrosion might represent another form of pollution, capable not only of corroding artifacts, but also of affecting the psyche of archaeologists, rationalizing their perceptions of the peculiar corrosion. These peculiar corrosions do indeed adhere to a certain logical consistency, thus eluding scrutiny in academic explanations. It is as if he merely requires humanity to overlook the logic of the corrosion's rate. However, should one pay heed, They would recognize the extent of the abnormality inherent in this peculiar corrosion. This clearly bears the hallmarks of Cthulhu's ineffable mental contamination, suggesting that his activity may have commenced even earlier. The pivotal question remains: when did this peculiar corrosion truly begin? When was he last active? Chen calmed his mind and pondered, easily pinpointing that critical moment. The Second World War. It was a conflict that engulfed the entire globe, with nearly every nation embroiled in its chaos. Even the seas erupted in various battles, as humanity devised an array of weapons for more efficient mutual slaughter, creating the ideal conditions for Cthulhu to wreak havoc. Chen could even envision crafting a narrative from this inspiration. For instance, the reason for the charismatic allure of the man with the mustache, whose speeches were so compelling, lay in Cthulhu endowing him with formidable power over the hearts of men. His malevolence was a direct consequence of Cthulhu's influence. The objective was world domination, to pave the way for Cthulhu's arrival by clearing all obstacles. However, he underestimated humanity's resolute determination to defend their homeland, ultimately causing the Axis to falter and be utterly vanquished. Yet, this notion is rather whimsical. Chen did not genuinely believe this to be the truth. The reason he could formulate such reasoning was that, at that time, various nations were engulfed in conflict, perfectly aligning with the phenomenon of a transient cultural rupture. Chen recognized that the absence of certain cultural elements did not merely signify natural extinction. The transmission of culture occurs through two primary avenues: language and writing. Only when these two channels are completely severed can the inheritance of culture be entirely obliterated. For instance, the study of feng shui, despite the tumultuous circumstances of the time preventing oral transmission from master to disciple, could still be revived later through records preserved in books. The reason for its lack of revival lies in the demise of the masters and the unique corrosion that obliterated these records. During wartime, the conditions for preserving written documents were far from adequate, and the difficulty of transcribing text anew was considerable. However, as Chen contemplated this, a sudden thought emerged. What precisely were the artifacts targeted by this unique corrosion? He recalled an ancient text, the I Ching, which is intricately linked to feng shui, both stemming from a common theoretical origin. He pondered that if, at that time, a feng shui master had diligently transcribed a copy of the I Ching, it might now be considered an antique. Yet at that moment, it was merely a newly produced, ordinary manuscript. Would such a manuscript have encountered unique corrosion during that period? Chen harbored a vague suspicion that it might have. Generally, the historical texts that could be preserved belonged to families of significance or were passed down through Taoist traditions. Upon witnessing the destruction of these texts, they would undoubtedly seek ways to restore them or, in cases of severe damage, make new copies. The nation's reverence for history has been unwavering throughout time. However, Chen realized that he had not come across such texts. It was as if, during that era, no one had taken up the pen to record and safeguard history. They had remained silent, leaving no written trace. He intended to verify this suspicion. For if it were indeed as he surmised, then the unique corrosion must have had broader implications than merely affecting the antiques and artifacts he had presumed. Chen felt a tingling sensation on his back. In Chapter 85, Professor Ding, Ling Kai ultimately accepted the task, requesting samples of artifacts affected by the unique corrosion. She also received Chen's consent to share information and mentioned that, if necessary, they could seek assistance from his think tank. This team, composed of a nation's most elite intellectuals, could address virtually any question within the realm of science. After all, even the insights into the information he endeavored to conceal originated from this team, particularly from Professor He. Were it not for the unscientific nature of the existence of Cthulhu, this team would undoubtedly be more than sufficient to address any global event. Ling Kai remained skeptical, merely reminding Chen not to forget their agreement. He must keep her informed of everything, and she would do her utmost to assist him in resolving the issue of the unique corrosion. After leaving her, Chen hurried to his university, Nanyuan University, to consult with a history professor to confirm some of his thoughts. The professor he sought was a familiar face, Professor Ding. Professor Ding remained in his unique office within the history department, connected to a small repository established in collaboration with the National Cultural Relics Bureau, housing various items of local historical value that were not highly prized, intended for academic research. Generally, these included a vast array of commonplace objects, such as ancient cooking utensils, furniture, and coins alongside various weapons, all of which were rather eclectic. However, Su Chen's interest lay in the ancient book copies from more recent times. The original texts were undoubtedly esteemed national treasures, yet these copies were typically produced by lesser-known individuals, attaining a degree of recognition akin to the 2nd to 10th peaks of prominence. Though they remained obscure, their value could not be denied. These items were specifically preserved to maximize the extraction of their cultural worth and to ensure their safekeeping as invaluable artifacts. Universities diligently protected such relics to extend the time available for research. Conversely, if these artifacts were to end up in a museum, their lack of notoriety might prevent them from being exhibited or properly preserved, given the limitations of human effort. Their fate often resulted in neglect and eventual decay under unique corrosion conditions. Su Chen had previously examined these books, which were in tatters, but he needed to verify once more. Pushing open the door, Su Chen approached Professor Ding's desk, where he found the professor peering through a magnifying glass at printed remnants of what appeared to be rubbings of incomplete inscriptions. He had already inscribed corresponding characters beside numerous inscriptions, carefully deliberating over the illegible text, striving to deduce what language it might represent based on the remaining traces and context. Judging by the hasty scribbles, he had attempted several characters without arriving at a coherent conclusion. Su Chen watched in dismay, recalling how the history department professors had summoned him to restore ancient texts, urging him to leave class, insisting he need not attend. Though he was exempt from tuition, he was not entirely free from duties. Other professors in the history department would frequently seize him under the pretense of individual lessons, dragging him to their offices to restore various ancient texts and records. The reasons varied each time, yet the tasks remained the same: the restoration of ancient scripts. He had genuinely felt that continuing in such a manner would shorten his lifespan, prompting him to seek an escape. Reflecting on that period now brought him immense discomfort. However, as he required Professor Ding's assistance, he could not refrain from visiting. The character Bai was not commonly used, with the right side resembling Bai from Bai, indicating the emperor's procession with a cleared path, thus referring to the royal carriage. Professor Ding instinctively added a Bai beside the foot radical, then removed the magnifying glass to examine it. This passage thus read, I, Taizu Gao, at the founding of the nation, stationed here. The decree established herein? What nonsensical phrase. Su Chen could no longer bear it and promptly provided the answer. This should read, I, Taizu Gao Huangdi, at the founding of the nation, stationed here. The decree established herein. The term station refers to the emperor's carriage halting. Oh, Professor Ding exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, promptly transcribing all the characters alongside the remnants for comparison. What you say indeed resembles the inscription on the stele. The original text likely was thus. Professor Ding nodded in satisfaction, stating, ever since that lad, Su Chen, left, our attempts to decipher these fragmented inscriptions have been akin to wading through a quagmire. We have never cracked them so effortlessly. Is that so? Is Su Chen truly that crucial? Without him, are you unable to complete the inscriptions? Indeed, Su Chen is a genius in the history department. How could we mere antiquarians compare? Alas, Professor Ding lamented, turning to express his admiration, only to be startled to see Su Chen's presence. Su Chen, what brings you here? Su Chen maintained a stoic expression. What do you mean, alas? What is there to lament? In nothing, Professor Ding stammered, feeling embarrassed for having acknowledged his inferiority in the presence of Su Chen. Yet, he soon mustered the courage to cast aside the awkwardness, asking, by the way, are you back to change your mind? Planning to return to the history department? I, along with all the professors, would welcome you with open arms. You wouldn't even need to worry about the paperwork. No, please do not mention that. It makes me anxious. Su Chen could not help but feel a throbbing headache as he recalled his previous experiences in the history department. That professor treated him like a mere beast of burden. Although the benefits were ample, the tasks assigned were far from humane. He harbored no envy for the various generous offers made by the professor, such as the presidency of the Ancient Text Preservation Society, the Cultural Association, or the directorship of the National Cultural Relics Bureau. While these positions held significant prestige, they demanded a toll on his very essence. After decisively rejecting Professor Ding's overtures, he felt a flicker of hope. However, it soon dawned on him, since he was not returning to the history department this time, what was his true purpose? I wish to further examine the ancient texts and antiques in your collection. Professor Ding's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Su Chen, resigned to the inevitable, replied, "You set the terms. Very well. Assist me in completing this inscription, and I shall grant you access to view the collection." Professor Ding gestured towards the inscription he was currently working on. Su Chen glanced at the remaining fragments, which were few, and relaxed somewhat. Yet, he soon discerned an anomaly. The object before him was none other than the fragmented inscription he had encountered previously, severely damaged and broken. However, the imprinted text appeared far clearer than what he had seen before, with no visible signs of its former degradation. "Have you managed to gather the remnants of the inscription along with the intact portions?" Indeed, Professor Ding mused, recalling the extensive excavation at Taihaoling, which resembled a gold rush, sifting through the soil repeatedly and meticulously categorizing even the smallest stones. The phrase "digging 3 feet into the ground" was not a mere metaphor, but a factual account. Su Chen confirmed the legibility of the inscription. "It wasn't this clear before, was it? We collaborated with Tianjin University and utilized their scanning technology. This is a monumental archaeological discovery." Chapter 86. Time's embrace. Su Chen paid little heed to the so-called monumental discoveries. A mere glance sufficed for him to ascertain that this task was not overly complex. "You are aware of my stipulations. If I cannot decipher it, I shall not pursue it further." Professor Ding chuckled. "Understood. Rest assured and focus on the restoration." With that, he handed Su Chen a pen. Su Chen took the pen, scrutinized the fragmentary inscription, and proceeded to restore the text. Professor Ding leaned in for a closer look, awestruck. "Your restoration skills and grasp of classical literature remain impeccable. Just as before. What a pity you chose to study medicine. Let us not discuss the relevance of literary prowess. I have completed my task. Now, I wish to view the collection of ancient book replicas. Surely, you can guide me there?" Reluctantly, Professor Ding cast a lingering glance at the restored inscription before conceding. "Very well, I shall take you now." The entrance lay within the laboratory, accessible only with a professor's identification card. While it did not compare to the preservation facilities of a museum, it represented the utmost care afforded to these artifacts. Upon entry, he routinely checked the warehouse surveillance, observing the historical fluctuations in temperature, humidity, and light, each within acceptable ranges, requiring no further adjustments. "All right, Su Chen, what do you wish to see?" "Ancient texts, specifically those I viewed last time." Professor Ding led Su Chen to the innermost area, where the largest preservation cabinet resided. Given the delicate nature of paper artifacts, they were typically housed in specially designed cabinets to ward off dust, pests, and light exposure, employing acid-free, oxygen-free materials to prolong their preservation period. It could be said that even merely handling these books was a significant risk to their integrity. Were it not for Su Chen's substantial contributions to the history department, he would hardly have been granted entry. He retrieved the clipboard hanging beside the cabinet and handed a pair of gloves to Su Chen. "Here, this contains the inventory of the collection. Indicate which volume you seek, and I shall retrieve it for you. It is nearly time for the scheduled maintenance, so I will also check the condition of the books inside this cabinet." Once Su Chen had accepted the items, he turned his attention to the inventory list, which documented all the ancient texts housed here, essentially serving as the artifact's identification. This was precisely what he sought. The books were primarily from the Ming and Qing dynasties in modern times, with records of their publication dates. He was particularly interested in the quantity of books published during the period surrounding World War II. Professor Ding had opened the cabinet and began to inspect the ancient texts with utmost care, marking their conditions on a sheet. However, as he continued, he suddenly felt an unsettling realization. What was his original purpose in being there? He turned to Su Chen. "So, have you yet decided which book you are searching for?" Su Chen, pulled from his reverie, shook his head. "No, I am looking for this specific volume." He raised the inventory list in his hand. Professor Ding, puzzled, inquired, "What do you need that for?" Just as Su Chen was about to immerse himself in thought once more, he had an epiphany. Why not pose his questions directly to the professor before him? "Professor Ding, may I inquire about the books published around the year 1938? 1938? Professor Ding's demeanor shifted at the mention of this sensitive date, his body tensing. He glanced at Su Chen before sighing. During that tumultuous period, our nation faced existential threats, and the plight of the populace was dire. The land was ravaged, and what books could possibly emerge during such despair? Chen scrutinized the inventory once more, unwilling to relent. It need not be ancient texts. Any preserved or transcribed manuscript from that era would suffice. Professor Ding waved his hand dismissively. At that time, the Central Plains were nearly overrun. Vast territories fell to enemy hands, and nearly all discovered texts were set ablaze by the invaders. Rare and unique pieces were sent abroad, never to return home. Indeed, many learned individuals traversed the interior, striving to transcribe texts for posterity, but they vanished amidst the chaos of war. As he spoke, Chen noticed a glimmer of tears in Professor Ding's eyes. With a heavy sigh, Professor Ding turned back to his examination of the texts, his posture now noticeably stooped. Chen remained silent, gazing solemnly at Professor Ding. The professor spoke the truth. During that time, national consciousness awakened, and scholars recognized the vital importance of cultural heritage. A considerable number of domestic artifacts had already been seized, and if we turn a blind eye, our culture and traditions would dissipate into the ether. Thus, many emerged during that era, dedicating their efforts to preserving Chinese artifacts. Despite their numerous accomplishments, many paid the ultimate price. Professor Ding's father was one such individual. Suddenly, another voice interrupted the somber atmosphere. Chen turned to see the instructor who had previously dismissed him from class, clad in a Zhongshan suit and sporting glasses. He carried an air of nostalgia. It was unclear when he had arrived or how much of the conversation he had overheard. "Professor Chui, what brings you here?" "I came to check in. Today was scheduled for my regular inspection and maintenance of the warehouse," Professor Chui replied casually. "But it seems I may have intruded upon your conversation." "Not at all. That's good to hear." Professor Chui regarded Chen with curiosity. "Are you planning to return to the history department? If so, it seems the dean has finally done something commendable. When I heard he had suggested your transfer, I nearly wanted to throttle him." Chen regarded Professor Chui, beginning to comprehend the efforts his grandfather, Yang Yi, had made to facilitate his shift in majors, and the challenges faced by the dean in that endeavor. "No, that is not the case. I am here to seek certain texts." "What a pity," Professor Chui lamented. But his expression soon turned serious. "What texts are you seeking?" "Books published around the year 1938. Professor Chui contemplated the time frame, shaking his head. During that period, the enemy's onslaught was relentless. Our region was virtually in ruins. What books could possibly have emerged? Chen engaged in thoughtful contemplation. "However, there are indeed external sources, and you have likely heard of them." Chen was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed work, Luan Chijuzan, Chapter 87, Fumong Zai Bei, is a book that Chen was familiar with. Not only had he heard of it, but he had also studied it during his modern history courses. Amidst the cacophony of skepticism, the publication of this book swiftly silenced the discordant voices, unequivocally elucidating the path toward national victory. Is this considered a classic? Certainly. It is even regarded as a paragon among classics. The wisdom contained within is exceedingly rare in the world. Is it classified as a cultural relic? Undoubtedly. It is among the most valuable of such relics. The continuation of a nation's fate relies heavily upon this book. Chen began to understand. "Professor Chui, do we still possess the printed copy from back then?" Professor Chui shook his head. "No. Although many copies were printed at the time, most have been damaged, leaving very few intact. If you wish to read it now, you can simply purchase a later edition." Chen nodded, refraining from further comment. Although it was not local, at least he had a target. "I recall that this book is currently housed in the Yuejiang Museum." Professor Chui scoffed. "The Yuejiang Museum only holds the first batch of printed editions, not the original manuscript." "Huh?" Chen was momentarily bewildered. "Where is the original manuscript then? Did it suffer damage from the war?" "No. This is valuable historical material of the Red Era, and its specific storage location is not publicly disclosed. However, the original documents and materials are typically managed and preserved by institutions such as the Central Archives and the Central Research Institute of Literature. Without a certain status, one cannot gain access." Chen instinctively pondered his own status, questioning whether a captain could gain access to such materials. However, he quickly realized that even if his status were insufficient, fate had smiled upon him. He was acquainted with Leader Zhao, and if he too could not gain access, then Chen would have to accept his fate. By the way, even if these physical books are carefully preserved, they will inevitably suffer damage one day. "What measures do you have in place for that?" Professor Chui nodded. You exhibit a commendable sense of foresight. This question has indeed been raised before, and there are solutions, namely, the digitization of ancient texts. Enough with the humming. Your class time is rather short, and I presume you haven't attended my lectures, so your curiosity is understandable. In my ancient text restoration course, I do not utilize genuine ancient text for instruction. Instead, we employ high-resolution photographs scanned from ancient texts, which suffices for classroom use. Chen felt an urge to complain, wondering whose fault it was that he had attended class for such a brief period. Oh, and these materials are generally stored on the History Department server, where one of the purposes of regular checks and maintenance is to ensure that if a certain book's preservation condition is inadequate, it is scanned and saved onto the server. Any student from the university can access this server through the official university website. Chen nodded thoughtfully. I see. May I borrow your computer to view these scanned ancient texts? Certainly. With that said, Professor Chui glanced at Professor Ding and led Chen out of the storage room, guiding him to his desk. He then opened a folder. Here, this is what I downloaded from the server. Chen opened the images and perused them back and forth. These are all scanned copies, with the text rendered as clearly as possible. When he attempted to enlarge the images, the precision was astonishing, revealing even the texture of the paper, ensuring that no content was omitted. It appeared that there were indeed no issues. However, upon logging into the university's website, Chen discovered that it was the professor's account information. After perusing it, he found it quite normal. The computer might have been underpowered, as it experienced minor lag during browsing. Professor Chui, where is the server that stores these digitized ancient texts? Professor Chui stroked his chin. I'm not entirely sure. Although this was a project initiated in collaboration with the computer science department, the entire digitization of ancient texts has been primarily managed by the computer science department. If I had to guess, it is likely located on the university's main server. Chen continued to scrutinize the images, finding no apparent issues. Yet he felt an uncomfortable sensation akin to having glimpsed something threatening that vanished upon further inspection, leaving him troubled, as if a sharp edge was at his back. Was something amiss? How so? Do you have anything else you wish to see? Chen shook his head. Is there no way to log into my account to take a look? Professor Chui appeared somewhat embarrassed. That might not be possible. I'm afraid you'll find this amusing, but I've forgotten my account password. If I were to log out, I would have to trouble the head of the computer science department. Moreover, it's unnecessary for you to see. Students have the same access as I do. He glanced at Chen, who was browsing the images, and continued. However, if you truly wish to see, wait a moment, and I will find another computer for you. No, that is not necessary. Chen did not wish to trouble the professors. He had a computer in his dormitory. I came here to look for books from that era. Since there are none, I plan to take my leave. Very well. If you truly desire books from that era, although they are scarce, they do exist. I will have the professors in the history department keep an eye out for you. As long as you wish to return to the history department, we will always reserve a spot for you. Professor Kuipate de Chen esse shoulder, expressing a reluctant farewell. Chen managed a wry smile, understanding the professor's sentiments, yet feeling overwhelmed. He cast one last glance at the door of the storage room before departing from the office. It was currently class time, and after passing through a square with only a few physical education classes, he arrived at his dormitory. The dormitory was not far away, which was also why Chen did not want to trouble the professors. As he prepared to unlock the door, he heard some commotion inside, so he tentatively pushed the door and found it ajar. Upon entering, he discovered that the television was on, and Song Tian was present, holding a book that looked quite familiar to Chen. It appeared to be The Principles and Practices of Cancer, distributed by their class. Chapter 88, Potato Server. Currently, 7 large emergency shelters have been established nationwide, with over 10,000 medical practitioners urgently dispatched to various directly governed provinces for guidance, fully leveraging lower-tier medical resources. The emergency assessments of physicians across the regions are nearing completion, and soon the number of doctors nationwide will increase by 10. These physicians are undergoing a rigorous evaluation of their respective specialties, which will significantly alleviate the pressure of a nationwide physician shortage. Further assessments will continue in batches, and the standards will not be relaxed. At no time should the baseline be lowered. The clamor from the television brought a bit of liveliness to the dormitory. Song Tian, holding the book, looked at Chen with excitement. Xiao Su, where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you at all. Not much. Just had some matters to attend to. Su Chen was also curious as to why Song Tian had returned suddenly. What brings you back? Where's your father? Song Tian smiled wryly. My father has been assigned to a new drug medical trial, initiated by Tianping Hospital, which doesn't allow anyone to provide care. So I had to return. Su Chen understood. He knew that the new drug trial at Tianping Hospital was likely a cover, likely overseen by academician Qi. He chose not to inform Song Tian of his own activities in this regard, as it was unnecessary. Are you reading the book from my desk? I recall you're majoring in computer science, right? Yes. Do you mind if I take a look? Feel free to read it. Didn't you say that those in computer science tend to lose their hair? I'll let you see that those in medicine have it just as tough. The reason he was holding Su Chen's book was likely in hopes of learning about this field, wanting to understand more about his father's illness. Unfortunately, sometimes the more one knows, the more despair one feels. Su Chen was uncertain about the extent of academician Qi's capabilities. Yet he did not believe that humanity's medical advancements could achieve miraculous results in a short span, restoring Song Tian's father to health. Otherwise, such a condition would not be deemed a terminal illness. However, Su Chen had pressing matters at hand, so he hastened over, opened his notebook, and logged in swiftly. Song Tian, intrigued, switched off the television and approached. Is this the official website of our school? Indeed, I came specifically to find this. The school's official website, while not particularly striking, was adequately designed with a user-friendly layout. Su Chen soon located what he was searching for, a button linking to the history department. Upon clicking, the webpage began to visibly lag and load slowly. Su Chen's pupils dilated in shock. Was his notebook really becoming obsolete so quickly? Song Tian, however, expressed mild surprise and, observing the sluggishly refreshing webpage, showed interest. Xiao Su, move aside. Let me have a look. Su Chen, watching the painfully slow loading process, realized that it would take a considerable amount of time to fully load, so he yielded to Song Tian. This must be due to the server being subpar. Rumor had it in the computer science department that many institutions possessed notoriously inadequate servers, and their own department was not exempt. Having previously checked the school's website, Su Chen had found it to be quite smooth and initially thought it was merely a facade, unaware that such issues lay hidden beneath. Really? Many institutions have such servers? Su Chen inquit Popa. He understood the implications of a substandard server, having suffered from poor overseas servers while gaming with Song Tian. Yet he struggled to grasp the notion that such a situation was prevalent among numerous universities. Song Tian nodded affirmatively, then pressed the F12 key and clicked around, scrutinizing the values displayed in a pop-up monitoring panel. The values fluctuated under his manipulation. It's astonishing that in this day and age, I am witnessing a server respond so sluggishly with such absurd latency. It must be an antiquated relic. Antiquated relic? Su Chen gazed at the screen, not sharing Song Tian's amusement, but rather feeling concerned. Surely the school would upgrade it? Song Tian nodded. That is precisely the case. The main site must be on a new server, while this inconsequential feature did not warrant an upgrade. Inconsequential? Song Tian was taken aback by Su Chen's tone and scratched his head. Isn't it obvious? If it were deemed important, it would undergo regular maintenance. Upgrading a server isn't a daunting task. After all, it shouldn't be this slow. That is strange. When I visited the professor, the website's images didn't lag like this. Song Tian stared at Su Chen in disbelief. How could not lag? He then resumed his examination of the webpage, this time delving into the source code and searching for a considerable duration until he finally uncovered the answer. I forgot to ask. You weren't using this browser with the professor, were you? Su Chen glanced at his browser and recalled that he indeed had not used the same one. It was true. Professor Chui's system and browser appeared quite outdated. Xiao Su, you are viewing a very old cache with Professor Chui, which has nothing to do with the server. Song Tian facepalmed in exasperation. Professors seldom use computers, and when they do, it's not for gaming. Their computers have long established an odd equilibrium, and aside from the professors themselves, no one knows how to operate them. I heard that the computer science department planned to upgrade all campus computers, yet after the upgrades, many senior professors moved their old machines back into use, leaving the new computers to gather dust in the corners. They claim they are accustomed only to their original machines, and among them, the history professors are the most notorious. Su Chen ponde tao gu fun. If I wish to view this image, what should I do? Either wait patiently, albeit slowly, though surprisingly stable, or go directly to the server to check, though you may not be able to access it. Then I shall wait for now. After Song Tian finished with the computer, he returned to his seat. As he departed, Su Chen remained fixated on the agonizingly slow-loading screen, lost in deep contemplation. This outdated server indeed seemed like a relic, and while slow loading appeared to be its nature, Su Chen could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. This warrants further investigation. While waiting for the loading to complete, Su Chen observed Song Tian stepping out to the balcony to retrieve his phone. He intended to instruct Zhu Zhuozhang to investigate the potato servers at domestic universities to ascertain the true situation. Chapter 89. The server room. Eventually, Su Chen's patience bore fruit as the first image refreshed. Yet upon viewing it, he frowned in concern. Xiao Song, the image appears somewhat blurry. Could you take a look? Song Tian peered curiously. This does seem a bit unclear, but it might be an issue with the image loading. Perhaps you should wait and see if it changes. With no other option, Su Chen resigned himself to waiting. Ultimately, as additional images gradually loaded, he confirmed that this was likely the best clarity he could expect. Xiao Song, where's our school's server located? Song Tan, momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly responded, in the information multimedia room at the end of that building. Su Chen was unfamiliar with the location, as he was not part of the computer science department. Would you take me there? After a brief hesitation, Song Tian glanced at the time and nodded. His next class in Marxist philosophy was about to begin, and he had intended to head out anyway. After locking the dormitory door, Song Tian hurriedly grabbed a book and led Su Chen away. The two lecture buildings were situated in different areas. Thus, time was tight for Song Tian to show Su Chen where the servers were located. Consequently, he brought Su Chen to the multimedia room building before bidding him farewell, leaving Su Chen standing outside. At that moment, students were exiting their classes in droves. Yet Su Chen bravely ventured against the tide, moving inward. He quickly arrived at the end of the corridor with offices to his left and the server room to his right. Through the small window in the door, he could see the server racks standing side by side, their lights flickering intermittently. Su Chen knocked on the office door, and upon hearing someone call, "Please enter," he stepped inside. The office was not crowded. Several professors were engrossed in their tasks. Oh no, I forgot to ask who manages the server room. Su Chen sighed, scanning the room and settling on the oldest professor present. However, he was slightly bewildered as the professors appeared younger than he had anticipated, not quite resembling their counterparts in other departments. Before he could ponder further, a chill ran down his spine as a voice called out from behind him. A student I haven't seen before? Are you from the computer science department? Turning around, he saw a muscular middle-aged man, clutching teaching materials and looking quizzically at Su Chen. He had just returned from class, his robust physique more reminiscent of a physical education teacher than a computer science professor. And he seemed curious about why someone was standing at the door. I am Su Chen from the medical school. The muscular man appeared even more perplexed. But then a realization struck him. I've heard of you. You're that student whom Dean Yang poached from the history department, right? But what brings you here? Su Chen thought for a moment, concocting a reason. The history professors mentioned that the website has been down lately, so I came to see if there are any server issues. Why are you involved with the history department professors? The muscular man remained puzzled. To be honest, their computers are ancient relics. It wouldn't surprise me if something went wrong. But if there were issues with their computers, wouldn't they just call me directly? Why send you to check the server? Never mind, just wait a moment. Although he harbored doubts, he was nonetheless more concerned about the issues raised by Su Chen. The burly man placed the teaching aids back on the nearest desk by the door, then rummaged through his pocket for the keys. He led Su Chen into the server room. Tell me, why do they claim there are issues with the server? Su Chen glanced around. The school server room was relatively small, housing no more than 10 server cabinets, interspersed with the buzzing sounds of fans. Oh, recently some students reported that the scanned ancient text from the history department could not be loaded on the web page. The burly man pondered for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Students are actually looking at that?" Su Chen was puzzled by the man's reaction, but nodded affirmatively, as he had indeed attempted to access it and had suffered the torment of that underperforming server. The man stroked his chin, a tinge of impatience crossing his face as he walked towards the innermost server, arriving at the largest server cabinet in the room. He opened the cabinet door, retrieved a notebook from the side, powered it on, and began the inspection. Su Chen surveyed the imposing server cabinet. It appeared to be the very essence of the underperforming server, with its outdated metal casing, bulky internal components, and an even louder, more insistent cooling fan. It turns out a student did visit recently, the burly man remarked incredulously. I thought this thing was merely ornamental. Ornamental? Suchen a goal. Yes, this server has hardly seen any student traffic since its inception. The previous dean even mentioned that it was established solely for the history department professors, who have the original ancient texts. If they need to reference something, they can just use those, making the existence of this server rather perplexing. Chen perceived a disconnect between the history department and the computer science department, as it seemed the latter had not grasped the significance of this server. Professor, may I ask your name? Me? I thought you already knew. I am the Associate Dean of Computer Science, E. Jianwei. Dean, E. I believe you may not fully comprehend the purpose of this server. According to the professors in the history department, it is intended to preserve the digital information of those ancient texts. Allowing students and professors to access them at will is a secondary concern. Dean E. appeared somewhat bewildered. Is there truly a necessity for this? Do they not have the original ancient texts? Chen understood that Dean E. seemed unaware of the current plight of cultural relics, which were gradually deteriorating due to entropy, teetering on the brink of danger. He promptly explained to Dean E. the challenges and threats currently facing the field of history, emphasizing that digitizing ancient texts was a highly suitable approach. Dean E.'s demeanor grew serious. Although I am the associate dean, I only assumed this role after the server was established and have not fully understood its significance. If what you say is true, I can begin to comprehend why this server was created. As he spoke, he glanced at the server again, steadying the weighty notebook in one hand while reaching into the server cabinet. The access to this old server does indeed seem problematic. I'll use some simple methods. This server supports hot swapping. Let me check the data inside. With that, he forcefully removed a disk, causing Chen's heart to race. Isn't this risky? After disconnecting the notebook from the server, Dean E. pried the hard drive from its slot, rummaging through the clutter in the server room until he found a specialized data cable to connect to the notebook. Chapter 90. The corrupted hard drive. Chen leaned closer to observe. The notebook did not display a Windows interface, but rather a stark black command input screen. Dean E. began typing commands, initiating a progress bar composed of characters. Dean E., what are you doing? Dean E. cautiously set the notebook aside. Oh, I'm just verifying the data on the hard drive. This hard drive has been in use for quite some time. Although it was one of the best on the market back in the day, and the server has an automatic verification function, it has become somewhat outdated, and it is difficult to guarantee the integrity of the data. May I see the scanned images stored within? Dean E. nodded and swiftly typed on the keyboard, finally revealing the images. Chen glanced at them and noticed that the scans appeared somewhat distorted. The scan files predominantly originated from damaged ancient texts or artifacts, and while the characters were recognizable at first glance, upon closer inspection, they appeared strange. The strokes of the characters seemed to extend like tendrils, reminiscent of still images of some aberrant creature in the act of predation. His intuition was confirmed, and he felt a sense of familiarity with these characters. Had he seen them before? How peculiar! Why do these images look so strange? Dean E. scratched his head in confusion and switched to the next image. The same oddity persisted, with even greater distortion. Many characters had begun to warp entirely. Dean E.'s expression grew serious as he rapidly navigated through the images on the hard drive, the screen flashing with distorted scans, each exhibiting some degree of aberration. After scrutinizing for a while, Chen finally realized that these characters bore a resemblance to the unknown script he had previously attempted to inscribe while recording the name of Cthulhu. It was a twisted, complex hieroglyphic, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity, laden with sacrilege and knowledge. And these distorted characters were morphing into that very shape. Dean E. gasped, staring blankly. He found himself confronted with an incomprehensible situation. These data do appear to be damaged, but why would they be corrupted in such a manner? I can accept noise and stripes, but to morph into artistic forms? He picked up the hard drive and examined the label. This hard drive was indeed one of the best brands back then. Logically, it shouldn't have exceeded its operational lifespan. So how could this issue arise? Chen was also studying the images when suddenly a thought struck him. Dean E., can we enlarge this image? Prompted by Chen, Dean E. hastily magnified the image, and Chen was then confronted with an incomprehensible sight. The resolution of this image is astonishingly high. Indeed, these original images occupy considerable storage space, as they are specialized images, unlike ordinary photographs that are merely a few megabytes. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a large server cabinet. That is not what I meant. Look, the distorted characters, Notice how the paper texture beneath them remains unchanged. Hearing this, he took a closer look and discovered what Chen had pointed out. He meticulously examined the entire image and found that the rough plant fiber texture of the paper had not been altered, while only the characters on top had distorted. Such a phenomenon could not be achieved through ordinary methods. Even Photoshop could not preserve the texture of the paper beneath the writing while altering the characters above. It was, in fact, a means of detecting whether an image had been digitally manipulated. What could be the underlying principle here? No matter how data is corrupted, it shouldn't manifest in such a way. Could it be that the information recorded back then was originally like this? He found himself doubting the knowledge he held in his mind. The command input window forcibly floated to the top, and upon reviewing the results, Dean's skepticism deepened. What is going on? The data being corrupted to this extent is absurd, yet the verification results indicate no damage. Chen could discern the depth of Yi's astonishment from his voice. Wait, let me take a moment to process this. I want to inspect more. Chen watched as Yi stood up, scrutinizing the server cabinet with the same meticulousness one might apply while selecting produce at a market, and then proceeded to yank another hard drive from its slot. The cabinet trembled slightly, sending a wave of apprehension through Chen. It is said that if the data within is not the doing of Kusulu Laodong, then perhaps it is the result of Director Yi's reckless operations that have caused the damage. Director Yi paid no heed to Chen's psychological state. He examined the hard drive in his hand repeatedly before prying it from its slot, replacing the one originally inserted in the laptop. Upon inspection, the contents of this hard drive had also undergone a grotesque transformation, with letters resembling tiny tentacles. Director Yi gazed at the cabinet and muttered, "Well, it seems everything is doomed, a complete annihilation, and the cause remains inexplicable." Chen heard Director Yi's words and wore a grave expression. "Director Yi, if all these images are so damaged, how should we proceed? Is it possible to restore them through technical means?" Director Yi looked at Chen, somewhat surprised. Indeed, the technical aspects should not be entirely lost. This server has a backup drive that maintains its operation when the working drives fail or go offline. The backup drive should still retain the original data. However, he then regarded the cabinet with a troubled expression. In that case, we may need to cut the power to this old server. Director Yi expressed a hint of regret. Chen suspected he was lamenting the inability to extract the hard drive while it was powered on, feeling a loss of sensation. Then let it be. After a moment's thought, Director Yi decisively stated, retrieving his phone to notify the head of the history department that the server was temporarily offline. He then operated the server and proceeded to cut the power from the back of the unit. As the fan's whirring diminished, the working and fault lights within the chassis extinguished one by one until, with the final cut of power, the last indicator light faded into darkness. Director Yi approached and identified the backup drive. After a series of operations, Chen glimpsed the scanned documents stored on the backup drive, which appeared relatively normal. However, Chen keenly observed that the font in these scanned documents had indeed distorted. Although the changes were subtle, they were sufficient to evoke a sense of discomfort upon viewing. A heaviness settled in Chen's heart. All the hard drives had been contaminated. His suspicions were confirmed. The impact extended beyond the artifacts themselves, affecting their information as well. This was precisely his concern. Ever since he had entertained the notion that the medium of the transmitted text could also attract attention and be obliterated by such forces, Chen had pondered how the information preserved in these artifacts would fare. Now he was witnessing one such outcome: distortion. The extent of this influence, however, remained uncertain. He could not help but recall the manuscript of that monumental work. Alas, it appeared somewhat distorted. This truly spelled disaster. Chen, you must inform your professor that this server is indeed problematic. I will discuss this matter with the head of your history department to deliberate on how to address it. Chen hesitated momentarily. What should be done with this data afterward? Director Yi stroked his bare chin thoughtfully. We should first consult the computer science instructor to ascertain the cause of the damage and see if recovery is feasible. I recall several who possess this expertise. He glanced at Chen, his expression turning serious, his muscular frame exuding a formidable presence. Then have a thorough discussion with the head of the history department. Recovery would be ideal, and if that is unattainable, we must devise an alternative. He should utilize professional data storage disks for these critical files. We must not allow him to assume that only hard drives can store data. That is insufficiently secure. Storage disks? Director Yi paused. having forgotten that Chen was not a computer science student and might be unfamiliar with such terminology. MDIS disks. These can store information for at least a century, making them more reliable than mechanical or solid-state drives. Many materials are preserved using such storage mediums. Chapter 91. Aerial Reconnaissance Squadron in the distant military base on the coast of Reawaken, a highly technological operations center buzzed with activity. Various screens, network switches, operation consoles, and control equipment filled the space where personnel busied themselves. A compact conference table bore witness to several high-ranking individuals, predominantly Caucasian, who intently focused on the content projected onto the screen, seemingly detached from the bustling activity around them. They had more pressing matters to address. Major General John, our gallant knight, what is the status of Tom? I find it difficult to trust everything he claims. General, both Sani Academy and Ma Shunli Gong have engaged in the deciphering of his prophecy, yielding many exciting conclusions that we should trust. Major General John gestured at everything surrounding them. After all, our ascension to the most powerful superpower on this planet is inextricably linked to their contributions. The general, though reluctant, conceded, you are correct. However, if we undertake such a colossal operation, that ancient nation and the Russian Federation will not remain passive. Our citizens are likely to oppose it, especially given that this operation cannot be concealed. Someone will negotiate with other nations. Those short-sighted citizens should be managed by Congress. We merely need to fulfill our duties. You speak the truth, Major General John. The general sighed, his gaze fixed on the map displayed on the screen. However, my fleet is fully prepared, awaiting my command, while I remain in a foolish state of limbo, waiting for information from him to issue orders. Can you believe my fleet's deployment hinges on the prophecies of charlatan? General, the Sani Academy does not bestow the title of true knight without reason. Perhaps they have uncovered something significant. What? Relying on that absurd four horsemen of the apocalypse. The general grew increasingly agitated. That individual may simply be an imposter, manipulating them with some tricks. General, you must remain calm, John reminded. Those individuals are elite. They're not easily deceived by mere tricks. Oh, dear John, I indeed need to maintain my composure. I merely find it difficult to comprehend. The general's words belied his seething frustration. He was displeased at being commanded by someone who claimed to be a white knight, even indirectly. Yet this time, he was bound by orders from above, and despite his vehement opposition, he could only comply, lest he face severe repercussions or even dismissal from his current position. He could not fathom why the higher-ups placed such trust in the self-proclaimed white knight. In his opinion, they should have publicly humiliated the charlatan and disbanded the Air Force unit. They were clearly taking matters too seriously. Surely, they were engaged in some sordid dealings. After this mission, I must apply for a review process against him. Be cautious with your words, General, John replied, sensing the general's fatigue. Suddenly, green dots appeared on the map, and information regarding these dots gradually refreshed beside them. Report. The command building has relayed that our aerial reconnaissance squadron has been deployed. 8 RC-135V reconnaissance aircraft, 3 E-3 early warning aircraft, and 3 aerial refueling planes have all taken to skies. The data link has been successfully established. Leading the charge was the White Knight, guiding their direction. The general observed the green dots on the map representing the flight formation, momentarily at a loss for words. The scale of this deployment seemed unusually large. As a general, he was acutely aware of the capabilities of these aircraft. The 3 E-3 early warning aircraft could serve as signal relays, and a network formed by these early warning aircraft could swiftly transmit vast amounts of information back to the homeland. 8 RC-135V reconnaissance aircraft, equipped with radar systems, could scan and monitor an extensive area. It is worth noting that only 2 of these behemoths were needed to easily cover a small nation. Aerial refueling aircraft could provide sustained endurance for subsequent small reconnaissance aircraft, or even these large reconnaissance planes launching from the fleet. These aircraft burn an unimaginable amount of money every second, resulting in their colossal formations covering an inconceivable expanse. Their capabilities in information suppression and collection are sufficient to alter the course of any modern war of moderate scale. These large planes cannot take off or land from aircraft carriers. They can only depart from the mainland or offshore islands. They are exorbitantly expensive, yet their immense capabilities are piloted by none other than Tom, one of the reconnaissance pilots from the Global Hawk who last surveyed Balit. He even has his own code name, the White Knight. It appears that our academic institutions already have the answers, John. I am somewhat fatigued. You may issue the orders. Let our fleet mobilize and follow this accursed White Knight. Roger that. Commander, there has been unusual activity from American. They have deployed a large number of reconnaissance aircraft, early warning systems, and the Third Fleet near the coast. The leader halted his pen mid-signature, frowning at the political commissar. What is happening? This is an urgent message submitted by the Strategic Support Brigade. Our satellites have detected that American seems intent on not concealing this large-scale military mobilization. Yet they have made no official statement. Contact the American Foreign Ministry and inquire about their intentions. Are our defensive preparations ready? The preparations are complete. We have conducted an emergency mobilization. However, their objectives remain unclear, and they are still in international waters, so we cannot respond at this moment. Why not? Conduct a naval exercise in the East China Sea to assert our stance. Understood. The political commissar promptly exited. The leader pondered for a moment, then lowered his head to rub his temples, alleviating his fatigue. He could not comprehend why American would undertake such a massive military operation without any notification. Global pressure due to fungal infections has reached unprecedented levels in recent years. Even a slight disturbance could lead to severe upheaval. Such a mobilization seems exceedingly unwise. Moreover, the military expenditure incurred would be substantial, and their domestic healthcare system already has significant gaps that need addressing. This mobilization will only exacerbate the strain on American's medical system. Why are they doing this? Do they not understand the consequences? Or do they have compelling reasons that compel them to disregard these repercussions? Have they discovered something? The leader suddenly became alert. Chapter 92, International Negotiations. This is merely to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee that we will not take certain measures. Please remain calm. I believe this situation does not benefit either of our nations, replied the bitter-faced official from the American embassy. It is crucial to understand that embassies in foreign lands are the last entities wishing for conflict to arise between their home country and the host nation, as they would find themselves in the most uncomfortable position should war break out. Although there are laws in place to ensure their safety in countries with ineffective governmental functions, such guarantees are hardly reassuring. Furthermore, they face a nation with military strength comparable to their own. In times of peace, they might engage in trivial disputes, confident that conflict is unlikely, but as soon as tensions rise, they must tread carefully. Now, is such a turbulent time. They have yet to receive any information from their homeland regarding the aerial reconnaissance squadron and the fleet mobilization. Without clarity on any information or understanding of the stance from their homeland, they can only refrain from making statements. Yet, in their efforts to avoid disputes, they must repeatedly explain to the authorities, endlessly soothing their emotions. Even if their aggressiveness is feigned, it must be calmed. Behind them, staff members are frantically using satellite phones to contact relevant agencies back home, yet they still have not received pertinent information. This ambiguous stance is what these consular officials fear the most. The leader sat in his office, observing the real-time footage of his consular officials conversing with those from the American embassy. Meanwhile, the embassy in me is also exerting pressure on its government. The situation there is even worse. Relevant agencies have not been informed of this matter, and they are utterly clueless about the inquiries being made. Their actions are both ostentatious and clandestine, a striking contradiction. Does the Strategic Analysis Department have any insights? Yes. They believe that Americans' actions are likely a spontaneous response triggered by an unforeseen circumstance. Do they know what that circumstance is? No. But it seems it does not pertain to us, as their actions do not appear to be aimed at breaching our borders. The leader breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained cautious. Even so, we cannot afford to be complacent. Yes, radar networks have been deployed along the coast. They cannot breach them. However, the most pressing matter is to ascertain what they are doing. What could possibly necessitate the sudden mobilization of so many aircraft and naval vessels, which requires considerable time and effort? I find it hard to believe that there is nothing significant behind this. The leader nodded in agreement with the political commissar's words. Albeit subtly, a knock sounded at the office door. Enter. Report. A soldier entered, holding a document bag, which he placed on the leader's cluttered desk. The American military has proactively contacted us, and these are the materials they provided concerning their large-scale military actions. The leader's expression turned serious as he picked up the document bag. Understood. You may leave. Received. With the office door closed, the leader began to examine the documents inside the bag. He merely glanced at the contents, and his expression changed, fixating intently as he flipped through the pages. After a considerable time, he set the documents down. Commander, this document states that the American military claims to have encountered an individual with extraordinary abilities. The leader, somewhat uncertain, glanced at the document again, questioning whether he had misread. Is this what it says? Confirming that he had read correctly, he reiterated, indeed, it is written that they have a person within their ranks who claims to be a messenger of God, self-styled as the White Knight, capable of issuing various prophecies about the future. This is somewhat absurd, the political commissar mused, rephrasing. A bit inconceivable? Could it be a fabrication? The leader shook his head. I do not know. The document states that the American organized a confidential verification involving numerous prestigious universities, including the Trinity Academy and the Moshing Ligong Institute, both domestically and internationally, confirming that his prophecies hold a degree of truth. However, the specifics of these prophecies have been kept strictly confidential, with not a single word divulged to us. In the absence of guarantees of authenticity, we cannot rely solely on his word. After all, we have not witnessed this extraordinary person ourselves. Nevertheless, does this have any significant bearing on their military actions? No, it does. The leader tapped the document with his finger. The American military is indeed acting based on the predictions of this White Knight, and this operation is personally guided by him, directing the aerial reconnaissance squadron and the fleet to search for organizations or intelligent beings responsible for disseminating global mutant fungi across the Pacific. The reason some of their organizations have not received any wind of this is that they too find the rationale somewhat absurd, and there is a lack of consensus among high-ranking officials, leading to this peculiar mobilization, proceeding without prior notice. This aligns remarkably well with what you described as an extremely sudden situation that triggered their actions. Currently, they have begun to explain themselves to Congress. The political commissar furrowed his brow. This seems rather frivolous, does it not? To mobilize troops based solely on the so-called prophecies of the White Knight? I must speak candidly. I still possess a modicum of understanding, comrade political commissar. Let us not forget Chen. This young fellow, in my eyes, is also regarded as an individual of extraordinary abilities. Should he uncover anything necessitating military mobilization, I must deliberate meticulously. The leader ceased his rhythmic tapping on the documents and remarked, moreover, if this matter is indeed true and Reawaken has discovered something, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Remember, both of our academicians have sacrificed themselves for the nation, and their vendetta remains unavenged. The political